A man in a dark robe stood in a deep, lush forest under a canopy of trees. This was the Stardew Forest of the Duluo continent. He stood at the shore of the Lake of Life, located in the core area of the forest. The Lake of Life was crystal clear, but the waterline was far below the shore. It looked like it would dry up at any moment. Its surface rippled as the man said to himself, with a gloomy expression, that the water was lessening. He wondered whether the lake could feel that the end of days was approaching. His appearance was that of a handsome middle-aged man with strands of golden hair on his face. A woman in a jade-colored gown approached him, and with a respectful tone, addressed the man as Beast God. When he heard this, the Beast God's body trembled. He clenched his teeth in agony as he replied, "Beast God?" Everyone gathered before him was all that was left of the spirit beasts. His voice rose as he asked how he could be anyone's god. As he said that, his aura exploded, unleashing 3 red spirit rings. The force from his powerful aura shook the surroundings. Everyone gathered remained silent, even the woman who stood behind the Beast God. She then said that it had been 10,000 years since a human named Huo Yu Hao established the Soul Pagoda. But as for the spirit beasts, they were already nearing extinction. With golden light blazing in his eyes, the Beast God bitterly said that humanity had already grown too powerful for the spirit beasts, and that the Stardew Forest was the only haven left for their kind. If the current state of things continued, the spirit beasts would only be able to walk the path of extinction. The woman agreed silently. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and bubbles rose from the lake. The tremors became more intense as the woman in the jade robe loudly asked what was happening, and if the humans had started their attack. The rest of the spirit beasts gathered around the lake became anxious. A man named Xiong Jun shouted that they should fight to the death, and suddenly transformed into a giant bear. The Beast God sensed a familiar aura and called Xiong Jun to calm down because the humans were not attacking. "Finished, finished, finally finished." A loud voice was heard as the giant silver claw and a pair of draconic wings broke through the ground. The area was also filled with bright silver light, and an oppressive power was felt by all beasts and made them kneel with reverence. The Beast God also knelt respectfully, greeting the silver dragon. The silver dragon roared and said that because he had awakened, the day of destruction had come for the despicable humans trying to exterminate them. The Beast God reported that the humans had become too strong, and even he was no match for the humans' spirit mechs. He said that the science and technology of humans managed to suppress all the spirit beasts. The silver dragon replied that they first had to understand humans in order to destroy them. He then commanded all the spirit beasts to follow him, and said that because their world was about to be destroyed, they would conquer the world of humans. The silver dragon spoke those words as he turned to exit the forest. With each step, his size shrunk until he took a human form. Everyone living in the Duluo continent possessed something called a spirit essence. Spirit essences were a part of the body and took the form of either animals, plants, or even tools. If someone's spirit essence were a hoe, their farming abilities would exceed those of others. If one's spirit essence were an animal, then one might possess some of the abilities of that animal. Due to this, spirit essence became the most crucial factor in everyone's life. However, there was something else that was more important: possession of spirit power. This type of energy could nourish and upgrade the spirit essence. Everyone had spirit essence, but only 1 in 1,000 possessed spirit power. Having spirit power was equal to becoming strong. A spirit essence that possessed spirit power could be cultivated and upgraded. In the history of the Duluo continent, the most respected profession was that of a spirit master. Because of this, everyone wished for their children to awaken their spirit essence at the age of 6, in hopes that they would manifest spirit power. If a child possessed spirit power, their family's lives were transformed, and they would benefit from it. Glorybound City was a small town on the border between the ocean and the eastern coast of the Sun-Moon Federation. The day was hectic because it was the annual Awakening Day. The street in front of the Red Mountain Academy was crowded up to the eastern city walls because everyone and their children were there for the awakening ceremony. A young boy with black hair and beautiful eyes arrived with his middle-aged dad. He was excited about the awakening ceremony and asked what spirit essence his dad thought he would awaken and if he would have any spirit power. The boy's name was Tang Wu Lin. His dad, Tang Ziran, replied that it all depended on luck. He promised that he would always love his son regardless of the outcome. Tang Wu Lin's name was called a while later, and his face filled with excitement. He was dazzled when he entered the awakening chamber at Red Mountain Academy. The building had 7 floors, and he had been brought into the 3rd. He gazed at the strange decorative engravings on the floor, the wall, and the roof. They gave a bizarre feeling that made him restless. A spirit master was waiting for Tang Wu-lin on the 3rd floor. He seemed whimsical as he asked Tang Wu-lin to relax and stand in the middle of a circle. He suddenly noticed Tang Wu-lin's beautiful eyes and drew close to admire them. He then remarked on how perfect it would be if Tang Wu-lin's spirit essence were related to the eyes. He asked if Tang Wu-lin had heard of spirit eyes, which was the spirit essence of the first master of the spirit pagoda. He asked Tang Wu-lin to concentrate and be quiet because they were about to begin. He released his energy, and the circle beneath Tang Wu-lin shone brightly as the light in the room gathered at his feet. The power felt warm as it entered his body, giving him the feeling of being electrocuted. Seeing Tang Wu-lin in pain, the spirit master wondered why such a reaction occurred. He thought Tang Wu-lin's reaction to the awakening process was exaggerated, even for people with weak bodies. He saw a golden mark appearing on Tang Wu-lin's forehead. From it, a pattern spread throughout his body. Tang Wu-lin's palm emitted a pale blue light, and light blue grass appeared. Finally, his spirit essence was revealed. The spirit master was disappointed to see that it was blue-silver grass, a spirit essence that he considered to be trash. He quickly recovered and congratulated Tang Wu-lin for possessing a spirit power of rank 3. He said that although his spirit essence wasn't strong, Tang Wu-lin was still 1 in 1,000 and could strengthen his spirit essence if he cultivated it. Tang Wu-lin was sad. He knew that blue-silver grass was a trash spirit essence, and more so, the worst trash. The spirit master encouraged him by saying that the founding ancestor of the Tang sect, the legendary Tang San, had a blue-silver grass spirit essence, climbed to the top with it, and defeated the most powerful enemies 20,000 years ago. Tang Wu-lin remembered that the legend of the founder of the Tang sect was well known, so he remarked that the spirit essence of the Tang sect's founding ancestor was the blue-silver emperor. The spirit master was embarrassed to see that the little guy was not easily tricked. He admitted that the blue-silver emperor evolved from blue-silver grass, and that if Tang Wu-lin wished to become a famous spirit master, he had to do his best. Tang Wu-lin thanked the spirit master and left the awakening chamber. His body felt like it had been torn apart. He was disappointed with his blue-silver grass, but clenched his fist with determination. No matter what, he would not give up until he became the most renowned spirit master in the Duluo continent. His dad was waiting for him outside and encouraged him, saying that Tang Wu-lin had done his best and that he had blue-silver grass and spirit power, making him even more unique. The father and son went back home. Tang Wu-lin skipped the meal and went to bed, still depressed about his martial spirit. His mother, Lang Yue, suggested that they give their son some space to calm down, while his dad sighed and said that it would not be easy for Tang Wu-lin to become a spirit master with his blue-silver grass and spirit power of rank 3. He could only imagine the pressure their son was going through. Tang Wu-lin was born into a family of commoners. His mother was a housewife, and his father was a repairman specializing in soul machines, with an income just enough for his small family. Tang Wu-lin had a good relationship with his parents, who often doted on him. Of course, they didn't know that the reason Tang Wu-lin did not eat wasn't just because of disappointment. He was tired and was still in pain from the awakening ceremony. He fell fast asleep. In the middle of the night, he tossed and turned on the bed, and his skin flushed pink as his body temperature increased astonishingly. His blood pressure rose to 3 times that of an average person. The golden patterns on his body reappeared and extended from his head to his toes. They circulated thrice and disappeared. His body emitted a strange faint sound before everything returned to normal. In his dream, Tang Wu-lin stood in a field of blue-silver grass. A colossal object suddenly fell from the sky, and its golden mouth swallowed him. He woke up covered in sweat and realized it was just a dream. He went for dinner, and his dad noticed that he ate 4 times his usual amount and was worried that Tang Wu-lin could be stress-eating. Tang Ziran said he understood his son's pressure and said he did not have to become a spirit master or attend spirit master classes. Tang Wu-lin showed his resolve by saying that he knew how ordinary his spirit power was and that there would be many challenges. But that would not be enough to stop him. He would become a spirit master, earn money, and buy good food for his parents. His parents shed tears of joy at their son's thoughtfulness. On the long-awaited day of enrollment, Tang Wu-lin formally joined the Red Mountain Academy's Spirit Master class alongside other 6-year-olds to begin their education that would continue for 9 years. His dad was too emotional and tried to comfort him one last time. With eyes filled with confidence, Tang Wulin told his dad that he would be fine and that there was no need to be worried. At the entrance of the Spirit Master class, the Academy's teachers waited to receive them. The Spirit Master class students were treated vastly different from those in the regular classes. They learned the everyday class culture and education and were guided in utilizing their spirit power by professional teachers. They eventually became respectable Spirit Masters. When that happened, they would enter a secondary institution in the future. His class had 15 students, a considerable number for Glory-bound City. They would be his classmates and companions in the new life that had begun. A small freckled boy named Wan Yun Chao asked what Tang Wulin's spirit essence was. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Wulin proudly displayed his blue-silver grass like the Tang sect's founding ancestor. The small boy laughed and said the blue-silver grass was a trash spirit essence. Tang Wulin could not accept the mockery and asked whether Wan Yun Chao's spirit essence was any better. Wan Yun Chao revealed that his spirit essence was a knife. He claimed that if he cultivated to the rank of title Dao Luo, he would be known as the Knife God. The boy then began a crazy rant about how he would chop up Tang Wulin like vegetables. As classes started, Tang Wulin reflected on the weakness of blue-silver grass and how arduous the journey ahead would be, but, as he said, he would not let any of that stop him. A pretty lady greeted everyone and introduced herself. Her name was Lin Shimeng. She was the new homeroom teacher and would be in charge of the class until graduation. She asked the class to take turns introducing themselves, including their names, spirit essences, and spirit power. It was soon Tang Wulin's turn. The other kids could not contain their laughter after his introduction. They laughed at his weak spirit essence and low spirit power. He was embarrassed, but remembered that he would not give up. Once the laughter ended, Lin Shimeng started the lesson and introduced the different classifications of spirit essence and said she would guide the class on how to train and increase their spirit power. Spirit essences were classified into two types, tool types and beast types. The spirit essences that manifested on the body were beast spirits, and those that manifested separately from the body were tool spirits. By cultivating spirit power, the spirit essence could be upgraded. After the spirit power reached rank 10, then one would be able to become a spirit master. Spirit masters could similarly be classified into two, battle spirit masters and utility spirit masters. Those that used combat to train their spirit powers were called combat masters, and those that used spirit weapons were called weapon masters. Listening to Lin Shimeng's explanation about spirit power and spirit masters, Tang Wulin's resentment slowly disappeared. All the knowledge was like a magnificent new world opening its doors to him. He had unconsciously stretched his hand, and his teacher teased him about wanting to give her a high five. Tang Wulin was born in a peaceful house. He had loving parents who doted on him in every possible way. His parents would neither scold nor hit him even when he made a mistake, but would instead guide him patiently. His first day of school was highly depressing because of his tender upbringing. Tang Wulin had never experienced the feeling he got when his classmates mocked and laughed at him. His classmates called him Little Grass Classmate to ridicule him. Even his teacher barely paid attention to him when she guided the other students. His dad once told him that success was 99% hard work and 1% talent. Since his spirit essence wasn't strong, he had to work harder than anyone else. In the evening, Tang Wulin walked home slowly, and his stomach rumbled with hunger. Lunch at the Red Mountain Academy was free, and he ate a lot too, but he was still hungry. His classmates gave him an annoying nickname. They called him Grassy Rice Bucket because of his great appetite. He walked home and thought about the tasty meals that his mom had made. Along the way, he saw a little girl at the side of the road. He had never seen her around and wondered whether she was a beggar. She had silver hair and bright, beautiful purple eyes. Tang Wulin was mesmerized by her beautiful eyes. A group of delinquents approached her. They asked her about her parents, where she was from, and whether she was hungry. The little girl was scared, and Tang Wulin noticed. One of the delinquents picked up the little girl, and she screamed for help. Tang Wulin quickly jumped to the rescue and demanded the girl's release. One delinquent kicked him in the back, but he was brave and stood in their way. The delinquents grew tired of his persistence and threatened him with a knife, but he stood his ground and said he was a spirit master and was unafraid of them. One of the delinquents realized that if Tang Wulin was a spirit master, he was in the Spirit Pagoda's records. If anything happened to him, the federal government would investigate the matter, and they would be in trouble. The delinquents walked away and cursed their terrible luck. When they were out of sight, Tang Wulin comforted the little girl and promised to protect her. He asked her if she knew where her parents were, but she shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. He then asked for her name, and she took a moment and said that her name was Nar. Tang Wu-lin thought that because of the girl's lovely appearance and sweet voice, she was probably not from the mainland. Suddenly, both of their tummies made rumbling sounds. Tang Wu-lin asked her if she was also famished. She was silently embarrassed. Then he suggested she come to his place for dinner because his mom made great food. He took her hand and led her away. When they got home, Tang Wu-lin told his mom about the incident with the little girl and the gang of delinquents. He then asked her to make something nice for them to eat. Lang Yue saw this as an opportunity to show off her exceptional skills as a chef. Lang Yue insisted that they first had to clean up before they had anything to eat. In the bath, Tang Wu-lin asked his mom why Nair seemed different from him. Lang Yue explained that it was because Nair was a girl and he was a boy. His mom initially thought it was okay for them to shower together because they were both 6-year-old kids. Still, after noticing Nair's shyness, she decided they would bathe separately in the future. At dinner, Nair tried the food and thoroughly enjoyed it. Tang Wu-lin soon joined in. Tang Ziran came home later that evening and found that the kids were stuffing their faces as his wife made even more food. He too joined in, and that night's dinner became the most thrilling they had ever had at the house. Everyone ate until they passed out, unable to have any more. Tang Wu-lin watched his mom leave for the administrative government office with Nair to learn more about her parents. He watched Nair reluctantly as she left. He returned to his room and thought about what he had been taught in class that day. He learned about meditation and decided to try it. Tang Wu-lin achieved the first step of meditation, which was tranquility. Afterward, he felt his blue-silver grass spirit essence and spirit power. With his mind, he forced the two to maintain the connection as he continued to meditate and entered the blue-silver grass world. He could sense some of the world's blue-silver grass. Although the spirit beasts were almost on the verge of extinction, the blue-silver grass still covered the earth. It was tenacious and was the most abundant plant on the continent. Tang Wu-lin was faintly aware of tiny existences in the air, which his body absorbed and merged with his spirit power. The fusion gradually increased his spirit power. After some time, he woke up from meditation, and his body felt calm and relaxed. He felt like his body had been wrapped in countless blades of blue-silver grass. Tang Wu-lin was startled when he opened his eyes and found his dad beside him. He went on to tell his dad about his experience trying out meditation for the first time. Tang Ziran was proud of his son's comprehension speed. He commended Tang Wu-lin's bravery when he defended Nair from the delinquents. He then told his son to ask for help next time. And to be brave, one did not have to be reckless. Tang Wu-lin was teased for bringing a girl home at a young age. He asked about Nair, and his dad explained that her parents could not be found despite going to the administrative office to investigate. Tang Wu-lin asked his dad to let Nair stay at their house. He said that he would take care of her. He went to the living room and found her seated, looking docile. He was happy to see her and asked whether she would stay at his house. He said that he always wanted to have a little sister. When his mom told him that Nair would be going to the orphanage, Tang Wu-lin said that he wanted her to stay, even if it meant that he would have to eat less. Lang Yue told her son that he could not force Nair to stay with them, but had to ask her instead. He did just that, and after some persuasion, she agreed to stay. The reality was different, as the kids could not control their hunger. They had 3 days' worth of food in one meal. The two big eaters scared the parents with their bottomless stomachs. The house only had 2 rooms, so they had to share. Nair went straight to bed. Tang Wu-lin enjoyed the feeling of meditation. It made his body feel refreshed and light, and he couldn't wait to experience it again. When he was about to begin, his dad asked to speak with him first. Tang Ziran admired his son's determination to become a spirit master, but he warned of the hardships. He talked about how spirit masters in the past killed spirit beasts to obtain spirit rings. But now, the spirit beasts were all but extinct. After 10,000 years of research, spirit souls were discovered more superior to spirit rings. High-level spirit souls could grow and could be artificially manufactured. Different ranks of spirit souls could give a spirit master 1 or more spirit rings. Commoners like Tang Wu-lin's family could only buy spirit souls from the spirit pagoda, but they were expensive. Tang Ziran could only provide for his family, but with the addition of Nair into the family and how much the kids ate, his meager salary was not enough. Tang Wu-lin was surprised because he did not think this was a problem. He then asked his dad what they should do. Tang Ziran reminded him of Uncle Mang Tian, a renowned blacksmith. He had asked Uncle Mang Tian to take in Tang Wu-lin as an apprentice every day for 2 hours for 3 months. Tang Wu-lin would afterwards have the skill to earn some money. Tang Wu-lin immediately accepted to become an apprentice blacksmith and said he had always wanted to work hard for the family. Tang Ziran left his son's room and found his wife waiting for him in the living room. She said their son was still very young and asked why he had to be given such a huge burden. Tang Ziran replied that becoming a spirit master was difficult because their son only had the blue-silver grass, and forging was a valuable craft to build his son's character. If he could not become a spirit master, he had a fallback plan. The following day, Tang Wulin met his mom after school. She hugged him, making him feel embarrassed in front of his classmates. She had come to take him to meet Uncle Mang Tian. Glory-bound city was small, so it took them 20 minutes to walk there. They stood outside a door with a sign, and Lang Yue called out to Uncle Mang Tian, who responded and walked toward the door. He was a tall, middle-aged man with an intimidating aura and a haughty look in his eyes. His deep voice made Tang Wulin nervous. He asked Lang Yue to return after 2 hours. He then looked at Tang Wulin and asked him to enter the shop. Tang Wulin followed the man into the workshop. Uncle Mang Tian quickly gave him the basic rules of the workshop. He then asked Tang Wulin if he knew anything about forging. Just as he expected, the boy was clueless. He told Tang Wulin he wanted to avoid taking him as an apprentice. But since Tang Ziran insisted upon it, he decided to try it. However, if Tang Wulin failed, he had to leave immediately. He gave Tang Wulin the task of hitting a metal plate 500 times on both the left and right sides. A machine would count the strikes only when the right amount of strength was used. Uncle Mang Tian added that if the boy failed the task, he would not need to return the following day. Tang Wulin asked if he should switch between his left and right hands, but his uncle ignored him and walked away. He decided not to worry and got started. Once the machine counted his first strike, he tried it with his left hand, and the count went up again. He completed the task and went to report. He decided to get his uncle's attention, but the man was occupied. He finally gave up and decided to tap his uncle's shoulder. Uncle Mang Tian was startled and fell off his chair. He was angry at the boy for tapping him suddenly and asked why he wasn't called instead. Tang Wulin awkwardly explained his futile efforts to call his uncle. Mang Tian regained his composure and asked the boy whether he had given up because it had only been half an hour since he received the task. They walked back to the machine, and Mang Tian was shocked when he saw that the monitor indicated 1,000 strikes. Each of the hammers that Tang Wulin used weighed 5 kilograms. According to Mang Tian's calculations, even a full-grown man would find it challenging to complete the task. His initial plan had been to use the task as an excuse to send Tang Wulin away. He did not expect the boy to complete 1,000 strikes. Mang Tian was still in disbelief and asked Tang Wulin to demonstrate his strikes. He was impressed by Tang Wulin's fluid strikes that did not use any skills. He noticed that Tang Wulin showed great perseverance and determination for his age. As he was deep in thought, he saw one more thing. Tang Wulin's strikes were getting faster and more powerful. The boy was a true prodigy. Lang Yue came back for her son after 2 hours. Mang Tian said that he had accepted Tang Wulin as his apprentice. He asked her to bring him to the workshop every day at the same time. He also gave her a medical cream for Tang Wulin's swollen hands. When they returned home, Tang Wulin cheerfully told Nair that he had passed the forging test and could start learning. He asked her if she could remember her home, but she still had no memory. He comforted her and promised to work hard to become a powerful spirit master and protect her. She smiled for the first time. Because of his injured hands, Tang Wulin could not even eat alone, so Nair offered to feed him. Their parents walked in on them and felt awkward. Tang Wulin's parents argued about his apprenticeship in a different room. Lang Yue did not want her son to go back to the workshop. However, Tang Ziran convinced her that since their son had received the acknowledgement of Uncle Mang Tian, a master blacksmith, he was unusually gifted. Later that evening, Tang Wulin revealed his spirit essence to Nair. She asked him if she would also possess a spirit essence in the future, and he replied that everyone had spirit essence and that she would learn about her spirit essence at the awakening ceremony when she was 6. When he finished speaking, he fell fast asleep. Tang Ziran wanted to treat his son's bruised hands with the medicine that Uncle Mang Tian had given. He inspected his son's hands and was surprised to find nothing unusual. Lang Yue said that their son's hands had been severely injured. He thought that she was exaggerating. He did not notice the golden light slowly fading from his son's forehead. At breakfast, Lang Yue asked about the condition of her son's hands. Tang Wulin replied that not only had his hands recovered, but he also felt they had grown stronger. Tang Ziran wondered if that was an ability of the blue-silver grass. Tang Wulin said goodbye to his mom and Nair and left for school with his dad. He was excited because they would be learning about spirit essences that day. 3 years had passed, and Red Mountain Academy's novice spirit master class was about to graduate. Wan Yun Chao, the self-proclaimed future knife god Du Luo, asked Tang Wulin whether he had received the news that their classmate, Zhao Xiaolong, had broken through to rank 10 spirit power. Tang Wulin was at rank 9, and his class already had 6 students at rank 10. Wan Yun Chao was one of the 6 that had cultivated to rank 10. If the students did not reach rank 10 before graduation, they were sent home without receiving any recommendation letters from the academy. Recommendation letters were proof of one's talent, and if one reached rank 10 after graduation, many more tests were required for admission to the intermediate academy. Tang Wulin was already at the peak of rank 9. His homeroom teacher Lin Shimeng was surprised by his progress despite having blue-silver grass as his spirit essence. He could not be compared with other geniuses, but he was already a miracle-like existence. Lin Shimeng discovered that Tang Wulin was talented at meditating, so he progressed quickly. Nair did not change much in the 3 years, but unexpectedly, her spirit essence had not yet awakened. Her condition was rare in the entire continent. Thus, she could only go to a regular school. Tang Wulin would wait for her every day at the gates of her school. Her beauty made her female classmates jealous and also intrigued her male classmates. Tang Wulin got into many fights to protect her from bullies. He beat them up, but because he was in the Spirit Master class, he did not receive much punishment. He instead became famous, and nobody at Red Mountain Academy dared to bully Nair anymore. Afterward, he went to Mang Tian's workshop, where he worked hard, earned money to buy her food, and saved the rest to buy his first spirit soul. Tang Wulin eventually relieved his family's financial burden with his own hands. That day at the workshop, he caught up with Brother Long, who was Mang Tian's only other apprentice. The 3 of them ran the blacksmith workshop, which received many orders. The apprentices took the easy orders, but the master handled the complicated ones. Tang Wulin kept his forge clean and organized. He practiced hammering for 3 months in the early days and mastered the basics. As he grew stronger and more skillful, he began using heavier hammers and worked on simple smelting tasks. After a year, he forged simple components and progressed to more complicated parts. Mang Tian was stricter on Tang Wulin. However, he took good care of the boy because of his personality. In his 3 years as an apprentice at the workshop, he never complained, no matter how difficult the work became. That was what Mang Tian appreciated most about Tang Wulin. The boy was tenacious. Tang Wulin had mastered the 100 refinements technique and needed to master the 1,000 refinements technique. For this, he needed to remain tenacious. In forging, the more metal was refined, the less impure it became. Of course, the metal first needed to be good enough. Tang Wulin was already proficient with the metals that needed 100 refinements. He had received a unique pair of 1,000 refined tungsten hammers from his master that first year. Each of the hammers weighed 80 pounds. Ordinary people would find it difficult to lift a single hammer, but the boy could swing each of them with little effort. He did not realize just how talented he was. On the day his master gave him the hammers, he was recognized as an official blacksmith. After 3 years of hardship, his emotions and personality were more mature than others of the same age. He began to like his work. Swinging the hammer every day felt refreshing. While forging, he sometimes entered a unique state that allowed him to feel the resonance between the metal, the hammer, and himself. Each time he entered this state, the components he forged were excellent. Even his pessimistic master praised him. Tang Wulin was excited to return home after the day's work. His master quietly admitted to himself that the boy's talent surpassed his own. Back home, Tang Wulin celebrated with his hands in the air because he had saved up to 30,000 Union coins. The money was finally enough to buy a spirit soul. Even his dad was surprised at how much money the 9-year-old had raised. Later, Tang Wulin said he was tired and wanted to sleep. His dad said he could no longer share a room with Nair once he was 10 years old because things would become complicated. As Nair slept, several multicolored light spots intertwined and converged on her body. The lights entered her forehead and her body glowed. She seemed to grow taller, even though she had not changed much in the last 3 years. Tang Wulin was outside meditating as he sat on a patch of blue-silver grass. Countless blue light orbs gathered from everywhere and steadily entered his body, nurturing every cell. He felt like he had entered a blue sea, with numerous faint voices around him calling his name. The air was filled with a scent of blue-silver grass, and in his perspective, everything appeared to have a strange blue hue. He suddenly realized that he had finally broken through to rank 10. He excitedly told his mom about it when she looked for him that evening. He returned to the house and informed his dad about the recent breakthrough. He was in high spirits because things had started to go well for him. He had finally saved up enough money to buy his first spirit soul and broke through to rank 10, which was the minimum requirement to become a spirit master and fuse with a spirit soul. Nair was expressionless as she sat near him. He asked her if there was a problem, but she replied she was fine and asked him to take her to the beach. At the beach, Tang Wu Lin said that the place had once been beautiful and that there was a legend that nature punished humans because they hunted many ocean spirit beasts long ago. Nair remained silent as they walked, holding hands. When he asked why she was quiet, she separated from him and with teary eyes asked if he would miss her if she left one day. He was surprised by the question and asked whether she was leaving. She said that she was only talking about a hypothetical scenario. He replied that he would miss her because she was his only sister. He spoke about the plans he had made for the time he would enter the intermediate academy and wanted to bring her to the same city he would be moving to. He promised to always be by her side, no matter what. Back home, Tang Wu Lin was nervous about the spirit soul he was about to buy. He asked his dad whether he thought he could fuse with it. His dad teased him for being too nervous because he only had 5 bowls of noodles. Tang Ziran said that it did not matter what kind of spirit soul his son got, because he was different from ordinary people. He had become a spirit master, which meant their family life would improve. Tang Wu Lin was nervous as he left with his dad the following day to buy his first spirit soul. Nair watched him go with a look of longing. The spirit pagoda had a broad reach. Not only had it spread throughout the continent, but it was also present in the Duluo continent and 2 others several millennia ago. Because of its importance to spirit masters and its revolutionary research into artificial spirit souls, its status rose drastically to its current state. Throughout the 3 continents, the Spirit Pagoda had the most significant power. Glorybound City also had a branch of the Spirit Pagoda. It was 3 stories tall. For Tang Wu Lin, it was the promised land of his dreams. When they entered the building, Tang Wu Lin found the same whimsical spirit master from his awakening ceremony. The spirit master assured him that he would get him a good spirit soul so the boy would not think of him as a source of bad luck. He explained to Tang Wu Lin and his dad that they had 3 options to obtain a spirit soul. There were 73 of the 10-year white spirit souls, which cost 70,000, and 11 of the 100-year yellow spirit souls, which cost 1 million coins each. The last option was a random draw with a chance to get a 10 or 100-year spirit soul, costing 30,000 union coins. The latter option was by far the most affordable to Tang Wu Lin. The spirit master warned him, however, that there was a chance to draw a dysfunctional spirit soul or one unsuitable. Tang Ziran suggested to his son that they should return once they had saved up more money. Tang Wu Lin said it was unnecessary and would go with the random draw. He did not want to stress his parents, and because his spirit essence was just blue-silver grass, he hoped that heaven would bless him with a decent spirit soul. The spirit master felt that Tang Wu Lin was more thoughtful and capable than his son. He decided to help the boy by giving him a free mental power test. He told Tang Wu Lin that because it was his first time choosing a spirit soul, he would formally become a spirit master once he fused with it. The spirit pagoda would record his mental power, the rank of his spirit power, and the spirit soul he had. He said the stronger the spirit soul, the more mental power was required to communicate with it. Tang Wu Lin was given a device to wear on his head and was asked to relax as his mental power test began. The spirit master pressed a button and watched as the numbers on the monitor changed rapidly. The spirit master was astonished by Tang Wu Lin's score of 38. He said that out of all the people he had tested in the previous years, Tang Wu Lin had the most potent mental power. The spirit master promised to prepare the test report for Tang Wu Lin because he was going to the intermediate academy in the future. Tang Wu Lin was confused by his score, so the spirit master explained the different ranks of mental power. At the Spirit Genesis stage, rank 30 and below was the beginning level. Rank 30 to 60 was the intermediate level, rank 60 to 90 was the high level, and 90 to 100 was the peak level. The Spirit Master said that although he was a rank 28 Spirit Grandmaster, his mental power was only 87. Tang Wu Lin was impressive because his mental power had already reached the intermediate level of Spirit Genesis. At that level, he could perfectly fuse with a 100-year spirit soul. However, whether he could get one depended on luck. In class, he learned that a strong spirit soul could increase a Spirit Master's rank after fusion. And if the spirit soul were too weak, its ability would also be weak. It was finally time for the random draw. Tang Wu Lin stood before an old machine with many glowing spheres containing spirit souls. The spirit master asked him to press the red button once he was ready. Tang Wu Lin's ever-steady hands of a blacksmith shook with anxiety. He pushed the button, and the machine started circulating the spheres. His heart raced. He knew that once the machine stopped, his fate as a spirit master would be sealed. The circulation finally stopped, and the sphere containing Tang Wu Lin's spirit soul rolled out. The spirit master handed him a device and instructed him to press a button to shine a light on the sphere and release his spirit soul. When Tang Wu Lin did so, the sphere turned transparent, and he could vaguely see its contents. The sphere emitted a white glow that indicated the spirit soul within was the 10-year type. Tang Ziran was disappointed with the outcome. He felt that the heavens did not care about his son. Tang Wu Lin stared at the sphere as it opened to reveal a small grass snake. His dad found the situation to be outrageous. Everyone knew the common grass snake. It was small, harmless, and indeed the weakest of its species. Tang Ziran's rant frightened the little grass snake, which quickly hit its head. The spirit master gravely informed Tang Wu Lin that his spirit soul belonged to the dysfunctional type mentioned earlier. Tang Wu Lin's mind went blank then, and he did not know how he returned home. The parting words of the spirit master were that because the spirit soul had been activated, it needed to be fused within the next 24 hours. Otherwise, it would die. He said whether Tang Wu Lin fused with it depended on his decision, but abandoning the spirit soul was still acceptable. The dinner table was quiet that evening, and Tang Ziran tried to encourage his son by offering to buy a suitable spirit soul. With a downcast expression, Tang Wu Lin replied that it was unnecessary. He went to his room, sat on the bed, and hung his head low. When he awakened his spirit essence and discovered that it was blue-silver grass, he did not cry because he had spirit power, and as long as he had it, there was still a chance. When his dad said there wasn't enough money to buy a spirit soul, he did not cry. Instead, he worked hard for the money. He still did not cry when his classmates played outside, and he spent his days hauling large hunks of metal in Mang Tian's workshop as his arms hurt. He faced all his challenges with a smile, but at that moment, he couldn't do it anymore. Although he wanted to hold them back, his tears poured out, and they drenched the little grass snake. He almost broke down completely when Nair appeared close to him and held him in her arms to comfort him. He later calmed down and asked Nair to leave the room because he wanted to fuse with his new spirit soul. He did it because he did not want to burden his parents. Nair was relieved to see Tang Wu Lin smiling again as she left the room. Tang Wu Lin opened his heart to the little snake and accepted it. He felt the snake's anxiety seeping into his mind. It was the kind of anxiety that contained traces of dependence. The spirit fusion had officially begun. The stronger the spirit soul, the more intelligent it was. Some were even able to communicate with their masters. But in Tang Wu Lin's case, those were just legends. The mental power of the little snake was too weak, so it did not show any sign of resistance. Although his blue-silver grass was a trash spirit essence, Tang Wu Lin's mental power greatly affected the fusion process. He was surprised to find that the fusion was already complete. He felt like his spirit power had increased. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by the aura surging from his body. His body became hot, as if it was about to explode. Golden marks appeared once more on his body, and at the same time, thin golden lines also appeared on the surface of his blue-silver grass and the body of the little snake. The golden lines intertwined and embedded themselves in the blue-silver grass like a skeleton, making it resilient. The scales of the little snake also emitted light. All the golden lines gathered towards a scale on its forehead. With this transformation, Tang Wu Lin's mental power increased rapidly, and his spirit power instantly increased by 1 rank. Tang Ziran returned home and found Nair standing in the doorway to Tang Wu Lin's room. She asked him not to interrupt the spirit fusion. However, because it had been almost 8 hours since Tang Wu Lin began his spirit fusion, his dad decided to check on him to see if he was all right. He found that Tang Wu Lin had lost consciousness on the floor after the fusion. Once Tang Wu Lin regained consciousness, he told his dad that the little snake suited him well, and his dad had no reason to worry. His dad said it was a reason to celebrate with a party, as his mom asked him how it felt to become a spirit master. Suddenly, Uncle Mang Tian appeared out of nowhere, scaring everyone. After apologizing for the intrusion, he asked Tang Wu Lin to show his spirit skill. He repeatedly asked until everyone gathered and eagerly waited to see Tang Wu Lin's spirit skill. His dad even brought popcorn. Tang Wu Lin agreed and closed his eyes to concentrate. He opened them, and a light flashed in his eyes as he released his spirit essence. The majestic aura spread, filling the entire room with blue-silver grass. The scent was very pleasant. Although he only had a 10-year spirit ring, its flickering white light caused Tang Wulin to have an enchanting appearance. His charisma was that of a spirit master. Even with a single spirit ring, spirit masters were more exceptional than ordinary people. Tang Wulin's parents were giddy about how cool their son was. Mang Tian thought that the vines of the blue-silver grass were weak until he pulled on one and was shocked by its toughness. He complimented Tang Wulin's spirit essence and said it was extraordinary. He said that it looked fragile but was unexpectedly strong. Tang Ziran and Lang Yue tested it and found that Mang Tian's words were valid. The blue-silver grass was too tough for them to break. Mang Tian got serious and took off his shirt, embarrassing Lang Yue. He grabbed the vine of blue-silver grass as he said that the strength of blacksmiths was different from that of ordinary people. However, the result was unchanged. He still could not break the vine with brute force. He decided to use his true strength. According to Spirit Master rankings, 0 to 10 were Spirit Scholars, ranks 11 to 20 were Spirit Masters, and after every 10 ranks, they gained new titles. They were Spirit Grandmaster, Spirit Elder, Spirit Ancestor, Spirit King, Spirit Emperor, Spirit Sage, Spirit Duluo, and the peak with 9 spirit rings was titled Duluo. Mang Tian was a Spirit Ancestor with 4 spirit rings, 1 white 10-year ring, 2 yellow 100-year rings, and 1 purple 1,000-year spirit ring. His first spirit soul was a 10-year white rabbit, his second and third were yellow 100-year hammers, and the last was a little brown 1,000-year bear. His spirit power surprised everyone. He grabbed the vine and tried to break it again, but found it challenging. He then noticed that there were golden lines inside the vine. At the same time, Tang Wulin felt dizzy, and his spirit power decreased. This revelation shocked his uncle, who told everyone that the blue-silver grass spirit essence had mutated. The news surprised Tang Ziran. Tang Wulin wondered what it meant for spirit essence to mutate. His uncle explained that spirit essence could mutate under exceptional circumstances, such as fusion with extremely suitable or unsuitable spirit souls, or spirit rings, or receiving stimulation from something else. There were excellent and harmful mutations. There was a possibility of a strong spirit essence becoming weak, and a weak spirit essence becoming strong. Mang Tian explained that he had a friend with blue-silver grass and had fused with a snake spirit soul. His friend's blue-silver grass mutated into thick vines but remained fragile. Tang Wulin's mutation was different because even after his uncle used the strength of his first spirit ability, he still could not tear the vines. He said that as long as Tang Wulin still had enough spirit power, he could not tear apart the blue-silver grass's vines. Tang Wulin's spirit essence had undergone an excellent mutation. However, he was cautioned that an opponent could take advantage of his weakness in combat and deplete Tang Wulin's spirit power. He recommended Tang Wulin use his blue-silver grass as a whip. Before leaving, Uncle Mang Tian encouraged him that he could work hard as a blacksmith and earn enough money to buy whatever spirit soul he needed. Later that night, Tang Wulin sat with Nar and admired his little grass snake. It had a golden scale on its forehead. Tang Wulin named his new partner Jing Guang, which meant gold light. Nar remained silent with a sad expression. Tang Wulin discovered that the effect of meditating in a place filled with blue-silver grass was far more significant than meditating at home. He was uncertain whether it was because of his spirit power or spirit essence mutation, but his spirit power increased significantly when he meditated. His mom found him meditating outside and told him that Nair had left. His mom then showed him the letter that was left behind. In it, she thanked Tang Wulin for caring for her and said she had to return home since she had regained her memory. Tang Wulin's mind went blank after he read the letter. His emotions became chaotic, and he was left speechless. He tried looking for her, calling her name as he ran through the streets, but he could not find her. In the distance, she remembered his smiling face. He had always been there when people bullied her. No matter how strong they were, he persevered. She reminisced about their time together as 2 figures took her away. Nair also left behind a small silver necklace, but to Tang Wulin, the gem's value was incomparable to his sister. That night, he did not sleep. He had also skipped a day of work at the blacksmith workshop. Tang Wulin received a recommendation letter from his homeroom teacher. With it, he could apply for the Intermediate Academy. Anyone who could become a Spirit Master while still in the Novice Academy was guaranteed entry into the Intermediate Academy for further studies. They only needed 1 spirit ring to do so. The letter also meant that his time at the Red Mountain Academy had ended. He remembered Nair's question that day on the beach and felt like he had lost the whole world. Tang Wulin was late arriving at the workshop. It rained heavily outside, and his master worried about him because he had been distracted lately from his work. Mang Tian wondered whether he had been too strict on the boy. Tang Wulin arrived and apologized for his tardiness. He explained to his master that it was because he had things to take care of at his school. Mang Tian warned him that he would become the new janitor for the workshop the next time he was late. In reality, he knew about the graduation. Tang Wulin explained that he would no longer be able to learn under Mang Tian because he would be going to East Sea City to attend the Intermediate Academy. Mang Tian promised to assign him to one of his blacksmith workshops at East Sea City. Tang Wulin was happy because he would remain his master's apprentice. He was encouraged and promised to work hard. Mang Tian reminded him that he still had to get through the test of the 1,000 refinements technique. Tang Wulin was excited that he would finally learn the method. They started with a strength test for Tang Wulin. The strike strength of his left hand was 483 pounds. Mang Tian was speechless. He wondered how the boy's strength had improved so much. He asked Tang Wulin to concentrate and repeat the strike. The boy did as he was told. He raised the hammer and brought it down as a golden light flashed in his eye. The heavy strike created a thunderous sound, which scattered Mang Tian's senses. He felt this strength was enough to shake heaven and earth. This time, the strike strength was 543 pounds. Mang Tian's mind was blown away. He regained his composure and agreed to teach the 1,000 refinements technique. Tang Wulin asked if there were any special tricks, but his master said he only needed to use his heart. Heavy silver was a rare metal formed thousands of meters below the sea. It was hard but became flexible in extremely high temperatures. It was also a good conductor of spirit power. High-quality heavy silver could increase the effectiveness of spirit power by 5 to 10%. It wasn't easy to work with because of its high density and weight. Tang Wulin began working on the chunk of heavy silver as his master watched him. He was focused and found his rhythm quickly. Mang Tian was focused entirely on the metal and did not notice the golden ray of light in Tang Wulin's eyes, whose swing had the silhouette of a golden dragon in its wake. The 1,000 refined tungsten hammer in his hand had already become a part of him. Tang Ziran walked into the workshop to look for his son because it had gotten late. He found his son working on the chunk of heavy silver as Mang Tian experienced pure bliss from the boy's forging. Tang Ziran asked for an explanation of what was going on. The light from the forge filled the entire room. Tang Wulin was soaked in sweat because he had been working for a long time. The heavy silver had become more concentrated, and its volume had slowly decreased by 15%. Tang Ziran had an indescribable feeling in his heart as he watched his son hard at work. Tang Wulin already possessed the aura of a great blacksmith. He struggled as he continued to work on the metal, but persevered because his efforts would have gone to waste if he had stopped at that moment. With one final strike, he completed the task. In his father's eyes, he was no longer the child that followed him around. Mang Tian saw that the forging was over. He rushed forward, held Tang Wulin's hand, and slashed his wrist. The blood was then spilled onto the 1,000 refined heavy silver, which emitted a bright light. Tang Wulin lost consciousness as the metal cooled down with newly engraved patterns on its surface. His master called him a prodigy and said he would cause an uproar in the blacksmith world. Tang Ziran carried his son back home, wishing he could only raise him normally until he was grown up. Nair called Tang Wulin to hurry up for breakfast. He woke up yelling for her to wait for him, but soon realized it was only a dream. At dinner, he returned to his old way of stuffing his face. He then asked his dad what his master had said the previous day. His parents were overjoyed that he was back to his old self. His dad told him about what his master had said and that they needed to go back to the workshop that same day. When they arrived, they found that Mang Tian had just returned from his bath. Tang Wulin was thrilled to see the chunk of 1,000 refined heavy silver he had worked on earlier. He felt like he was one with it, as if he could almost communicate with it. His master explained that the 100 refinement technique purified and enhanced the metal's quality. However, the 1,000 refinement technique created a spirit and gave life to the metal. He further explained that blood sacrifice linked the blood vessels to the 1,000 refined metal. There was a rule in the blacksmithing world that blood-sacrificed metals belonged to the blacksmith who forged it or the blood's owner. That meant that the heavy silver now belonged to Tang Wulin and could only be used by him. He was stunned that his master had given him something so valuable. Mang Tian asked him to forge the heavy silver into 2 hammers. It was already late, so Tang Wulin was asked to return the following day. 3 days later, the 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers were finally completed. Mang Tian was eager to see the special effect of the 1,000 refined hammers, so he asked Tang Wulin to test them. Tang Wulin held his hammer and gave the metal a light tap. 3 sounds were heard instead of 1. Mang Tian was surprised. Tang Wulin had a dumb expression. His master asked him to try a heavy strike. The result was the same. 3 resounding bangs were heard instead of 1. Mang Tian was dumbfounded. He had just witnessed the peak special effect for 1,000 refined hammers. Not even he had ever produced such a special effect. He felt that the little brat was a monster. Tang Wulin asked what the 3 sounds meant, and Mang Tian replied that it was the stacked hammers effect. He explained that blacksmiths used blood sacrifice for their first 1,000 refined tools because it had an excellent special effect. The blood sacrifice connected the metal with one's blood vessels, pushing the awakened special effect to its limit. Almost all blacksmiths had their first 1,000 refined work become a pair of forging hammers they would use throughout their lives. Mang Tian warned that Tang Wulin must never reveal his treasure because he had refined the highest grade special effect for his hammers. Mang Tian also gave him a pair of metal hoops containing 1/8 of a cubic meter of space, enough for the hammers. They were storage spirit tools that Mang Tian had forged with heavy silver. They had no spirit power batteries, therefore they could only be used by spirit masters. He tried to reject them because he had already accepted the heavy silver. However, his master insisted he takes them instead of carrying the hammers on the streets. He also asked Tang Wulin to visit one last time before departing for East Sea City. East Sea City was the second largest city on the shore of the Sun Moon Federation's East Sea. It was an essential transport and resource hub. The city's buildings had a simple and unsophisticated style. The Sun Moon Federation paid particular attention to the several thousand-year-old buildings and made them historical landmarks of the city. As soon as the trains stopped, the station momentarily became hectic, with people squeezing their way to the exit. Tang Wulin tightened the straps on his bag and followed the stream of people out of the station. He had never been to a large city before and was very tense. He couldn't help but look around curiously at his surroundings. He was just a 9-year-old boy, alone in a big city. He followed the crowd when it suddenly split into 2, bringing a luxurious car into view. A man in a black suit stood beside the car. He looked in Tang Wulin's direction and respectfully called out to his young master. Tang Wulin was shoved aside by the man in the black suit as a young man stepped out from behind him. The young man had short brown hair, stylish clothes, and deep green eyes. He was ushered into the luxurious car by the man in the black suit who called Tang Wulin a bumpkin and told him to watch where he was going. In his heart, Tang Wulin thought that the young man was arrogant and that people in the city were impolite. He remembered his mom's note and decided to open it. His mom had written the words, "Don't talk to strangers." He read the message just as a strange, middle-aged man approached him. He quickly got away from the stranger. After searching, Tang Wulin found a sign that read East Sea Academy. He saw a table below the sign with a few people seated behind it and approached it. A girl seated at the table introduced herself as Liu Yuxin. She asked him whether he was there to register, to which he affirmed. She then invited him to fill in a registration form with his details. She was surprised that Tang Wulin was 9 years old and had blue-silver grass at his spirit essence. He thought that Liu Yuxin would make fun of him, but she was impressed that he had reached rank 11 with his blue-silver grass. Tang Wulin was curious and asked her if she knew any other people with the same spirit essence as himself. She said that many spirit masters had it, and that he would soon discover that spirit essence wasn't that important because his spirit power and talent with the mechs mattered. Afterward, he was ushered into a bus to attend the academy. Liu Yuxin spent the trip lecturing him about many things. She reminded him there would be an entrance exam after he was assigned to his class. She also wished him good luck. Her enthusiasm made a significant impression on Tang Wulin. He arrived at the academy and went to his assigned dorm room. The room already had 2 occupants. One was taller than Tang Wulin, with short hair and a thick build. The other was thinner in comparison and wore glasses. Tang Wulin walked in and introduced himself. The frail-looking student introduced himself as Yun Xiao. It was the larger student's turn to introduce himself, but instead he ordered Tang Wulin to clean the dorm room. Tang Wulin agreed because he didn't know the situation. The bully's name was Zhao Changxi. Yun Xiao asked him why he was bullying the new kid. He replied that he had to show that he was the boss. He then started to empty Tang Wulin's bag. The contents of the bag were scattered on the floor. Among them was a white blanket with a purple flower embroidered on it. Nair made it for him. Tang Wulin's eyes flashed with anger. He stared coldly at the bully and told him to pick up the scattered belongings. Zhao Changxi got closer and tried to intimidate him, saying that he was the boss of the dorm room and threatened to make Tang Wulin clean every day. Tang Wulin was enraged. He clenched his fist and threw a powerful punch that sent the bully flying out of the window. Yun Xiao was scared by Tang Wulin's display of raw strength without utilizing spirit power. He wondered about Tang Wulin's origin. A moment later, someone's foot appeared through the doorway and stepped on the white blanket. The foot's owner had a spiteful expression as he said that the room looked crude with its broken window and referred to the white blanket as a filthy rag. Tang Wulin recognized him as the arrogant young master he had met earlier in the city. Zhao Chongxi's spirit essence was a Titan ape, so his bones were naturally stronger than his peers. By the time he was 9 years old, he was already heavier than an ordinary adult. However, Tang Wulin defeated him with one punch without using his spirit essence. Yun Xiao hid in a corner, scared, senseless. He pitied the new guy who had also trashed Tang Wulin's embroidered blanket. Tang Wulin threw another punch as he angrily yelled at the young master to remove his foot from the blanket. The outcome was different from before. The young master evaded Tang Wulin's punch and tripped him. The world spun around for Tang Wulin as he flew through the doorway with momentum. The young master was proud of himself when Tang Wulin charged at him again, seemingly unharmed. Time and again, Tang Wulin's punches were evaded. He was even kicked and sent crashing into the top bunk bed, which shattered instantly. He asked Tang Wulin if he had had enough as he accidentally stepped on the blanket again. Tang Wulin could not contain himself and released his spirit essence in anger. He used it to hold the young master in place as he charged with another punch. The young master was surprised when he realized that the blue-silver grass was too strong for him to break. He yelled for Tang Wulin to stop, but the explosive punch sent him flying through the door unconscious. Tang Wulin picked up his blanket and brushed off the dust. The 4 boys were summoned to the director's office later. His name was Long Hengshu. He reprimanded them for fighting on the first day of school. He started with Zhao Chongxi, whose spirit essence qualified him to be placed in Class 3 despite his low spirit power. But because of his bad behavior, Director Long placed him in Class 5. Next was Yun Xiao, who was also placed in Class 5 despite never having fought. He was punished for not stopping the fights. The arrogant young master was also placed in Class 5 for starting a fight. It was finally Tang Wulin's turn to be punished. Director Long commended him for his bravery and said that a man needed to be able to fight. Considering that he had been provoked first, Tang Wulin would be let off the hook, but was also placed in Class 5 because of his inferior spirit essence. The director informed the boys that they would be charged for the damages they caused. Back in the dorm room, the arrogant young master was not satisfied with the outcome of the fight with Tang Wulin and challenged him to another. The young master's name was Ji Xi. Tang Wulin reminded him that they still had to pay for the damages, and their families would be troubled. The young master said he did not care but could pay for everything if Tang Wulin agreed to fight him again. They decided to fight the following day at the sports field. Mang Tian had given Tang Wulin the address to his workshop in East Sea City. The workshop was empty. Therefore, Tang Wulin could use it freely. He needed a job and had to register with a blacksmith association. As long as he passed the exam, he could join the association. When he arrived, he was greeted by a pretty receptionist who teased him until he said he was there to take the exam and had to see Master Chen Yue. She was surprised that he was looking for the Grand Master. He showed his recommendation letter from Mang Tian as proof. He followed her to the elevator heading for Master Chen Yue's office. She escorted him into the office before leaving. Tang Wuling was surprised by the difference between his master and the man before him. Chen Yue seemed more friendly and easier to talk to. He was Mang Tian's old friend. Unlike the latter, the man teased him by asking if he was his friend's disciple and said he looked like a girl. Once Master Chen Yue was done messing around, he took Tang Wulin to register. He looked at the boy's registration form and noticed that he was only 9 years old and had come to take the blacksmith evaluation exam. Tang Wulin was among the youngest candidates ever examined by the association. Xian Yue was curious about the kind of apprentice his old friend had found. In the examination room, Tang Wulin was required to select a metal for refining. He would be graded according to the metal ore chosen and its degree of purity. He would be promoted to a rank 1 blacksmith if he scored more than 60 points. He decided on the heavy silver ore. Chen Yue was impressed that the boy had chosen to refine the most challenging one. He was indeed Mang Tian's successor. Mang Tian had given Tang Wulin the pair of 1,000 refined tungsten hammers. He used them for the exam. As soon as he began, Master Chen Yue was impressed with his strength and technique. Loud clanging sounds could be heard in the halls outside the exam room. Some staff believed that Chen Yue was giving the boy a demonstration. The president of the Blacksmith Association, Mu Chen, arrived with his daughter, Mu Shi. She had come to take the rank 2 blacksmith exam. Mu Chen, the overprotective father, asked that his daughter be given only female examiners. His doting annoyed her often, so she asked to be given an exam room with handsome examiners. Her dad protested, but she threatened not to speak to him for a week if he continued to annoy her. He watched his daughter leave for her exam when he was distracted by the rhythmic forging sound from Tang Wulin's exam room. He thought that it was someone taking the rank 4 blacksmith exam. He asked who was taking the exam and was shocked to learn that it was a 9-year-old boy. He was eager to see the boy, as he recalled that he was around the same age when he took his first blacksmith exam. He was about to enter Tang Wulin's exam room but decided against it because he had created a rule in their association that refinement could not be interrupted. Instead, he decided to watch his daughter's exam. Tang Wulin completed the refinement successfully, using the 100 refinements technique to increase the purity of the heavy silver. Chen Yue was impressed by the high level of refinement that Tang Wulin achieved in just a short period. He thought the boy was comparable to the president when he was that age. The second stage of the exam was the forging test. Tang Wulin was required to make a small or medium-sized part. Therefore, he quickly used the ore he had just refined. He poured all his experience and knowledge into creating the piece. He completed his exam and was asked to return after a few days to receive his official Blacksmith Association ranking. The opening ceremony was held at East Sea Academy's sports grounds. The event was held once a year, and students from the intermediate and advanced academies attended. After the ceremony, new students were placed into their classes. As expected, Tang Wulin and his roommates were put in Class 5 of Year 1. It was the smallest class, having only 20 students. All the students of Class 5 had gathered, heads hanging low. It was a pathetic sight, even for Tang Wulin. A man with stylish clothes and long blue hair appeared before them. He had a cold, powerful aura. He welcomed them into their new classroom and declared that although they were the worst among their peers, he would turn them all into the best. His name was Wu Changkong. He then asked his new students to take turns introducing themselves, stating their names, their spirit essence, their spirit power rank, and the kind of spirit master that they wanted to become. It was Tang Wulin's turn to introduce himself, and as expected, his classmates laughed at his spirit essence. Wu Changkong immediately silenced the class and said there was no trash spirit essence, only trash people. He said they had to consider their individual qualities before calling others trash. It was ZC's turn to introduce himself. His spirit essence was the Light Dragon Dagger, rank 10 spirit power, and an agile attack-type battle spirit master. His classmates were impressed, and some called him a genius. Wu Changkong dismissed the class and asked them to prepare for his different teaching style. He said if they were scared of hard work, fatigue, or pain, they should change schools or think of a way to change classes. Shi called Tang Wulin and reminded him of their promise to have a duel. As they left the classroom, they ran into Liu Yuxin. She was the senior student that helped Tang Wulin register. Wu Changkong had a nickname among the students. They called him the Cold God. Liu Yuxin, being one of his many adoring fangirls, asked Tang Wulin to take secret photos of him. She explained that Wu Changkong was the school's most powerful teacher. Not only was he handsome, but he was also very knowledgeable and a good teacher. He was a powerful spirit emperor with 6 spirit rings. The boys arrived at a clearing on the school grounds to have their duel. Each released their spirit essence. Tang Wulin noticed his opponent had a yellow 100-year spirit ring. His opponent had superior speed. Therefore, Tang Wulin planned to tie him up with his blue-silver grass. He could not see his opponent's spirit skills the last time they fought, so he held back. ZC had an overconfident expression before speed blitzing Tang Wulin. He held the Light Dragon Dagger to his throat and coldly said that if it had been a real battle, he would have already taken Tang Wulin's head. He quickly slashed Tang Wulin's legs and disabled them. Because of the ruthless attack, Tang Wulin's face grew dark, and a powerful golden aura erupted from his body. His expression turned fierce as his eyes radiated golden light. The tyrannical aura scared ZC. He thought his eyes deceived him. The sight in front of him had to have been an illusion. Tang Wulin suddenly closed the distance and launched ZC with a punch. He then lost consciousness immediately. ZC opened his eyes with a swollen face and found himself back in the dorm room. He learned from Yun Xiao that Tang Wulin brought him back after their duel. After dinner, Tang Wulin returned to the dorm room and found Yun Xiao alone. Yun Xiao asked how he beat up Xie despite having lower spirit power in their duel. Tang Wulin didn't know. He could remember his body erupted with overwhelming power. He wondered whether it happened because he was injured. He thought that perhaps it had only been a dream. Wu Changkong informed Class 5 they had a dueling practice lesson that day. The first match was Tang Wu Lin versus the reformed bully, Zhao Changxi. The latter was excited to take revenge for his previous loss. This time, he would at least release his spirit essence. Xi was on the sidelines, keen to see the secret behind Tang Wu Lin's incredible power. Zhao Changxi was once again sent flying at the start of the match. Tang Wu Lin and Xi won all their matches until only they were left. It was the semi-finals, ZC versus the Cold God. Wu Changkong took off his belt, making the girls excited. Xi realized that his teacher intended to use the belt as a sword. The belt had been injected with spirit power, turning it into a frightening weapon. The Cold God signaled that the match had begun. ZC was calm and used his speed to attempt a surprise attack. He left speed mirages as he rushed toward his opponent. He planned to use his speed to find a chance to attack. When he thought he had found one, the Cold God countered him with a downward slash of his belt sword. Xi was frozen as the belt rested loosely on his head. He was amazed by his teacher's speed and strength. Wu Changkong had only used a small amount of spirit power, but it was enough to overwhelm Xi. Meanwhile, Tang Wu Lin succeeded in taking the photos Liu Yuxin had requested. In the final round, Xi faced Tang Wu Lin. They released their spirit essence. While Xi had his light dragon dagger, Tang Wu Lin was armed with his pair of 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers. Xi was surprised by the hammers and thought his opponent would be slower. He planned to use his speed as before and aimed for his opponent's back. Tang Wu Lin's eyes were shut as he concentrated on sensing the incoming attack. When his opponent drew closer, he turned to face him and swung. Xi dodged. However, the sheer force of the attack left him both scared and amazed. He felt he would have become a meat pancake a moment earlier. The hammer strike surprised everyone, including the Cold God. Tang Wu Lin kept his eyes shut and swung accurately yet again. Xi was forced to dodge once more as the hammer narrowly missed him. He jumped back in panic, wondering how Tang Wu Lin kept up with his speed. Tang Wu Lin wasn't as fast as Xi. However, because he was good at forging, he imagined his opponent as a metal that needed refining, allowing him to feel Xi's properties and capture his movements. The explanation infuriated Xi because he had been treated like an object. Once more, Tang Wu Lin was speed blitzed and had his back slashed. Xi was disappointed that the golden light from their previous duel did not appear. Wu Changkong stopped the fight and declared Xi the winner. He addressed the class and said they ought to understand that a strong physique was the foundation of many things, and they couldn't rely on spirit power alone. He pointed out that Tang Wu Lin, whose spirit essence was blue-silver grass, had performed well in his duels and reached the final round. The battles made the Cold God conclude that the entire class was trash, including the two finalists he referred to as generals picked from dwarves. He dismissed the class before announcing they would begin physical training the following day. He then asked to speak with Tang Wu Lin and Xi in his office. At the office, Wu Changkong asked whether Tang Wu Lin's blue-silver grass had mutated and whether the toughness was maintained by spirit power. Tang Wu Lin replied affirmatively to both questions. The Cold God also asked about the pair of hammers, to which Tang Wu Lin explained that he had been learning to become a blacksmith as a backup career. Xi thought he would be praised, but was asked why he kept his twin spirit essence a secret. Despite his enhanced spirit power, he had difficulty fighting Tang Wu Lin. Wu Changkong finally brought up the main topic, the class promotion contest, where lower-ranked classes could challenge higher ones and swap rankings if they won. Class 5 ranked lowest among the first-year classes and could continuously challenge the others. The Cold God wanted the two boys to represent Class 5 and fight their way to the top after receiving his training. Tang Wu Lin visited the Blacksmith Association after the day's classes. He would finally receive his rank 2 blacksmith medal and start working. He arrived and was ushered into a room where the association president awaited him. He nervously greeted the president as he respectfully lowered his head. Master Chen Yue encouraged him to receive the medal. President Mu Chen proudly announced that Tang Wu Lin had broken the association's youngest second-rank blacksmith record. He pinned the medal to Tang Wu Lin's uniform and encouraged him to work hard. Mu Shi, the president's daughter, was the only unhappy person in that room. Her record had just been broken. Her father quickly cut her off when she tried to challenge Tang Wu Lin. President Mu Chen did it to protect his daughter from the humiliation of losing. Master Chen Yue led Tang Wu Lin to the second floor, where he could receive rank 2 blacksmithing tasks. He explained that blacksmiths could freely accept tasks, but only within their rank. He then gave Tang Wu Lin a spirit communication device with his contact information already added. Tang Wu Lin returned to the dorm room and meditated. The following day, he was stopped by a gang of senior students on his way to breakfast. Behind them was Mu Shi, who came to challenge him to a forging contest. One of the senior students attempted to bully him, but was sent flying with a single punch. Mu Shi suddenly attacked with a kick to Tang Wulin's chest. He felt as if his chest was on fire. She had used her spirit essence in that last attack. She demanded that he compete with her at blacksmithing if he wanted to continue studying at the academy. Tang Wulin had managed to bind the senior students with blue-silver grass. However, they had begun breaking their restraints, causing his spirit power to deplete rapidly. Suddenly, ZC appeared behind Mu Shi, threatened her with his dagger, and asked her to leave. She instead provoked him by asking what he would do if she refused. ZC released a powerful killing intent in response to her calling his bluff. Director Long interrupted the fight and summoned all the students to his office. Mu Shi tried to explain her innocence, but ZC called her out for having ulterior motives. Director Long finally asked for Tang Wulin's explanation. Tang Wulin explained that the older students bullied him, and he retaliated. Director Long had taken the side of the senior students. Fortunately, Wu Changkong appeared in the director's office to defend his students. He threatened to beat up their teacher, Director Long, if they continued to bully his students. He then left the office with Tang Wulin and Shi Shi in tow. They thanked him for helping them. Tang Wulin also thanked ZC for coming to his aid when he was cornered. He said that they could be counted as true friends from then on. The lesson that day was physique training. All Class 5 students had to run 10 laps around the sports field. If they complained, they would be forced to run in heavy armor. During the 5th lap, ZC, who wore heavy armor, could no longer catch up with those ahead. He was an attack-type spirit master who relied on explosive strength but had low stamina. He was about to collapse from fatigue when Tang Wulin caught and supported him to continue running. A beautiful girl appeared before Wu Changkong. Her name was Gu Yue. She was meant to enroll at the Intermediate Academy, but had missed the application period. The Cold God said that he was not in charge of recruitment. However, he set the condition that she could enroll if she could beat ZC in a duel. ZC was asked to stop running and prepare to fight Gu Yue. When the two combatants were ready, their duel began. ZC was the first to launch a quick attack. Gu Yue was surprised by his speed but created a tornado barrier to push him back. ZC thought that Gu Yue had a wind-type spirit essence and was easy to deal with. Gu Yue attacked him with ice blades, catching him completely off guard. After distancing himself from Gu Yue, he wondered who she was because she seemed to have a twin spirit essence. Gu Yue followed up with a fireball. It made a small explosion on the ground after ZC dodged. Even the Cold God was surprised by her ability to wield multiple elements. On the other hand, Gu Yue was frustrated that her attack had missed its mark. The Cold God watched the fight intently. The mysterious new girl had already shown the ability to control 3 elements. ZC looked at her with surprise. He wondered how it was possible for someone so young to have 3 spirit essences. In his eyes, Gu Yue was no ordinary girl. She stretched out her hand, and the ground beneath ZC instantly sank, trapping his leg. This was yet another of her abilities. Wu Changkong was impressed that she could also control the earth element. Shi found himself in a predicament. His opponent had rendered his speed useless and also mocked him for it. Gu Yue quickly followed up with a volley of ice blades. Tang Wulin shouted about the danger, while Wu Changkong prepared to announce the victor. Suddenly, the attack was nullified. Shi looked determined as he sliced through the ice blades at lightning speed. Gu Yue was stunned. Shi received praise from Wu Changkong for his skill with the dagger. That last-second counter gave him the confidence to taunt his opponent, saying that she had underestimated him and that her attacks could not touch him. Gu Yue ignored the blatant provocation and launched her next attack, which glowed brightly and flew toward her opponent. ZC assumed the attack was another ordinary fireball when it exploded mid-flight and released a dazzling light that obscured his vision. The resulting scene was comical, with ZC slashing at empty air and Gu Yue casually striking a victory pose. The Cold God finally announced the victor. Gu Yue had become a member of Class 5. She delivered her recommendation letter and explained to Wu Changkong that her spirit essence was the Elementalist. It could control light, space, earth, ice, fire, and wind elements. Wu Changkong said that her spirit essence was unique. He then asked her whether she had any elemental specialty. She replied that she could only raise her compatibility with them. Afterward, she was asked to join the rest of Class 5 in their exercise. She ran alongside Tang Wulin and asked why he wore heavy armor. He replied that, according to their teacher, doing so would increase training efficiency. He then introduced himself and complimented her abilities. She modestly said that she was only good at controlling the elements and would benefit significantly if she understood her spirit essence better. ZC ran behind the two with a dissatisfied expression. Unable to remain silent, he complained about how casually Gu Yue spoke and said that her spirit essence was strange. The two quickly began bickering while looking at each other with annoyance and disgust. Director Long sat alone in his office, cursing the cold god. He considered Wu Changkong arrogant, supercilious, and uncultured. Earlier that same day, the director had been threatened and humiliated in front of his students. With a fiery expression, he swore to make the cold god apologize to him. He heard a knock on the door, and Wu Changkong entered his office. The arrival surprised him, and he nervously asked whether his earlier rant had been audible. Director Long was taken aback when Wu Changkong apologized. The cold god he knew apologized to no one. Furthermore, his teaching style did not follow the school's curriculum. He respected no one at the school, and his good looks made every male teacher envious. Director Long was flattered by the apology and took it as a show of respect. While the director was caught up in his thoughts, Wu Changkong went straight to business and delivered Gu Yue's recommendation letter. He asked the director to complete the entry procedures and add Gu Yue to Class 5. Xi was still in a foul mood at lunch from his argument with Gu Yue. He asked Tang Wu Lin to stay away from her to avoid being placed in a group with her during the upcoming class promotion contest. Their roommates, Zhao Changxi and Yun Xiao, joined the conversation, with the former asking Xi what he would do if their teacher chose Tang Wu Lin and Gu Yue for the contest. Yun Xiao casually pointed out that Xi had already lost to Tang Wu Lin twice out of the 3 times they had fought. Xi was so enraged by that last comment that he released his spirit essence and prepared to attack. Meanwhile, Gu Yue approached Tang Wu Lin and offered a meal. She said she was already full. He quickly accepted the gesture. The infamous grassy rice bucket could never reject a free meal. Gu Yue was pleased and smiled sweetly at him before she left. Zici went on another rant and said that Gu Yue was trying to get close to Tang Wu Lin. Zhao Changxi playfully commented that the situation was fishy. In the afternoon, Class 5 had another intense physical training session. They collapsed after only 15 minutes. Gu Yue, on the other hand, looked relaxed. Because of her spirit essence, the elements naturally cared for her. The wind made her light on her feet. Light helped regain her energy, and fire replenished her power. The earth improved her perseverance, and the ice element allowed her to remain cool-headed. Every element was aiding her with the training. Wu Changkong invited Tang Wu Lin, Xi and Gu Yue to a special training session. They were the most suitable to represent their class in the upcoming class promotion contest. He said that the trio would receive special training from him every day, and that he would base each training session's contents on the previous one's results. He began analyzing their qualities and suggesting improvements. The first was Tang Wu Lin, who needed better control over his spirit essence. He was also advised to try coordinated attacks using his spirit essence and hammers. ZC was fast enough for his rank, but his physique needed to be improved. His current abilities could not allow him to endure, let alone win battles of attrition. Gu Yue had exceptional control over the elements. However, her weakness was that she was well-rounded. She needed to specialize her elemental control. Wu Changkong concluded his analysis and declared he would be their opponent during their upcoming sparring session. The 3 were surprised at their teacher's words and thought they had heard him wrong until he affirmed his words by urging them to use all their strength to fight him. He said that whoever performed poorly would have their right to participate in the class promotion contest revoked. To his surprise, Gu Yue immediately declined Wu Changkong's proposal. She said she did not want to affect anyone's position because she had recently joined the class. The air around the cold god changed as he asked how bold she was to decline his teaching. Tang Wu Lin immediately tried to ease the tension. He thanked Gu Yue for being considerate of him as he was the weakest of the group. He said their teacher was right about winning being the most important thing. He promised to work harder and would be allowed to compete if his strength were sufficient. Tang Wu Lin's emotional intelligence surprised both his teacher and Gu Yue. The tension had successfully been diffused. They soon started sparring with their teacher. Xi dashed towards the cold god and attacked with his light dragon dagger. Wu Changkong used only a wooden sword to block and parry the attacks. Tang Wu Lin attempted to coordinate their attacks by warning Xi about his intention to throw a hammer. Xi shouted back that their battle tactics should not be said aloud because their enemy would hear them. He also asked what Tang Wu Lin aimed at because the thrown hammer had completely missed its mark. It was Gu Yue's turn to attack. She sunk the floor beneath their opponent's feet, hoping to trap him as she had previously done to Zici. However, the cold god was too experienced. He used his spirit power to float mid-air with a dignified pose. Gu Yue launched a barrage of fireballs at him, but he held ZZ by the scruff of his neck like a kitten and used him as a human shield. The fireballs exploded on impact. Ji flew out of the flames sporting a new afro and crashed into Gu Yue. The two were knocked down. Only Tang Wulin was still standing. Wu Changkong quickly appeared before him and attacked. Tang Wulin realized that his teacher was incomparably faster than ZC. He entered a state of extreme focus as he shut his eyes and imagined that his opponent was a metal that needed to be refined. He concentrated and could feel the movements of the cold god and found a rhythm for using a heavy strike. With his left hand, he gripped the hammer tightly and swung with all his might. Wu Changkong was surprised by the speed with which the hammer descended. He blocked it with the tip of his wooden sword. The collision made a crisp sound as the tremendous recoil knocked back Tang Wulin. Shi was surprised by the force of the recoil. At the collision, Wu Changkong felt a strong wave of power passing through his wooden sword. Although Tang Wulin's strength could not yet rival his own, Wu Changkong had not released his spirit essence and merely used a small portion of his spirit power. He felt the wooden sword shatter, and with that, he ended the sparring session. He then picked up Tang Wulin's hammer and remarked on how it held many surprises. When Shi asked what surprises a hammer could have, Wu Changkong casually handed it to him and asked him to try it. The hammer fell to the floor. Shi could not bear its weight and found it incredibly frustrating. Despite his best effort, he was unworthy to lift the hammer. Wu Changkong estimated that both hammers weighed 300 kilograms. Tang Wulin shyly said he was a blacksmith and used the hammers for refining. His teammates gave him weird looks because of his absurd strength. The cold god extended his arm and asked Tang Wulin to use all his strength to move him. Despite his impressive strength, Tang Wulin could not make his teacher budge. He released a powerful aura as he exerted himself, changing the airflow in Gu Yue's opinion. Wu Changkong told Tang Wulin to give up, but the boy gritted his teeth as he expressed his unwillingness. Wu Changkong smiled and called Tang Wulin a fool. He said that he liked fools. He finally approved their participation in the class promotion contest. Tang Wulin, Shi and Gu Yue underwent a mental power test. The results were exceptional. ZC's mental power was 29. Tang Wulin's mental power was 44. The results placed them in the middle range of the spirit origin rank. ZC could not hide his surprise because he thought his score was impressive. Tang Wulin kept silent about his previous result, which was 38. His mental power had increased significantly within a short period. As impressive as the results were for their age, nothing prepared them for Gu Yue's result. Her mental power was 119, far above their own. While they were still at the Spirit Genesis stage, Gu Yue was in the second stage, Spirit Connection. Ji found the result ridiculous and said it must have been a machine error. Once again, he started bickering with Gu Yue as Tang Wulin awkwardly watched. Spirit Connection was when the mind and heart could communicate. When one reached Spirit Connection, they could control their spirit power at will. They could then fuse with 2 yellow or a single purple spirit soul. One of Wu Changkong's personality traits was that he was stricter with his students the more he valued them. Therefore, instead of commending the trio for their exceptional mental power test results, he called them a useless disappointment as he walked away. They were completely drained within 10 minutes of that day's training session. When the boys returned to their dorm room, Ji asked whether Tang Wulin was okay. They looked haggard when they returned. Tang Wulin's spirit communication device rang, and he reluctantly answered. The call came from Uncle Mang Tian. He asked why Tang Wulin had received job requests and had yet to complete them. The boy replied that he had been occupied with special training from his teacher every day. Mang Tian was surprised by the news considering Tang Wulin was only a first-year student. He asked the boy to meet him at his workshop the following day to continue their discussion. Tang Wulin fell back on his bed. Shi stared at him with a puzzled expression. He asked about Tang Wulin's spirit communication device, which was the latest model. Tang Wulin had previously said that he was poor. When Shi stated the device's price, their roommates called Tang Wulin a big spender and wanted to be close friends with him. Tang Wulin explained that it was one of the benefits he had received from the Blacksmith Association for being a rank 2 blacksmith. His roommates were amazed by his talent. ZC was excited and asked if Tang Wulin would be willing to refine metals for him when he reached the rank of a grandmaster. Tang Wulin asked whether Shi wanted to be a mech master. Zishi replied affirmatively and revealed that he came from a family of mech masters. He naturally wanted to become one. The idea intrigued Tang Wulin, who then asked about the requirements. Jixi explained that the development of spirit mechs had recently changed trends. The current trend was small spirit mechs, which were no different from armor. He explained that all divine-ranked mech masters created their spirit mechs. Tang Wulin asked whether they were also blacksmiths, to which Jixi explained that the spirit mechs were custom-made by divine-ranked blacksmiths to have high compatibility with their owners. He then asked what level Tang Wulin's skill had reached. Tang Wulin answered that he could perform the 1,000 refinements. Jixi was overjoyed and asked him to make mech parts for him exclusively at the market price. After some persuasion, Tang Wulin promised to do so. Jixi called him a good brother and said he would protect him from then onwards. Tang Wulin arrived at Mang Tian's workshop and was excited to see his master. Mang Tian examined the 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers and explained that Tang Wulin could no longer rely on training to improve his skill after learning the 1,000 refinements technique. It was important for him to increase his spirit power. When Mang Tian was trying to get Tang Wulin's contact information from Sen Yue, the delay caused him to be strongly interested in how the boy was doing. Even the president of the Blacksmith Association inquired about Tang Wulin's situation. President Mu Chen was one of the 10 saint blacksmiths and was famous in the blacksmithing world and throughout the continent. Mang Tian watched as Tang Wulin worked, and he thought about how much the Blacksmith Association valued the boy and had high hopes for him. Mang Tian was happy for his apprentice from the bottom of his heart. However, he felt it was sufficient that he knew about the boy's true skill. That was why he did not allow Tang Wulin to show his ability to perform the 1,000 refinements technique. Mang Tian was selfish that way. He wanted no one to take his precious apprentice away, but still maintained a cold facade with him. The class promotion contest was East Sea Academy's annual event. The students from the Academy's year groups competed against each other. Those who performed exceptionally well would be documented in the school's archives, which later helped them enroll in other advanced academies. The contest had ample rewards. The best performers had their class ranking changed, and their homeroom teacher was rewarded. The first day of the contest drew the least attention because the weakest classes competed. Naturally, Class 5 was scheduled to compete on that day. Class 4's homeroom teacher, Kong Yuan, approached Wu Changkong and complimented him for having an orderly team. He said that Class 4 was undisciplined in comparison. He asked the cold god to be lenient and at least allow his class to maintain its ranking. Wu Changkong felt his false modesty and shot him a glance before turning away and treating him as heir. Director Long asked whether both teachers had completed their preparations. Wu Changkong said Class 5 would send 3 students. Kong Yuan summoned his team and urged them to show their strength as the rest of Class 4 cheered. They were the first to enter the ring. Wu Changkong had a dark expression as he told Tang Wulin, Jixi, and Gu Yue that their special training would become 10 times more difficult if they lost. The trio's fighting spirit was instantly ignited, and they released a fierce aura that intimidated those around them. The Class 4 homeroom teacher was deeply angered by Wu Changkong's cold attitude and promised to teach him a lesson. Director Long signaled for the match to begin, and Class 4 took the initiative to release their spirit rings. The one leading their coordinated attack was Jia Long. He shouted as his body transformed. Gu Yue calmly analyzed their opponents. She said that just like them, their opponents belonged to the assault, agility, and support systems. There was nothing random about their selection. Tang Wulin observed their opponents' refined formation, which showed careful training. Class 4's team wondered why their opponents looked like they did not intend to fight. However, they quickly dismissed the thought and attacked. Jia Long transformed into a giant wolf warrior and charged at Class 5. The onlookers were worried that Class 5 could be in danger because they appeared not to have made any battle preparations. Jia Long launched a fierce attack on Tang Wulin, but was instead sent flying with one punch. He crashed into a nearby building and lost consciousness. His body reverted to its original form. The students in the audience were shocked and wondered whether Jia Long had slipped. Director Long stood with his mouth open. Zhao Changxi unconsciously touched his face as he recalled Tang Wulin's formidable fist. Zixi's eyes flashed as he vanished and appeared behind his opponent. He held his light dragon dagger to his opponent's throat and used a joint lock to restrain him. Gu Yue also restrained her opponent by planting him neck-deep into the ground. Director Long wondered how the match ended when it had barely begun. He declared Class 5 the winner and raised its rank to make it the new Class 4. He could not help but acknowledge that the cold god's teaching ability surpassed his imagination. He regretted placing ZC in Class 5. He originally did so to increase the strength of the class and make the promotion contest more exciting. However, Class 5's power had grown too strong to control. Tang Wulin and Shi were elated. Their team exhibited frightening power despite not being under anyone's direct command. Director Long and the whole teaching staff of East Sea Academy began to watch Wu Changkong's class closely. Once the match was concluded, Wu Changkong confronted Kong Yuan for being discourteous. He then turned and walked away as Kong Yuan shed tears in frustration. The first day of the contest was over, and Tang Wulin began to accept Rank 2 blacksmithing requests. Each request brought him a salary of up to 30,000 Union coins. After a few months, he had already earned over 10,000 Union coins. He was confident he could afford a second spirit soul with his progress, and unlike the last time, he could choose a spirit soul that suited him. In the evening, Tang Wulin dressed and left the dorm room. He met Zici, who had invited him to the city to visit a fun place. Tang Wulin asked to know where they were going, but turned to leave when Zici gave him a cryptic answer. Zici quickly offered to buy delicious food, and Tang Wulin agreed instantly, making Zici accuse him of only thinking with his stomach. Gu Yue found them and asked to accompany them. Tang Wulin was surprised to see her. Zici and Gu Yue exchanged glares and began bickering again. Zici lost the confrontation, and Gu Yue said he would buy everyone food. Zici protested to no avail as they left together for the city. He said that their destination was a place close to his heart. The trio arrived at East Sea City's Street Food Avenue. Their view overlooked the brightly lit street. The atmosphere was exciting, and the night sky bloomed with fireworks. Tang Wulin commented on how crowded the street appeared and how hungry he felt. Zici teased by calling him young master, and said he would treat his two companions to all the food they could eat. The offer surprised Tang Wulin, but Shici assured him that because it was only street food, he could afford to pay for however much he could eat. Gu Yue looked annoyed as she pulled Tang Wulin to leave with her. Zici protested her actions as Tang Wulin asked whether they should wait for him. Gu Yue was annoyed by Cici's arrogance and accused him of showing off his wealth. She sighed because it was difficult for her not to hit him whenever he spoke. She argued with him over who would have Tang Wulin accompany them. They pulled each of Tang Wulin's arms in a tug of war. Tang Wulin was in a dilemma when the sound of their rumbling tummies interrupted them. They finally stopped and followed Zici to a street food shop. The owner of the shop joyfully greeted Zici. His eyes teared up as he hugged Zici. It was a touching reunion. Zici called him Uncle Li. The emotional scene surprised Tang Wulin and Gu Yue. They never thought Zici had such a tender side. Gu Yue awkwardly sighed and commented on how Zici became energized when he saw Uncle Li. Uncle Li turned toward the kitchen and promised to return with his best dish. Tang Wulin was amazed by Zici's expression. It was serene, as if nothing could go wrong in the world. It was the first time he saw Zici in that state. The food finally arrived. Its enticing aroma made the trio salivate with anticipation. Tang Wulin spared no time and ate a piece of beef. The rich flavor overtook his taste buds, and he froze in place. Zici took a bite and was mesmerized. Gu Yue thought the boys were fussing over nothing until she tried the food. She too was sent to a new flavor-filled world that was previously unknown. She felt like her body was bathing in a hot spring of beef stew, making her feel relaxed, happy, and fulfilled. The trio ate their fill. Zici admitted that it had been many years since he last ate so happily. Tang Wulin expressed curiosity about Zici's name. Zici had a distant look in his eyes, and his expression gradually turned sad. Uncle Li appeared and patted his head, reminding him not to let his smile become a hurt expression whenever he visited the shop. Zici was brought to tears by the comforting words as his companions looked at him with deep concern. His mother named him. She said the reason was that she was grateful for the encounter that allowed her to meet his father. They had met years ago, fallen in love, married, had children, and were very happy. However, their happy days gradually changed. Zici's father worked all day and did not even have time to see his wife when she was ill. Zici wished his father had been present before his mother passed away. His father returned when it was too late. Zici resented his father for allowing her to die with regrets. With tears in his eyes, he recalled how his mother often brought him to Uncle Li's shop. He began to express his dislike for his name when Tang Wulin interrupted by asking him not to be sad anymore. Gu Yue, however, had her way of comforting him. She pulled his cat-eared beret over his head and chided him for crying, saying she would let him treat her some more. She then said she wanted to see the night market in the city, which would be Zici's treat. ZC was once again baited into another bout of bickering as he was too angry to remember his sadness. The duo stared daggers at each other as Tang Wulin bade goodbye to Uncle Li. Shishi alternated between doing the same and glaring at Gu Yue. Uncle Li promised to prepare special side dishes for the kids the next time they visited his shop. Once they were gone, he felt relieved that Shishi had made two great friends. Gu Yue indiscriminately bought from a street food vendor and pointed at ZC to pay. Tang Wulin jumped cheerfully in the background with a bowl of Dragon Balls. The delicious stuffed beef brought warmth and satisfaction to Tang Wulin and his companions, making them grow closer to each other. Tang Wulin also showed the demeanor of the god of cuisine and led Gu Yue and Shishi to eat from one end of the street to the other. The trio strolled around, bought, ate, played, and forgot about their troubles. They soon returned through the street as ZC bitterly complained that his wallet had been emptied. They saw a small crowd gathered outside Uncle Li's shop and wondered whether it was a performance. CC squeezed through the crowd and saw Uncle Li accosted by a thug. The thug's boss, Guang Long, extorted businesses on the street for protection money. Uncle Li explained that he was willing to pay. However, his wife was extremely ill. Guang Long was a spirit master, emboldening his goons to act as they pleased. The thug raised his fist to Uncle Li when ZC caught his hand with fierce eyes and called him human trash. Uncle Li pleaded with him to run away, but ZC stood his ground. The boss finally appeared. He seemed to wear an iconic costume as a gimmick. He was powerful but self-obsessed. He turned serious when he saw the trio in front of him. Tang Wulin was perceptive and noticed the sudden change in Guang Long. He worried for ZC's safety. Guang Long's demeanor had completely changed. An intimidating aura surrounded him as he stepped forward and extended a hand to grab ZC. Before ZC could react, Tang Wulin charged with a clenched fist and threw a punch. Guang Long was surprised by the sudden attack but managed to block it. ZC and Gu Yue quickly acted as Tang Wulin bound Guang Long with his blue-silver grass. Zishi held his dagger at their opponent's throat and threatened to kill him if he did not apologize to Uncle Li and compensate for his losses. Tang Wulin and Gu Yue relaxed while Guang Long's thugs worriedly called to their boss. Guang Long smiled calmly and said that he would show his true abilities. ZC was thrown off the man's back. He was shocked that his light dragon dagger could not pierce his opponent's skin. Guang Long released a powerful aura along with 2 yellow spirit rings. He was a spirit grandmaster, allowing him to suppress the trio with his spirit power. He asked them whether they thought they could be arrogant because they were spirit masters. As Tang Wulin attacked, Gu Yue instantly sunk the ground at Guang Long's feet. Zishi delivered a cross slash with his dagger, leaving a reddish shape on the opponent's chest. Guang Long grinned at the weak attack and tore his shirt. Zishi was once again disappointed by the ineffectiveness of his attack. While he was distracted by the thought, his opponent sent him crashing to the ground. Tang Wulin swung his hammer and struck his opponent on the head. Guang Long defended himself with his spirit power and sent Tang Wulin flying because of the recoil. He followed up with a punch that sent Tang Wulin flying. Guang Long freed his foot from the ground and walked toward Gu Yue. Tang Wulin stood between them, blocking their opponent's advance. He encouraged Gu Yue that she had no reason to fear because he was there. Guang Long had to go through him to get to her. He promised to protect her. His selflessness touched Gu Yue. Guang Long grabbed his head and shouted that he would teach him a lesson before throwing him with great strength. Shishi jumped into Tang Wulin's path and broke his fall. Tang Wulin felt like he had crashed into a meat wall and opened his eyes to find ZC behind him. Shishi asked whether he would be thanked for the save when Tang Wulin winced in pain and said that the light dragon dagger had pricked him. ZC apologized and withdrew it as a familiar golden aura erupted from Tang Wulin's body, surprising everyone around him. His eyes radiated golden light as golden scales appeared on his right arm. This time he was conscious of the changes happening to his body. Guang Long wondered about the strange golden aura that made his body tremble and disturbed his spirit essence. He gritted his teeth, determined to shake off the intimidation. His body size increased as he threw a punch. Tang Wulin caught the punch with his right hand. He glared at Guang Long as a golden light flashed in his eye. Guang Long froze in place, and GC's mouth was wide open. Tang Wulin clenched his left fist and threw a heavy punch that drove his opponent's face into the ground. The onlookers were stunned by the terrifying display of power that they had just witnessed. Tang Wulin's fierce eyes had a faint golden glow as he stared at his defeated foe. Uncle Li's shop had been destroyed during the fight. He was quite magnanimous and thanked them for eliminating his oppressor. When they returned to the academy, Tang Wulin and Xie Si planned to ask Wu Changkong to help them understand the secret behind the golden light and scales. They went straight to his door and knocked. Wu Changkong answered and asked what had brought the boys to his room at that late hour. They had stood there silently, unable to look at his teddy bear pajamas directly. After the explanation, the teacher requested that because the golden light and golden scales appeared after the light dragon dagger stabbed Tang Wulin, they should recreate the conditions for him to see. Zizi was required to stab Tang Wulin with his light dragon dagger. When he did so, a brilliant golden light shone around Tang Wulin's hand, and golden scales partly covered his arm. Wu Changkong was astonished. He had never seen anything like it. He stretched out his hand again and asked Tang Wulin to try and move him again. When the boy did so, Wu Changkong mentioned that his power had more than tripled. The cold god finally gave his verdict. He said that Tang Wulin did not possess a twin spirit essence, nor was it a mutation or spirit fusion skill. He admitted that he was completely clueless about the boy's situation. He admitted his ignorance so confidently that he surprised the boys. He advised Tang Wulin to increase his spirit power quickly because his strange skill used much of it. He also warned them that if they lost a match in their class promotion contest the following day, the difficulty of their special training would be increased 15 times. Wu Changkong's class was the dark horse of the competition. A considerable number of the teaching staff at the academy had taken notice of them, including Director Long. Class 3's homeroom teacher, Ye Yinggrong, approached the cold god. She was popular among male students because of her beauty. As expected, Wu Changkong ignored her and threatened his team with tougher training sessions if they lost. Class 3's team was a set of identical triplets. Tang Wulin wondered why they made him nauseous. The match began. The triplets jumped high into the air, and a pair of wings appeared on each of their backs as they took flight. Their spirit essences were identical. They each had Battle Eagle. One of them declared that the entire sky was their territory. Tang Wulin was annoyed by his words and retorted. In anger, he launched Zizi at the airborne triplets. Zizi flew as he shouted in protest. The eagle triplets mocked him by saying he was seeking death by going up there and that he had been thrown off the mark. To their surprise, he did not fall back down. An icicle appeared mid-air and supported him. With it, he dashed and used the light dragon cross slash against one of the eagle triplets, instantly defeating him. Many more icicles appeared, and Zizi used them as footholds to hunt his airborne prey. With a vicious expression, he dual-wielded his daggers and eliminated another opponent. The last foe realized Gu Yue's role in his brother's defeat and rushed to attack her. Gu Yue calmly asked Tang Wulin whether she should counter the opponent, but he volunteered to do it instead. Zhao Changxi was on the sidelines with a dreadful expression. He knew what was about to happen. Tang Wulin took a moment to warm up because his opponent's speed could not compare to that of the cold god. Once again, he defeated his opponent with one punch. The victory made their class the new Class 3. Ye Yinggrong and Director Long were completely speechless. They wondered about the kind of magic Wu Changkong had used. After the match, Tang Wulin ran around with a grumpy Zizi on his back. Gu Yue giggled as she watched them goofing around. Wu Changkong dismissed his class in an aloof manner. He left the trio to discuss their experiences from the previous match. Xie began by saying that Tang Wulin had been impulsive. Tang Wulin had an innocent expression. Xie asked how he could not know his strength. Tang Wulin apologized for his impulsiveness. Gu Yue asked whether Tang Wulin knew about her icicle skills. He admitted that he did not. Ye Yinggrong walked nearby and overheard their bickering. She was surprised that they had not formed any plan of attack and had instead been winging it the entire time. They won their match despite having communication problems. She thought that their strength was frightening. She then called her sister to report what had transpired in the match. She said she was certain that her sister's class would be the only one capable of defeating Wu Changkong's class. Her sister replied that she would have her revenge against the cold god. Tang Wulin and Zizi were meditating in their dorm room when Yun Xiao suddenly rushed in with a look of panic. He reported that a large gang waited outside the school's gate with photos of the trio and demanded they be brought out. Zizi was furious when he remembered Guanglong from their night out in the city. Tang Wulin asked him to calm down. He said the gang had gathered at the academy's gate, knowing it was a Spirit Master Academy. Therefore, they could not be taken lightly. They informed Wu Changkong about the events of their night out. Meanwhile, Director Long and a few staff members confronted the gang at the gate. The gangsters were armed with illegal spirit tools that reduced the gap between ordinary people and spirit masters. Director Long was instead worried about the man who stood before him. He was the East Sea City's Mech Brigade captain, Guang Biao. The Mech Brigade was an elite force stationed at East Sea City by the Union. Moreover, Guang Biao was a spirit emperor with 6 spirit rings. He said that because the trio hurt his younger brother, they should be handed over to him for an investigation that would be done at his place, failure to which the gang would force their way in and capture them. Director Long stood his ground and rejected the unreasonable demands. Guang Biao was enraged and released a terrifying aura along with his spirit rings and spirit essence, the armored dragon. Director Long was intimidated by the terrifying man before him, whose massive spirit power scorched the ground. Guang Biao shouted that he would rush into the academy if the trio were not handed over at the count of 3. At that moment, a chilling voice was heard. Along with it came a cold gust of wind. It was the cold god, Wu Changkong. The cold completely froze the blazing hot air in an instant. Wu Changkong held a sword in his right hand. Its tip was like an autumn spring. Its light flowed like a waterfall. His white clothes and blue sword floated in the air like an immortal. The sword was Wu Changkong's spirit essence, the Skyfrost sword. Guang Biao said that the cold god was only showing off and demanded to know who he was. Wu Changkong released his spirit rings and a great wave of his cold aura. He too had 6 spirit rings, however 2 were black. The 2 were 10,000-year spirit rings. His eyes emitted a mysterious purple glow as he said there was no need to fear because it was too late. Guang Biao was determined to shake off Wu Changkong's intimidation. Dark scales appeared on his arm as the aura around him became stronger. His power shook the ground. He was determined not to lose to the cold god, who possessed a 10,000-year spirit ring. Guang Biao felt there was nothing to fear, and he would show his true colors. He shouted at Wu Changkong and threw a powerful punch. As he attacked, he was shocked to see the mysterious purple glow in his opponent's eyes. He wondered whether the cold god came from a certain place. Wu Changkong immediately countered with his Skyfrost sword. Guang Biao was sent flying by the heavy blow, which shattered his armor. He felt as if the cold energy from the sword was drilling into his bones. Guang Biao planted his feet on the ground as he struggled to regain his balance. With an indignant look, he chose to drag out the fight. Suddenly, a tyrannical sword aura descended upon him. His eyes widened in shock. When he regained his composure, he found the cold tip of a sword had stopped inches from his face. He was on his knees and had been thoroughly defeated. Wu Changkong looked at him with cold indifference as he held the sword. Director Long saw the purple glow in Wu Changkong's eyes. He too was shocked and had the same thought as Guang Biao. A lackey came forward and asked Guang Biao whether they should return with spirit mechs. He denied the request and asked them to return. He did not think the East Sea Academy would have such a strong spirit master. He knew that even if he tried spirit mechs, he would still be unable to defeat the cold god, hence his decision to retreat. The academy had not yet settled down at midnight, and everyone was chatting excitedly about the day's events. Tang Wulin had already entered into a state of meditation. Instead of being excited like everyone else, he had a complicated feeling in his heart. A part of it was because he had witnessed his teacher's power, and the other was the pain coming from inside his body. Guang Biao released a dragon's cry when Wu Changkong defeated him in one blow. The cry caused a huge wave of emotion to emerge from Tang Wulin. He could only interpret the feeling as sympathy or even rage. One thing was clear, those feelings made him very uneasy. He struggled to meditate and found it difficult to calm down. When he drifted into a deep state of meditation, he found himself in a pitch-black world. A brilliant golden light suddenly appeared in the distance and caught his attention. The golden light drew closer as a disembodied voice called to him. When his eyes adjusted to the light, he was shocked to see a gigantic golden dragon with blue rings of light around it. He asked for the identity of the voice that spoke to him. The disembodied voice replied that it had been waiting for him for a long time. Tang Wulin then asked whether he was dreaming. The voice replied that maybe it was a dream, and although it did not know its identity, it was certain that it was a thread of divine consciousness that had been left behind specifically to guide him. The voice said that itself and the golden dragon were a part of his body. Tang Wulin asked whether the dragon was living in his body. The voice said it was not just any dragon, but a dragon king. More precisely, it was the Golden Dragon King. He then asked whether the Dragon King was his spirit essence, and the voice replied that it wasn't, but rather it was, in a sense, a disaster for him. The voice explained that the energy of the Golden Dragon King was too great for Tang Wulin's body to bear, and if the power were unleashed fully, the boy would die. When Tang Wulin heard the explanation, his face was filled with dread. He asked whether it was a definite possibility that he would die. The voice replied that it would not be there if it were the case, and only by following its instructions would he have a chance at life. However, things would not be easy for him. Tang Wulin asked what he needed to do to survive. The voice said that his presence in that space was proof that he could already feel the Dragon King's power and was qualified to assimilate the energy of the first seal. If he wanted to live, he could only open the seals individually and gradually assimilate the Dragon King's power. The voice explained further that he needed to be physically strong and obtain external aid. Tang Wulin needed to gather 3 items to strengthen his body before his 10th birthday: 100-year ice crystal fruit, 100-year scarlet flame fruit, and 10 drops of blood from a 100-year spirit beast with a dragon bloodline. The following day, Tang Wulin asked Ji Si about the price of the items he had been asked to gather. Ji Si said the items could be found in auctions, costing between 10 and 20,000 Union coins, depending on their quality. He said that the 100-year quality cost more. Ji Si offered to take him to the auction house to look for the items and promised to help his best friend. Director Long had a disheveled appearance as he announced the next match of the class promotion contest. Wu Changkong's new Class 3 would face Class 2 of the first years. The Class 2 homeroom teacher shouted to his team to take down their opponents instantly, using their strongest attacks. The match barely began when the Cold Gods trio sent the Class 2 fighters flying. The onlookers complained that they did not have a chance to see the spirit essence of anyone from Class 2. Wu Changkong had become the Academy's main attraction. Everyone had started discussing whether the first year's Class 1 could withstand his class-crushing streak. Cici and Tang Wulin were dressed up for their trip to the auction house when Gu Yue appeared and asked to accompany them. Naturally, she began bickering with Zici about the matter. Zici finally relented when she threatened to ask the Cold God for extra special training for the weekend. They arrived at the auction house and found an elegant layout with glass display cases everywhere. Tang Wulin looked around excitedly and commented that everything looked luxurious and high-end. Ji Si smugly remarked that the auction house sold the world's highest-graded treasures. He led them to the elixir section, where Tang Wulin would find the items that he needed. Tang Wulin was excited to find a display with an ice crystal fruit and a scarlet flame fruit. Ji Si explained that both fruits were only of 30-year quality. Those of 100-year quality could be found on the second floor of the auction house. Tang Wulin was disappointed because the prices on the first floor were significantly higher than those that Ji Si had quoted. ZC speculated that perhaps the prices of elixirs had recently increased. He suggested that they should go to the second floor. At the auction house, the higher the floor, the greater the value of the displayed items. People could not freely move between floors because the treasures within were extremely valuable, and the auction house had to guarantee the seller's safety. Shishi explained they needed to pay 100,000 Union coins to go to the second floor. Tang Wulin assumed it was a cash deposit. However, ZC corrected that it wasn't a refundable fee. He added that the security fee for going to the third floor was 1 million Union coins. The East Sea auction house had a few hundred floors. Not even ZC's dad knew what was at the top. Later that evening, as Tang Wulin bade his companions goodbye to leave for Mang Tian's workshop, the trio heard a mocking voice calling to them. A student with long dark hair and a patronizing look stood before them. He said he had come specifically to see them, since he had not paid much attention to them before. ZC knew it was an obvious intimidation tactic before the match with Class 1 the following day. The Class 1 student laughed off ZZ's hostility and turned to walk away, reminding them to use all their strength and to avoid being nervous. ZC gave a daring reply to him. He sneered as he said that Class 1 should take a class photo by the end of the day, because they would be known as Class 2 after the upcoming match. ZC's taunt angered him. He turned to face the trio with a menacing expression and introduced himself. His name was Wei Xiaofeng. He promised to teach them a lesson the following day and released his spirit rings. Shi Si was surprised to see 2 spirit rings. Wei Xiaofeng was a spirit grandmaster despite being only a first-year student. His power was equivalent to Guanglong. Xi realized the young man before them could not be messed with. They had a difficult fight ahead of them. Tang Wulin left for the workshop after the trio agreed to scout the Class 1 team they would face. He did not have time to harbor fear in his heart. He had to obtain the 3 specified items before his next birthday. He thought to himself how he wanted to live and grow stronger. His parents would never find his death acceptable. He arrived at the workshop and found Mang Tian inspecting the quality of his most recent work. Mang Tian observed that the quality had improved. He then glanced at Tang Wulin, who laughed nervously in response. He then asked the boy to tell him what had happened to him recently. Tang Wu-lin's hesitation to speak was met with Mang Tian's unwillingness to drop the matter. He said that he had watched Tang Wu-lin grow and knew when something was wrong. Tang Wu-lin finally disclosed that he intended to take the rank 3 blacksmithing exam. When asked why, he explained that he needed money to improve himself. He needed more money to buy himself spirit souls, to obtain more 1,000 refinement practice techniques, and to eat better food at school. Mang Tian informed him that he was already at the level of a rank 3 blacksmith because he could perform the 1,000 refinements technique. He explained further that he did not allow Tang Wu-lin to take the rank 3 exam because he feared the boy would attract much envy and likely grow arrogant because of his talent. He then patted Tang Wu-lin's head and encouraged him to take the exam. He said the boy's status would increase after becoming a rank 3 blacksmith. He also promised to request the Blacksmith Association to hide Tang Wu-lin's identity, and finally asked the boy to keep a low profile in the association. Uncle Mang Tian disclosed that he had been stuck as a rank 6 blacksmith and could not enter the Saint Blacksmith realm for a long time. It was because his spirit power was insufficient. He explained that divine-ranked mech masters were required to have the power of 8 or more spirit rings. They needed to have reached the Spirit Duluo rank to qualify. He said he fully supported Tang Wu-lin's ambition to improve himself. He then delivered an envelope to Tang Wu-lin. It contained a letter from his dad. In it, Tang Ziran apologized to his son for letting him endure many hardships. He blamed it on his desire to live a peaceful life and his inability to help his son. He revealed that his true occupation was mech designer. Years ago, he went into hiding because one of his designs drew the attention of powerful people who wanted to control everything he did. Tang Ziran said he would return to his old trade for his son's sake. He enclosed 2 cards within the letter. One was Tang Wu-lin's identity card, and the other was a bank card, usable across the continent. The bank card contained 1 million Union coins, which Tang Ziran obtained as a down payment for being a powerful figures mech designer. The amount was enough for Tang Wu-lin to buy a 100-year spirit soul. Tang Ziran promised to add more money to the card once he earned it. He encouraged Tang Wu-lin to aim for the apex of power with his talent and not to look back, only move forward. He asked the boy not to look for them. They would find him once they could do so. Tears ran down Tang Wu-lin's face as he finished reading the letter. Mang Tian comforted him by saying their absence was only temporary. He said Tang Ziran was an excellent mech designer, and the powerful figure who took him was not ordinary. If Tang Wu-lin wanted to find his parents, he had to become strong. Tang Wu-lin had a downcast expression when he returned to the academy. He met Xi and Gu Yue and asked what they had learned about their opponent's team. Xi reported that Wei Xiaofeng was not the strongest fighter in Class 1's team. Moreover, every team member was a spirit grandmaster with 2 spirit rings. He likened it to fighting 3 Guanglongs simultaneously. Xi admitted that he felt overwhelmed. Tang Wu-lin grew frustrated. Even the ever-confident Xi looked troubled. Tang Wu-lin knew he had to do something if he wanted the fight to go in their favor. Just then, there was an emergency announcement from the Academy speakers about a massive typhoon that would hit East Sea City for a week. Class activities would be halted, and all students were required to wait in the safety of their dorms until the typhoon ended. For Tang Wu-lin, the announcement was music to his ears. He had a golden opportunity to find the 3 items he needed to release the first seal of the Dragon King. He knew that if he begged the Blacksmith Association, he would be able to find them. He spun on his heel and ran out after asking his friends to pass his regards to their teacher. He ran with teary eyes as he thought about how those he cared about left because he was not strong enough. His teammates would undoubtedly be burdened if he still lacked enough strength. Chen Yue was having a meal at a restaurant in the city when he received a call from Tang Wu-lin. After a brief moment, he suddenly rose from his seat in shock and sent a bowl flying when he heard the boy's request. Tang Wu-lin had requested an impromptu rank 3 blacksmith exam. President Mu Chen and his daughter Mu Shi sat across the table from Chen Yue. They were the unwilling victims of his outburst and looked like they had lost a food fight. Mu Chen asked for the cause of the excitement. Chen Yue reported that Tang Wu-lin wanted to take the rank 3 blacksmith exam. Mu Chen approved the request with a look of anticipation. Mu Shi asked who was being given the special privilege. When her dad gave an evasive answer, she angrily said it sounded like Tang Wu-lin. Mu Chen, Mu Shi, and Chen Yue left to meet Tang Wu-lin for the late exam. Tang Wu-lin arrived at the association headquarters and apologized for his late arrival. Chen Yue said that he too had just arrived. He let Tang Wu-lin catch his breath before leading him to the examination room. Tang Wu-lin was surprised that President Mu Chen and Mu Shi were already waiting for him. Mu Chun greeted him as Mu Shi stayed back with a dissatisfied look. She was annoyed that it had only been a few days since he was at the association to receive a Rank 2 medal. Mu Chun asked Tang Wu Lin whether he wanted to rest before taking the exam, to which the boy replied affirmatively. Tang Wu Lin meditated to recover his energy, while the president and Sen Yue waited and anticipated his performance. Like his previous exam, he was asked to choose the ore he would use. Once again, he chose heavy silver. Chen Yue was concerned while Mu Shi sneered. President Mu Chen, however, was intrigued. Tang Wu Lin was asked if he was certain about his choice. He took out his pair of 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers in response and declared his readiness. Chen Yue wondered when Mang Tian had given the hammers to Tang Wu Lin. Mu Chun knew that the hammers were heavy and grinned excitedly as he signaled for the exam to begin. Tang Wu Lin concentrated and swung his hammers. His 1,000 refined hammers' special effect manifested. The stacked hammers effect increased the refinement efficiency by reducing the required time. Everyone was surprised. Chen Yue wondered how Mang Tian had taught Tang Wu Lin. The president stared, amazed that the hammers were a product of Tang Wu Lin's 1,000 refinements. The boy was like a howling wind and torrential rain, steady as a mountain as he forged. His 3 months of accumulated knowledge and preparation, cultivating spirit power and growth, all vented in this one forging task. Once Tang Wu Lin completed the task, Mu Chun congratulated him for his blood-sacrificed 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers. His thoughts turned to his daughter. He wanted her to witness true strength. President Mu Chen declared that Tang Wu Lin was officially a Rank 3 blacksmith from that moment onward. Tang Wu Lin bowed respectfully and thanked Mu Chen. He then raised his head and made his request. Chen Yue later asked the president whether giving Tang Wu Lin the 3 requested items was all right. Mu Chun answered affirmatively, speculating that the boy must have encountered a bottleneck. Chen Yue then ranted about his jealousy of Mang Tian for having such a talented apprentice. He admitted that even with his spirit power and experience, he would have found it challenging to replicate Tang Wu Lin's performance. Mu Chun was in high spirits and called the boy a genius. He reminded Chen Yue to hide Tang Wu Lin's identity from other association branches. His tone turned serious as he said that Tang Wu Lin's ability to reach 1,000 refinements was not simple. He said that Mang Tian deliberately held Tang Wu Lin back for no other reason but to hope for the boy to become a saint-ranked blacksmith, enter the realm of spirit forging, and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Mu Chun revealed that Tang Wu Lin's talent was what he had been seeking for 30 years. He would be the only person capable of challenging heavenly refinements and becoming their generation's divine-ranked blacksmith. Tang Wu Lin rushed to Mang Tian's workshop through the heavy downpour. He arrived and dried off his clothes before settling down. Mu Chun told Tang Wu Lin that using the ice crystal and scarlet flame fruits simultaneously could strengthen the body. The blood from the dragon bloodline spirit beast was related to spirit essence. Tang Wu Lin wondered whether he was required to eat them directly. He turned his thoughts inwardly to ask the voice in his head, who had previously asked to be addressed as Old Tang. Old Tang asked whether all the items had been gathered. He asked if everything else was ready apart from the 3 items. Tang Wu Lin was puzzled by the question. Old Tang said he needed endurance, strength, courage, and perseverance. He warned that Tang Wu Lin would suffer tremendous pain when unlocking the first seal, and if he did not possess the mentioned qualities, he would not be able to complete the process. If Tang Wu Lin gave up halfway through, he would lose his mind irreversibly. Tang Wu Lin complained to Old Tang for withholding the information. However, he admitted that he had no choice but to get through it. Old Tang concurred. Tang Wu Lin had no choice in the matter. Old Tang said that the process was the equivalent of transforming the body. The boy had to endure the pain and allow the Golden Dragon King's soul within the seal to fuse with his body. Old Tang asked once more if Tang Wu Lin was ready. The boy thought about the fact that he no longer had a choice. He had to become stronger. Nair, his dad, and his mom had already left him. His companions were also facing a difficult situation. He had to become stronger for things to take a turn for the better. Once he found his resolve, he said he was ready and asked Old Tang to begin. Old Tang was pleased. He asked the boy to lock every door and window and ensure quiet surroundings. Tang Wu Lin followed Old Tang's instructions and poured the 3 items into a cup. Powerful energy was released from the cup, making it tremble. Afterward, the cup alternated between hot and cold states and made a cracking sound with occasional bursts of dragon cries. Looking at the liquid in the glass, Tang Wu Lin knew he had no time to hesitate. He quickly emptied the glass into his mouth. He experienced the hot and cold sensations. There was also a strange sweetness. He sat in a meditative pose as he felt his body heat up. He began meditating to adjust the state of his body. He could only get through the process with strength and persistence. His eyes flew open as he felt overwhelming power erupt from his body uncontrollably. He screamed as his body contorted from the intense pain. His body felt so hot as if it was about to burn. The pain was unbearable, and he felt like his head was about to explode. His body suddenly froze over. He was so cold that he found it difficult to breathe. He felt as if he was about to freeze to death. He gritted his teeth with determination. He knew that all would be lost if he gave up. He wailed in agony as another unbearable sensation overtook his body. He felt like thousands of insects were burrowing deep into his bone marrow. His body felt like it was getting bitten by countless insects. Sometime later, the workshop was quiet. Old Tang called the boy to ask whether he was okay. Tang Wulin responded weakly and said he almost couldn't endure any longer. He asked Old Tang whether it was finally over. Old Tang said it was only the beginning, and the three unbearable sensations would occur together next. If Tang Wulin could not endure, he would surely die. Tang Wulin had a strong will to live. He screamed as the next wave of pain flooded his body. A few days passed, and the typhoon ended. It was finally the day of the match with Class 1. Shi wondered about Tang Wulin's whereabouts. Gu Yue asked why he had not gone to the Blacksmith Association to ask for the address of Tang Wulin's workshop. Shi replied that the association had very strict rules to ensure the safety of its blacksmiths. It kept the address of the blacksmith private. When Wu Changkong arrived, Shi explained the situation to him. He promised to visit the Blacksmith Association later that night. However, Shi and Gu Yue had to step up and face the challenge of Class 1 without Tang Wulin. The ringside crowd was excited for Wu Changkong's team to face Class 1. They wondered whether the cold god could create another miracle. Shi wondered why Tang Wulin was not yet back after all the time that had passed. Both teams were asked to enter the stage. Zizi resigned himself to fighting without Tang Wulin beside him. A beautiful woman stood before Wu Changkong and commended the strength of his students. She was the Class 1 homeroom teacher, Ye Yingluo, the older sister of the former Class 3's homeroom teacher, Ye Yingrong. She said the cold god had made her wait, but she finally had the chance to humiliate him. Ye Yingrong giggled when she saw that her older sister had dressed up especially well, despite claiming she did not care about Wu Changkong. The cold god ignored the provocation and turned away without uttering a word. He told Director Long his two remaining students would proceed with the match. He had barely finished those words when Tang Wulin called to him, Gu Yue and Shi to announce his arrival. He apologized for making them worry and promised to explain everything later. Before the match began, the commentator covered the basic rules for the fight. It would only end when there was one clear winner and a loser. The fighters were warned against deliberately hurting their opponents. If they did, they would be punished by the academy. Shi playfully told Tang Wulin that their strongest opponent was Zhang Fengzi. Of course, the name was entirely made up, and Wei Xiaofeng protested the same. The signal was then given for the start of the match. Wei Xiaofeng took the initiative and charged toward Shi. Like the latter, he belonged to the agility attack system. His spirit soul was a 100-year green shadow snake, which fit him perfectly. He had spent a considerable amount of money to find it. He flitted around and warned that Zizi would die if he could not keep up with his speed. Zhao Changxi and Yun Xiao were shocked by Wei Xiaofeng's movements, which imitated Xiaxi's fighting style but was much faster. Xiaxi calmly shut his eyes. When he opened them, a light flashed as he released 2 spirit rings. This revelation surprised the onlookers as well as his opponent. Shi had become a spirit grandmaster. His expression was confident as he asked why everyone was fussing over nothing. However, Wei Xiaofeng was not impressed and moved to attack with a few clones. Shi used the light dragon blade to send a wave of energy toward his opponent. Wei Xiaofeng jumped to avoid the attack, making Shi realize it was his opponent's true body. The opponent before Tang Wulin and Gu Yue was Wang Jinxi. He had a top-notch darkness-type spirit essence, the Bone Dragon. There weren't many spirit grandmasters who could compete with his strength. He rushed to attack as Gu Yue asked whether she should use her light element to bind him. She said their opponent had a top melee-type spirit essence and was probably very strong. Tang Wulin assured her she would be fine and that there was no reason to worry. She wondered whether he intended to confront their enemy head-on. He suddenly threw a powerful punch. Tang Wulin's fist was covered with a brilliant golden aura that surprised Wu Changkong. Wang Jinxi was blown away by the overwhelming power as a wave of golden aura was released on impact. The crowd of onlookers flew into a frenzy. What they had just witnessed should not have been possible. Despite having a 10-year spirit ring, Tang Wulin had just overpowered a spirit grandmaster. Zhao Changxi and Yun Xiao were once again shocked by the overwhelming display of strength. Director Long was in awe as he contemplated what he had just witnessed. How unreasonable it was. The cold god narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. The Class 1 homeroom teacher Ye Yingluo speechlessly wondered how such a feat was possible. Tang Wulin had disappeared for a few days and had undergone a great transformation. He retrieved one of his 1,000 refined silver hammers and threw it at his next opponent, the commander of Class 1's team, Zhang Yangzi. Gu Yue supported the attack by binding their opponent using wind chains. Zhang Yangzi glared at the duo for underestimating him, then released his spirit essence. A dark pair of wings shot from his back. They broke the wind chains and deflected the incoming hammer. The opponent released a dark fog that covered the ring. He had a determined expression as he declared his intention to use all his strength to oppose Tang Wulin's team. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yangzi hid with his teammates in the billowing dark fog. Tang Wulin wondered about their next move as their opponents initiated a new attack. The dark fog rushed towards ZC and covered him as the Class 1 team rushed in to attack. Gu Yue realized that they were being targeted one at a time. Tang Wulin called to his besieged companion, ready to rescue him, when a wave of golden light tore through the dark fog. It was ZC's spirit skill, Light Dragon Storm. The sudden counterattack amazed everyone. ZC confidently said that his opponents too had underestimated him. He quickly switched to duel, wielding his light dragon daggers, and dared his opponents to attack together. The Class 1 team was enraged. Tang Wulin charged in with his right fist clenched. Once more, a dazzling golden aura covered it, making his teammates wonder what it was. Class 1's Wang Jingxi retreated. Zhang Yangzi asked why he did so. He explained that Tang Wulin's golden aura interfered with his control over his spirit essence. Zhang Yangzi grew anxious as he recalled having a similar experience. He then asked Wang Jingxi and Wei Xiaofeng to stay behind him as he released the dark fog. He intended to deprive their opponents of sight and prevent them from winning. Gu Yue was quick to counter the move. She formed a sphere of light so dazzling that it looked like the sun. Its light cut through the dark fog, completely nullifying it. Director Long was amazed by Gu Yue's ability to fuse the light and fire elements. In his eyes, she was a genius. Wang Jingxi furiously called for his teammates to attack Gu Yue as he used his spirit skill, Bone Dragon Disorder Dance. Gu Yue was stunned by the sudden attack when Tang Wulin released his spirit ring and essence. His blue-silver grass instantly bound the incoming bone dragons. Ye Yingluo exclaimed in surprise. She found it unbelievable that Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass and 10-year spirit ring could restrain the bone dragon's 100-year spirit ring. During the commotion, a dark silhouette suddenly appeared behind Gu Yue. Zhang Yangzi had made a move. Gu Yue could barely react when Tang Wulin once again shielded her. Zhang Yangzi attacked with his spirit skill, eroding shadow claws. Tang Wulin used his body to block the attack and suffered its eroding effect. He screamed as he fell to the ground with his body trembling. Gu Yue called to him with a concerned expression. Zhang Yangzi sneered and said his attack would completely erode Tang Wulin's spirit power. Gu Yue glared at the Class 1 team. Her eyes filled with rage as a cold wind gathered around her. Director Long once again witnessed a fusion of elements. He spoke as a terrifying blizzard covered the fighting ring. Zhang Yangzi, Wang Jingxi, and Wei Xiaofeng stood helplessly as the blizzard intensified. Director Long was terrified by Gu Yue's power. She screamed as her anger fueled the blizzard. The cold spread outside the ring, affecting the spectators. Wu Changkong was unfazed. His spirit essence, the Skyfrost Sword, made him resistant to the cold. Director Long found the cold unbearable. He finally announced that the fight was over, saying it made no sense to keep fighting. He declared Wu Changkong's Class 2 the winner. Ye Yingluo protested, but the director pointed out that Gu Yue's spirit power had not decreased despite performing such a large-scale attack. Ye Yingluo's students would not be able to endure it if the blizzard continued. Director Long declared the winner. Tang Wulin was helped to his feet by Zishi as Gu Yue smiled contentedly. Zhao Changxi and Yun Xiao started celebrating when a shout was heard from the ring. Zhang Yangzi shouted that his team had yet to lose. His dark wings appeared as he asked Wang Jingxi to help him perform their special move. They held hands and vanished into a brilliant light that covered the ring. A figure with a draconic mask, a long reptilian tail, and a large pair of dark wings stood in their place. It resulted from their spirit fusion technique, Darkbone Dragon King. The figure spoke with an eerie voice and said it would repay the humiliation of losing. ZC called his companions to be cautious, but it was too late. The draconic figure had already closed the distance and struck him. ZC flew back and crashed on the ground. His arm broke in an attempt to block the powerful attack. Director Long shouted that the contest was already over. However, his words fell on deaf ears. The draconic fusion between Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshi mocked the Tang trio for their inability to beat Class 1 with their meager might. Tang Wulin stood his ground and declared he would repay the draconic figure for injuring ZC with its heavy-handedness. He had a berserk and murderous expression as he faced his opponent. The Golden Dragon King's aura erupted from Tang Wulin's body, and scales rapidly covered his right arm like a gauntlet to form a golden claw. The aura was so strong it tore his sleeve. Director Long asked in confusion whether it was an ability of blue-silver grass. The cold god silently watched in shock as the boy clutched his right arm with a severe expression. The fused draconic figure saw Tang Wulin's sudden increase in power and called it a bluff as it leaped to attack with its shadow dragon bone claw. Tang Wulin hissed and let out a deafening roar as his eyes radiated the fierce golden light. Director Long recognized the roar as a dragon cry. The fused figure was overwhelmed and suppressed. The combined might of the golden aura and the dragon's cry caused it to lose control of its body. It was defenseless against Tang Wulin's mighty blow. The situation was almost indescribable. The power of one hand exceeded that of a spirit fusion. Director Long panicked when he sensed the impending massacre. The fused figure lay helplessly on the ground as Tang Wulin leaped for a follow-up attack. His body emitted a bloodthirsty aura and a strong killing intent. His last conscious thought was the desire to make the creature regret hurting his best friend. He wanted his opponent to experience pure terror. Tang Wulin lost his mind. His rationality was replaced with uncontrollable rage as he attacked. The fused figure screamed in terror as the fighting ring erupted with strong pressure. The dust cleared, and Wu Changkong appeared holding Tang Wulin by his uniform. He spoke calmly to the boy and said there was no longer a reason to keep fighting. Tang Wulin was shaken back to his senses at that moment. The fighting ring had a large crater, and in it lay Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshi. Director Long trembled at the scene before him. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshi were unconscious, and their spirit fusion had been undone. They were also severely injured. The director ordered the injured boys to be rushed to the infirmary. It dawned on Tang Wulin that something was amiss, and he asked what had happened to him. Ye Yingluo protested Tang Wulin's use of excessive force despite it being a simple tournament. Wu Changkong remained in silent contemplation. He turned away and said ZC should be taken to the infirmary. Tang Wulin's face sank. He was filled with remorse when he realized what he had done. He wondered how he could have lost control. His thoughts were interrupted by Old Tang's voice. Old Tang asked him whether he felt the change in his body. It was the power of the Golden Dragon King. Wu Changkong carried Shi in his arms and started walking to the infirmary. Shi reminded him about the injury. It wasn't a broken leg, but rather a broken arm. He was still able to walk. The cold god told him to shut up instead. The conversation made Gu Yue and Tang Wulin feel awkward. Wu Changkong delivered the news that Shi's arm would fully recover without a problem. Tang Wulin and Gu Yue walked together and discussed the outcome of the competition. She said it had been forcibly ended, and the results were unknown. Tang Wulin felt it was wrong for the director to have attempted to end the match prematurely. He complained that Class 1's attack on ZC was excessive. Gu Yue teased by reminding him that he too had been heavy-handed with his attacks. He had broken his opponent's hands and feet. Tang Wulin was flustered. He tried to explain that he was irrational then and did not notice. The memory was still vague to him. Gu Yue then asked about the origin of the great power he used at the match. She was certain it was not a mutation of blue-silver grass. Tang Wulin was momentarily silent and said he did not want to lie. However, he could not discuss the matter because of special reasons. Gu Yue paused briefly before accepting his answer. Old Tang warned him against discussing the matter with others. He recalled his situation and the fear that lingered in his heart. Absorbing the Golden Dragon King's power from the first seal alone had taken a great toll on his body. If he hadn't used the 3 items recommended by Old Tang to enhance his body, he would have died. He sat and examined the essence of the Golden Dragon King on his hands. When he absorbed it, he received incredible power. However, Old Tang already told him there was no guarantee that the fusion would work, and he had to open the second seal before his 15th birthday. and like before, he would have to gather specific items in preparation. When he returned to the dorm room, Zhao Changxi and Yun Xiao were already waiting. They praised his power and asked what the Dragon Claw was. Tang Wulin chose to lie and said it was a mutation of his spirit essence. He quickly said that he needed to go and meditate. A man sat in his office at the academy, his hands interlocked in a serious posture as he asked for an explanation for the events of the class promotion contest. He was the academy's president, Yu Zhen. Director Long sat across his desk with a weary expression. He began explaining the spirit fusion when the president slammed the table in shock that first-year students could use the technique. Yu Zhen's beverage burnt his hand because of his sudden outburst. Director Long helped clean up the mess before proceeding with his report. The president poured himself a fresh cup as he asked whether the spirit fusion injured the 3 students. Director Long corrected by explaining that another with a 10-year spirit ring and blue-silver grass had injured the 2 students who performed spirit fusion. President Yu Zhen broke his cup with another outburst and again burnt his hand. The report was unbelievable. With a newly bandaged hand, he admitted that there were many talented people. Director Long proceeded to list the exceptional first years: a multi-element user, a miraculous variation of blue-silver grass, 4 two-ringed spirit grandmasters. He suggested to the president that a new first-year class should be made especially for them, Year 1, Class 0. Regular classes would only delay their growth. Director Long's recommendation was concluded by suggesting the appointment of Wu Chang Kong to oversee the new class and lead the super geniuses. Tang Wulin woke up the next morning and noticed that Shi had not returned. He examined his right hand's appearance as he thought about how it violently consumed his spirit power when it turned into a dragon claw. He also noticed that he gained fairer skin after absorbing the Golden Dragon King's essence, apart from the increased spirit power. He stared at his reflection, hoping it was only an illusion. He ran laps in the academy's track as he mulled over his situation. He needed to train well, improve his spirit power, and be prepared to break the second seal before his 15th birthday. He needed to be careful the next time he used the Golden Dragon King's power. It heavily consumed his spirit power and seemed to be influencing his personality. He felt that he became irritable and violent when he used it. He could also feel a little of the tyrannical aura that dwelt in his right hand. He thought deeply as he ran into a girl on the track. She avoided the collision and let him tumble to the ground. The girl teased him by saying he threw himself on a girl in broad daylight. Tang Wulin apologized and said he was distracted. The girl said she admired his ability to run while distracted. She teased him by calling him little brother and said he should be careful while running. She suddenly drew closer while looking into his eyes. She smiled pleasantly while pinching his cheek and said he was quite good-looking. She asked for his name, and he gave it without hesitation. When it was his turn to ask, the girl challenged him to a 10-lap race around the track and promised to give her name if she lost. She started running as soon as she finished speaking. Tang Wulin was momentarily distracted by the girl's graceful movement before catching up. The girl looked back and admired his movement. They were both determined to win the race and drew the attention of onlookers. They sped along the track, keeping up with each other's pace, until Tang Wulin started sprinting when he realized that there were 50 meters left to the finish line. His sudden speed surprised the girl, and she let out a yelp as if something had happened to her. Tang Wulin fell for the trick. When he looked back, the girl leaped over his head and won the race. Tang Wulin lay face down on the track as the girl asked him if he had conceded. She commended him for his physical strength when he admitted defeat. She finally introduced herself. Her name was Ouyang Zixin. He watched her leave in quiet fascination. Shi walked up to him and noticed his gaze. He teased Tang Wulin for talking to the Intermediate Academy's beauty. He referred to a saying that every boy had an unforgettable senior sister in heart. Tang Wulin protested that he had had enough of Zix's nonsense. He changed the subject to Zix's hand. Zixi claimed that with his excellent talent, he needed only 10 days to recover. Gu Yue overheard the conversation as she walked toward them. She mocked Zix's boasting and asked whether he was referring to the shameful talent of passing out in the competition. Once again, the conversation devolved into a bickering contest between the two. The students of East Sea Academy gathered at the sports ground as Director Long addressed them. He announced that the first-year rankings had changed from the recently concluded class promotion competition. The original Class 5 had become the new Class 1. The Academy rewarded them with 1 free meal every day for a semester. Naturally, Tang Wulin was excited about the news. The director continued to announce that the Academy's board had also decided to establish a new grade. Year 1, Class 0. The class would have 6 students: Gu Yue, Tang Wu Lin, Shi Si, Wei Xiaofeng, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinshi. He said the power of the 6 exceeded the level of first-year students. They would neglect their talents if they continued to have no difference in education. Other students were encouraged to work hard and strive to join Class 0. At President Yu Zhen's office, Director Long chided the 6 for their poor shape with broken hands and feet. The president held a confidentiality agreement for them to sign. He explained that signing it meant they agreed to receive East Sea Academy's best training and would not transfer to another institution before completing the intermediate and advanced divisions. GC asked whether they could discuss it with their families first. Director Long warned that GC would not be a part of Class 0 if he did so. Tang Wu Lin had already signed it, making GC feel left out, so he too signed the agreement. Wei Xiaofeng refused to sign, saying his family might have a better school for him later at the advanced level. Director Long allowed him to leave. The remaining 5 had odd expressions because of how easily their number had reduced. Director Long informed them that they had become the core elite of the academy, and as such, the academy would spare no expense to nurture them. He also said that although the academy respected Wei Xiaofeng's choice, he would surely regret it. He then declared that although the academy's ranking was not high, they would work together to create a bright future. And after the academy had done everything possible to train them, even the legendary Shrek Academy may not be as capable as East Sea Academy. East Sea Academy's Year 1 Class 0 was officially established. Not only did Class 0 have a dedicated classroom, but also the dorm rooms were the same as the teachers. Each person had a separate room. Class 0's homeroom teacher was Wu Changkong. The classroom was divided into 2 factions on the first official day. The relationship between the 2 groups was awful. Shi was quick to antagonize Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshi, calling them shameless and self-centered show-offs. Zhang Yangzi retorted by calling Shi a weakling and dared him to fight after class. The cold god walked into the classroom and silenced them with a look. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshi were in awe of his oppressive aura. The Tang trio had grown accustomed to Wu Changkong's temperament and maintained their composure. Wu Changkong casually pulled a chair and sat. He said the lesson plan had changed because of their physical condition, and they would discuss spirit mechs instead. Zhang Yangzi expressed his concern about the advanced subject. Wu Changkong coldly asked him to raise his hand before speaking. Zhang Yangzi was embarrassed and annoyed by Shi Si's mockery. However, Wu Changkong shut it down with a well-aimed chalk stick between Shi Si's eyes. Wu Changkong explained that in the current era, the spirit mech master was synonymous with the strong, and the sooner the students understood it, the better. He also said that Class 0's mech class was just for them to learn basic theoretical knowledge. Tang Wu Lin showed great interest in the subject of mechs. Unlike him, Gu Yue looked indifferent. Tens of thousands of years ago, spirit masters were the main occupation. Gradually, their numbers declined, and those that remained were of a much lower rank than their predecessors. The emergence of spirit guidance tools was responsible for the change in structure. Wu Changkong described the history of spirit mechs from their origin and applications until the modern era. After a lengthy explanation, he dismissed regular spirit mechs because they were only for military use. For the sake of the class, whose target was to become the most powerful, they would study what fits a combat spirit master: battle armor. His words piqued everyone's interest, including Gu Yue. He explained that large spirit mechs only made someone an easy target. Spirit mechs above the purple rank were made as small as armor, and because of their small size, they were known as battle armor. He said that only the spirit masters who used their battle armor and spirit essence together perfectly could be called the strongest fighters. He then mentioned the different mech-related occupations: mech designers, mech manufacturers, and mech repairers. He told the students they would have to choose a second career from the 3 options. Gu Yue asked why a second career was required. Wu Changkong explained that it was necessary if one wanted a powerful battle armor suited to them. If they did not study the second profession, they would never be able to integrate with their battle armor. Neither would they be able to climb the God Altar. The goal of Class 0 was to reach the God Altar. Tang Wu Lin asked whether they could see genuine battle armor, and the Cold God said they would once they completed the first phase of their combat training. Wu Changkong told them about their shortcomings in the class promotion contest. They all needed battle experience and skills. Their basic combat abilities, aside from their use of spirit essence, were terrible. Gu Yue interjected by saying that because her ability was elemental control, all she needed to improve was her spirit power and mental power. She asked whether basic combat ability was necessary. In response, Wu Changkong proposed a test. He asked Tang Wu Lin and Gu Yue to team up and attack him. He assured them he would not use any spirit skill and would lower his spirit power to their level. He would allow them to use their spirit skills freely to attack. He dared them to try and defeat him. Tang Wu Lin was the first to charge in for an attack. Gu Yue released multi-directional wind blades which surrounded Wu Jiankong. The attack made Shi Si exclaim with surprise. The cold god shut his eyes and muttered that the attack was naive. He then deflected the wind blades and Tang Wu Lin's blue-silver grass. Gu Yue was surprised by how easy he made it look. Tang Wu Lin suddenly appeared at his blind spot and threw a punch, completely missing his mark because of Wu Jiankong's swift evasion. Gu Yue intercepted the cold god mid-air with a barrage of fireballs, which he easily swatted away with his chalkboard pointer. Tang Wu Lin leaped through the smoke to attack again, eyes glowing with fighting spirit. Gu Yue continued launching fireballs. Her idea was to corner the cold god in all directions while Tang Wu Lin attacked directly. Wu Jiankong's eyes flashed as he raised his pointer. His aura surged, and he vanished from Tang Wu Lin's sight. He dashed toward his two opponents and knocked them down while extinguishing every last fireball. He chided them for thinking the basic battle skills were useless. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshi were amazed that the fight was over before they knew what had happened. Wu Jiankong continued to say that powerful spirit essence and spirit skills were important, but without battle skills, they would have no chance of using them. He spoke as his victims recovered. Tang Wu Lin nodded in agreement while Gu Yue remained speechless, still reeling from their sudden defeat. Class 0 conducted special training on battle skills. Tang Wu Lin had become the teacher's favorite punching bag for live demonstrations. Because of this, his battle prowess improved and progressed the fastest. His spirit power also grew without his knowledge. The class was later taken to a testing facility, and their mental power was evaluated. Jisi's mental power had risen to 31, 2 points higher than his last score. He smugly commented that the progress was nothing for someone as talented as himself. His broken arms had also recovered in a short period. Wang Jingshi's mental power was 18, and the cold god urged him to work hard and improve. Zhang Yangzi had a score of 41. It was Tang Wu Lin's turn, and Zhang Yangzi watched keenly. He wanted to see the ability of the boy who beat him at his strongest. Tang Wu Lin's score was 66. Zhang Yangzi was surprised and asked how it was possible. Tang Wu Lin had risen to the high level of spirit origin rank. Shi seemed to have expected such a result and complimented him. Zhang Yangzi was in denial and said the score was not much better than his own. As he spoke, Tang Wu Lin stood with his eyes fixed forward, and Zhang Yangzi followed his gaze. The result of Gu Yue's mental test was 153. Zhang Yangzi was dumbstruck. The result was beyond his imagination. Gu Yue was amazing at only 9 years old. In Zhang Yangzi's opinion, Gu Yue could reach the Spirit Sea realm before graduation, and had already achieved the mental power required to be a top-notch mech master and spirit master. He wondered whom the trio was for having such exceptional results. The class proceeded to the strength test. A force gauge tested the strength of each of their arms. Gu Yue's left punch was 115 kilograms, and her right was 143 kilograms. Zhang Yangzi was met with yet another surprising result. He exclaimed loudly that the power was so high and unscientific. Shi's left arm strength was 153 kilograms, and his right was 164. He was relieved that his score was slightly better than Gu Yue's. Zhang Yangzi's results, however, were surprisingly low. His left arm strength was 61 kilograms, and his right was 69. Shi playfully called him weak because of the low numbers. Up next was Wang Jingshi. As he stood before the force gauge, Shi wondered whether his strength would be impressive, considering he specialized in close combat. Wang Jingshi threw his punches in quick succession. His left arm strength was 423 kilograms, and his right was 468. Shi shouted in surprise and said it was almost 1 ton of attack power. Wang Jingshi afterward glanced at Tang Wu Lin and wondered about his results. Tang Wu Lin's left punch was 1,156 kilograms, and his right was 1,348. Everyone was shocked. In their eyes, the results were exaggerated, nearly triple that of Wang Jinshi. Wu Jiankong asked him to turn his right hand into the golden dragon claw and try again. Tang Wu Lin did as he was asked and punched the machine again with incredible force. The result was 2,700 kilograms. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshi were shocked. Everyone in Class 0 found the result outrageous. Wu Jiankong, however, seemed dissatisfied. With a serious tone, he asked Tang Wu Lin to try using the claw's skill. Tang Wu Lin complied as the aura surged from his golden dragon claw. He clenched his fist and condensed the golden aura. Wu Jiankong urged him to use all his strength, and he complied as his eyes glowed. He punched, and a wave of power flooded the entire room. The monitor indicated a force of nearly 4 tons. His classmates stood with mouths wide open. Tang Wulin put a hole in the force gauge. When he noticed the damage, he awkwardly asked whether he had to pay for it. Wu Jiankong said Director Long would take care of the mess. He asked Tang Wulin whether he was all right after expending so much spirit power. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi felt fortunate that Wu Jiankong intervened in their match. Otherwise, they would have been completely pulverized. That evening, Wu Jiankong asked to speak to Tang Wulin privately. He said Tang Wulin's improvement in mental power and control over his dragon scales and claw had gone beyond what was possible from a spirit essence mutation. He finally asked what had happened to the boy during the typhoon. A wave of anxiety washed over Tang Wulin. He remembered old Tang's warning against disclosing the truth about the Golden Dragon King within his body. Wu Jiankong took the boy's silence as a lack of knowledge. He explained that after some research, he learned that another spirit essence might be hidden in Tang Wulin's body. 2 possible scenarios would play out because of it. One was that Tang Wulin would become like Shi with twin spirit essence, and the other was that both spirit essences would fuse and become even more powerful. Tang Wulin was surprised by his teacher's incredible insight. Wu Jiankong expressed concern that Tang Wulin's body would not be able to endure the energy fluctuations if the latter scenario occurred. He asked Tang Wulin to find him if he felt unwell. Wu Jiankong promised to help him minimize the damage from the fusion of his spirit essence. Tang Wulin thanked his teacher and turned to leave the room. Wu Jiankong stopped him and asked whether he was interested in learning the footwork he had used while sparring. Tang Wulin beamed excitedly as he expressed interest and asked whether Wu Jiankong would teach him. The cold god explained that the mysterious footwork belonged to a powerful organization. He said Tang Wulin had to join the organization to learn the technique. Tang Wulin grew nervous when he heard a nondescript organization being mentioned. Wu Jiankong noticed the change and asked whether something was wrong. Tang Wulin explained that he thought about his parents, who had gone into hiding because of a mysterious organization and were later taken by it, and he had yet to hear a word of their whereabouts. The cold god assured that the organization he referred to differed from the one that took Tang Wulin's parents. He explained that he could help by recommending Tang Wulin, but whether he could join depended entirely on the boy. Wu Jiankong also offered to help Tang Wulin find ways to locate his parents. Tang Wulin continued his life of working and studying. He knew that his survival depended on his ability to break the second seal before his 15th birthday by obtaining the 4 items required. He needed to work hard to improve his rank as a blacksmith and earn enough money. While forging, he was deep in thought when he received a call from Mang Tian asking him to go to the Blacksmith Association immediately. He was surprised to find Mang Tian with President Mu Chen on arrival. Mang Tian had a grave expression, as he said he had something to tell Tang Wulin. The boy had never seen his master make such an expression, and asked him to proceed. Mang Tian narrated his initial unwillingness to teach Tang Wulin, but accepted him when he saw the boy's persistence and effort as a 6-year-old. He continued to say that because Tang Wulin had become a rank 3 blacksmith and had amazing talent, he was the most likely person at East Sea City's Blacksmith Association to become a divine blacksmith. Mang Tian said that his dream was to become a divine blacksmith. However, his cultivation had gone awry years ago, and his limit was the level of a rank 6 blacksmith. The limit made him unfit to become Tang Wulin's teacher. He then recommended President Mu Chen as his replacement. Mu Chen was an outstanding saint blacksmith who had reached the level of spirit forging. Mu Chen asked Tang Wulin to continue his blacksmith training with the president. Tang Wulin's heart was in chaos. His sister Nair had left him. His parents also left him. And now, the only other person he could consider a relative was about to leave. He fell to his knees in sorrow as Mang Tian called to him with a concerned look. Tang Wulin cried out with his head bowed low to the ground. He quoted the saying, "A teacher for a day, a father for life." He refused to accept another teacher. His words were like a knife to Mang Tian's heart. Mang Tian understood the boy's words perfectly. An apprentice could only have one master. Those were the rules of the blacksmithing world. If Tang Wulin accepted Mu Chen as a master, he could no longer become Mang Tian's apprentice. Mang Tian wore a painful expression as he watched his apprentice sobbing on the floor. They were interrupted by Mu Chen's bright smile. He happily said that there was nothing wrong with having 2 teachers. Tang Wulin could still have Mu Chen as a teacher while learning from Mang Tian. The latter was shocked by the president's words. Mu Chen's words meant that he considered Mang Tian an equal. Mu Chen revealed his intention to raise a legendary generation in the blacksmithing world. Because Mang Tian had laid a solid foundation for Tang Wulin, there was no reason the boy could not have two teachers. Tang Wulin tearfully thanked the president along with Mang Tian. Mu Chen encouraged him to increase his spirit power to become a top-notch blacksmith. He promised that the association would fully support and train him. Tang Wulin met Mu Shi on the way out of the association. She looked at him seriously and said that since he had become her father's apprentice, he should refer to her as his senior sister. Tang Wulin recalled their previous altercation but reluctantly paid her the courtesy. Mu Shi asked to walk with him back to school because they were both headed there. On the way, they chatted tirelessly about their forging experiences. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the entrance to the student dorms. Tang Wulin described to her the qualities of heavy silver that made it ideal for thousand refinements. He said it was as if the metal liked to be thousand refined. Mu Shi asked what he meant by that, and he explained that the metal could tell where more power needed to be applied to it. She remembered that her dad, Mu Chen, had said the same thing to her when she was younger. She was impressed by Tang Wulin's comprehension. At that moment, Tang Wulin saw a dark silhouette at the dorm entrance. He grabbed Mu Shi's arm, shaking her from her thoughts and drawing her attention to the dark figure. He loudly demanded the identity of the figure in the dark. It turned out to be Wang Jinshi, who wore a gloomy expression and said he had been waiting and asked to speak with Tang Wulin privately. Wang Jinshi led Tang Wulin to his room. Once they had settled down, he began explaining the subject of their discussion to Tang Wulin. His spirit essence was the Bone Dragon King, and he also had a darkness attribute. He explained that the Bone Dragon King was a rare and powerful spirit essence. If one found the right spirit soul, one could gain flight ability. After meeting Tang Wulin, Wang Jinshi's ambition was broken because his spirit essence was suppressed for the first time. His hands trembled as he described his inner turmoil. Tang Wulin patted his shoulder and looked at him seriously. He then assured Wang Jinshi that he could understand his feelings. He shared his past struggle of awakening a weak spirit essence and getting discouraged by everyone around him. He described his persistence and his resolve to never give up on himself. After the pep talk, Tang Wulin brought Wang Jinshi to speak with Wu Zhangkong. Tang Wulin described the strange phenomenon between them. When he activated his bloodline's power, Wang Jinshi's spirit power increased. Wang Jinshi completed the statement by saying his spirit essence was suppressed whenever he tried attacking Tang Wulin. Wu Zhangkong performed a test and confirmed the phenomenon. When Wang Jinshi inquired about it, the cold god said it was caused by hostility. Regardless of the source, Tang Wulin's dragon bloodline would suppress whenever there was hostility between the two. Wu Zhangkong pondered for a moment and proposed another test for the boys. They were to meditate together starting that night. The meditation between the two produced immediate results. Their spirit power improved to varying degrees. While meditating, Tang Wulin could feel extra energy pouring into his body, and he could tell that his spirit power had broken through to rank 14. They reported the results from their meditation the following day in Wu Zhangkong's office. Tang Wulin's spirit power had increased by 5% and Wang Jingshi's by 10%. In the excitement, Wang Jingshi asked whether they should look for those with dragon-type spirit essence to meditate together. The cold god discouraged him by explaining that having more people meditating together would cause interference and have an overall bad effect. Wu Zhangkong then asked them to shake hands. A brilliant light shone, and an intense power surged from them. Wang Jinshi was surprised to see dark dragon scales appearing on his forearm and felt his strength rising rapidly. Wu Zhangkong asked them to stop and explained that it was not just an ordinary buffing effect, but something similar to a spirit fusion. He said he would place the boys in adjacent rooms so that they could continue meditating together. He also suggested that Tang Wulin extend a strand of blue-silver grass to maintain their connection. They followed their teacher's advice and quickly increased their spirit power as the days passed. It was an unusual day for Class 0. For the first time, Wu Zhangkong did not teach or lecture. He instead asked them to prepare for a trip to the Spirit Ascension Tower. Tang Wulin asked about the place, earning Xi's exasperated outburst for his ignorance. ZZ explained that the Spirit Ascension Tower was created by a dozen titled Duluos through research to enable Spirit Masters to learn through experience. One could experience the charm of the Spirit Master world in ancient times. The cultivation age limit for spirit souls could be increased within the tower. A 10-year spirit soul had a chance of upgrading, all because inside were entirely real battles with spirit beasts. ZC explained how rare it was to have an opportunity to enter the Spirit Ascension Towers. One had to pay 500,000 Union coins to enter. While there were at least 1 million Spirit Masters, only 1,000 could enter in a month. He then commented on how Wei Xiaofeng's intestines would be green with envy if he knew that Class 0 could enter the towers once a month. The Spirit Pagoda's 18 Spirit Ascension Towers were also called the 18 Pillars Supporting Heaven. The branch closest to the East Sea Academy stood majestic and imposing at several hundred meters high. The atmosphere in the building felt different for Class 0. They encountered a wide hall and a high ceiling when they entered. Wu Jiankong took the opportunity to explain the murals on the walls. The murals recorded the early days of the Spirit Pagoda's founder, a legendary generation Spirit Master. It was the story about how the Spirit Ice Duluo led humanity to resist the tide of spirit beasts. The teacher explained that the murals next to them were incomplete and that other murals could be found in the 17 other towers on the continent. After the Spirit Ice Duluo's battle with the Beast God, the gold-eyed Black Dragon King Di Tian, they both disappeared. Tang Wulin looked at the murals intently, especially the one with the Spirit Ice Duluo, Huo Yu Hao. He heard the stories when he was young. According to legends, the Spirit Ice Duluo was the son of Dai Hao, the White Tiger Duke of the Star Luo Empire. He had outstanding talent. He was only an ordinary youngster when he joined Shrek Academy 10,000 years ago. He later became a peak expert, ultimately having enough power to shake the continent. It was said that he could have already broken through humanity's limits and entered the realm of gods. After his disappearance, his wife also disappeared. On the other mural, Tang Wulin saw an exceptionally radiant woman with butterfly wings on her back emitting a brilliant light. She was the Spirit Ice Duluo's wife, the dragon butterfly Duluo, Tang Wu Tong. It was said that she was very strong, and with Huo Yu Hao, they had an enormous spirit fusion ability. They fused into one overwhelmingly powerful being. In those days, the two were the strongest. Gu Yue stared at the mural as she sounded the name of the dragon butterfly Duluo. She remarked on how similar Tang Wulin's name was to the legendary title Duluo. She said, in addition, that Tang Wulin's eyes looked similar to Tang Wu Tong's. Ji scoffed and asked how it was possible when the eye colors were different. Tang Wulin concurred, saying he couldn't be similar to the dragon butterfly Duluo. He asked how a mortal such as himself could look similar to her. Class 0 proceeded further into the building as Tang Wulin gave Tang Wu Tong's mural one last glance before catching up with everyone else. The class entered an elevator and descended for a long period. Wu Jiankong reminded everyone to be careful of how they acted within the building. They had to avoid acting recklessly, pay attention to safety, and ask for help when needed. Shi wondered what the teacher meant by asking for help because the Spirit Ascension platform was a simulated environment. The cold god told him that he would understand once he entered. A hooded figure approached the students and informed them they would have distress signals on their wrists once they entered the platform. The class was asked to press the distress signal when in danger. The hooded figure then wished them luck. ZC was perplexed by the information. He wondered why he felt danger the more he heard about the place. Class 5 entered special simulation capsules. The Spirit Ascension technician instructed them to relax their bodies and prepare to enter the Spirit Ascension platform. At the same time, Director Long arrived to witness Class 5's first experience. The technician reminded them to use the distress signal when they encountered danger that they could not handle. Tang Wulin and his classmates were also informed that they would be separated when they entered the Spirit Ascension platform. The technician pressed a button and sent them off, wishing them luck. Tang Wulin felt as if his body had become weightless. His consciousness traveled toward a white brilliance on the horizon, seemingly at the speed of light. His eyes were flooded with the brilliant white light, and when he blinked, he stood in a lush forest. He was surprised to discover that although the place was a simulated environment, it was indistinguishable from reality. He could feel the plant life around him, especially the blue-silver grass. He recalled that the forest cover on the continent was less than 1%. He was surprised by the beauty of the primitive forest and the freshness of the air. Director Long saw his relaxed expression and wondered whether Tang Wulin was sleeping. Wu Jiankong said that Tang Wulin seemed to comprehend and reminded the director that the boy's spirit essence was blue-silver grass. Director Long was amazed by the simulated Star Luo forest's suitability for cultivating plant-type spirit essences and Tang Wulin's comprehension. Zhang Yangzi took to the skies. He hovered mid-air and thought about taking revenge on Tang Wulin's group for his defeat in the class promotion competition. He then spotted a bird. It was a spirit beast. He decided to use it for practice and flew in to attack. The bird's eyes turned fierce. It intercepted him mid-flight and spread its large wings to claw at its attacker. Zhang Yangzi panicked and quickly pressed the distress button. His eyes flew open as he sat up in his capsule, asking whether he had been sent back to the real world. Director Long looked at him with disappointment. Zhang Yangzi could only look away awkwardly. He looked up and saw GC on the big screen, realizing he was the first to exit the Spirit Ascension platform. GC moved stealthily among bushes and kept low to the ground. He knew that his twin spirit essences were not perfect. His light and shadow dragon daggers had a shared origin but had opposite effects. His focus was on improving his spirit souls within the Spirit Ascension platform. His expectations were the highest. He peeked at a monkey-like spirit beast from behind a rock and retreated before it could sense his presence. Zhang Yangzi spoke spitefully about Shixi's decision and said he could have stayed longer on the platform if he had relied on such cowardly tactics. The cold god commended Shixi's judgment. The spirit beast that Shixi encountered was the Scarlet Demon Beast, known to live in packs and is very dangerous. Wu Jiangkong told Zhang Yangzi that if he wanted to stay in the Spirit Ascension platform, he needed to understand the traits of spirit beasts. Zhang Yangzi was asked to keep watching. Shixi quietly observed his target from within another bush and launched a surprise attack on the spirit beast. The spirit beast dodged the incoming attack. Zhang Yangzi asked whether the sneak attack was a failure. Wu Jiangkong replied that Shixi had left a backhand and had planned for his target's escape. Shixi tore the spirit beast to pieces with his spirit skill. Light Dragon Storm. Zhang Yangzi was surprised while the cold god nodded. Shixi then heard a loud bang. In the distance, the ground was littered with the corpses of spirit beasts. Wang Jingxi was out of breath as he crouched on the ground. He had just fought an arduous battle against the pack of spirit beasts and barely got away unscathed. He had defeated a pack of azure wind wolves. He had expended most of his spirit power and wanted to take time to recover. He heard a mournful sound from the bushes. When he went to investigate, he saw the weeping face of a young woman and thought it belonged to a spirit master. The face suddenly released a bone-chilling scream, and a gigantic spider appeared behind it. Wang Jingxi tripped and fell backward in shock. The Spirit Pagoda's personnel panicked and rushed to prepare emergency treatment for Wang Jingxi. They considered him unlucky to have encountered the man-faced demon spider so early in his stay at the Spirit Ascension platform. Zhang Yangzi wondered what they meant as the screen displayed a grim sight. A large spider leg had impaled Wang Jingxi. Wang Jingxi did not have enough time to press the distress signal. However, the man-faced demon spider's attack forcefully ejected him from the Spirit Ascension platform. He spat blood as his body convulsed from the shock. The Spirit Pagoda personnel worked to stabilize his condition. Zhang Yangzi watched in horror as his friend screamed in pain. He wondered why Wang Jingxi suffered real pain when the Spirit Ascension platform was a simulated world. The staff corrected, saying the perception of those who entered the Spirit Ascension platform was the same as reality. Therefore, if one were hurt in the simulated world, the pain would travel through the nerves to the brain. The body would not be injured, but the mind would suffer the trauma. He told Zhang Yangzi that those new to the platform felt the sensations were real and their minds were affected. He too would have suffered excruciating pain if he had not pressed the distress signal in time. Gu Yue was walking through the forest when a 1,000-year crystal bear appeared before her. A Spirit Pagoda personnel asked if he should remind her to use the distress signal, but Wu Jiangkong asked him to wait. She sent a gust of wind toward the bear to obscure its vision and escape its line of sight. She had not, however, escaped its attack range. The 1,000-year crystal bear roared as Gu Yue glanced back at it. In another part of the forest, ZC hid behind a rock to catch his breath. He was running low on spirit power and needed to rest. He suddenly heard an eerie sound like a spirit beast running toward him. A 100-year single-horned dragon suddenly appeared before him. Its strong offense and defense made it the natural enemy of agility-type spirit masters such as ZZ. When he thought he had successfully avoided it by climbing onto a tree branch, the single-horned dragon charged into ZZ's tree and forced him onto another. As soon as he jumped to another tree, the single-horned dragon appeared above him with a wide-open mouth lined with jagged teeth, ready to clamp down on its prey. It was too late for ZC to dodge, so he considered using his distress signal. The spirit beast was too fast for him and snapped its jaws. ZC reflexively shut his eyes. He opened them and was surprised to find himself in Tang Wu Lin's arms. Tang Wu Lin's eyes emitted a golden light as he told the spirit beast to get lost. He stood his ground as the beast reared at him and charged with its mouth open again. ZC jumped to safety as Tang Wulin clenched his fist and swung it. The devastating punch toppled the enormous spirit beast and embedded it firmly into the ground. Zhang Yangzi was shocked by the display of power. Wu Jiangkong remained silent as he watched the scene. As he looked at the slain beast, Tang Wulin explained that the single-horned dragon's defensive abilities would have been difficult to overcome without his bloodline's power. Shi responded by saying he was too modest. Suddenly, a voice called to Tang Wulin, asking for help. Gu Yue ran toward them with the 1,000-year crystal bear in hot pursuit. ZC panicked as he asked what she had done to provoke the creature. Gu Yue replied that it had just started chasing her. Tang Wulin asked her to get behind him as he threw one of his heavy silver hammers at the bear. The hammer struck the creature's head, and ZC thought it was enough. He was surprised to see that the hammer only enraged the crystal bear. ZC shouted for everyone to spread out. The trio put some distance between themselves and the crystal bear. Tang Wulin asked if ZC knew the weak points of the bear. ZC replied that the crystal bear was weakest behind the neck. He also warned that if anyone were struck by it, they would be turned into a crystal. As he spoke, the bear swiped at Tang Wulin, who swiftly grabbed a vine and dodged the attack. He awkwardly held on to the vine and asked for help when he realized the crystal bear's attention was still on himself. ZC attacked, and Gu Yue sent icicles to distract the bear and help Tang Wulin escape. The trio regrouped and got into battle formation. Tang Wulin naturally took command and gave orders to everyone. Gu Yue was tasked with attacking the crystal bear's eyes and ZC, the beast's abdomen, to give Tang Wulin a chance to attack the neck. They flew into action to execute the plan. Gu Yue launched a barrage of fireballs at the bear's eyes, causing it to reel back in pain. Shi followed with the light dragon storm on its belly, causing it to bend. Tang Wulin made a fist with his golden dragon claw and prepared to deliver the final blow. He delivered a powerful punch to the back of the bear's neck, surprising Wu Jiangkong. Shi called it a perfect blow and cheerfully announced their victory. They had defeated a 1,000-year spirit beast. Gu Yue let out a sigh of relief. The celebration was premature. Tang Wulin was enveloped by the surge of power released from the body of the dying beast and was instantly crystallized. Gu Yue used her body to break his fall to prevent Tang Wulin from shattering to pieces. She was injured and lost consciousness because Tang Wulin's crystallized body had greatly increased in weight. ZC was the only one left standing and pressed her distress signal to send her back. Tang Wulin was still crystallized, and his distress button could not be pressed. ZC decided to guard Tang Wulin until he recovered. Regardless of the danger, he was determined to keep Tang Wulin safe. He would not press his distress signal no matter what. From childhood, his father had taught him to be a man of indomitable spirit. No matter the danger, one cannot abandon their friend. At that moment, he stood facing a horde of spirit beasts and was not timid. Rather, he was fired up. The rain fell on the forest floor, littered with the corpses of spirit beasts. ZC held his light dragon dagger as fresh blood dripped from his knuckles. He cursed the spirit beasts and said that they could not shake him. He prepared to receive the attack from a large spirit beast when suddenly a hammer flew past him and struck the beast's head. Tang Wulin was finally awake. He quickly asked what had happened. Shi weakly replied that it was good that Tang Wulin was finally awake before collapsing from fatigue. Tang Wulin quickly activated their distress signals. He woke up in his capsule at the Spirit Ascension Tower and immediately began calling to Shi with concern. Wu Jiangkong had a grave expression and began explaining what Shi endured to save him. A feeling of dread washed over Tang Wulin. He did not wait for his teacher to finish speaking and ran past him toward ZC's capsule. His eyes met an unexpected sight. ZC was perfectly fine and unharmed. Wu Jiangkong completed his explanation with his back still turned. ZC had only exhausted his spirit power and was lucky to have been sent back in time. Director Long asked why the cold god spoke in such a misleading manner. Class 0 returned to the academy and received individual feedback based on their performance. Tang Wulin had killed 2 powerful spirit beasts. His golden dragon claw possessed greater power than the rest of his body. Had it not been for his lack of knowledge about the 1,000-year crystal bear, he would have avoided getting crystallized, and his performance would have been perfect. Gu Yue coordinated her attacks well with Tang Wulin. Her elemental control was excellent, but at the last moment she tried to rescue Tang Wulin and got hurt instead. ZC faced overwhelming odds and did not press his distress signal until Tang Wulin recovered to help him do it. His body had been severely wounded, but he stood his ground and pushed past the pain to protect Tang Wulin. The cold god said the 5 in Class 0 would form a mini battle squad with Tang Wulin as the captain from that day onward. Zhang Yangzi was filled with resentment. Although he was unwilling, he also acknowledged Tang Wulin. He did so after realizing he was inferior in teamwork and personal strength. He reflected on his performance in the Spirit Ascension platform and felt ashamed. Tang Wulin walked on the academy grounds with Gu Yue when he grew dizzy. Gu Yue noticed the change and asked whether he was okay. He remained silent and fainted. Wu Jiankong arrived on the scene and said the spirit soul's evolution likely caused Tang Wulin's state. Shi was surprised by the news and wondered how Tang Wulin's spirit soul could evolve after entering the Spirit Ascension platform once. Wu Jiankong explained that Tang Wulin's spirit soul was innately weak, making evolution naturally easier. Tang Wulin had killed a few high-level spirit beasts in the Spirit Ascension platform, so his spirit soul evolved immediately. The cold god asked the group to leave Tang Wulin to him so that he could ensure that the boy's spirit soul evolution was safely completed. Tang Wulin felt the vast difference between his spirit soul's evolution and the process of breaking the first seal of the Golden Dragon King. He felt as if he was soaking in a pool of warm water, free from worry. The exhaustion in his body gradually disappeared under the warmth. He felt refreshed the following day. It was as if his spirit power was constantly improving. He finally looked up and could not recognize his surroundings. Wu Jiankong snuck up to him and said the place was his room. He explained that he had stayed beside Tang Wulin and protected him since he fainted the previous day. Once Tang Wulin had thanked him, Wu Jiankong asked him to release his spirit essence. Tang Wulin complied and realized that most of the blue-silver grass had transformed into vines, becoming thick and tough. His spirit soul, Jingguang, had also become larger, and its scales had a pale golden shade. The golden scale on its head had also become more distinct. Wu Jiankong said nothing was surprising about the change because Jingguang had evolved into the 100-year level. Tang Wulin released his spirit ring and was excited that it had turned yellow. Wu Jiankong sleepily said Tang Wulin's spirit essence had become battle-ready. Tang Wulin expressed gratitude once more as his teacher fell asleep while still standing. He experienced the overwhelming joy that his spirit soul was no longer useless. During Class Zero's next lecture, the Cold God asked them to talk about their experiences at the Spirit Ascension platform in the order they exited. The first was Zhang Yangzi. He explained that the world inside the platform felt realistic, making him curious about everything. He climbed to the top of a tree to observe his surroundings and to enable him to fly in any direction. He concluded by saying he became a target because of his ignorance and arrogance. Wu Jiankong cautioned him that he would have died if it had been the real world. Wang Jinshi was next. He recalled his experience with the man-faced demon spider and admitted it had become a nightmare. He did not know how to deal with it the next time he encountered it. Wu Jiankong advised him to relax, so his mental state would improve in a few days. He explained that the spider was stronger than a 1,000-year spirit beast, so it was not shameful that Wang Jinshi lost to it. He advised Wang Jinshi to press the distress signal the next time he ran into the spider. Gu Yue said that she enjoyed the experience of the Spirit Ascension platform, especially the realism of the environment and spirit beasts. Wu Jiankong narrowed his eyes and asked her to explain how she could easily find Tang Wulin. He said it made sense that Shi ran into Tang Wulin because they were relatively close, but the distance between Gu Yue and Tang Wulin was large. After she found the 1,000-year crystal bear, she seemed to move directly toward Tang Wulin. Gu Yue gave an excuse that it was a coincidence, but the cold god said that the path Gu Yue used was adjusted as Tang Wulin's position changed, which was impossible. He asked her to explain herself. Gu Yue reluctantly admitted that it was one of the small tricks she could pull off with her elemental control. She could place a mark on someone, which allowed her to find them. She felt safest with Tang Wulin, so she went to him. Wu Jiankong sighed and asked the rest to speak. Shi said that he also liked the environment inside the Spirit Ascension platform, which was suitable for an agility-type spirit master such as himself. If his speed was greater, he could have greater survivability. He said that the trip made him realize the importance of utilizing vital points in a battle and allowed him to accumulate much practical experience. Tang Wulin admitted they were lucky to kill the 1,000-year crystal bear. The forest felt realistic, and he could also interact with the blue-silver grass in the environment. He said that the team would have to strengthen its cooperation in the future, and only with good coordination would they draw out their collective strength to fight powerful spirit beasts. Wu Jiankong asked the class to pay attention to their cultivation according to their summaries and conclusions about their experiences. He then assigned them scores. Zhang Yangzi, 0 points. Wang Jingshi, 1 point. Gu Yue, 5 points. Zishi, 5 points, and Tang Wulin, 4 points. Zishi asked with surprise why Tang Wulin only got 4 points despite having killed a few spirit beasts. Wu Zhangkong passed the question to Tang Wulin. After pondering, Tang Wulin said Gu Yue scored high because her precise elemental control contributed to the Crystal Bear's defeat. Zishi also scored high because he risked his life to protect him. Wu Zhangkong corrected and said that Gu Yue caught Tang Wulin and prevented him from shattering, and Jiaxi saved his life and was familiar with the spirit beasts. If Tang Wulin knew that crystal bears created a spirit power explosion at the moment of death, he would not have become crystallized. His ignorance caused Gu Yue and Zishi to sacrifice themselves. In other words, everyone was eliminated because of him. The cold god asked the class to strengthen their understanding of spirit beasts for their future cultivation. He added that 90% of the skills used by spirit masters came from spirit beasts, and knowledge about them would aid them when facing future threats. Wu Zhangkong's words were like cold water to Tang Wulin. The joy he felt from his spirit soul's evolution was gone. The cold god understood that someone could not be complacent if they wanted to be strong. After experiencing the spirit ascension platform, everyone spontaneously began working hard. Zhang Yangzi also let go of his hostility and joined everyone. They could enter the spirit ascension platform once a week, and the intense experience inside made them grow rapidly. After continuous forging, Tang Wulin gradually understood the importance of a hammering foundation and learned how to avoid useless work. When a hammer descended, if the power and position were just right, it could save time and effort. Mu Chen continued to teach him diligently. Through training, a year 1 Class 0 student could survive inside the Spirit Ascension platform for at least 1 hour. During that time, they all turned 10 years old and became geniuses in the real sense, not only in name. The end-of-term exam was fast approaching, and Wu Zhangkong informed Class 0 that part of their exam was to survive in the Spirit Ascension platform for an hour. The Tang trio took turns reminding the teacher they could stay for an hour. However, the Cold God said they would go to the Spirit Ascension platform during its rebellion period. He explained that this was a special time because the beasts inside the Spirit Ascension platform would be most active, and their increased numbers would increase the level of danger. The rebellion would happen twice a year in the early days. However, with the advancement of technology, it was gradually controllable and became a suitable environment for cultivation. He reiterated that Class 0 would have to survive for an hour in the Spirit Ascension platform during its rebellion. He cautioned them that apart from spirit beasts, they would encounter other spirit masters who would have entered the platform simultaneously. Zhang Yangzi asked whether the other spirit masters would be a threat. Wu Zhangkong replied affirmatively and explained that everyone had the goal of hunting spirit beasts and surviving. The Spirit Ascension platform reconstructed the Duluo continent that existed tens of millennia ago. It could be said that inside was a real battlefield. Wu Zhangkong said that the rebellion would begin in 3 days, and that Class 0 had 3 days as a holiday to prepare. Zishi was excited by the news and asked Tang Wulin if he wanted to eat stewed beef. Zhang Yangzi overheard the invitation and asked to join. Tang Wulin declined the invitation and said he wanted to use his free time to cultivate and complete some forging work. During the 3 days, Tang Wulin stayed in the workshop forging. Mu Chen called him to the Blacksmith Association on the evening of the 3rd day. He asked the boy to sit and presented him with an entry card for the rebelling Spirit Ascension platform. He said that the price was very high. Even with money, one may still need help to obtain it. He suggested that Tang Wulin could invite his friends to form a team and go to cultivate inside. The offer surprised Tang Wulin, but the president asked him not to be embarrassed, and it was just a small gift from the association. The boy explained that the East Sea Academy had already arranged for his class to enter the Spirit Ascension platform for the rebellion experience. So he naturally had a spot. The president was surprised by the good treatment Class 0 was receiving from the academy. However, he insisted that Tang Wulin take the entry card so that he could enter the platform more than once, which would benefit his cultivation. The boy bowed his head and thanked his teacher. The Spirit Ascension platform's rebellion had begun, and the 5 from Class 0 arrived early at the Spirit Pagoda. Tang Wulin presented his classmates with sets of light body armor that he made from a rare metal called Cloud Titanium. The metal was light and strong. The armor could be worn inside their clothes. He had made Wang Jingxi's armor slightly bigger because his body enlarged whenever he used his spirit essence. Everyone looked determined as they prepared to enter the Spirit Ascension platform. The rebelling Spirit Ascension platform officially opened, and a big battle was about to begin. A large number of Spirit Master teams had arrived. Everyone's objective was clear: defeat the spirit beasts and gain their power. The Spirit Pagoda did not provide viewing seats this time because of its good relationship with East Sea Academy. The teachers, however, were an exception. They were Wu Jiangkong and Director Long. Class 0 jumped straight into the action inside the Spirit Ascension platform. Except for those in their small team, they considered everyone else an enemy. Director Long commented on the brilliance of Class 0's battle formation. He asked the Cold God whether his training methods were strict. Wu Jiangkong was deep in thought and completely ignored the director's question. He recalled Shrek Academy's motto, only accepting monsters, not ordinary people. That was also the pride of every student at Shrek Academy. So, for Class 0 to become monsters that were envied by others, they would have to walk the path of exceptional hardships. Undoubtedly, the most talented was Gu Yue. Shrek Academy, or the Spirit Pagoda, recorded her ability to control the 5 elements. Her mental power was unprecedented among her peers, reaching the spirit connection realm at a young age. She had a limitless future. Ji had the next best natural talent. No matter the era, twin spirit essences were very rare. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jingxi's talents could only be called decent, because their spirit essences were not top tier. However, once they could perfectly control their spirit fusion ability, their combat strength would not be inferior to anyone. As for Tang Wulin, his strength lay in his tenacious disposition. Despite having a weak spirit essence, he was not discouraged and continued cultivating, and his physical strength was the best in the class. More importantly, his spirit essence was still mutating. At the same time, he possessed a strange golden dragon claw. If his spirit essence could continue mutating well, he could become a genius like Gu Yue. The more talented someone was, the harder they had to train. If someone wanted to be a monster, they must experience being a monster. The team encountered a 100-year Iron Arm ape and quickly defeated it. Director Long was impressed by their good coordination. Zhang Yangzi kept a lookout from a tree branch, encouraging his teammates below to recover their spirit power. A Spirit Pagoda technician was also impressed by the well-executed tactics of the 10-year-olds. Zhang Yangzi reported a group of 3 approaching their location. There were 2 men and 1 woman. One had 3 spirit rings, and the others had 2 spirit rings. He finished reporting when a fireball exploded at his branch. He was quick to react and had already shot into the sky. He reported that his attacker's control of the fire element was stronger than Gu Yue's. Tang Wulin quickly commanded his team to prepare for battle as their assailant stepped into view. She had 3 spirit rings and wielded a bright orange flame. She demanded they hand over all the spirit power they had collected and afterward press the distress signal to exit the Spirit Ascension platform. Zhang Yangzi panicked when he saw the girl's 3 spirit rings and asked what they should do. Tang Wulin called to the girl, addressing her as elder sister. The girl was indeed his senior sister, Mu Shi. She recognized him immediately. Tang Wulin was surprised to see her in the rebelling Spirit Ascension platform and asked if she wanted to team up. Mu Shi declined because his team was too weak. She expressed her surprise that he only had 1 spirit ring. She said that despite his strength and early progress in blacksmithing, he would require sufficient spirit power in the future to perform spirit forging. Mu Shi said that she would catch up to him. Gu Yue overheard the conversation and formed a fireball out of irritation as Zici nervously tried to calm her. Once Mu Shi's team had left, Tang Wulin reminded everyone to stay alert and keep watch while they recovered their spiritual power. Gu Yue alerted everyone to their strange silence. Zhang Yangzi was shocked when his Shadow Scout was destroyed. A gigantic spider's web spread out from above. Tang Wulin and Gu Yue attempted to counter the dark spider web. However, they were unsuccessful and were forced to retreat. Zici was shocked that the web had corroded Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass. He warned that the web was highly toxic. They would have been eliminated if they did not have the Shadow Scout. Wang Jingxi began trembling. His eyes gazed at a familiar and terrifying existence. It was a foe that haunted his dreams. It was the second advent of the man-faced demon spider. The staff at the Spirit Pagoda were shocked to see the spider. Zici was quick to identify the spirit beast and its cultivation. He too asked what they should do. Wang Jingxi mentioned that it seemed to be the same creature that had previously attacked him. The spider's body was coated with a thick, poisonous miasma. Its entire body was a deadly weapon. Although it was only a 100-year spirit beast, it could kill stronger spirit beasts because of its amazing power. Defeating it would only give them the energy of a 100-year spirit beast. It was a huge risk, so Shici asked what they should do. Tang Wulin confidently said they would fight and kill it. His resolve filled Shici with confidence. His timidity was turned into a thirst for battle. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshi were uncertain and questioned the order. In response to their apprehension, Gu Yue said their captain's decision was never to be questioned. Once the decision was made, they only had to execute it without hesitation. Director Long remarked that the decision to fight the man-faced demon spider was right because they might attract more spirit beasts to attack them if they tried to run away. Tang Wulin cautioned his team to be careful and avoid getting close to the spider. He noticed that wherever the spider stood was corroded by the poison. As soon as he spoke, the spider revealed its face and shot its web at them. They dodged and noticed the spider's web corroded whatever it touched. Gu Yue provided cover by releasing a continuous barrage of fireballs. However, the spider swatted them away with its legs and shot its corrosive web again. Zhang Yangzi dodged into the air and asked Tang Wulin whether they had to fight. Director Long tried to shout instructions to them from outside but was discouraged by Wu Jiankong. Wang Jinshi mustered the courage to confront his nemesis. He told Tang Wulin that he did not want the spider to continue being his nightmare. He had truly overcome his fear. The captain acknowledged his words and said that he needed Wang Jingshi's participation for their plan to work. The team continued to dodge when they realized the poisonous net had surrounded them. They started their counterattack once the spider shot another of its webs. Gu Yue raised a boulder from the earth to block the corrosive web. Zhang Yangzi used his spirit skill, Dark Ray Curtain, to obscure the demon spider's vision. Tang Wulin used his blue-silver grass vines to bind the legs of the spider. Wang Jingxi leaped to attack with his giant bone dragon claw. At that moment, a blue-silver grass vine corroded. The spider raised its freed leg, bringing it down like a reaper's scythe over Wang Jingxi's head. Wang Jingxi was suddenly pulled back into the dark ray curtain by a blue-silver grass vine. He had only served as bait, much to Director Long's surprise. The vines of the blue-silver grass further tangled the spider's legs, but they did not corrode this time. The blue-silver grass vines released a faint golden glow, and the corrosion effect of the demon spider was lost. Zhi attacked the spider's back with his spirit skill, Light Dragon Storm. Director Long and Zhang Yangzi quickly celebrated the direct hit, but Gu Yue noticed it was not a fatal strike. Tang Wulin appeared close to the spider. He was right under its abdomen as his right fist shone with golden brilliance. His teammates warned him to get away, but he asked Zhi to replace him as captain in case anything happened to him. Zhi shouted for him to stop, but his figure flashed, and he plunged his right fist into the demon spider's abdomen. Xi and Zhang Yangzi stared at the pool of the demon spider's blood on the ground. They were surprised that even its blood was corrosive. Tang Wulin would have withdrawn from the Spirit Ascension platform if Gu Yue had not shielded him. The corpse of the 100-year man-faced demon spider lay before them. They savored their victory until they realized they could not leave the site. The demon spider's poisonous webs had formed a gigantic cocoon around them. They decided to remain inside to absorb the spider's power. Once again, the staff at the Spirit Pagoda were surprised by their performance. They had defeated the demon spider without suffering any casualties. One said there were only two choices when encountering the man-faced demon spider during the Spirit Ascension platform's rebellion. The first was to escape before being discovered by it, and the other was to sacrifice a team member to stall the creature once they were discovered so that the rest could escape. They praised the cold god's teaching ability. Wu Jiankong, however, maintained an indifferent expression. The Spirit Pagoda staff said they would add the recorded battle to their database as a reference for battle tactics. Wu Jiankong ignored him when asked whether the children wanted to join the Spirit Pagoda. While Tang Wulin's party absorbed the spirit power of the demon spider, something unprecedented happened. Because of the rebellion of the Spirit Ascension platform, the spirit beasts had heightened perception. The spirit power released after the demon spider's death immediately attracted many spirit beasts. They frantically pounced on the cocoon. The corrosive power of the demon spider's webs was very powerful. Even Tang Wulin's heavy silver hammers were almost corroded. The fate of the spirit beasts that attacked the cocoon was obvious. The exterior of the toxic cocoon was instantly littered with corpses. All the spirit beasts that were attracted to it died mercilessly. The spirit power from the beasts was also absorbed by Class 0. After killing a 100-year man-faced demon spider, which exceeded the power of a 1,000-year spirit beast, they unknowingly absorbed the power from a few more 100-year spirit beasts. The situation alarmed the staff at the Spirit Pagoda, and they rushed to report it. Wu Jiankong's figure blurred and blocked the doorway. The air around him changed, and he looked stern as he asked about the problem. He stated that he did not feel his students had done anything wrong. They faced a powerful enemy in combat and did not break the rules. They were meditating to recover their spirit power, and all that took place happened naturally. He intimidated them into silence. However, one of them still expressed concern that the children were absorbing too much spirit power while only having 2 spirit rings at most. The cold god turned away and ignored him. When Director Long expressed a similar concern, Wu Jiangkong assured him that everything would be all right because the mental power of his students was not to be underestimated. Inside the cocoon, Shi was pleasantly surprised by the amount of spirit power that flowed toward them. Tang Wu Lin asked whether the man-faced demon spider had that much energy. Gu Yue explained that the poisonous spider web had killed many 10-year and 100-year spirit beasts outside, and they had been absorbing their energy. Just as the group left the area covered with spider webs, they encountered another spirit master. He loudly demanded that they surrender their spirit power and leave using their distress signals. The stranger spoke as he released his spirit rings. He had an ice staff hovering beside him. He had 3 rings, making him a spirit elder. Beside him was a young, timid-looking girl. Wang Jingxi panicked at the sight of the 3 spirit rings, especially the purple ring. Zizi made a witty remark about how interesting the rebelling spirit ascension platform was for having a spirit beast that could take human form. He acted impressed that it had the power of speech and commended it for its extraordinary evolution. The spirit elder was visibly annoyed by the insult and wondered whether to test his power on Zizi. He used his spirit skill, Piercing Icicle, and sent a large icicle hurtling towards Zizi. A loud, crisp sound was heard before he could react. An ice wall had blocked the icicle. It was Gu Yue's doing. She calmly asked Zizi to leave the battle to her. The spirit elder was impressed by her reaction speed. Zizi was stunned by how close he had gotten to being impaled by the icicle. Tang Wu Lin asked Gu Yue if she needed the team's support. However, she declined the offer. She said she wanted to test her power as she released 2 yellow spirit rings. She had become a spirit grandmaster. Zizi could not hide his surprise and wondered when she had gotten the upgrade. He and Zhang Yangzi shivered when they recalled the trauma of being beaten by her when she still had a single spirit ring. The spirit elder asked her not to try showing off with her 2 spirit rings, and because they were both ice attribute spirit masters, he did not want to hurt her. Gu Yue shut her eyes as she retorted, telling him not to speak nonsense and that he should get lost if he did not want to fight. The 4 boys could only smile nervously. In response, the spirit elder released another skill, Ice Fury. He raised his hand, and numerous towering icicles appeared out of thin air and plummeted toward Class 0. He gave them a final warning to press the distress signal, otherwise they would be pierced. Gu Yue's eyes flashed with determination as she said the ones to be pierced were yet to be determined. Her spirit ring shone brilliantly as she flew up the cliff where the spirit elder stood. Gu Yue's body released a dazzling light, making the spirit elder instinctively shield his little sister. He was shocked that the icicles from his ice fury had vanished. Gu Yue appeared behind the ice staff siblings and hovered mid-air. With a chilling voice, she said she would give the spirit master 3 seconds to save his sister by pressing her distress signal. The siblings turned their heads and vaguely saw Gu Yue amid an elemental storm that combined wind, water, earth, and fire. It was a truly unbelievable sight. She was bending the 4 elements. Gu Yue looked at them disdainfully and sent the storm toward them. Everyone was shocked by what they had just witnessed. Right before the storm hit, the 3-ringed spirit elder pressed his sister's distress signal and accepted the baptism of the storm. The explosion rocked the cliff and scattered stone debris in all directions. Tang Wu Lin was impressed with her display of power. In contrast, the rest of the team shuddered in fear. Gu Yue casually dusted her hands. She made it look easy. Zizi praised Gu Yue's power. She had effortlessly beaten a 3-ringed spirit elder. He said her power was unfathomable and bowed to her respectfully, saying she was his sister and he would refrain from bickering with her in the future. His actions made Tang Wu Lin, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinxi look at him awkwardly. Gu Yue shut him down by saying she did not care for him. Tang Wu Lin was deep in thought. The spirit elder had not been weak. That much was clear from his first attack. But he was flustered after Gu Yue neutralized his 1,000-year spirit skill. Additionally, Gu Yue wielded multiple elements strangely. Therefore, the spirit elder lost against her because he did not understand her abilities. Otherwise, he would not have easily lost. For Gu Yue, being able to control 6 elements meant she already had countless abilities and strong mental power. She was already the strongest of her peers. A low rumbling sound was heard. Tang Wu Lin felt the temperature rise suddenly and asked Zhang Yangzi to check what was happening. Zhang Yangzi sent his shadow scout to check the surroundings as the temperature rose sharply. He reported a large group of spirit beasts approaching their location in a pack. It was a pride of blazing demon lions. They were some of the strongest spirit beast races and could sense the spirit power fluctuations of the students. The head lion of the pride seemed to be a 1,000-year spirit beast. Class 0 stood no chance against them. Perhaps if they all possessed 3 spirit rings, they would have had a glimmer of hope. On a previous trip to the Spirit Ascension platform, they had been unlucky enough to encounter a pride of blazing demon lions and were met with a deadly fate. That horrific slaughter was still fresh in their minds. Tang Wu-lin shouted for everyone to split up and retreat. Everyone had to run far away and absorb as much spirit power as possible. They all split up, and the lions gave chase. Generally, the more powerful an individual spirit beast was, the higher tendency to act alone because it would get more food. However, blazing demon lions were a special case. They were powerful but chose to live in groups. Wang Jingxi ran with all of his might. But soon a lion caught up. He gave up some of his spirit power and left using his distress signal. Gu Yue and Zici absorbed his energy as they ran. The blazing demon lions kept gaining ground on them. Finally, Gu Yue stood her ground and held back the demon lions as everyone continued running. Her hands glowed as she released an elemental attack to slow their progress. She withdrew from the Spirit Ascension platform, and her spirit power flowed directly into Tang Wu-lin's body. Zhang Yangzi had an idea and asked whether the captain wanted to hear it. Tang Wu-lin told him to stop wasting time with the suspense and speak. His idea was simple. There were spirit beasts in the sky, and he wanted to lead them to interfere with a group of blazing demon lions. A pair of dark wings shot from his back, and he immediately took to the skies. He could not see any spirit beasts in the air. However, there was a nest with large eggs nearby. He flew to it and took one. A loud, angry screech echoed in the sky as a large bird flew toward him, bearing its talons. Sure enough, the same bird had attacked him the first time he entered the Spirit Ascension platform. He turned his back to the bird and threw the egg toward the blazing demon lions. His spirit power flowed into Shi Si and Tang Wu-lin, signaling his withdrawal. As they ran, Tang Wu-lin noticed the noise behind them had gotten farther away. He thought perhaps they were out of danger. However, he remained clear ahead and remembered it was not the time to be optimistic. Zici laughed and said they had survived the Spirit Ascension platform for over an hour and had already passed the exam. Instantly, he was struck by a dark golden radiance and launched high into the air. Tang Wu-lin called to him when he suddenly felt a strong aura. An enormous bear with dark gold fur stood before him. It was over 3 meters tall and had thick arms. Its majestic shoulders were like a great wall. The beast was a top powerhouse among spirit beasts. It was the dusk gold Dreadclaw bear. Zici's limp body fell against the bark of a tree and vanished in a flash of light. Tang Wu-lin knew that this creature had top-notch power in the world of spirit beasts. An adult dusk gold Dreadclaw bear had no opponent. Even a huge dragon would not have the least bit of an advantage. The bear before him was not an adult, but had at least 100 years of cultivation. If it was said a 100-year man-faced demon spider could fight a 1,000-year spirit beast, then a 100-year dusk gold Dreadclaw bear may be able to fight a 10,000-year spirit beast. That was its most fearsome trait. Tang Wu-lin never imagined the primary Spirit Ascension platform could have such a terrible beast from legends. The bear towered above him and prepared to attack. He took one of his 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers and flung it at the creature to interfere with it, allowing him to run. However, the bear swatted the hammer aside and shattered it to pieces. Tang Wu-lin was quickly shaken from the shock of an incoming attack, which he quickly dodged. He turned and ran, focusing on absorbing as much spirit power as possible. He saw the pride of blazing demon lions quickly approaching. He quickly latched his blue silver grass vine onto an overhead branch and used his momentum to lift himself off the ground. The lions were surprised by his move and continued their charge until they faced the dusk gold Dreadclaw bear. The bear's eyes flashed menacingly with crimson light as it bore its fangs at the blazing demon lions. The lions trembled in fear. Tang Wu-lin took a glance as he retreated. The lions were too scared to run away, and the bear savagely tore through their ranks. The blazing demon lions were as weak as kittens to the tyrannical bear. Not only was it extremely strong, but it had the speed to match. Tang Wu-lin thought he could get away if he sprinted with all his might. He had barely finished the thought when a dark blur crashed before him. The bear had caught up in an instant. He panicked and considered pressing the distress signal. Outside the Spirit Ascension platform, Director Long shouted for him to use the distress signal. Tang Wu-lin paused momentarily before looking at his opponent with a strange light in his eyes. He stood his ground and activated his golden dragon claw as the bear attacked. His eyes shone with the same golden light as his right arm. He wanted to see how his golden dragon claw measured up to the might of the dusk gold dreadclaw bear. He shouted as he mobilized all his spirit power and poured it into the punch. Compared to the bear, his dragon claw was tiny. At the collision, he felt his spirit power drawn out. His vision was painted with a deep crimson hue. The next thing he saw was the bright overhead light of the spirit pagoda. He had woken up in his capsule and heard a voice calling to him. He wondered how he had already been knocked out of the Spirit Ascension platform as the Spirit Pagoda staff rushed to begin emergency treatment. The staff used a special low-temperature popsicle on Tang Wulin's belly. It was made to awaken unconscious people. Tang Wulin jumped from the extremely cold sensation, shocking the staff with his quick response. Unlike CC, whom the dusk gold dreadclaw bear also hit, his condition was stable. CC's body, however, was violently convulsing with his mouth foaming. Wu Jiankong approached to confirm Tang Wulin's condition. The boy said he only felt a slight numbness in his right hand from the impact of his punch. The cold god said they would return to the academy when Shixi's condition improved. Tang Wulin raised a hand out of habit and said he had a question. Wu Jiankong replied with a warning tone that he should ask all questions concerning the Spirit Pagoda once they returned. On the way back to the academy, the cold god said that everyone but Tang Wulin had scored full points for the exam because he cheated. Tang Wulin asked where he cheated, and Wu Jiankong mentioned the 1,000 refined cloud titanium vests he had forged. Xixi was carried on Tang Wulin's back and thanked him for the armor. He said that without it, he could have suffered lasting trauma. Tang Wulin then said he would make better armor for everyone. Xixi was curious and asked why Tang Wulin's reaction to the bear's attack was not as strong as his. Tang Wulin speculated that it may have been because of his strong body. He then suggested that Xixi join him for daily runs. Xixi playfully teased that he did not want to bother Tang Wulin and his senior sister on their date. Tang Wulin protested that they only met once in a while. Gu Yue overheard their conversation, and her aura flared as she demanded information about the senior sister. Wu Jiankong asked Tang Wulin to find him later that night. When he arrived, Wu Jiankong asked with a serious look what he was doing there when it was so late. Tang Wulin awkwardly reminded him of the earlier invitation. The cold god then casually invited him into the room. Tang Wulin was cautioned that in the future, any questions concerning the Spirit Pagoda were only to be asked once they had returned to the academy. He asked why the questions could not be used as feedback to the organization. Wu Jiankong explained that the Spirit Pagoda was such a powerful organization that the Federation feared it. Moreover, the Spirit Pagoda was on other continents. Tang Wulin's curiosity was piqued at that point. He began asking about other continents. However, the cold god brought him back on track. He had a question. Tang Wulin proceeded to mention some observations he had made. He discovered that Xixi had gained 2 spirit rings, and it became more difficult for his spirit soul to evolve into the 1,000-year level because the absorption of spirit power was spread over the 2 rings. Even if his spirit soul could evolve, his cultivation could not support more than a 1,000-year spirit ring. Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxi's mental power could not withstand a 1,000-year spirit soul. Wu Jiankong praised him for the careful analysis and said there was a limit to what the boy's body could handle, even if he had enough resources to regularly enter the Spirit Ascension platform. Tang Wulin was asked whether he had more to say. He replied affirmatively and said his situation was different. The amount of spirit power his body could endure was more than that of ordinary spirit masters. He explained that although he had 1 spirit ring, he felt he would have little problems with a 1,000-year spirit ring. Moreover, his mental power had already reached the spirit connection realm. There wasn't another 1-ringed spirit master whose limit could endure 4 yellow 100-year spirit rings. Therefore, as long as he absorbed enough spirit power, his spirit soul could reach the 1,000-year level. When Tang Wulin completed his hypothesis, Wu Jiankong said it was theoretically possible. However, the assumption was that Tang Wulin could absorb enough spirit power before gaining a 2nd spirit ring. He added that Tang Wulin's body would have to bear the burden of 2 purple 1,000-year spirit rings. He explained that if Tang Wulin's spirit soul reached the 1,000-year level, his 2nd spirit ring would also be purple. Tang Wulin beamed with excitement at the prospect. He asked if he could withstand 2 purple spirit rings if he became a spirit grandmaster. The cold god said he would be certain once he conducted a series of tests. And if Tang Wulin could have 2 purple spirit rings as a spirit grandmaster, he would become a special case. Once Tang Wulin left, Wu Jiankong sat on his couch, deep in thought. Even with the boy's weak spirit essence, he would have an advantage if his first spirit soul could evolve to the 1,000-year level. Perhaps afterward, his spirit essence would mutate again. The matter had to be hidden from the spirit pagoda. Wu Jiankong reflected on his students' gains inside the spirit ascension platform. He did not expect it to happen within such a short time. According to his original plan, they should have reached their current level in their 3rd year at the academy. It was clear that he had to adjust his teaching plan. Tang Wulin went back to his room and began meditating. He gradually entered a deep state, and his consciousness entered the space where the Golden Dragon King was sealed. He called Old Tang and said he had a few questions. A golden humanoid silhouette appeared. It was Old Tang. He said he already knew what happened in the Spirit Ascension platform and that Tang Wulin was worried that he had absorbed too much spirit power and his body could not handle it. Tang Wulin agreed. Old Tang told him not to worry because his mental power could withstand 1,200 years of spirit energy. When he absorbed the Golden Dragon King's power from the first seal, his body was capable of withstanding 2 purple 1,000-year spirit rings. Once Tang Wulin had thanked him, Old Tang asked him to return with any questions because no one knew the boy's body better than he did. He said that Tang Wulin's mental power had been quietly rising, but its speed was not fast enough. The boy needed to find a way to cultivate his mental power to increase the elevation rate. Tang Wulin asked where he could find such a method. But Old Tang said it was up to him to find it. Tang Wulin asked if he could break the 2nd seal before attaining a 2nd spirit ring. He also asked how his body's endurance would change after releasing the 2nd seal. Old Tang strongly agreed with the boy about releasing the 2nd seal before attaining a 2nd spirit ring. At that time, he would give advice based on the boy's physical condition. He reminded Tang Wulin that the sooner he released the 2nd seal, the more time he would have to release the seals on his own, and the safer it would become. Tang Wulin noticed Old Tang's choice of words. He asked whether there was a situation in which he would not release a seal intentionally. Old Tang explained that if the boy accidentally encountered an item that could stir up the aura of the Golden Dragon King, the seals could be forcibly released at any time. And that would be the most dangerous situation. If it were bad, it would take his life. Old Tang explained that he would be safer the more seals he released, because the remaining ones would be less likely to break accidentally. The following day, Wu Jiankong encountered a quiet Class 0. He asked why no one spoke, yet they had been immeasurably self-satisfied previously. He said if what happened had not occurred in the Spirit Ascension platform, they would not have had a chance to sit in the classroom that day. There was no distress signal to press in real life. Tang Wulin asked what they should do if they encountered the Dusk Gold Dreadclaw bear in real life. The teacher replied that they ought to do everything possible to run away. Wang Jinshi expressed relief that those kinds of spirit beasts were extinct. Zhang Yangzi concurred and said the spirit beasts were too dangerous, so humans eliminated them. Wu Jiankong corrected and said the main reason spirit beasts were killed was that they had things in their bodies that humans wanted. Because the Dusk Gold Dreadclaw bear's body had a high probability of having spirit bones, many humans hunted them. He explained that humans were greedy. The spirit beasts weren't nearly extinct because they threatened humans, but rather because they could benefit humans. Once more, the room fell silent. In a pale, majestic castle, a little girl comforted her elder brother who was in a foul mood. He scowled as he silently gritted his teeth. They were the Ice Staff siblings, the same ones who confronted Class 0 at the Spirit Ascension platform. The Shu family was second to none in East Sea City. It had 2 children, an older brother, Shu Xiaoyu, and a little sister, Shu Xiaoyan. Their father was the Minister of Financial Affairs at East Sea City. Although Shu Xiaoyu was the only son, he was not liked by the head of the family because of his arrogance and stubbornness. Shu Xiaoyan, on the other hand, had a gentle personality that made her a beloved person. The siblings were unusually talented and naturally filled with spirit power. However, Shu Xiaoyan did not like cultivating. The family did not force her to cultivate because they had her elder brother, who had excellent cultivation talent. The Shu family used its connections to get the siblings into the rebelling Spirit Ascension platform, hoping Shu Xiaoyan would grow quickly. However, she was kind-hearted and unwilling to kill the spirit beasts, so she did not absorb much spirit power. After much persuasion from her brother, she finally agreed to attack the spirit beasts. Unfortunately, they encountered Gu Yue, who had become a spirit grandmaster. When they returned home, Shu Xiaoyu endured the lingering pain from Gu Yue's attack and a tongue lashing from his father. It was no mystery why he was upset. He finally shouted that he would not let Class 0 off if he knew their identities. At the academy, the cold god summoned Class 0 and asked that they begin. When the students asked what he was referring to, a dense cold aura was released from his body, and 6 spirit rings appeared, to their surprise. Wu Zhengkong asked them to fight, all 5 against him. He said they were not in the spirit ascension platform and there was no distress signal. The cold god promised to suppress his spirit power to their level. However, he would use his spirit essence this time for the special training. He reminded them that they were no longer in the spirit ascension platform and would not have the opportunity to resurrect. With that, he released a powerful cold aura, intimidating his students. He appeared with white robes and a blue sword. His spirit essence was the Skyfrost sword. The last time Tang Wulin saw his teacher use it was when Guang Biao came to the academy to cause trouble. Seeing it up close right now, he felt a threatening chill. Tang Wulin immediately took command of the team and ordered everyone into formation, entering the highest level of battle preparation. He said he would control the opponent, and Gu Yue would assist in containing him. Xia Shi, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinshi were in charge of the main attack. He then sent his blue-silver grass to bind their opponent. Gu Yue released a barrage of fireballs, and the rest of the team attacked according to their assigned roles. Wu Zhangkong stated his observations that they were using a set of attacks to force him to dodge, while the other 3 came to block his escape route. As the fireballs flew toward him, Shi Si appeared behind him with his light dragon dagger. Suddenly, Wu Zhangkong's body became illusory as he dodged all the attacks. The blue-silver grass and the fireballs all seemed to pass through him. Tang Wulin was surprised that their teacher had avoided all their attacks while staying put. The boy wondered how it was possible. Zhang Yangzi could not believe his eyes. Tang Wulin immediately retracted his blue-silver grass. Wu Zhangkong commented that they had made a fair attempt. They knew their timing was wrong and when to cancel their plan of attack. If they had been half a second slower, the 3 responsible for the main attack would have been defeated by him. Every member of Class 0 was shocked. In that atmosphere, their teacher was serious. They knew things would be terrible if they did not give everything they had to their attacks. Tang Wulin equipped his golden dragon claw, Gu Yue prepared to release a multi-elemental storm, and Ji Xi wielded his twin spirit essences on each hand, the light dragon dagger and the shadow dragon dagger. Tang Wulin asked Wang Jingxi and Zhang Yangzi to lead the attack. They began performing their spirit fusion skill at his command, while the cold god asked whether they were finally getting serious. A familiar light shone from their joined hands. However, the unexpected happened. There was a loud bang, and the 2 were forced apart. Wang Jingxi and Zhang Yangzi were shocked. Shi Shi was disappointed by their failed attempt. Wang Jinshi and Zhang Yangzi wondered what had happened. Wu Zhangkong halted the battle and asked them to attempt the spirit fusion again. He explained that non-combat situations were ideal for concentrating energy. They did as he said and tried to synchronize their spirit power. They shouted in frustration when their spirit fusion skill failed to activate. Suddenly, they experienced another backlash and were forced apart. Tang Wulin was surprised that it had failed once more. Wu Zhangkong remained silent. Finally, Zhang Yangzi tearfully said that Wang Jinshi's spirit essence was rejecting his. Wu Zhangkong asked him to explain. He started wailing and said Wang Jinshi's spirit essence was rejecting the fusion. Wang Jinshi said he did not do it intentionally and had no idea what was happening. The cold god asked Zhang Yangzi to calm down. A moment later, he said that perhaps Wang Jingshi's spirit essence had mutated. This came as a surprise. Tang Wulin then looked at the 2 with concern. Finally, Zhang Yangzi asked whether the spirit fusion failed because Wang Jinshi and Tang Wulin cultivated together every night. Wang Jinshi replied that other than that, he could not think of another cause. Wu Zhangkong announced the end of the battle class and asked to speak with Tang Wulin and Wang Jinshi in his room. Zhang Yangzi had a gloomy expression. Wu Zhangkong gathered the boys after scanning their bodies with a spirit power scanner. He reported that Wang Jingshi's spirit mutation was causing his and Zhang Yangzi's spirit fusion to fail. Moreover, the mutation was caused by the influence of Tang Wulin's bloodline. He said it was a good thing from Wang Jingshi's perspective. Under the influence of Tang Wulin's bloodline, his spirit essence was quietly changing. In addition, the mutation was advancing toward a higher level, but he was uncertain about how high it would get in the future. What he was certain about, however, was that if Wang Jinshi continued to cultivate with Tang Wulin, he would no longer be able to use spirit fusion with Zhang Yangzi. Wang Jinshi asked whether the spirit fusion would be restored if he stopped cultivating with Tang Wulin. Wu Jiangkong said it was possible because they had not cultivated together for long. He explained that Tang Wulin's spirit power was weaker than Wang Jinxi's, so his bloodline's influence was not too great. Wu Jiangkong asked them to stop cultivating together to ensure the spirit fusion was restored. He added that Tang Wulin's bloodline would still affect similar spirit essences within a certain range. If Wang Jinxi decided to quit cultivating with him, Wu Jiangkong would adjust their rooms to be far from each other. Tang Wulin had a sad expression and apologized to Wang Jinxi. He knew what a spirit fusion meant to two spirit masters. Wang Jinxi said he did not blame him. After that day, the atmosphere in Class 0 became strange. Zhang Yangzi became silent, and Wang Jinxi, who was originally silent, spoke even less. He had stopped cultivating with Tang Wulin. It was the day of the second phase of their end-of-term exam, and Wu Jiangkong asked them to proceed with it. Wang Jinxi stood and said he had decided not to continue cultivating with Tang Wulin. Zhang Yangzi was surprised by his words. The cold god said that he respected the decision. Wang Jinxi explained that although cultivating with Tang Wulin would have more benefits for him, he did not want to ignore Zhang Yangzi. They had grown up together and were practically inseparable, just like brothers. He then announced that he and Zhang Yangzi would depart and transfer schools, because if he stayed at the academy, he would always be influenced by the power of Tang Wulin's bloodline. In the 2 days they had not cultivated together, Wang Jinxi realized that his spirit essence had been oppressed, hence his decision to leave. Tang Wulin had a worried look and suggested that he could try keeping his distance from Wang Jinxi so they would not need to leave. Wang Jinxi asked him not to blame himself because the matter had nothing to do with him. Rather, it was his problem. Tang Wulin could not decide the changes in his blood. Wang Jinxi said the transfer would not affect their friendship. He then thanked Tang Wulin for the benefits of their days of cultivating together. Next, he thanked Wu Jiangkong for the time he had instructed them at Class 0. He said his family would settle the expenses they incurred at the academy. Wu Jiangkong said his decision may have been the best and asked him not to worry. Because he had already made the decision, he and the academy would take care of the rest. Wang Jinxi and Zhang Yangzi faced Tang Wulin, Gu Yue, and Shi Si. They said their departure would not affect their friendship with the trio and hoped to meet one day. Wang Jinxi reminisced about their time together in Class 0. They had undergone many changes and faced rigorous trials. They also made miracles happen. They experienced much together, from the crushing defeat on their first trip to the Spirit Ascension platform to killing the 100-year man-faced demon spider during the rebelling Spirit Ascension platform. Those memories were still fresh in his mind like they had happened yesterday. He was grateful for Class 0 because it made him more cheerful. He cried and said their time together in Class 0 made him very happy. The 4 boys, Tang Wulin, Shi Si, Zhang Yangzi, and Wang Jinxi, did one last team huddle as Wang Jinxi promised they would all meet one day. In honor of the emotional farewell, Wu Jiangkong postponed the exam to the next day.
Tang Wulin tearfully gazed into the distance. His thoughts were filled with loss. Na-Er, his parents, and even his comrades had left his side. He did not understand why the people in his life always left. A familiar voice called him from outside. It belonged to Ouyang Zixin, the senior sister he occasionally ran with on the school's sports grounds. She asked whether he had been crying. Tang Wulin quickly denied it. He then leaped through the window and swung down with a vine of blue-silver grass. Ouyang Zixin teased him for being sad, yet not forgetting to look cool on his way down. When she asked why he was sad, he expressed his unwillingness to part with his classmates, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxi. Ouyang Zixin smiled pleasantly and comforted him. She said such things were not permanent. No one knew what would happen, so one should choose to be happy. She offered to take him to eat. At the school's cafeteria, Ouyang Zixin smiled awkwardly. She asked if Tang Wulin was the legendary super eater. The boy replied that he might have been. Undoubtedly, he was the infamous grassy rice bucket. Ouyang Zixin commented that anyone who marries Tang Wulin would be deathly exhausted from cooking. Tang Wulin apologetically said he felt embarrassed about still having an appetite after eating several dishes. The meal ought to be a man's treat. Ouyang Zixin chuckled when she heard him refer to himself as a man. She said he was only a child and could not allow her little brother to pay. 2 familiar figures, a young man and a little girl, approached the table and immediately caught Ouyang Zixin's attention. She immediately stood and asked the young man whether he would like to join her for a meal. Tang Wulin was surprised by the sudden change in Ouyang Zixin's demeanor. He had never seen her acting like that. She was always calm and collected. The young man accepted the invitation and said he had brought his little sister to eat something tasty. The young man praised Ouyang Zixin's beauty. The compliment made her blush. Her eyes were filled with longing. It was obvious that she liked the young man. At that moment, Tang Wulin turned his head with bits of food stuck on the side of his mouth. His eyes widened in disbelief as he held his mouth to prevent himself from spitting out the food. He also turned away from them as though he hadn't seen a thing. How could he not recognize them at a glance? They were the Ice Staff siblings, the Spirit Elder and his little sister, whom Class 0 had met and defeated in the rebelling Spirit Ascension platform. The elder brother, Xu Xiaoyu, and his little sister, Xu Xiaoyan. Xu Xiaoyu asked about his identity, and Ouyang Zixin explained that Tang Wulin was her junior. She asked him to say hello, but he kept hiding his face. Ouyang Zixin explained that Tang Wulin had been promoted to the new Class 0. Xu Xiaoyu said his little sister would join the same class as a transfer student during the next academic year. Tang Wulin looked at the siblings as he exclaimed in surprise. He realized it was too late when the siblings recognized him. He lowered his head awkwardly as Ouyang Jingxi asked whether he and the siblings knew each other. Xu Xiaoyu's gaze turned serious as he denied it and referred to their meeting as fate. Ouyang Jingxi was oblivious to the mood and made quick introductions. The atmosphere turned dreadfully silent. Tang Wulin could no longer endure it and stood up to leave. Ouyang Zixin stopped him, but he explained that he was uncomfortable. Xu Xiaoyan commented that Class 0 seemed terrific, especially the older sister who defeated her brother. Shi Xiaoyu smacked her on the head and warned her not to mention the humiliating incident. She protested and threatened to snitch on him to their dad. Xu Xiaoyu immediately gave the excuse that he was hitting a mosquito. Tang Wulin lowered his head and said it wasn't his intention to leave, but he saw how happy Ouyang Zixin was. He had not finished speaking when the senior sister cut him off and asked him to leave. She said she would remain with the siblings. Tang Wulin felt like an anvil had been dropped on his heart as he watched her back. She seemed a bit too eager to leave him behind. He looked downcast as a feeling of loss washed over his heart. Ouyang Zixin saw him as nothing more than a little brother. In the evening, Tang Wulin sought Wu Zhangkong to confirm what he had heard earlier. His teacher retorted that the boy should be more concerned about the upcoming final exam. He explained that the exam was initially set for 5 people, but with the departure of their classmates, the remaining students, Tang Wulin, Gu Yue, and Shi Si, had to bear the same load meant for 5. The news left Tang Wulin stunned. Gu Yue did not mind. She said so in a carefree way. Shi Si complained that she took everything for granted. However, she pointed out that Wu Zhangkong would never give them an assignment that was too difficult to complete. Shi Si turned to Tang Wulin and asked to test his control over the bloodline. Gu Yue fiercely objected to the idea. Shi Si asked why she was vicious and always took Tang Wulin's side. Gu Yue replied that Tang Wulin was more handsome than Zizi. Tang Wulin awkwardly asked them to focus on the exam. Gu Yue suggested they employ the same battle tactics they used during the class promotion competition. Tang Wulin agreed. He said Zizi would be responsible for the main attack and support. Gu Yue would be responsible for attacking, and he, as the captain, would be responsible for defense and control. Gu Yue and Shi Si engaged in another round of bickering before Tang Wulin dismissed the team and asked everyone to rest for the exam that would take place the following day. As he waved goodbye, Gu Yue placed her hand on his shoulder. Her eyes shone with a strange light. It seemed eerie and obsessive. She asked why Tang Wulin had a girl's scent on his body. Tang Wulin was stunned for a moment. He awkwardly complimented her sharp nose. His body smelled like barbecue, yet she could discern the scent of a girl. Gu Yue glared at him, as if to tell him to come clean and not change the subject. Tang Wulin felt a chill and shivered a little. He then explained the events that transpired earlier that day, from having a barbecue lunch with Ouyang Zixin, to meeting the Ice Staff siblings, and learning Class 0 would soon have a new member. Gu Yue listened with a frown. However, her expression relaxed when she knew that Ouyang Zixin liked the Ice Staff guy. She was relieved and said it was a good thing. Tang Wulin asked what she meant, but Gu Yue turned away and said she did not care about transfer students. She asked Tang Wulin to stay away from Ouyang Zixin. Anyone who threw him on the side of the road must not be a good person. Tang Wulin tried to explain how nice Ouyang Zixin was, but Gu Yue was having none of it. Her eyes had a fierce glow, and she asked Tang Wulin to stay away from the girl. Gu Yue's tone was firm and assertive. Tang Wulin could only obey. Later that night, Tang Wulin meditated in the dorms while Zizi practiced with his daggers. Gu Yue stood at a window. The bright moonlight made her countenance seem mysterious. She held out her left hand, and 5 multicolored light orbs appeared. They slowly began rotating, and a silver light orb appeared at the center and shone brightly. The 5 glowing orbs represented the 5 elements that Gu Yue could control with her spirit essence. The appearance of a 6th orb meant that her power had grown. She had one more element in her arsenal. Her hand closed around the light orbs and made a fist. A bright silver aura surged around her body, and her eyes shone with a strange purple glow. The second phase of the exam was carried out outside the academy. Early the following day, Wu Jiangkong took Class 0 on a train ride to the suburbs. Although Tang Wulin had been in EC City for over half a year, he was unfamiliar with it, except for the academy and the Blacksmith Association. The view from the train became even more unfamiliar when they got to the suburbs. The tranquility reminded Tang Wulin of his hometown. Soon, Class 0 arrived at the destination and alighted from the train. Wu Jiangkong said their next stop would be the exam location. Tang Wulin exclaimed in surprise when he saw the buildings were made from metal. CC said he heard that all the high-tech companies in EC City were in the area. Some factories produced mechs. Tang Wulin's face lit up at the mention of mechs. Wu Jiangkong agreed with CC. Class 0 currently stood at the core of EC City's technology, the EC Spirit Guidance Science and Technology Park. Class 0 stood before a magnificent skyscraper. Wu Jiangkong indicated it would be the exam venue and asked the trio to follow him and not wander around once they were inside. Tang Wulin had a puzzled expression at the sight of the building. Wu Jiangkong extended his hand and placed it against a panel. Streams of light flickered, indicating that a scan was in progress. Afterward, a voice echoed through a speaker. It greeted him and addressed him as East Sea Little Jiangkong. Wu Jiangkong coldly asked that the door be opened. The voice remarked that he was still dull and indifferent. Behind him, Tang Wulin and Shi Si were surprised that someone dared to give their teacher a nickname. Wu Jiangkong asked Class 0 to wear the safety bracelets. If they did not, the defense system would recognize them as intruders, which would be troublesome. The trio did as they were told, watching their teacher's body turn illusory. The cold god asked them to follow as his body vanished. Tang Wulin and ZC were surprised by what they had witnessed. ZC said he heard about spatial technology before. He wondered why it was in use because he knew the tech was still in the research stage. Suddenly, the trio listened to the cold god's voice, impatiently asking what they were doing. He asked them to walk forward. They walked through what seemed to be a doorway, and their bodies immediately started glowing. Tang Wulin was alarmed by the change and called to his companions, but they had vanished from his sight. A white brilliance instantly covered his body, and he felt like he was rushing through space at the speed of light. The sensation subsided, and he scanned his surroundings. He seemed to be in a limitless space, similar to the one in his sea of consciousness where he met old Tang. A voice rang through the speaker, welcoming him into the Hall of Heroes. The speaker announced the first exam's difficulty. It was intermediate. The speaker also stated his name and age, Tang Wulin, 10 years old. Tang Wulin was surprised to see a white silhouette condensing in the space as the voice started announcing the test requirements. The silhouette condensed into the figure of a girl with dark hair and deep green eyes. She seemed to be dressed in an unknown school uniform. At that moment, the speaker completed announcing the test requirement. Tang Wulin was required to survive 30 seconds in the first round. The mysterious girl's expression turned serious. Tang Wulin naively tried to ask whether she too was there for the exam and why they had to survive for 30 seconds. The girl's figure swayed, and she appeared before Tang Wulin in a flash. Tang Wulin was stunned. Before he could react, the girl struck him with her palm. He was instantly sent flying and spat a mouthful of blood. He landed on the ground several meters away and attempted to stabilize his body. Tang Wulin looked at the girl with astonishment and a trace of fear. She was mighty. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The attack was a clean hit. He would have sustained internal injuries without the 1,000 refined cloud titanium vest. A large dark cauldron suddenly appeared before him. It was the moment it finally dawned on him that the test required him to last 30 seconds against this mysterious and powerful girl. When Tang Wulin unleashed a vine of his blue-silver grass, he heard a melodic sound, and his vision distorted. He also felt his speed had been significantly reduced. His opponent played an ornate jade flute. Tang Wulin wondered if she possessed twin spirit essences. While he was distracted, the dark cauldron slammed against him. He tried to withstand the force of impact to no avail. Tang Wulin felt overwhelmed by the girl's power and instinctively shut his eyes. He feared he would lose consciousness if she attacked a few more times. Yet he thought he could not resist her attacks. However, he could not allow himself to fail since he had made it that far. His expression changed with fierce determination. The blood essence surged within him. He unleashed the Golden Dragon's Claw and shattered the dark cauldron. He used the Golden Dragon Claw's unique ability, Smash. His opponent was stunned by his last-second counter. Tang Wulin's confidence was renewed. The winner had yet to be decided if it was just 30 seconds. He had used 2 big moves to block a single round of his opponent's attacks. Although it cost him 2/3 of his spirit power, He had at least destroyed one of her spirit essences. When Tang Wulin was preparing for another clash, a voice rang through the speakers, announcing he had passed the first level. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, the second level was about to begin. He exclaimed in surprise. There was no breathing room. He had no chance to recover his spirit power. The silver lining was that his opponent had also consumed a lot of spirit power. His opponent's appearance changed, and she played a tune on her jade flute. Her body released waves of spirit power as the music filled the atmosphere. Once again, Tang Wulin's movements were restricted. The surge of spirit power suddenly struck his body. His opponent had activated a spirit skill, 9 Phoenix Dancing Flute. Bruises appeared on Tang Wulin's face. He winced in pain as he wondered why his opponent's attack power had not been affected despite losing one of her spirit essences. Her ability to sustain the debilitating effects of the flute was scary. Tang Wulin realized he could no longer endure the beating he was receiving. It was time to change tactics. Therefore, he did what anyone in his position would do. He ran, much to his opponent's annoyance. He only had to last 30 seconds, so he thought it best to commit all his efforts to escape. His opponent, however, was persistent. She gave chase and was only slightly slower than him. Tang Wulin was confident that she would not catch up to him in a short period. He glanced over his shoulder and noticed she had stopped in her tracks. She started playing the flute, and his speed was once again. She swiftly closed the distance and sent him flying with a punch. Tang Wulin was helpless. He felt dizzy, and his vision had grown dim. He soon became a human punching bag. He gave up all resistance and allowed himself to be punched. He only had to endure for 30 seconds. Fortunately for him, a voice announced that he had passed the second test and that the intermediate exam was over. Tang Wulin had a disheveled appearance and was covered in bruises. He clutched his head and thanked the heavens that it was all over. The silhouette of his opponent finally disappeared. He was sure that he did not want to see her again. He was worn out and could barely stand because his body hurt everywhere. He suddenly heard the voice announce the beginning of the advanced exam. His opponent would be a female Duluo-ranked spirit master named Xiao Xiao. The figure of his opponent condensed once again as the voice announced that the exam would begin in 5 seconds. His old nemesis had returned, but she appeared several years older. Tang Wulin trembled. He hoped that his opponent's change in appearance did not mean she would also be stronger than before. However, he knew his expectations were unrealistic. Duluo Xiao Xiao unleashed her spirit rings, and 3 cauldrons hovered above her. The color drained from Tang Wulin's face. How was he supposed to face such a foe? He trembled as he braced for the sure-hit attack he knew was coming. Sure enough, he was blasted away. Tang Wulin opened his eyes groggily. He wondered why he wasn't getting beaten up, yet 30 seconds had not elapsed. He sat up and noticed his surroundings had changed. When he asked where he was, the cold god explained that he had been hurt beyond what his body could endure, so he was brought out. Zizi joined the conversation. He didn't seem to be doing any better. He forced a smile and spoke casually as if he was better off. Tang Wulin was exasperated and asked what he was so proud of when he had been punched just as much as himself. He explained that he did not expect that there would be an advanced exam. He had been overwhelmed after passing the 2 intermediate exams. Zizi was stunned. He had no idea that there was an advanced exam. He was defeated on the 2nd intermediate exam. Wu Jiangkong said they should wait for Gu Yue to complete her exam. The boys realized that Gu Yue must have begun the advanced exam if she had not returned. Suddenly, their door to the simulation chamber opened and Gu Yue was flung out. She tumbled multiple times before finally crashing several meters away. The dust cleared and she appeared, crouching on the floor. She looked battered and bruised, just like the boys. However, she had a confident look in her eyes. She said her opponent was powerful, and she almost won. Tang Wulin and CC stood with their mouths agape. Tang Wulin asked what level of the exam she got to. Gu Yue explained that she had completed 2 advanced level exams. However, she did not think there would be an ultimate exam and lost on its first level. Wu Jiangkong asked the trio to follow him and disappeared again. They all gathered in a big office. Tang Wulin commented on its impressive decor. Wu Jiangkong began explaining the content of their exam. He said that the opponents they faced were all once actual spirit masters. However, because a simulation formed their bodies, they could only exhibit 70% of their original power. He explained that the trio had reached the limit of spirit power they could absorb from the Spirit Ascension platform. Therefore, they need another place to gain combat experience. The simulated space they had experienced was known as the Hall of Heroes. The combat inside was more realistic, unlike the Spirit Assumption platform. Therefore, they stood to gain a higher level of understanding. Wu Jiangkong admitted that the end-of-term exam had ended at the rebelling Spirit Ascension platform. However, passing this special exam meant they could join the organization whose building they currently occupied. If the trio were interested in joining the organization, they could accumulate experience from the Hall of Heroes in the future. At this point, Tang Wulin, Shi Si, and Gu Yue looked at the teacher with puzzled expressions. They wondered what organization he was referring to. With a serious face, the cold god asked whether they had heard about the Tang sect. The boys were on their feet the instant they heard the name. It would have been strange if one had not heard of the Tang sect in that world. The legend of the Tang men from ancient times, and the major historical events on the Duluo mainland, were related to their Tang sect. The founder of the Tang sect was a core figure from the first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters. He protected the mainland 20,000 years ago. At the time, the wildly scheming Spirit Hall controlled the continent. The Tang sect led everyone to fight against the Spirit Hall and obtain victory. Legend says he later held the sea god's trident and ascended into godhood. Tang Wulin couldn't have been more explicit about these stories because the spirit essence of the Tang sect's founder was also blue silver grass. The Tang sect almost died out. However, another legendary figure rose along with the growth of spirit guidance tools. He single-handedly founded the current Spirit Pagoda and discovered spirit souls. It can be said that he changed the modern structure of the Spirit Master World. The resurgence of the Tang sect has never lost momentum since then. It was noted that it moved to 2 other continents, along with the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Dew Empire, and gradually vanished without a trace. Tang Wulin inquired about the latter information, but Wu Zhongkong corrected him. He explained that the Tang sect never actually disappeared. He also affirmed that the sect existed on the other 2 continents, like the Spirit Pagoda. The Tang sect always existed on the Duluo continent, and the federal government knew about it. However, the information was not made public for the Tang sect to avoid its overwhelming popularity. The Cold God revealed that the building they had visited belonged to the Tang sect. It was named the Dazzling Era Tang Sect Science and Technology Company. The Hall of Heroes was an experience system developed by the Tang sect. Wu Zhongkong finally revealed the origins of the opponents they had faced. They were all past members of the Tang sect and the legendary Shrek's 7 monsters. Tang Wulin was perplexed when he realized that his opponent lived 10,000 years ago and belonged to the same generation as the founder of the Spirit Pagoda. Her spirit essences were the 3 live soul-sealing cauldron and the 9 phoenix dancing flute, the legendary title Duluo, Xiao Xiao. Xie recalled how his opponent had completely suppressed his speed and strength. She too was a member of the Shrek 7 monsters from 10,000 years ago, the soft rabbit Duluo, Zhang Nanan. Gu Yue recalled her opponent whose eyes shone with a strange light. In the ultimate exam, his attack easily hit Gu Yue. He was the founder and first master of the Spirit Pagoda, the Spirit Ice Duluo, Huo Yuhao. With the revelation, Tang Wulin and Shi Si understood why their opponents were strong, while only exhibiting 70% of their original strength. Wu Zhongkong encouraged them. Legends of the past had attacked them. However, they would have more opportunities to improve in the Hall of Heroes once they joined the Tang sect. Tang Wulin quickly declared that joining the Tang sect had always been his dream, and that he would join. Shi noticed his friend's resolve, and he too agreed to join the sect. Wu Zhongkong calmly asked Shi not to make any hasty decisions and recommended that he talk to his family first. Shi replied there was no need to do so, and he did not want to miss the opportunity. Gu Yue stood from the couch. The air around her changed as if everything had become still. She apologized to everyone present and politely bowed, saying she would not join the Tang sect. Tang Wulin was surprised and asked the reason she declined the offer. Gu Yue looked sideways at him and said she had already joined another organization, so the Tang sect did not suit her. Tang Wulin had begun objecting when Wu Zhongkong interrupted him and said people had their unique interests and views. He told Gu Yue that she would shine with her talent, regardless of where she went. He then promised to arrange a different combat class for her. Gu Yue hesitated before thanking him. Tang Wulin pleaded for her to reconsider. Still, she apologized once more and revealed that she had already decided to join the Spirit Pagoda and was not allowed to join another organization. Tang Wulin was speechless. The Cold God was surprised by the initiative shown by the Spirit Pagoda to recruit Gu Yue. Regardless of whether it was during the Rebelling Spirit Ascension platform or Class Zero's weekly visits to the same place, Gu Yue had shown great strength and potential that surpassed ordinary people. Even Tang Wulin and CC could not compare to her. These facts were undoubtedly why the Spirit Pagoda paid a high price to recruit her. Wu Zhongkong spoke in favor of Gu Yue's decision. The decision to join the continent's top organizations could be made only once. One could not choose the Spirit Pagoda if one chose the Tang sect. If one wanted to leave the Tang sect, one had to return everything they received from the sect, including cultivation techniques. He urged Tang Wulin and CC to think carefully. Tang Wulin looked at Gu Yue with some hesitation. She bonked his head in response and reminded him that joining the sect had been his dream. He paused for a moment before denying his uncertainty. He then turned to Wu Jiankong with determination and declared his intention to join the sect. Shi did the same. Their choice pleased Wu Jiankong. He informed them that they would officially become outer members of the Tang sect sometime after they filled in some information. The cold god promised to tell the boys everything about the sect, including the rules, benefits, and obligations. The trio was silent on the train ride back to the academy. Ci fell asleep. Gu Yue gazed into the distance, and Tang Wulin remained quiet with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Gu Yue could no longer ignore his brooding and asked whether he was upset that she didn't join the Tang sect. Tang Wulin denied it and said he felt like they were separating. Gu Yue looked at him with the gentlest eyes and assured him they would never separate. She asked whether he had been thinking of all the people who had left him, to which he replied affirmatively. She then asked him not to think about the past and only look forward. She teased him for being an emotionally weak guy. He laughed awkwardly and said perhaps she was right. The academy's term was finally over, and Class 0 had 1 month of vacation. Gu Yue and Cici left the academy during that time. Only Tang Wulin had nowhere to go. He considered going back to Glorybound City, but his parents were no longer there, so the place could not be considered his home. He also considered visiting Mang Tian's workshop in East Sea City. Wu Jiankong approached him and interrupted his thoughts. He asked whether Tang Wulin had any plans for the vacation. Since Tang Wulin had nowhere to go, he left the academy with his teacher. Along the way, Wu Jiankong's good looks drew much attention from the ladies. Tang Wulin could only follow quietly. The seats on the train had little legroom, so Wu Jiankong could only bear the situation with some irritation. Tang Wulin noticed his uncomfortable expression and could only imagine his teacher's discomfort. The cold god took out a small manual. It contained the Tang sect's cultivation technique, the mysterious heaven method. It was also the sect's base technique. Wu Jiankong explained that familiarity with the cultivation technique would allow Tang Wulin to cultivate other secret Tang sect techniques. Tang Wulin had a momentary outburst out of excitement. He quickly realized they had been discussing Tang sect's secrets publicly and expressed concern. However, Wu Jiankong asked him to scrutinize their surroundings. He noticed that a barrier had isolated them within, and no sound could be heard from outside. Wu Jiankong explained that it was an application of spirit power that the boy would be capable of once he reached a certain level of cultivation. He continued to explain that the Tang sect's secret techniques were divided into 6 main categories: the mysterious heaven method, mysterious jade hands, controlling crane capturing dragon, ghost shadow perplexing track, purple demon eyes, and the hidden weapon 100 separations. The latter technique was integrated into refining battle armor. Apart from the mysterious heaven method, which Tang Wulin currently possessed, newcomers to the sect could learn any of the remaining 5 techniques by passing the intermediate exam. Another technique could be learned after they passed the advanced exam. Since Tang Wulin had passed the intermediate exam, he could learn an additional technique. Wu Jiankong recommended the purple demon eyes. He explained that the technique would greatly benefit the boy's future development, because it would help cultivate his eyes and mental power. Nothing came for free in the world. Therefore, Tang Wulin would have to perform tasks for the sect and earn contribution points, which could be exchanged to obtain things within the sect that could not be found elsewhere. Contribution points could also elevate one's position in the sect. At that point, Wu Jiankong explained the rules of the Tang sect. If the rules were broken, at best, one would be expelled from the sect and asked to return all the learned techniques, and at worst, one would be severely punished. The first rule was to be filial to the sect and one's teachers. Simply put, one should neither join other organizations nor betray the sect. The second rule: do not rape or loot. The third rule is not to leak secret Tang sect information. The fourth rule is to uphold virtue and condemn evil. The latter rule was also the responsibility of the Tang sect. The fifth and final rule is, do not cheat. Wu Jiankong's tone was heavy when he stated the sect's rules. He asked whether Tang Wulin could follow the rules. The boy affirmed resolutely. Wu Jiankong explained that membership in the sect was a lifelong commitment, and as Tang Wulin's introducer and teacher, he would be held accountable if the boy broke the rules. Tang Wulin promised never to betray the sect. Wu Jiankong asked him to take out the mysterious heaven method's manual. The boy was familiar with the mysterious heaven method in less than 30 minutes. Under the cold god's guidance, he began using it to circulate his spirit power. His thoughts gently circulated the spirit power within. It was more complicated to do it when compared to ordinary cultivation. Fortunately, Wu Jiankong was present, and whenever he was stuck, he felt a cold aura flowing into his body and guiding his spirit power to continue circulating. He gradually understood the method to move his spirit power through his meridians. When he completed a round of circulation, He gradually entered a deep state of meditation, as though he was becoming one with nature. Wu Zhangkong quietly observed him and fell into deep thought. He admired the boy's intuition and insight. It took only a few hours to complete the first revolution using the mysterious heaven method. The boy's progress was exceptional. Moreover, the strength of his meridians seemed to exceed that of ordinary people. Even spirit masters at rank 30 or 40 could not compare to Tang Wulin. His spirit power was only at rank 10, so there was no need to worry when his meridians continuously supported his spirit power. Tang Wulin's first time cultivating the mysterious heaven method caused him to enter deep meditation. That meant he would completely understand the technique, benefiting his future cultivation. The cold god called an attendant and asked to see the train's conductor. The attendant said the conductor was busy and offered her assistance. She had a slight blush when she looked at Wu Zhangkong closely. The cold god insisted that only the conductor could help him. He then released his spirit rings. The attendant was shocked to see that Wu Zhangkong was a 6-ringed spirit emperor. Moreover, his 5th and 6th spirit rings were black. She quickly turned and hurried along the train car to fetch the conductor. The scene irked a man sitting in the opposite row. He seemed to be several years older than the cold god. He stood from his seat and confronted Wu Zhangkong for bullying the attendant with his good looks. The cold god remained silent, enraging the middle-aged man who had begun rolling up his sleeves. As he prepared to vent his anger, the attendant returned with the conductor in tow. The conductor asked what was happening while he was still a few meters away. The middle-aged man's expression became smug. He thought Wu Zhangkong would be in trouble with the arrival of the conductor. However, the unexpected happened. The conductor took off his hat and courteously bowed to Wu Zhangkong as he introduced himself. He politely asked how he could be of assistance to the cold god. The middle-aged man was perplexed. He wondered what exactly was going on. The train conductor did not expect to see such a young spirit emperor. Wu Zhangkong put up the spirit power barrier to include the conductor, which surprised the latter. The cold god explained that his disciple had entered a state of deep meditation, and it was unclear when he would come out of it. He said Tang Wulin ought not to be interrupted. He asked whether staying longer at their destination, Heaven Dao City, was possible. The conductor explained that the train would remain at the destination for a full day before proceeding west towards Sun Moon City. Many passengers had already bought tickets. Therefore, the train's schedule could not be changed. Wu Zhangkong had expected this outcome, so he chose a last resort. When the train reached Heaven Dao City, he took out stacks of cash to compensate for the train's damages. When the conductor and attendant asked what he meant, they witnessed a peculiar scene. With the boy still on, the cold god broke off Tang Wulin's chair and levitated it with his spirit power. He also did not use the door to exit, but broke through the side of the train car and walked onto the platform. The conductor shouted to stop him, but there was nothing more he could do. At that moment, wailing sirens were heard on the train platform. A voice echoed through the speakers to sound an alert. Someone was destroying public property. The Spirit train station police had assembled before Wu Zhangkong. A senior officer had arrived. The squad behind him was made of armored officers and mechs. Wu Zhangkong was surrounded and ordered not to move. The senior officer cited the charges he would face: destruction of public property and kidnapping. The officer requested his cooperation in their investigation. The cold god complied but requested a quiet room. The officers were relieved. However, Wu Zhangkong made an additional request for food and water. Another officer nervously asked for confirmation of his cultivation base. The cold god revealed his spirit rings along with the oppressive aura of a spirit emperor powerhouse. In the Duluo continent, the status of a spirit master was the most honorable, and strength was respected. The higher one's cultivation base was, the higher the income and station in society. The officers shuddered when they saw the black spirit rings. The man before them was a terrifying existence. Even with their combined efforts, they could not suppress him. Fighting him would be akin to a machine gun fighting eggs. Wu Zhangkong and Tang Wulin were granted the most comfortable and luxurious accommodations at the police station. The room was quiet, and the food provided was highly nutritious. All that remained was for Tang Wulin to wake up. Outside the office, the junior police officers thanked the captain for resolving the issue. He had to give up his recently renovated office and finally shed tears of relief. Tang Wulin continued in his deep meditation. His spirit essence, power, bloodline, and body slowly merged. He woke up after some time and stretched. His body felt refreshed. Wu Zhangkong asked how he felt. The boy felt indescribable joy. He also felt that his most potent skills would last longer when activated. However, his spirit power seemed to have reduced. The cold god explained that the boy's spirit power condensing caused the sensation. Tang Wulin was surprised when he scanned his surroundings. He wondered why he was still on the train chair and asked whether they had arrived at their destination. Wu Zhangkong asked him not to worry about the details. The boy's stomach rumbled, and he awkwardly admitted being famished. His teacher informed him that his meditation had lasted 7 days. Wu Zhangkong pointed to the food, and the boy quickly tore through it. He told Tang Wulin to eat slowly, and asked if the portions meant for 7 people weren't enough. He had barely finished speaking when the boy turned to him and innocently asked for more food. He had already finished eating. Wu Zhangkong could only stare at him in bewilderment. Heaven Dao City existed as far back as 20,000 years ago, during the era of the Spirit Hall. It was the biggest city on the continent, and was once the continent's #1 city. During that time, it was Heaven Dao Empire's capital city. When the Federation's predecessor, the Sun Moon Empire, annexed the Heaven Dao Empire's territory, it became an ordinary city. The location of Heaven Dao City was excellent. Both Starluo Forest and Shrek City were close. The city was considered the core of the Duluo continent. Tang Wulin initially believed this major core city would have even taller buildings than East Sea City. However, on arrival, he thought the town was simple and unadorned. He and the Cold God walked through the streets. He commented that the city looked exciting and appealing, and there were no tall buildings. Wu Zhangkong said that Heaven Dao City was a historically famous city. To retain its original appearance as much as possible, there was a rule that buildings could not be more than 50 meters tall. On the contrary, many trees exceeded that height. He continued explaining that the cultural information was profound, and nostalgic people liked it. Heaven Dao City was also a famous tourist center. The Tang sect was initially founded in the city. Tang Wulin asked where the Tang sect's headquarters was located. The Cold God replied that it was situated in Shrek City. This made the boy wonder what they were doing in Heaven Dao City. Wu Zhangkong said they had come to visit a friend and take the boy to a few places. Tang Wulin remained silent. However, when they passed by a restaurant with a pleasant fragrance, he could no longer stay silent. The signboard read, Yu Hao's Roasted Fish. When the boy asked about it, Wu Zhangkong explained that the aroma came from roasted fish. He also asked whether the boy had yet to have enough to eat. He explained that the restaurant was popular in the central part of the continent. It was said that the spirit Ice Duluo, Huo Yu Hao, passed down the roasted fish recipe, hence the name of the establishment. He added that back in the day, the legendary hero used his skills of roasting fish to win over the dragon butterfly Duluo's heart. Tang Wulin's expression resembled that of a monkey as he drooled. He spoke, eyes filled with wonder, and remarked that even those legendary people like to eat. Wu Zhangkong asked whether that was the only conclusion the boy could make. The duo got into the restaurant, and 10 servings were ordered. Each of them was a different flavor of fish. The Cold God hoped the food would be enough to tame the boy's appetite. He had started explaining the texture of the fish that made it so delectable when he was interrupted by slurping noises. The boy did not stand on ceremony. He devoured the fish with such gusto that he left the teacher speechless. The Cold God was surprised by the boy's appetite. Hadn't he just eaten 7 people's worth of food? Moreover, the kind of fish they were served, ordinary people could only eat 4 or 5 orders. Tang Wulin's face lit up with pure bliss. The fish was so tasty. He felt as if he was in a foodie's paradise. Ultimately, the boy ate 95 orders of fish all by himself. Wu Zhangkong asked whether he had finally eaten to his heart's content. The boy replied affirmatively. Later that day, they booked a room in a hotel. Tang Wulin had cleaned up and sat on his bed. He had meditated for 7 days, ate until his appetite was sated, and bathed. He felt good. Although their hotel wasn't very luxurious, it was clean and cozy. His teacher had also taken a bath. But what surprised the boy was the Cold God's use of spirit power to dry his long hair. Once the teacher changed clothes, they headed to their next destination. Tang Wulin noticed that Wu Zhangkong's face had traces of sadness. They walked along the streets as the sun lowered in the sky. Soon, they arrived at the Heaven Dao Cemetery. Tang Wulin followed close behind without uttering a word. He occasionally glanced at his teacher's gloomy expression. After a moment, Wu Zhangkong raised his hand to signal Tang Wulin to wait for him. His hair blew in the wind. The boy could only watch his teacher proceed alone. Wu Zhangkong stood before a memorial tombstone and took out a handkerchief. He crouched and wiped the dust off as his hands trembled. He continued dusting the sides of the tombstone as Tang Wulin watched in silence. Finally, he smiled, albeit in a bitter way. His fingers ran over the engravings on the headstone before he stood up. He gazed at the headstone, and tears welled up in his eyes. He remembered his dear Binger. He wondered whether she was doing well in another world. Tang Wulin watched with a concerned look. He silently followed his teacher out of the cemetery. After a while, the Cold God broke the silence by calling the boy's name. He said a noodle restaurant in the city had decent food and offered to treat the boy to a meal. His gaze seemed to have been dulled by grief. Tang Wulin's eyes brightened at the mention of food. He immediately accepted the offer, saying it had come at the right time because he was hungry. Tang Wulin followed Wu Zhengkong for half a year. However, it was the first time he saw his teacher that way. Perhaps the cold god was not as indifferent as he looked. Under his chilly appearance, there must be a warm heart. The name he saw on the tombstone, Longbing, must have been a very important person to his teacher. The sight of his teacher grieving also made him sad. Tang Wulin's mind was filled with these thoughts as he ate. The duo drew the attention of girls within the noodle shop. Wu Zhengkong had grown accustomed to such occurrences. He turned to the girls and told them that Tang Wulin was his son. When they left the noodle shop, he explained that he lied to stop them from their senseless flirting. The boy asked why the lie would stop the flirting. So the cold god explained that if they thought he had a son, they would also think he had a wife. Despite that, some people would continue flirting. Tang Wulin was puzzled by this and asked why that would happen. Wu Zhengkong plainly said there were some things the boy would understand when he was older. They returned to their shared hotel room and began meditating. Wu Zhengkong said they would get up early the following day. The mysterious heaven technique's effect was more potent than the original cultivation method. Tang Wulin already clearly felt his spirit power had improved. He felt unobstructed when he felt his strength and spirit power already fusing into one. Although his strength had not increased, his body's endurance had strengthened. The boy got into a deep state of meditation and felt like he had become one with nature. A hand bonked his head and interrupted his meditation. It was Wu Zhengkong who asked him to hurry and get up. He carried Tang Wulin to the rooftop in an instant. When the boy asked what they were doing there, he told him to be quiet and look ahead. Tang Wulin was asked to keep his sight on the horizon at the farthest place he could see. At that moment, the teacher's finger injected a soft and cool spirit power into a pressure point on the boy's face. The infusion of spirit power caused Tang Wulin's sight to become clearer. The cold god explained that before the sun rose, there would be a beam of light on the horizon, and at the same time, there would be a strand of purple light. The purple demon eye's cultivation method was to absorb the strand of purple energy. As he finished speaking, the white flash and the purple glow appeared as expected. Wu Zhengkong guided the purple energy to be absorbed into Tang Wulin's eyes. It entered Tang Wulin's eyes, and a warm feeling washed over them. Tears formed unconsciously, but not a drop fell. Instead, it revolved around the rim of the eye. The spirit power drove it to rotate and permeate his eyeballs. Afterward, the speck of warmth was also slowly absorbed into the eyes. It only lasted a short time, but Wu Zhengkong stood behind Tang Wulin, driving his spirit power to revolve, according to the purple demon eye's cultivation method, until dawn. The experience was new and exciting for the boy. He was grateful to be able to use this Tang Sek's secret method. He beamed excitedly and said that his eyes felt warm and unusually good, and his vision had also cleared. He could see many details that he couldn't before, and the colors of objects became richer. Wu Zhengkong was surprised, and asked whether he honestly had the experience. Tang Wulin was puzzled by his question. The teacher asked whether the feeling that the boy described had been exaggerated. He asked as he recalled that he had cultivated initially for 6 months before he experienced that feeling. He wondered whether the boy was inherently compatible with a purple demon eyes technique. Tang Wulin replied affirmatively and said he had not been exaggerating. Wu Zhengkong recommended that Tang Wulin repeat the exercise every morning and cultivate the purple demon eye for half an hour. The purple demon eye wasn't something that would improve immensely overnight. Therefore, the boy had to work hard to accumulate it. Tang Wulin excitedly agreed with his teacher. When they returned to the room, the cold god said he wanted the boy to stay indoors and work on the new cultivation method. If there wasn't any purple chi to improve eyesight, the unique spirit power could also continuously stimulate the brain and subtly improve someone's mental power. Tang Wulin obeyed as he was told and cultivated in the room for the whole day. They continued with the routine for a week. However, he was still a child in a beautiful city. How could he not want to go outside and play? Despite the torture week, Tang Wulin entered the purple demon eye's first realm. He seemed to have an affinity with the mysterious heaven method and the purple demon eyes, so the introduction to both techniques was unusually quick. Moreover, he gradually discovered that the mysterious heaven method had the effect of purifying his spirit power. It allowed his spirit power to become more condensed at the same level. When he used the purple demon eyes cultivation method to revolve spirit power in his eyes, he felt the world around him had become a bit slower. At the same time, the improvement in his vision was sevenfold. He could see the dust in the air where there were rays of sunlight and the veins of a leaf in the distance. It was such a happy change that Tang Wulin persisted day by day. One evening, the cold god asked to go with him on a trip. The boy was delighted that he could finally go out. On the way, Wu Zhengkong inquired about the progress of the boy's cultivation. He asked whether it felt particularly dull. Tang Wulin admitted that it was a bit boring. However, the purple demon eye let him see more things than he could before, and he found it quite interesting. Wu Zhengkong reminded him that working hard in cultivation wasn't for hurting anyone but for protecting himself and the people who were important to him. He explained that strength was the foundation for everything, and at that time, what the boy had worked for was to avoid being powerless in the face of tragedy. Tang Wulin perceived the meaning behind his teacher's words. The cold god's words carried strong emotions. They revealed the cause of the grave owner's departure and Wu Zhengkong's repentance. The duo walked for a few hours and eventually arrived outside a large door that looked dated, like a relic from the past. The cold god placed his hand against the door. Tang Wulin was surprised to see the door opening in a way similar to the Tang sect company they had visited. A voice welcomed them from within as the doors swung open. Tang Wulin thought the courtyard looked quaint and observed the distinct absence of spirit guidance technology. It was as if he had returned to the ancient times. A pair of feet appeared, and when he looked up, he saw Wu Zhengkong bowing reverently to the man who stood before them. Tang Wulin was shocked that his teacher, known for his arrogance, could bow to someone. The man before them appeared to be a middle-aged man. He had a friendly smile as he welcomed them. His name was Zhao Tangju. He welcomed the duo into a vast courtyard with 2 rows of majestic statues. Each of them was more than 10 meters tall and bore the likeness of all the past generations of Shrek's 7 monsters, especially the distinguished Tang sect founder, the Thousand Hands Duluo, Tang San, and the first-generation master of the Spirit Pagoda, Huo Yu Hao. When they arrived at the front door, Wu Zhengkong asked Tang Wulin to bow 3 times, which the boy complied with immediately. Wu Zhengkong explained that this ancient courtyard was the birthplace of the Tang sect long ago, and every year, all of the Tang sect's core disciples would visit the place to pay tribute. At that point, he revealed to an eager Tang Wulin that he had been approved to join the Tang sect. Soon, they entered a room, and Tang Wulin was asked to sit on the bed. Zhao Tangju wanted to test the latter's endurance. Therefore, he asked the boy to relax and concentrate with both mind and body. While Tang Wulin was distracted by the fact that he could float on the bed, the old man suddenly appeared with a creepy expression behind him. The boy was startled. However, Zhao Tangju asked him to maintain his focus because he was about to conduct an examination. When the boy let his guard down, the old man suddenly struck his back, causing Tang Wulin to pass out. Later in the day, he regained consciousness, and Zhao Tangju chuckled cheerfully before asking how the boy felt. Tang Wulin awkwardly scratched his head and asked what had happened. He did not notice the crack in the wall behind him. The old man cunningly avoided the question, cueing Wu Zhengkong to step in and ask what level of spirit ring and spirit energy the boy's body could endure. In response, Zhao Tangju cheerfully slapped the boy's back, asking where Wu Zhengkong had found such a little freak whose spirit power was weak. But his bodily strength was remarkable. Wu Zhengkong stated that a spirit master's first spirit ring was, at most, a 400-year spirit ring. The old man chipped in and said that spirit energy was related to mental power, and spirit rings were related to the body's strength. However, considering Tang Wulin's physical strength, the boy would have no problem supporting a 1,000-year spirit ring. The news startled both the teacher and the student. The old man scratched his chin and said Tang Wulin's body strength was more than 10-fold that of his peers, and the endurance of his meridians was terrific. Wu Zhengkong remarked that it could be said that the boy's spirit soul could evolve into a 1,000-year spirit soul. Tang Wulin's spirit rings could be upgraded to about 2,000 years, as long as his mental power could endure it. And when he cultivated to rank 20 and obtained his second spirit ring, each ring could be a 2,000-year spirit ring. Moreover, Tang Wulin's physical strength would increase, and perhaps he could withstand 2 3,000-year spirit rings. Following the remark, Zhao Tangju asked about the level of the boy's mental power. The level of the boy's mental power. Wu Zhengkong said it was in the spirit communication realm, and that Tang Wulin had been cultivating the purple demon eye with excellent comprehension. The cold god then expressed his determination to help the boy lay a good foundation of spirit power before reaching rank 20. Tang Wulin was left out of the conversation, and naturally wondered what the 2 adults were discussing. Zhao Tangju later gave Tang Wulin the Tang sect's badge, and asked him to keep it safely. A while later, Wu Zhengkong and Tang Wulin left the Tang sect branch and headed for the Spirit Pagoda to test the latter's mental power. As they approached the destination, Wu Zhengkong reminded the boy to be careful of what he said within the Spirit Pagoda branch. They followed the standard procedure and had Tang Wulin's mental power tested, and the result was 124, which made Tang Wulin rejoice. His teacher remarked on how much the latter's mental power had increased in just a few short months. Wu Zhengkong inwardly contemplated how a spirit master's body strength and mental power were inversely proportional. However, Tang Wulin was an exception because of his weak spirit essence. However, the unusual power in the boy's blood slowly altered his spirit essence. He commented that Tang Wulin could achieve a natural rank-surpassing spirit ascension due to his physical strength. In their hotel room, Tang Wulin asked his teacher to explain what he had said earlier. Wu Jiangkong explained that some big clans and sects could use unique methods to make their disciples accomplish a rank-surpassing spirit ascension, which was unnatural. However, Tang Wulin had an advantage. This was the fact that his spirit power was feeble, and at the same time, his physical strength and mental power were terrific. Moreover, both attributes had been improved naturally. These conditions would allow Tang Wulin to establish a good foundation for future improvement. However, the same could not be said about Gu Yue. Nevertheless, Wu Jiangkong promised to help her as much as possible, even though she did not want to join the Tang sect. Wu Jiangkong was willing to enter the Intermediate Spirit Ascension platform alongside Tang Wulin. At the Intermediate Spirit Ascension platform, the spirit beasts were stronger, and only spirit masters that possessed less than 7 rings could enter. Tang Wulin was excited about the opportunity before his teacher explained that the Spirit Pagoda would be elated if the boy were eliminated early because those who entered the Intermediate Spirit Ascension platform would already have paid the prerequisite fee. Wu Jiangkong explained that mental power was the most significant hindering factor to the growth of spirit masters after the emergence of spirit souls. Most could only reach the limit of the Spirit Sea realm, where they could only support 3 purple spirit souls. Therefore, very few would use unique methods to improve their first spirit souls to the highest level. Wu Jiangkong's mental power had already reached the peak of the Spirit Sea realm. However, he had since been unable to break through to the next level. Therefore, he could only use 3,000-year spirit souls. His 5th spirit ring was the 10,000-year rank. That meant that thanks to his 10,000-year spirit soul, he could rely on the 4 spirit skills, which allowed him to cultivate up to 8 spirit rings. But his mental power needed to break through to the next realm to obtain the 9th spirit ring. The latter task was a daunting one, and he doubted whether he would be able to accomplish it during his lifetime. Wu Jiangkong explained that because Tang Wulin's first spirit soul was already at the 1,000-year level, he would not have to worry about his first 3 spirit rings. If his second spirit soul was also at the 1,000-year level, and his third one at the 10,000-year level, he would have the chance to become a 9-ring titled Duluo. The teacher revealed that this was his expectation and that the boy should set it as his goal. They could only acquire the entry cards to the Intermediate Spirit Ascension platform through an auction, for which they dressed up and disguised their faces. Upon arrival, Tang Wulin understood how low-end the East Sea City's auction house was. The guests of the auction house all seemed to be super rich, and the items on display were all rare treasures, most of which Tang Wulin could not recognize. He pondered about the ridiculously high entry threshold for the auction house. His teacher had to deposit 1,000,000 Federation coins to bring them in. Therefore, Tang Wulin reciprocated the gesture and handed his teacher his golden savings card. Wu Jiangkong was skeptical, asked the boy to put it away, and wondered how much the boy could have on the card. Tang Wulin hesitated momentarily before saying he had over 3,000,000 Federation coins on the card. The cold god was momentarily frozen, speechless, and asked how the boy could have so much money. Tang Wulin explained that the money was his savings from all the forging jobs he had received when he had joined the Blacksmiths Association. Sometime later, all the guests at the auction had settled down, and the commencement of the auction was announced. Everyone was welcomed. The guests each received a catalog for the auction for them to scan through quickly before the auction officially began. All the items put up for auction were rare treasures, and their starting prices were all very high. The duo quickly found what they were looking for, and the starting price was 5,000,000 Federation coins. Tang Wulin was happy to learn that he could afford it. However, his teacher clarified that the amount was just the starting price, and it was difficult to tell the final price. Suddenly, Tang Wulin noticed a 1,000-year dragon-scale fruit, whose starting price was 2,000,000 Federation coins. The estimated final price was between 3 and 5,000,000. The dragon-scale fruit was one of the 4 spirit items he needed to break the second seal. However, he needed to be 15 years old to use it. Tang Wulin realized that the precious spirit item was something one encountered, not something one found. Wu Jiangkong noticed the change in the boy's demeanor and asked whether there was a problem. Tang Wulin plainly stated that he wanted to purchase the dragon-scaled fruit. Naturally, Wu Jiangkong asked what he intended to do with the 1,000-year dragon-scaled fruit. In response, the boy disclosed that his blood was mutating, and he often dreamt of the items his body would need to grow stronger. Once he discovered the effectiveness of the items, he sought them out and used them to strengthen his body and improve a lot. Tang Wulin explained that in a recent dream, one of the items he was required to obtain was a 1,000-year dragon-scaled fruit. Wu Jiangkong found this profound and mysterious. Nevertheless, he was skeptical about Tang Wulin's words. The boy reminded his teacher about the time his body had significantly improved. During the typhoon, he consumed 3 kinds of spirit items he had dreamt of, and as a result, his body had improved by leaps and bounds. Wu Zhangkong recalled the incident and finally appeared convinced. In the past, Wu Zhangkong would not have believed such an explanation. However, this time was different because he witnessed several miracles Gu Yue and Tang Wulin created. Therefore, he had no other choice but to accept the possibility. Wu Zhangkong admitted that Tang Wulin's dreams about the spirit items that improved his body sounded ridiculous. However, he still promised to help the lad obtain the dragon-scaled fruit. After Tang Wulin confirmed the absence of danger, the cold god asked what else the boy needed. Tang Wulin explained that this time he needed the 1,000-year dragon-scaled fruit, a 1,000-year azure-veined vine, a 1,000-year land dragon tendon, and a 1,000-year sea dragon marrow. Besides the first item, he had no clue where to begin looking for the other things. Wu Zhangkong acknowledged the difficulty in obtaining all the mentioned ingredients and shared his knowledge about them, including their various uses. He also said, in passing, the possible locations of some of these spirit items. Tang Wulin cheerfully thanked him and promised to work hard to earn more money. Finally, Tang Wulin had some hope of breaking the second seal smoothly, and for the time being, after obtaining the items, he would not have to worry about his life until he was 20 years old. He was confident that he would be safe for another 10 years. The sudden dimming of the lights at the auction house jolted him from his distracted thoughts. When he asked, Wu Zhangkong explained that the auction event had finally started. Soon, the first item on the auction's catalog was on display. It was a 1,000-year mysterious ice grass. Wu Zhangkong needed it because of his ice element. However, the age of the ice grass was too low. The duo discussed the significance of the first item and how a legendary spirit master possessed it 10,000 years ago. Tang Wulin was impressed by his teacher's knowledge and was reassured that his teacher's help would make his search for spirit items much easier. Once the starting price was announced, a raging bidding war ensued where everyone tried to one-up the other. This phenomenon greatly shocked Tang Wulin, who soon realized his 3 million Federation coins were insufficient. Suddenly, a mysterious bidder called 10 million Federation coins. The insane bid caused a sudden and heavy silence to fall. The mysterious bidder naturally won the bid. Tang Wulin was perplexed. The 1,000-year spirit item was worth 10 million at the end. Wu Zhangkong asked him not to worry, because he was confident the dragon-scaled fruit would not be expensive. Finally, that very fruit was on display next. Its starting price was 1 million Federation coins. Wu Zhangkong immediately doubled the amount, and soon someone raised the price to 3 million. Just when it seemed the price would not be raised further, the same mysterious bidder, number 6, increased it to 5 million Federation coins. Wu Zhangkong and Tang Wulin were frustrated that the same bidder outbid them and everyone else. Wu Zhangkong conceded the loss and said the price had far exceeded the dragon-scaled fruit's base value. Tang Wulin panicked and pleaded with his teacher to continue bidding. However, Wu Zhangkong said that the price was too high and the item was no longer worth having. Tang Wulin panicked and asked his teacher to lend him money because he urgently needed the item. However, Wu Zhangkong chided the boy not to persist and give up. Finally, bidder number 6 acquired the article and was asked to go backstage to receive it. Tang Wulin felt utterly defeated and was no longer interested in the auction. His mind was still stuck on the fact that he narrowly missed the precious dragon-scaled fruit. On the other hand, the cold god had no idea that if Tang Wulin did not obtain the dragon-scaled fruit, he would pay for it with his life. Although they got the 2 intermediate Spirit Ascension platform entry cards without a hitch, Tang Wulin didn't feel happy. He was still remorseful for not saving enough money to get the 1,000-year dragon-scaled fruit. Because of the rarity of this spirit item, the next time he would encounter it was unknown. His thoughts were interrupted by the announcer, who called the attention of all the guests at the auction house to the next item on display. It would be among the last 3 for the day, 3 pieces of quality spirit armor. The first was a purple battle armor belt. It was well known that the battle armor's energy center was the belt with which someone could create an entire set of battle armor. Tang Wulin was astonished by the size of the belt, which emitted a faint purple glow. He noticed that the piece of metal at the center of the belt was quite unusual, and wondered what it was. The boy immediately turned to his teacher, and asked whether this was the legendary battle armor. He thought it looked amazing. Wu Zhangkong confirmed the observation. It was indeed a piece of battle armor. The cold god explained that battle armor was first left to a blacksmith to create the mold. Then it was up to the mech designer to design the soul guidance circuits and systems. And the final step was for a mech maker to assemble the components. Tang Wulin explained that his dream was to find a well-coordinated designer and maker team to create their personalized battle armor together. He then inquired whether his teacher had looked into battle armor. Wu Jiankong confirmed it and said that a spirit master's battle armor was akin to a second life. Moreover, a good set of battle armor could allow a spirit master's power to increase by 30%. He explained that technological advances had allowed ordinary people to become mech masters, and support-type spirit masters could also possess strong battle power through their mechs. However, the truly strong were forever those spirit masters whose strength was powerful, and battle armor masters were among them. Suppose 2 spirit masters were at the level of 6 rings, even if a support system spirit master had a strong mech. In front of a battle armor master at the same level, the former could not withstand a single blow. Finally, the 3 pieces of battle armor were sold for a sky-high price of 20 million Federation coins and brought the auction to an end, bringing the auction to a close. Tang Wulin had used his purple demon eyes to observe the details on the battle armor. The components were created from 1,000 refined metal, which attested to the blacksmith's skill. In addition, the mech designer and manufacturer played a crucial role in the process. As the student and teacher left the auction house, Tang Wulin realized that if he wanted personal battle armor, he would have to find a mech designer and a mech maker of rank 3 and above for it to be possible. He sighed deeply because he had missed the 1,000-year dragon-scaled fruit. However, he cheered up and was confident he would find it one day. Moreover, he was sure his teacher would help him find the necessary spirit items. Suddenly, the cold god stopped and asked Tang Wulin to wait. The latter gave his teacher a curious look, which prompted the cold god to explain that they were waiting for someone. A moment later, a masked figure approached them, and Tang Wulin recognized that this person was bidder number 6, who continually outbid everyone at the auction. While the boy fumed, the masked man, bidder number 6, casually addressed him and asked whether Tang Wulin was unhappy that he had missed the dragon-scaled fruit. He spoke while removing his mask. The boy immediately recognized the man by his voice. Bidder number 6 was none other than Zhao Tangju, who promptly handed a box to Tang Wulin. He also said it contained the deeply coveted 1,000-year dragon-scaled fruit before asking the boy to take good care of it, because it was not an ordinary treasure. Tang Wulin opened the box and marveled at the unusually high quality of the spirit fruit. In response, Zhao Tangju said that Tang Wulin was a lucky guy, and the fruit was a rare treasure, except it was a shame that it was picked early. Tang Wulin observed that the golden patterns on the fruit were similar to the ones on his right arm when it became a dragon claw. After a light-hearted exchange with the cold god, Zhao Tangju slapped Tang Wulin on the back and said that the little guy should cheer up, considering how much the Tang sect had helped him out, and that the boy should work hard for the sect in the future. Tang Wulin beamed with excitement that he had finally found what he needed. But a moment later, something occurred to him, and he wondered whether his teacher had planned all this. Suddenly, he felt gloomy when he realized his teacher had anticipated his earlier mood change. Wu Jiankong stood behind him and asked whether he was happy now. A chilly aura erupted around the cold god when he inquired whether the boy had blamed him in his heart when it seemed like the dragon-scaled fruit was lost. Wu Jiankong said the pouting face of Tang Wulin looked really funny. At the same time, Tang Wulin was sweating buckets because his teacher's words embarrassed him enough to prevent him from turning his head. The trio returned to their respective quarters as the day ended. Tang Wulin had a determined gaze as he contemplated how he and Wu Jiankong would enter the Intermediate Spirit Ascension platform together the following day and planned to coordinate well with his teacher. He decided to repay the Tang sect one day because of the help he had received from Zhao Tangju and Wu Jiankong. In the meantime, he needed to meditate seriously in preparation for the following day. The next day, the cold god and Tang Wulin walked through a forested area. Tang Wulin observed no difference between the appearance of their current location and the primary Spirit Ascension platform because both were green worlds full of plants. He suddenly remembered the strict conditions for entering the Intermediate Spirit Ascension platform. He was surprised to discover that he had to remove all his clothes. This measure had been implemented to prevent people from bringing battle armor into the Spirit Ascension platform. Tang Wulin found this way of entering the Spirit Ascension platform quite embarrassing. However, he was lucky because they were clothed once they entered the Spirit Ascension platform. Interestingly, the cold god did not seem bothered by any part of the process. Once they entered the Spirit Ascension platform, Wu Jiankong immediately released his 6 spirit rings. Tang Wulin had seen them several times before, but he could not help but marvel at the spectacle. He watched as his teacher wielded the Skyfrost sword and realized that Wu Jiankong was being extra cautious, which meant the place was quite dangerous. After traversing the forest for a while, Tang Wulin observed that they had yet to encounter any spirit beasts. The cold god calmly explained that the Spirit Ascension platform simulated the ancient Stardew forest, divided into the outer, mixed, core, and vicious lands. The closer one got to the core area, the stronger the spirit beasts they would encounter. At that moment, they were currently at the Spirit's Ascension platform's equivalent of the ancient Stardow Forest's mixed region. The invention of battle armor enhanced the strength of spirit masters who began exploiting the spirit beasts at the Stardew Forest without reservation. Even so, the Cold God explained that the vicious lands in the middle of the forest were still a restricted area for humans, and it was said that some powerful spirit beasts lived there. He explained that long ago, a strong battle armor master had ventured into the zone and never returned. When a spirit beast had reached at least 100,000 years of cultivation, it could gain a human form. Once the spirit beasts learned about the human invasion of the vicious lands, they began to leave the Stardew Forest and snuck into the human world to launch terrorist attacks as a display of resistance. Later on, humans and spirit beasts gradually had a mutual understanding, and everyone minded their own business. The spirit beasts living in other regions had all been hunted down. Natural spirit souls were challenging to obtain, so man-made ones had become the standard choice for modern spirit masters. However, the spirit skills of man-made spirit souls were much weaker than those of natural spirit souls. To increase their power, humans continually hunted spirit beasts to receive benefits. This astonished Tang Wulin, and he asked how the spirit beasts had yet to become extinct. Wu Jiangkong explained that according to the research statistics from the past 100 years, the instances of spirit essences awakening in people resulted in fewer individuals who could generate spirit power. The Cold God speculated that if all the spirit beasts became extinct, there also would be no more spirit masters left on the Duluo continent. While Tang Wulin was bewildered, the Cold God brought his attention to their current task. They were presently in the intermediate spirit ascension platform, which primarily had 1,000-year spirit beasts and 10,000-year spirit beasts. When the spirit beasts reached such cultivation bases, each of them would have their territory, and it would be troublesome for the duo if they encountered just one of them. As the Cold God spoke, a white-winged tiger soared toward them. Wu Jiangkong's remained vigilant and guarded as his brows furrowed. Tang Wulin was startled when he realized the creature was an ice and fire demon tiger. The spirit beast bore its fangs, and its golden eyes had a ferocious glint. Tang Wulin was taken aback when he heard the deafening roar, and the powerful aura from the spirit beast almost stunned him. Wu Jiangkong immediately stepped forward and shielded Tang Wulin with his domineering aura. The teacher explained that the spirit beast before them had at least 4,000 years of cultivation and advised the boy to take cover behind him and protect himself. As the Cold God spoke, he brandished the deadly Skyfrost sword. Both teacher and student were vigilant as they faced the tiger, which condensed a fireball between its jaws and fired toward them. Wu Jiangkong gave a final word of caution before facing the enormous fiery attack that was rapidly approaching. Tang Wulin was stunned to observe that the small fireball that had been spat out had suddenly enlarged. In response, Wu Jiangkong's eyes shone with a brilliant white glow as he focused his power. The Skyfrost sword simultaneously radiated an intense, bone-chilling aura. Tang Wulin noticed that his teacher was circulating his spirit power using the mysterious heaven method. Wu Jiangkong focused his spirit power, thrust the tip of his sword into the incoming fireball, and instantly neutralized it. The once searing hot flames were utterly engulfed in ice. The fireball exploded and turned into numerous icicles that had yet to lose momentum. Tang Wulin exclaimed with concern for his teacher. However, Wu Jiangkong calmly drew Skyfrost's sword and activated his first spirit skill, blasting the ice shards away. Tang Wulin looked on in astonishment as he observed how the spirit skill had turned into a mirage of sword edges that accurately took down the icicles. While still focused on the opponent, Wu Jiangkong asked the boy to use his blue-silver grass to escape the area. Having understood that he was in the way and was holding his teacher back, Tang Wulin shot a vine of his blue-silver grass toward an overhead branch and swung to safety while wishing his teacher good luck. Just then, the winged demon tiger attempted to flank Wu Jiangkong and rained a barrage of fireballs at the opponent below. Out of concern, Tang Wulin activated his purple demon eye to check on his teacher's condition. He observed that his teacher had yet to sustain any injuries. Wu Jiangkong had skillfully woven an icy cocoon to shield himself from the demon tiger's onslaught. When he looked closer, Tang Wulin realized that the white cocoon was made of countless sword tips. Once the attack ended, the cocoon trembled slightly and swiftly burst open, releasing an icy aura that engulfed the demon tiger. A sharp icicle rose from the center of the cocoon and impaled the spirit beast, causing the air to become frigid. Tang Wulin gazed in shock at the aftermath of the battle. Given Wu Jiangkong's personality, he cleaned up after himself. As such, he absorbed most of the ice, snow, and frost from the area using the Skyfrost sword. When Tang Wulin joined his teacher back on the ground, Wu Jiangkong informed him that the final attack would be his. In the previous battle, the Cold God had incapacitated the demon tiger, and now it was up to Tang Wulin to use his golden dragon claw to finish the job. The latter did as he was told, swiftly ending the demon tiger. As a result, there was a vast amount of spirit force converging upon him. While Tang Wulin was surprised, his teacher explained that he would have to absorb the 400 years of spirit power, 1/10 of the demon tiger's cultivation base. He also explained that with such an amount of spirit force, combined with the 700 years of spirit power he had absorbed from the primary spirit ascension platform, his spirit soul's spirit force would achieve the 1,000-year cultivation base. While Tang Wulin was stuck in contemplation, the surge of spirit force stopped abruptly. While concerned about this phenomenon, his teacher reassured him that the spirit force he had accumulated would cause his spirit soul to evolve once they left the spirit ascension platform. In the meantime, they would continue to absorb more spirit force. Wu Zhengkong speculated that considering Tang Wulin's physical endurance surpassing that of ordinary people, his spirit soul would be promoted to 2,000 years. While the boy was distracted, Wu Zhengkong suddenly grabbed him and leaped high onto an overhead branch. Something had struck the ground at the same spot they stood on a moment ago. The thin objects looked like venomous quills, and from the look of it, their toxicity was very potent because the ground was completely corroded. Tang Wulin admitted that if any of those quills had struck him, he would have forcefully been withdrawn from the spirit ascension platform. Just then, another spirit beast appeared before them. It was a venom quill porcupine. Wu Zhengkong explained that not only could the spirit beast shoot venomous quills, but the beast also had incredible speed and momentum. Wu Zhengkong had a vicious expression and declared that the beast was too dangerous for him to preserve it for the boy. Therefore, he would settle the battle all alone. He then activated his third spirit skill and activated his dazzling purple demon eyes. He leaped from the branch toward the porcupine as Tang Wulin warned his teacher that the beast had already locked onto him and was about to attack. However, Wu Zhengkong was already ahead of him. He trapped the porcupine with tall icicles and condensed a gigantic sword above the spirit beast. The name of this spirit skill was the Frost Ice Song, and it promptly ended the battle. Tang Wulin quickly praised his teacher's overwhelming might and the strength of his spirit skill. Wu Zhengkong explained that all spirit skills were powerful and needed people to use them flexibly. When the boy inquired what he meant, Wu Zhengkong listed his 4 spirit skills in their respective order, as he explained that spirit skills were not just simple abilities. Every spirit skill could change, depending on how it was used. The cold god noticed the boy's silence, which meant he was keenly paying attention to the lesson. Wu Zhengkong proceeded to display his first spirit skill, the Frost Scar. It was just a sword, and he demonstrated that it would still be able to cut without hindrance, even if something were far away, like the leaves. A moment later, he activated his cocoon and explained that it was also the activation of the Frost Scar. Tang Wulin was intrigued by the demonstration. He had just witnessed 2 different applications of the same spirit skill. His teacher explained that the difference was in the method of usage, control, and the amount of spirit power required. These variables brought about a substantial difference. Once again, Tang Wulin seemed quiet. However, he quickly piped up and stated that the second use of the Frost Scar was a perfect absolute defense. In response, Wu Zhengkong explained that no matter how simple spirit skills seemed, they would produce formidable power if used appropriately. Moreover, spirit skills changed endlessly. The key was how they were used. Tang Wulin understood how ridiculous it was for him to feel sad for having a defective spirit soul, and there weren't any useless people in the world, only people who could not make good use of their circumstances. Wu Zhengkong's spirit skill, the Frost Scar, wasn't as powerful as Shixi's Light Blade. However, in Wu Zhengkong's hands, it became a formidable power. Moreover, when he confronted Guang Biao, who also possessed 6 rings, Wu Zhengkong merely relied on his understanding of spirit essences, and even Guang Biao's spirit skills were rendered useless. There wasn't a gap in spirit power, but rather an understanding the use of spirit essences by both sides. At that moment, a door to a new world had quietly opened in Tang Wulin's heart. Tang Wulin also observed that mental power had far greater uses than simply containing spirit souls. Wu Zhengkong confirmed his hypothesis and remarked that the boy had finally begun to understand. They continued their discussion, while quietly observing the changes in their surroundings. Along the way, they encountered several spirit beasts, which were quickly incapacitated by Wu Zhengkong and ultimately slain by Tang Wulin. Soon afterward, Wu Zhengkong asked the boy to stick close by because they had arrived deep in the mixed region, which had numerous 10,000-year spirit beasts with high intelligence. The higher the spirit beast's intelligence, the more formidable the power it could exert. As Tang Wulin pondered this fact, Wu Zhengkong called his attention to the fact that their surroundings had become unusually quiet, and the light had significantly dimmed. Not a single insect was in sight. Wu Zhengkong would say they were in big trouble if he had to guess. Tang Wulin noticed that even with the purple demon eye, he still could not find the location of the spirit beasts. The light around them was becoming dimmer when the cold god realized that a mighty spirit beast was slowly approaching them. He cautioned the boy not to stray too far from him when a dark figure resembling Tang Wulin lunged at the latter. Wu Jiankong reacted swiftly and pierced the dark silhouette with his sword, causing it to dissipate. Unfortunately, the dark figure formed from the mists quickly reformed and continued its attack. In response, Wu Jiankong used his purple demon eye to unleash a mental attack, which dispersed the black mist once more. Tang Wulin was hung up on the details of his teacher's last attack when the latter promptly urged him to get up because he had no time to explain. Wu Jiankong quickly informed the boy that they were facing a dark and mental dual attribute spirit beast. It was very powerful, and that meant they were in big trouble. The spirit beast was using the surrounding dark fog for cover as it slowly drew closer to them. Tang Wulin exclaimed in shock as he watched more dark silhouettes condensing around them while getting closer. Wu Jiankong wasted no time and unleashed his spirit skill, temporarily shielding them from the black fog. Meanwhile, he explained that the spirit beast had a domain-type ability. In other words, the skill it released within the domain would become more powerful. He was using his ice attribute to resist the dark one. The cold god was frustrated because he could not locate the enemy's position yet. This was Tang Wulin's observation. However, something occurred to him. Since domain abilities had been mentioned, he considered that he could use one such power. Tang Wulin crouched low to the ground and placed his palm on the grass at his feet. He then shut his eyes and focused his mind so that he could feel the mood fluctuations of the surrounding blue-silver grass. In the face of danger, even plants could feel fear. By extension, he too could feel the fear of the blue-silver grass in the area. The fear became more intense in a specific direction. Tang Wulin had discovered the spirit beast's location and immediately pointed it out to his teacher. Wu Jiankong responded swiftly and activated his deadly spirit skill, which was, in fact, his third spirit skill, the Skyfrost Slash. He released it in the direction the boy had indicated, and the black fog dispersed instantly. A moment later, a hulking figure approached them. It was the three-eyed demon ape, a 10,000-year spirit beast that had already refined a spirit bone. This was a formidable new opponent. Wu Jiankong immediately warned the boy to avoid staying motionless and to be careful of the spirit beast's attacks. Tang Wulin promptly agreed with the suggestion and observed in surprise that his teacher was taking the initiative to attack. The boy wondered whether his teacher had also considered it a difficult task to protect him. The three-eyed demon ape's ferocious glare eventually landed on Tang Wulin, who leaped back using his spirit essence. In the meantime, Wu Jiankong closed in on it and released a powerful slash. However, it turned out to be only an illusion. Its actual position was the exact spot that Tang Wulin had stood upon a moment earlier. The boy realized that had he not moved, he would have been completely pulverized. He was astonished to learn that the spirit beast used battle tactics, indicating it was highly intelligent. He felt terrible in his gut because he could not predict the spirit beast's next move. Wu Jiankong, on the other hand, casually snorted and said that his opponent deserved to be called a 10,000-year spirit beast because it had tricked him. He then stilled his resolve and asked the boy to observe him because he would go all out against the demon ape. In response, Tang Wulin kept his eyelids peeled as he watched his teacher activate his sixth spirit skill of the 10,000-year rank. The boy witnessed the surroundings getting brighter by the second and marveled at the massive power release. At that moment, the third eye of the demon ape shone brightly and momentarily startled the cold god. Wu Jiankong instantly realized it was a mental attack and immediately activated his purple demon eyes to counter it. This time, Tang Wulin realized that the purple demon eye had actual combat applications. It could be used defensively to anticipate physical attacks and offensively to unleash mental attacks. The two opposing waves of mental power clashed and sent ripples into the surroundings. The aftershock was so frightening that it momentarily stunned Tang Wulin, who fell from the overhead branch with a bloody nose. Wu Jiankong wasn't doing any better, as blood trickled from his nose and the corner of his mouth. His expression showed frustration because the purple demon eye could not block the onslaught. He also noticed that Tang Wulin had been hit by the shockwave from the mental power clash. Just then, the demon ape roared and released a wave of dark energy toward the cold god, who promptly readied himself and focused his power onto the Skyfrost sword. He dashed toward the demon ape and bifurcated it with a single slash. Afterward, Wu Jiankong turned back, called for Tang Wulin to deliver the final blow, and asked the boy to aim for the third eye when he attacked. Tang Wulin delivered a final attack as instructed with the help of his spirit soul. All the while, he was out of breath. The boy was instantly hit by an overwhelming wave of spirit force, which he had yet to completely absorb, even after a long time. In the process, He wondered about the cultivation base of the three-eyed demon ape. Meanwhile, his teacher reflected on the previous battle. Although he had defeated his opponent, its strength level surprised him. He knew the chances of encountering such a strong spirit beast in the current area were relatively small. What was more frightening about the demon ape was its mental power, which Wu Zhongkong could barely ward off, even with the full strength of his purple demon eye. Despite his best efforts, he still sustained some injuries. When pondering about the spirit beast's cultivation base, he realized he had forgotten to test its cultivation. He recalled that Tang Wulin's body could only withstand a spirit soul with a cultivation base of only 2,000 years. Tang Wulin's spirit soul already had a cultivation base of about 1,300 years. If the cultivation base of the three-eyed demon ape were too high, the boy's body would not be able to endure the enormous spirit force. Wu Zhongkong promptly ordered the boy to retrieve his blue-silver grass and immediately stop absorbing the spirit force. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin was dazed, and his nose bled. He was sure he heard his teacher calling for him, but he could not hear the latter's voice. He suddenly felt dizzy, like the world was spinning. He ultimately collapsed and lost consciousness as Wu Zhongkong frantically called to him. At that moment, Tang Wulin sank into a world of darkness and thought he was at the end of the road. He soon landed at the bottom of the dark chasm and checked his surroundings, wondering where he was. Tang Wulin soon realized the space was where he had first met Senior Tang. He had entered his mental realm, which quaked violently and seemed to be getting ripped apart. He felt a sharp pain in his head like he was being ripped apart along with his mental realm. The pain was purely agonizing. He thrashed about before desperately asking Senior Tang for help. Suddenly, a flash of brilliant golden light appeared, with a trident at the center. The golden trident released waves of energy, which eased the boy's pain and stabilized his mental realm. Tang Wulin sat up once the pain was all gone. The damage to his mental realm had also been repaired. Senior Tang then addressed the boy and asked whether he was feeling better. Tang Wulin replied affirmatively and thanked Senior Tang. The latter explained that his power was limited, and that the boy's recent promotion had exceeded his body's limit. Senior Tang had no choice but to expend significant energy to help Tang Wulin through the crisis. He explained that the boy was okay for that time, but when he was ready to release the second seal, the amount of power Senior Tang could use to help the boy would be significantly reduced. Therefore, Tang Wulin would have to endure a tremendous amount of pressure. He urged Tang Wulin to prepare mentally, and even though the promotion was good for him this time, he could no longer do such a thing in the future. Otherwise, once Senior Tang's power waned, the boy's life would be in danger when it was time to release the final seal. Tang Wulin nervously nodded and said that he understood. A moment later, he opened his eyes in the Spirit Ascension platform. His vision gradually focused on the strange scene before him. The ground was littered with the corpses of slain spirit beasts, and Wu Zhongkong sat on one of them with blood trickling from his head. He had a weary expression and asked whether the boy was finally awake. Tang Wulin promptly sat up and asked what had happened to his teacher. In response, Wu Zhongkong said he was doing all right, and that the boy should worry about himself because he looked much worse. Tang Wulin was surprised. However, he had not realized that blood was trickling from all his facial orifices. He complained that he felt dizzy. However, in response, Wu Zhongkong said they could return to the outside world now that the boy was awake. To that end, he would help Tang Wulin to press the distress signal. A moment later, Tang Wulin opened his eyes back at the Spirit Pagoda's branch and immediately noticed his dizziness had worsened. Moreover, his entire body ached and could not be moved. Wu Zhongkong immediately sprang into action and asked the boy not to move randomly and that he would take the ladder out of the Spirit Pagoda. A nearby Spirit Pagoda technician asked whether Wu Zhongkong wanted the boy examined because he had absorbed too much spirit force. He wondered whether the cold god was sure he wanted to leave with the boy because, once they left, the Spirit Pagoda would no longer be responsible for anything that happened afterward. Wu Zhongkong glared at the man and said he was confident there was no need for an examination. Wu Zhongkong carried his student in his arms and ignored all the words of caution from the Spirit Pagoda staff. Considering the terrible state of Tang Wulin's body, Wu Zhongkong had a change of plans. He checked them both into a nearby hotel, where Tang Wulin immediately went to sleep without waking up day or night. Looking at the boy's appearance, the cold god deeply blamed himself. He did not expect that the Intermediate Spirit Ascension platform would have such a formidable three-eyed demon ape, or that such a strong spirit beast would appear. He feared that the aftermath of the battle would leave Tang Wulin's mental realm significantly impacted. The consequences would be inconceivable if the boy could not bear the burden. After some time, Tang Wulin woke up, and Wu Zhongkong asked how he felt. The boy reported that his head was still dizzy, and it was as though he could not feel the presence of his body. Wu Zhongkong, in response, asked him not to worry, and that the boy's mental realm had received a strong attack. All he needed to do was adjust and recover as soon as possible. He acknowledged that the boy was in a great deal of pain at the moment. However, he advised Tang Wulin to cultivate his purple demon eye to adjust his mental power. He then sat next to the boy and helped him circulate spirit power according to the mysterious heaven method. In the meantime, he advised the latter to concentrate his mental power because there would likely be residual effects if he could not adjust. After circulating his spirit power through the mysterious heaven method for a week, Tang Wulin's purple demon eye could finally be cultivated again, and a slight sense of coolness came over his face. The pain he felt gradually eased as he slowly entered a meditative state. Through a week of receiving help circulating his spirit energy, Tang Wulin could finally do it himself. Wu Zhengkong had to be sure not to leave the place until the boy completed his spirit soul's evolution. He did not expect to remain at the hotel for a week. Tang Wulin remained meditative for 3 days, and finally the spirit soul's evolution began. Jingguang appeared on Tang Wulin's shoulders and resonated with his body as it slowly changed. Its transformation was clearly much more profound this time compared to when it went from 10 to 100 years. Jingguang continuously grew and finally achieved the length of 1 foot. Its scales were slightly raised, and a faint golden light covered its body. 2 little horns protruded from the top of its head, and the golden pattern on its forehead also became more distinct. At the same time, Jingguang's eyes also shone brighter than before. A purple light floated in its eyes during the latter part of the evolution. It took a total of 4 days for the process to complete. Soon afterward, Tang Wulin finished meditating. His appearance had changed a bit. His skin became fairer, his eyes had more spirit, and his height had also increased by about 3 centimeters. Moreover, Tang Wulin discovered a small spiral in his dantian, formed by the mysterious heaven method. The appearance of this spiral meant that his cultivation of spirit power and its restoration speed would be accelerated. The revolving spiral was also one more step to compressing his spirit power. Finally, it was time for the duo to depart Heaven Dao City. The 1-month school break had ended. For Tang Wulin, the trip made him grow a lot. The boy gazed out his train window, watching the surrounding scenery flash past him at high speed. Once they returned to East Sea City, Wu Zhengkong said 3 days were left before the start of the next school term, and the boy was free to do anything he wanted. On the other hand, he had to report to school in advance, and he was already late as it was. Afterward, Tang Wulin thanked his teacher with a respectful bow. In response, Wu Zhengkong asked the boy not to thank him because he had only led the way, and all one could do was rely on oneself. While parting ways with his teacher, Tang Wulin recalled that his father, Tang Ziran, had also told him the same thing. At that moment, he also wondered about the whereabouts of his parents and Nair. Tang Wulin assured them in his heart that wherever they were, he was no longer weak. He was determined to work hard so that when they reunited, he would be someone they could all be proud of. Tang Wulin returned to the East Sea City's Blacksmith Association, where the chairman, Mu Chen, asked how his holiday had been. The boy confessed that although he had not done much during the holiday, he had not practiced his forging. Mu Chen chuckled, clearly amused by Tang Wulin's honesty. He told the latter that it was all right because the boy had already been working too hard, and it was good to relax on holiday. Mu Chen explained that once a blacksmith attained a certain level of expertise in forging, regular practice was just as important as taking the time to gather and accumulate by meditating and comprehending. Unfortunately, his daughter, Mu Shi, overheard his words and complained about her father's biased attitude. During the school holiday, the man never let her go outside to play and instead made her practice forging in her room every day. Mu Chen retorted, saying that when her forging skills reached Tang Wulin's level, she too could take a holiday. Afterward, Tang Wulin received a few rank 3 forging assignments to use the few days he had left before school resumed. He returned to the workshop and began forging. After starting to forge, Tang Wulin was amazed to discover Mu Chen's words were true. Although he had not forged much, his control had become increasingly smooth and effortless. He could feel even the most minute changes in the metals from all sides. During the forging process, he avoided some stages, which could have made him fail and finish the forging instantly. Tang Wulin's speed was much faster than before. He utilized the purple demon eye, especially during his forging, and increased his efficiency by 50%. Along with improving spirit power, his use of compressed spirit power from the mysterious heaven method allowed Tang Wulin to forge for extended periods. Previously, he could at most complete 2 pieces of rare metal. However, now, he could perform the 1,000 refinements technique on 4 pieces of rare metal in one breath. Not only that, but the quality of the finished product was much more excellent than before. The long month had let Tang Wulin benefit in one way or another. And finally, the holiday was over. As the students returned early the following day to EC Academy, a pair of students discussed the circumstances under which Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinshi left Class 0 and transferred schools. One of the students exclaimed that he wanted Class 0 to disband. That way, Tang Wulin could return to Class 1. Otherwise, the next class promotion tournament would be difficult for them. Wu Zhengkong was asked to accept a new student, Xu Xiaoyan, one of the ICE staff siblings at the director's office. The director explained that the girl had met the academy's requirements and achieved exceptional test results. She was qualified to join Class 0. Wu Zhengkong looked at the girl skeptically before stating that Class 0 only accepted monsters, not ordinary people. He saw nothing special about her, considering she only had one spirit ring. In response, the director argued that Class 0 had to change a few things about how it was run. He had no problems with Gu Yue and CC. However, he did not understand why two students who were both geniuses with 2 spirit rings each had to leave for Tang Wulin, who had only 1 spirit ring. The director reprimanded Wu Zhengkong for coming up with excuses and threatened to disband Class 0 because only 3 students remained. The man saw no point in the class's existence. In response, the cold god addressed Xu Xiaoyan and said he would give her 1 chance to get his and the Class 0 members' approval within a month. Otherwise, regardless of her origin, he would not accept her into his class. Afterward, he led Xu Xiaoyan to her dorm room. The director then hatched a plan to examine the worth of Class 0 and to determine if they were worth investing such great resources on. He wanted Class 0 to display its skills outside the school environment. He had called his boss, the dean, who readily agreed because it would be a good display of EC Academy's high standing. Elsewhere in the academy, Xu Xiaoyan was led to a luxurious dormitory, which was more exotic than the dorm in her previous school, despite her family's input. While she was still distracted in her thoughts, Wu Zhengkong reminded her that she received such good treatment because she was a Class 0 student. He reminded her that she had only 1 month to impress. Xu Xiaoyan was left gloomy, wondering if the man was the legendary Wu Zhengkong. He was very strict and different from the other teachers who had complimented her. Afterward, she had a fangirl moment and praised Wu Zhengkong's outstanding looks. As Xu Xiaoyan settled into her new room, she was amazed by the excellent treatment the members of Class 0 received. She discovered a hole in the wall and plugged it up a moment later. Suddenly, she heard a voice outside calling for the captain, and she wondered who the person was, knocking on the door outside. It was ZC, whom she immediately recognized as the guy who wielded knives in the Spirit Ascension platform. While ZC knocked on Tang Wulin's door and asked him to be let in, Xu Xiaoyan approached and asked him to stop his incessant knocking because there was no one in the room. CC was startled by her presence and wondered whether the girl was a thief. After a brief and awkward silence, he took off at top speed, intending to report to Teacher Wu, while Xu Xiaoyan helplessly tried to explain that she was not a thief. However, ZC did not get far before he returned and listened to her explanation. The girl introduced herself and said she would be a future member of Class 0. Afterward, she asked ZC to introduce himself. When he stated his name, Xu Xiaoyan said he did not need to thank her because she had not done anything for him. ZC immediately retorted and asked her not to be so sentimental. He then asked how the girl managed to join Class 0, considering it was already the 2nd term of the school year. Moreover, he wondered why the school added new people to Class 0. Xu Xiaoyan said that an exception was made for her. Therefore, she received special consideration. CC was surprised the cold god could agree to such an arrangement. Xu Xiaoyan insisted that he should believe it. She quickly changed the subject by stating that she had seen him somewhere. She was sidetracked for a bit and asked for the whereabouts of the senior sister, who had defeated her elder brother at the Spirit Ascension platform. At that moment, ZC realized she was the younger of the Ice Staff siblings that Class 0 had encountered at the Spirit Ascension platform. After a brief bout of bickering, ZC asked about the girl's cultivation base. In response, Xu Xiaoyan said she had only 1 spirit ring. Then, ZC truly understood the meaning behind the words, special consideration. While he walked away and waved at her, he encouraged Xu Xiaoyan to come and find him if she encountered any problems or had questions about life at the academy. Right before CC left, Xu Xiaoyan asked whether their team captain was the girl who defeated her brother. In response, ZC smirked and said their captain was Tang Wulin. He then revealed that the captain was just like Xu Xiaoyan, and he too had 1 spirit ring. The following day, a large gathering was held at the EC Academy's sports ground. The assembly was held to welcome the students back from their month-long holiday. The director first welcomed the students and asked them to prepare for a challenging yet fulfilling term ahead. He expressed his desire to see both teachers and students working hard and progressing toward achieving their goals. Somewhere in the crowd stood Gu Yue, who listened attentively to the director's passionate speech. Beside her stood CC, who wondered where Tang Wulin had gone. He also considered the possibility that their captain had forgotten all about the first day of school in the new term. Gu Yue mocked him by asking whether he thought Tang Wulin was like him. The two were energetic because they had returned to their usual bouts of bickering. Beside them was Xu Xiaoyan, who watched them silently. A while later, Tang Wulin arrived. Xu Xiaoyan gazed at him up close as he awkwardly scratched his head and explained that it was difficult for him to control the state of deep meditation. When he finally woke up, he realized it was already morning. So he came to the assembly grounds, having skipped breakfast entirely. Gu Yue acknowledged his arrival and asked him to join the queue. Tang Wulin joined his classmates and wondered why the opening ceremony had not ended. When Gu Yue attempted a reply, Cici asked her to be quiet because they were close to the platform. From Cici's side, Xu Xiaoyan continued to gaze at Tang Wulin while admiring his looks and big, bright eyes. She was convinced he was the most handsome young man she had ever seen, and blushed slightly. Wu Zhengkong had also noticed that Tang Wulin's eyes had become a bit brighter. This was a clear sign that his cultivation base had broken through. In reality, Tang Wulin's spirit power fluctuations had not changed. If the spirit power level did not improve, the comprehension of spirit power had changed. That could even be good for a spirit master who acquired greater comprehension as an absolute essential. Although Tang Wulin's talent was not great, his comprehension was far beyond that of ordinary people. Moreover, considering his spirit essence mutation, when compared with perception, the latter was not the most important thing. Later in the day, Class 0 convened, and Xu Xiaoyan introduced herself. She was 10 years old, and her spirit essence was the Starwheel Ice Staff with a spirit power of rank 17. Tang Wulin let out an awkward sigh because the new student outranked him. He had thought that with a new student present, he would no longer be the last in class in terms of spirit power rank. Wu Zhengkong reiterated his previous statement to the girl, saying she only had 1 month to prove her strength, because afterward, he would decide whether she would remain a member of Class 0. The cold god then turned toward the rest of the class and addressed them, saying that after the month-long holiday, he would have to examine the conditions of their bodies once more. At the same time, he would test their combat abilities. He recommended that they meditate for half an hour to get their minds and bodies situated. Only by understanding the condition of their bodies would the cold god teach them better, and he would never allow his students to face the danger of losing concentration during meditation, just as Tang Wulin once had. The only abnormal thing that occurred during the strength test was Xu Xiaoyan's reaction to Tang Wulin's strength. Wu Zhengkong then asked everyone to follow him to have their mental power tested. In the background, Xu Xiaoyan was still busy freaking out and wondering whether there was a problem with the strength machine. Xiaoxi responded with an amused expression and said that the result of Tang Wulin's strength test would have been doubled if he had used his golden dragon claw. The statement only made matters worse for the girl, and she wondered whether Tang Wulin was actually a human-shaped spirit beast. The first to get tested was Zizi, and his mental power score was 109. The result caused him to chuckle lightly. He was proud of the slight improvement he had made. However, he made a big deal out of it by saying that since he had broken through rank 100 of mental power, it signified a promotion from the spirit origin realm to the spirit communication realm. Therefore, there was no problem for his spirit soul to reach the 1,000-year cultivation rank. Next up was Xu Xiaoyan, whose mental power was 111. This result made Cici feel like vomiting blood. Although he was frustrated, he rationalized that the result was due to the fact that Xu Xiaoyan was a control system spirit master. As such, it was natural that her mental power was higher than his own. He insisted that besides that, the result did not mean anything. Next up was Tang Wulin, and his result of 212 shocked both Xu Xiaoyan and Cici, as both found it a bit ridiculous. This time, they both thought that the machine was broken. Apparently, Tang Wulin had moved from the elementary level of the spirit communication realm and had just entered the intermediate level. In Wu Zhengkong's opinion, Cici's reaction was not that exaggerated because mental power that surpassed the rank of 150 was the intermediate level of the spirit communication realm. A result that surpassed 350 was at the advanced level. One that reached rank 500 was at the spirit C realm. A majority of the world's top-notch powerhouses had a mental power at this level. Before the age of 20, the mental power of humans increased the fastest. Considering that Tang Wulin was only 10 years old, yet his mental power had reached a rank of over 200, the result was beyond excellent. This meant that it did not matter, even if the boy could not get any methods to cultivate his mental power. In other words, his mental power level gave him the foundation to become a top powerhouse in the future. Once Xu Xiaoyan had calmed down a bit, she gazed at Tang Wulin and said he was terrific. and it was no wonder that he was the captain of Class 0. CC, on the other hand, was still frustrated by his friend's drastic improvement in mental power. He even dared ask whether Tang Wulin had taken any miracle drug. After a moment of consideration, Tang Wulin realized that his drastic improvement could have been the result of him absorbing the enormous spirit force from the three-eyed demon ape. It was dangerous for him at that time, but after breaking through the limit of absorbing spirit force, his mental power underwent a great change, which brought about the unreasonable result that everyone was presently fussing about. Regardless of his improvement, Tang Wulin still retained the determination to work hard. Finally, it was Gu Yue's turn, and her result was 278. She made everyone drop to their knees with grim expressions, simultaneously conceding defeat. CC had almost forgotten that Gu Yue was the big demon king. Tang Wulin too had a similar feeling. He thought that he had been too naive and self-content. Xu Xiaoyan, on the other hand, wanted to pass out as she wondered whether she could achieve her goal within a month. Wu Zhengkong considered the result to be even more ridiculous than Tang Wulin's. He wanted Class 0 to become as scary as monsters could be. While the three were still recovering from the shocking result, Gu Yue turned, looked directly at Tang Wulin, and gave him a gentle smile. While Tang Wulin was briefly mesmerized, ZC was busy fuming about the fact that Gu Yue's mental power was almost 3 times greater than his own. In reality, he found it quite scary. Xu Xiaoyan, on the other hand, praised Gu Yue and said that she was very cool. Wu Zhengkong let everyone interact and bicker for a while. However, a moment later, he drew their attention and asked them to take a break, because they would soon begin the combat examination, which was the semester's first group standoff. The Cold God paired Tang Wulin with Xu Xiaoyan. Xie was paired with Gu Yue. Gu Yue gave CC a brief glance before plainly rejecting the pairing. She insisted that she wanted Tang Wulin to be on the same team as her. While ZC protested, Gu Yue explained that both she and ZC had 2 spirit rings each, while Tang Wulin and Xu Xiaoyan each had 1 spirit ring. Therefore, in order for the pairing to be equal and fair, ZC, who had the highest spirit power rank, and Xu Xiaoyan needed to be on one team. The Cold God dismissed her argument and said he had not at any point said that actual combat must be equally balanced. In response, Gu Yue sighed reluctantly and said she would just have to deal with being teamed up with ZC. Her response naturally made the latter protest. This is more so due to Gu Yue's obvious expression of disgust. On the other side, Tang Wulin asked whether Xu Xiaoyan's battle skills were similar to her brother's. She replied affirmatively and explained that they both specialized in long-distance attacks and were also elemental control specialists. Xu Xiaoyan explained that her first spirit skill was Ice Wheel, and although it was identical to her brother's spirit skill, she had better control. Moreover, she was more powerful at night. Tang Wulin glanced at her and said it was a pity that it was not yet nighttime. He asked Xu Xiaoyan to do her best and use all her power in the match. Xu Xiaoyan was flustered and felt an indescribable sense of security just by standing behind the captain. Once both teams had taken up their respective battle formations, the Cold God signaled them to begin the 2-on-2 combat test. ZC immediately jumped into action and charged toward his opponent, creating several after-images beside him. He made a proper display of the powers of an agility system spirit master. His skill confused Xu Xiaoyan, who wondered which of the copies was the original. Tang Wulin focused some of his spirit power into his eyes and deduced that the images were all fakes. Moreover, the real threat was not ZC, but Gu Yue's incoming fireball. Logically, the distance was too great for the fireball to traverse effectively, unless it was not exactly an ordinary fireball. At that moment, the big fireball split into 5 smaller fireballs and formed a straight line. They collided with each other from behind, and the last one fused into a single small fireball, causing the speed and energy of the attack to multiply. Tang Wulin had perceived the entire process and asked Xu Xiaoyan to retreat behind him. He activated his golden dragon claw and thrust it with all his might toward the incoming fireball. Gu Yue noticed his tactic and wondered whether Tang Wulin was truly not afraid of getting burnt. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin used his golden dragon claw to nullify the fireball. He quickly weaved the vines of his blue-silver grass and constructed a barrier that blocked the blast from the explosion. With such tactics, Gu Yue was confident that Tang Wulin had not been hurt. CC was impressed by Tang Wulin's battle tactics and said that his captain was really not afraid of death. CC jokingly warned the captain to be careful not to get an accidental afro. Suddenly, CC froze as his eyes remained fixated on Tang Wulin. He exclaimed at the scene before him, along with Xu Xiaoyan. Gu Yue alone remained calm. Before them stood Tang Wulin, whose fist radiated with a golden glow, and multiple vines of blue-silver grass intertwined around him. At his feet, there was a bright purple spirit ring. This revelation shook ZC to the core. He could not believe that Tang Wulin's first spirit ring was actually at the 1,000-year rank. Xu Xiaoyan was overwhelmed by this phenomenon and asked how it was possible. Gu Yue, on the other hand, silently gazed at Tang Wulin and smiled. She seemed impressed. The director had been peering through the classroom window when he noticed Tang Wulin's purple spirit ring. His face instantly contorted with shock. He was overwhelmed by the realization that Class 0 was really a gathering of monsters. He knew that because Tang Wulin's first spirit ring was purple, it meant all of his other spirit rings could not be anything less than the 1,000-year rank. The director recalled that he had recently questioned Tang Wulin's strength and Wu Zhengkong's teaching ability, along with the significance of Class 0's existence. He realized that all the resources the EC Academy had pumped into nurturing the Class 0 was all worthwhile. Just then, ZC released an attack, the Light Dragon Cross Slash, which Tang Wulin promptly responded to and blocked with the vines of his blue-silver grass. He then followed up with his 1,000-year spirit skill, Bind. ZC gazed with astonishment at the incoming net and realized that if he got caught, it would all be over. Therefore, he retreated using another of his spirit skills, the Shadow Dragon Storm. CC successfully retreated and landed right next to Gu Yue. He expressed relief from having narrowly escaped capture. Tang Wulin looked at him with a smirk and said that it was unexpected that ZC would be able to escape the snare. He acknowledged the fact that his classmates seemed to have undergone thorough training during the month-long holiday. Gu Yue had a dull expression as ZC boasted about his speed. A moment later, when she looked at Tang Wulin, her expression softened. She gave him a sweet smile and a thumbs up. Xu Xiaoyan realized that Gu Yue had just praised Tang Wulin, who interpreted it differently. He knew that Gu Yue was literally about to turn up the heat. Just as he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from Gu Yue's body, and she momentarily entered the avatar state. Various elements gathered around her, including fire, ice, and earth. She used various elemental attacks to carry out indiscriminate bombardments of Tang Wulin's blue-silver defense from different angles. On the other side, Tang Wulin's blue-silver grass had also changed the rhythm to block all the incoming attacks. The director could hardly believe this was a fight between two 10-year-old children. He praised Class 0's strength inwardly and thought it was a class full of legends. Wu Zhengkong had already spotted him at the window and asked whether the director wished to join everyone else in the classroom for a better view. Although Tang Wulin was fending off the attacks, he knew that the kind of stalemate that he was caught in was not good for him. After all, Gu Yue's cultivation was much higher than his own. Once he had a quick glance at ZC's position, he decided on a different approach to break through Gu Yue's long-range firepower. He resorted to attacking Gu Yue head-on. The latter watched keenly as Tang Wulin charged toward her. The cold god noticed that Tang Wulin had used the blue-silver grass to block all the incoming attacks, and all the boy had to do now was attack quickly. When he got close enough to attack, Gu Yue dodged and caused Tang Wulin to wonder whether she had become more passive. Just then, Gu Yue shot a bright purple ball of light toward Tang Wulin, who used the purple demon eye to examine the elemental composition of the purple ball. He was astonished to discover that the strange ball of light was actually a combination of ice and fire. He was naturally perplexed and wondered how Gu Yue had made the two extremely conflicting elements combine with each other to such an extent. As the purple ball flew toward him, he quickly considered his next action. If he were to dodge, his advantage would be lost. On the other hand, if he did not dodge, he would put himself in great danger. He quickly ran through the possible tactics that ZC and Gu Yue could employ in response to his decision. Ultimately, Tang Wulin made a different choice. He used the might of his purple demon eyes to stun Gu Yue with a mental attack. At that moment, he deflected the purple elemental ball while Gu Yue was disoriented and momentarily lost control of it. Tang Wulin had actually used his spirit soul, Jingguang, to alter the purple elemental ball's trajectory. A moment later, Gu Yue had regained her wits and wondered about what had just happened to her. It was revealed that her attack had been sent towards ZC. The latter screamed in panic and asked why Gu Yue was attacking him. Gu Yue was stunned and wondered how her elemental ball had changed directions. She looked up just in time to discover Tang Wulin's spirit skill, Bind, closing in on her from all directions. Tang Wulin was pleased with himself and was sure that Gu Yue had nowhere to escape. However, Gu Yue quickly regained her composure, and her expression was once again filled with determination as the blue-silver grass vines encircled her. She instantly vanished into thin air, causing Tang Wulin to exclaim in shock. What he had just witnessed was spatial control. Both the director and Wu Zhengkong were surprised by her skill and control of the spatial element. While Tang Wulin rapidly scanned the area searching for Gu Yue, she suddenly appeared before him and prepared to unleash an attack. Tang Wulin felt conflicted because he could not defend against her using the golden dragon claw because he had no desire to hurt Gu Yue. On the other hand, the latter had condensed a ball of ice and had thrust her palm toward Tang Wulin's chest. Despite her obvious advantage, Gu Yue faltered at the last moment, and the momentum from her attack seemed to disperse. Tang Wulin had a fraction of a second to react, and instantly bound both of her arms with his blue-silver grass. Tang Wulin was clearly the victor, and sighed in relief when he had finally caught Gu Yue. Earlier, while Zizi was running away from the deflected attack, he slipped on a thin sheet of ice on the floor, landed on his head in a complete wipeout, and received the inevitable baptism of fire and ice. The cold god announced that the battle was over, and the winner had been decided. Xu Xiaoyan had apparently influenced the outcome of the fight, with the 2 times she had shot ice onto the floor at critical moments. When the result was announced, Xu Xiaoyan and Tang Wulin cheered. Gu Yue had a bitter expression, and asked Tang Wulin not to be too proud of himself. She said Tang Wulin had only won because she was afraid of hurting him, and as such, did not use her full power. Her words made Tang Wulin thank her for her mercy. Xu Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was helping Zizi back to his feet. A moment later, Tang Wulin spoke for his classmates when he welcomed the new girl into Class 0. The director, having witnessed the battle from the sidelines, expressed his complete confidence in Class 0. He said he would go and persuade the dean to increase the academy's investment in the class. Moreover, he asked Wu Jiangkong not to hesitate to ask for whatever he needed. In response, the cold god said that the children's diet had to be improved because the spirit essence was part of the body, and that at the children's current level, good nutrition was essential. The director sighed and said there would be no problem if they all ate regular portions. However, the request would prove challenging because of Tang Wulin's monstrous appetite. The boy just ate too much, being the infamous grassy rice bucket. The director feared that the boy would eat the entire EC Academy poor. In response, Wu Jiangkong argued that the director had personally witnessed the boy's power and his 1,000-year spirit ring. Therefore, he asked whether the director thought all that power came from nowhere. It was, in fact, the energy from food that Tang Wulin used to improve his strength, which was an amazing ability. Before the director left, Wu Jiangkong said that the EC city was rich in all kinds of seafood, and among them were all sorts of nourishing ingredients that the children could eat for a solid foundation. The director said that there was no problem with the request, and informed Wu Jiangkong that the academy was already investing more resources into Class 0 than the teacher initially thought. The director proceeded to explain that the cost of entry into the Spirit Ascension platform was already immense. Therefore, it was time for Class 0 to show its true worth. Afterward, he explained that it was the dean's idea for Class 0 to enter the Sky Sea Alliance tournament. And even though they would not necessarily obtain the best results, it would be enough for them to reveal the existence of Class 0 to the people. As such, it was the dean's desire for Class 0 to earn the award for the Outstanding Newcomers. Wu Jiangkong pondered momentarily and asked for the tournament's relevant information, which surprised the director, who had expected a refusal. The cold god explained that, at the moment, the children's energy was mainly focused on their cultivation, and that actual combat was a good way for them to temper themselves. Wu Jiangkong concurred with the director that the academy had made a considerable investment in nurturing Class 0. Therefore, it was their duty to go out and win honor for the academy, as long as the children's nutrition was kept up. When he heard this, the director was fired up and guaranteed that Class 0's diet would not be inferior to that of Shrek Academies. A while later, Class 0 reconvened in their usual classroom. Wu Jiangkong gave each of them some feedback about the just concluded battle. He began with Tang Wulin and said that the boy's skills needed to improve, and at the moment, the boy still had flaws, especially when he was hit by an attack. Finally, he encouraged Tang Wulin to find a way to adjust quickly. Tang Wulin quickly agreed and accepted the critique. Afterward, the cold god addressed Gu Yue and asked why she hesitated at that final moment. Gu Yue wore a dull expression and explained that they were all comrades and not enemies. Therefore, she had been calculating how much power would be enough to avoid seriously injuring the other person. Wu Jiangkong said that he understood and moved on to Shi Shi. The latter had already been sweating buckets, and unsurprisingly, Wu Jiangkong reprimanded him and said the boy ought to work hard. Otherwise, he would not be able to keep up with everyone else in the class. The cold god said so, as he smacked the boy on the head. ZC tearfully said that he had been working hard to cultivate during the holiday. However, he had no idea that the others would improve so much. As the teacher walked out, he reminded Xu Xiaoyan that she only had a month before dismissing the class. Afterward, he announced that the class would begin joint training on the following day, and that he would be their opponent. This time around, he would use his spirit skills. His last statement quickly brought down the mood in the room. Shi Si then inquired whether Tang Wulin had really witnessed their teacher using his spirit skills. Tang Wulin awkwardly replied in the affirmative, explaining that one move of the Frost Scar skill could strike them all down. Therefore, they decided to return to the dorms and discuss tactics. On their way to the dorms, Tang Wulin received a message from the Blacksmith Association requesting his presence. He promptly asked the others to go ahead of him and explained that he had to go to the Blacksmiths Association. However, despite his sudden departure, he offered his classmates some information about Wu Zhangkong's spirit skills, and only afterward did he rush toward the Blacksmiths Association. Judging by the message, it seemed like the matter was urgent. Once he arrived at President Mu Chen's office, he was asked to take a seat. The atmosphere seemed different than usual, and Tang Wulin wondered why both Sen Yue and Mu Shi were present. The president asked him to look at the piece of blue copperite and asked whether the boy could recognize it. Tang Wulin awkwardly said that he had forged that exact piece and asked whether it had been returned and if he had done a poor job. In response, the president said the opposite was, in fact, true. Contrary to the boy's assumptions, it wasn't that he had done a poor job. Instead, the job had been done too well. His statement startled Tang Wulin. President Mu Chen was clearly fired up as he explained that the piece of blue copperite had already reached the top tier of second-grade 1,000 refined metals. He explained that the decision to let Tang Wulin relax during the holiday resulted in an unexpected surprise. Once Mu Chen had calmed down, he explained that, in the blacksmithing world, those capable of performing the 1,000 refinements technique and creating first-grade items could be promoted to fifth-grade blacksmiths as long as their cultivation bases met the requirements. Mu Chen excitedly revealed that more than half the items that Tang Wulin had submitted in the recent jobs had achieved the level of second-grade 1,000 refinements, and that meant that the boy had already reached the level of a rank 4 blacksmith. Blue copperite was classified as a kind of rare metal that was composed of 30% copper and a variety of other trace elements, hence its name. The metal had excellent spirit power conductivity, so it was considered a spirit power amplifier, and it was one of the rare metals that spirit masters chose when making their battle armor. It naturally had a high content of impurities, and its internal structure was unstable, so there were many difficulties when refining it. Its properties had to be solidified, while the interior had to be uniformly dispersed. Once Tang Wulin was done reciting his knowledge of the metal, the president of the Blacksmith Association confirmed everything, before stating that Tang Wulin had achieved the second grade of 1,000 refining with that specific metal. He asked if the boy understood what that meant. After a brief pause, Tang Wulin said that he thought it meant more rewards and he could make more money. In response, Mu Xi scolded him and said all the boy ever thought about was money. Tang Wulin argued that it wasn't a bad thing because he did not know how much money he would need in the future, and forging was the only way for him to make money. A first-grade 1,000 refined metal was also known as a half-spirit refined metal. At that point, it would be suitable for combination with a spirit master and would produce excellent results. After some discussions, the president congratulated Tang Wulin for becoming a rank 4 blacksmith. The increase in his rank meant that Tang Wulin would start receiving assignments of a higher level, which would double his income, and if he could reach the spirit refining level, then his income would be even higher. Mu Xi sighed in exasperation once again when she realized Tang Wulin had been calculating how much money he could make. In response, her father, Mu Chen, chided her for saying awful things about Tang Wulin. He asked whether she knew the meaning of the saying, "The well-fed could not know how the starving suffer." Afterward, the president laughed off the interruption and explained that it was important for Tang Wulin to make a lot of money if he wanted to try learning how to perform spirit forging one day, when Tang Wulin wondered whether spirit forging would require a lot of money. The president explained that the boy would need many rare metals, which were expensive, and if the spirit refinement failed, the rare metal would be disposed of. Mu Chen laughed, saying that the process was super painful, and during that time, Sen Yue took 5 years to repay his debt, and Mang Tian still had yet to repay his debts, and it was no wonder he was recklessly accepting assignments. This information left Tang Wulin mortified. After a brief chat, the president said he wanted Tang Wulin to join the Sky Sea Alliance tournament as a representative of the Blacksmith Association. When the boy inquired whether he alone was required to participate, Mu Xi clarified that they were both required to join. The president explained that the Sky Sea Alliance tournament was held every 3 years and included the Mech Master competition, the Battle Armor, Spirit Master, and Blacksmith competitions, among others. The tournament was divided according to age. 15 years old and below was the junior category, 16 to 20 was the youth group, 21 to 30 was the adult group, and afterward came the upper age group. He informed the duo that they would both participate in the junior blacksmith competition, and they had one mission, to get the championship and return. Mu Xi watched on the sidelines as the idea fired up both her father and Tang Wulin. Later, Tang Wulin was required to conduct a forging test as a formality. His assignment was to refine a piece of blue copperite to the second grade, and then he would be awarded the rank 4 blacksmith badge. A moment later, Tang Wulin said that he was ready to begin. This time, Muxi was present, and although she was uncomfortable, she wanted to personally witness how the boy completed a second-grade 1,000 refinement task at such a young age. Tang Wulin took a moment and retrieved his 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers. He then opened his eyes and swiftly struck the metal, which surprised the president. The boy struck the metal a few more times, causing Xian Yue to wonder whether he did not actually need an initial examination of the metal. President Mu Chen noted that although the hammer was falling fast, each hammer strike fell when the intensity and the position were just right. He also noticed a slight purple glow in Tang Wulin's eyes. As Tang Wulin exerted himself to the forging, Muxi observed that the hammer strikes were quick and accurate. Xian Yue observed that the strike strength was perfect, and President Mu Chen concluded that the boy's skill was at a very high level. Finally, Tang Wulin raised the hammer for one last time, and the president realized the end was coming. The final strike would decide success or failure. When Tang Wulin brought the hammer down, a small beam of light shot from the blue copperite, a phenomenon that left the president astonished and slightly shaken. Right then, Tang Wulin declared that the 1,000 refined blue copperite was complete, before asking whether it had reached the second grade. While Tang Wulin was busy catching his breath, Muxi asked about the light she had seen at the end. President Mu Chen took the cue and responded by explaining that the light was called a spirit light, which meant that the piece of rare metal had acquired a spiritual nature. Xian Yue jumped in and explained that only second grade and above 1,000 refined rare metals could release a spirit light. He then wondered whether Tang Wulin had directly 1,000 refined up to the first grade. If so, it would not help keep the old guys alive. The president was still hung up on the beauty of that last strike. However, a moment later, he gained his composure and congratulated Tang Wulin for passing the rank 4 test. Tang Wulin asked whether he still had 1,000 refine 2 pieces of rare metal. However, the president told him that he had directly passed the test, which left Muxi a bit stunned. The president explained that refining a second piece was unnecessary because Tang Wulin had instantly refined the blue copperite up to the first grade and promised to reimburse the boy for the work the next time he received an assignment. Finally, he asked Tang Wulin to head back for the remainder of the month and to prepare for the Sky Sea Alliance tournament. Mu Chen said that the boy would not have to worry about his classes because the association would go to his school to help organize his schedule. During that time, Tang Wulin was to come to the association once a week, where he would be taught a few more skills for performing 1,000 refinements up to the first grade. On his way back, Tang Wulin realized Muxi was trailing him. Therefore, he asked whether she too was heading back to the East Sea Academy. In response, the girl pinched his cheek, causing Tang Wulin to wince in pain and complain about the same. Muxi contemplated that the fact that the boy could feel some pain meant that he was an ordinary person. Yet she wondered why his forging skills had progressed so quickly. While Tang Wulin was still hung up on the pain, Muxi proposed that if they ended up fighting over the blacksmith championship in the upcoming tournament, Tang Wulin should let her win. She explained that both first place and second place were awarded money, so he would receive the cash prize for both. Unsurprisingly, Tang Wulin's face lit up, and he immediately agreed to the deal. Muxi was caught off guard and said she was joking. She asked Tang Wulin if he actually understood what it meant to receive the first place award at the Sky Sea Alliance tournament. In response, Tang Wulin said that he felt the cash prize was a bit more practical than winning the honor of first and second place. Right then, Muxi was convinced that the boy only cared about money. She then gave him an inquisitive look and asked why he needed so much money. Tang Wulin hesitated for a moment before revealing that he needed the money to buy heavenly treasures to continue evolving his spirit essence's mutation. He shared that his strength came from this rare mutation, and then revealed his golden dragon claw, which left Muxi speechless. When she inquired what it was, Tang Wulin explained that it resulted from his spirit essence's mutation, and it had allowed him to join Class 0. Muxi wondered whether Tang Wulin was not concerned that she would tell her father because she did not consider herself a tight-lipped person. In response, Tang Wulin said he had not hidden his abilities from Mu Chen. His words instantly put Muxi at ease, and she sighed in relief. She then promised to have Tang Wulin's back while they were at the East Sea Academy. Tang Wulin argued that he was not the type of person who caused trouble. However, Muxi playfully asked who it was that had sent their roommate flying on the first day of school. She also teased him about liking senior sister Zixin. Her words caused Tang Wulin to become instantly flustered. The drastic change in his demeanor caused Muxi to laugh at him. However, Tang Wulin explained that he thought that senior sister Zixin was gentle and beautiful. Those words struck a nerve in Muxi, who asked whether Tang Wulin did not consider her to possess either of those qualities. Tang Wulin skillfully stacked the used bowls and plates in front of him, his insatiable appetite evident. As he did so, he casually inquired about the commotion CC was causing. ZC, however, was frustrated by Tang Wulin's nonchalant attitude towards the upcoming Sky-Sea Alliance tournament. Among the group gathered, Gu Yue found herself engrossed in the intricacies of the conversation, while Xu Xiaoyan was silently amazed by the sheer amount of food Tang Wulin had consumed. She also couldn't help but wonder why ZC had remained silent on the matter. ZC then proceeded to shed light on the situation, explaining that the Federation consisted of 18 first-class cities spread across 5 regions: North, East, West, South, and the Central region. The Eastern region, where East Sea City was located, boasted the highest number of first-class cities. The alliance formed by these cities was famously known as the Sky-Sea Alliance. ZC further explained that the purpose of the Sky-Sea Alliance tournament extended beyond the mere selection of exceptional individuals. It also served as a platform for major cities to showcase their respective strengths. Consequently, the most exceptional individuals from each city would participate in this tournament, which took place every 5 years. Xu Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the grandeur of the upcoming tournament, set to be hosted by Shrek City, one of the most influential first-class cities. ZC confirmed her concerns, but he also revealed that Shrek Academy would not be partaking in the competition. The reason behind this decision was simple. Shrek Academy was simply too powerful. If Shrek Academy were to participate, there would be no doubt about the outcome of the competition. After all, the reputation of being the #1 academy on the continent had never been challenged. Despite this, Xu Xiaoyan's spirits lifted, and she expressed her optimism regarding their chances in the tournament. In response, ZC's face seemed to age in an instant, and he kindly advised Xu Xiaoyan against being overly naive. Tang Wulin observed a noticeable change in CC's demeanor, and couldn't help but inquire why he appeared so deflated, like a sagging ball. In response, ZC explained that due to their young age, they found themselves at a significant disadvantage in the juvenile category of the competition. What's more, even in the next 5 years when the tournament would be held again, they would still be in a similar predicament in the youth category. The group watched in silent bewilderment as ZC bemoaned their unfortunate circumstances. However, in the next moment, ZC let out a sigh of relief, as he was confident that their age would prevent them from being selected to represent their school in the tournament. This prompted Gu Yue to rise in protest, her voice filled with determination and a hint of irritation as she questioned ZC if there was a rule stating that 10-year-olds couldn't win the competition. Furthermore, she challenged ZC by asking who would believe in him if he didn't believe in himself. With that, she stormed out of the cafeteria, leaving ZC to wonder why Gu Yue always treated him so poorly. Tang Wulin, standing behind him, couldn't help but think that ZC should have grown accustomed to it by now. Once Tang Wulin finished his meal, he turned to the rest of Class 0 and inquired about their plans for the joint practice scheduled for the following day. Considering Wu Zhangkong's utilization of spirit skills, it became apparent that defeating him was an insurmountable task. However, Tang Wulin sought a means to prolong their endurance in battle. In his perspective, despite their exceptional teamwork, all their combat techniques had been imparted by Wu Zhangkong. Consequently, their teacher possessed a clear understanding of their strengths and weaknesses. After a moment of profound silence, Tang Wulin's mind was finally struck with an idea. He recollected that Xu Xiaoyan's powers grew stronger during the night, and inquired if she could demonstrate this later. Xu Xiaoyan embraced the suggestion and proposed a meeting at the sports field. She released a sigh, acknowledging that she must exert herself to the fullest extent and unveil her abilities to remain in Class 0, despite her family's desire to keep them concealed. Later that evening, Xu Xiaoyan stood before her comrades, clutching her Star Wheel ice staff. Nervousness coursed through her as she felt the weight of their gazes upon her. However, Tang Wulin provided encouragement, assuring her that they were all eager to witness her capabilities because they genuinely cared about her. As the others silently concurred, Xu Xiaoyan closed her eyes and focused, causing a chilling aura to envelop her. She began to recite a spirit chant, and her voice resonated with power. In a matter of moments, her eyes snapped open, and a surge of energy radiated from her being. It was a magnificent fusion of icy elemental force and the brilliance of starlight. The sudden transformation left the trio stunned, their jaws dropping in awe. Tang Wulin was quick to notice the appearance of a 6-pointed star on her ice staff, while ZC observed a distinct change in the nature and potency of Xu Xiaoyan's spiritual power. Not only had her powers undergone a remarkable shift, but Xu Xiaoyan's entire demeanor had transformed as well. In that instant, her previous vulnerability had been replaced by an unyielding strength. Gone was the timid expression that once adorned her face, replaced now by a newfound confidence as she proudly announced her successful transition to the power of the Star Wheel. It was at this precise moment that the enigmatic cold god joined Class 0 on the sports field. With a hint of annoyance etched on his face, he suggested suppressing his own cultivation to a mere 2 spirit rings, allowing Class 0 to utilize the vacant sports field for their training exercises. While Xu Xiaoyan found herself momentarily distracted by the teacher's adorable duckling pajamas, the cold god's eyes flickered with a chilling intensity as he emitted an overwhelming aura of coldness. In that very moment, Class 0 realized that they could ill afford to lose focus, for they were about to face the most formidable duckling they had ever encountered. Tang Wulin swiftly signaled for everyone to prepare for the impending attack, summoning his blue-silver grass defense with a commanding presence. As numerous vines of blue-silver grass sprouted from his feet, Zizi and Gu Yue swiftly assumed their positions, while Wu Jiankong found himself encircled by Tang Wulin's formidable spirit skill. The teacher, filled with curiosity, inquired whether what he was witnessing was Class 0's newly devised tactic. However, before he could receive a response, Zizi stealthily materialized behind him, launching an attack with his own spirit skill, the Twin Dragon Storm. Wu Jiankong nonchalantly glanced to the side, pondering if this was yet another instance where Zizi and Gu Yue employed surprise attacks. From his left, Gu Yue unleashed a relentless barrage of fireballs, her expression resolute. In anticipation of the imminent threat, the Cold God unleashed his spirit essence, the Skyfrost Sword, skillfully countering with the Frost Scar spirit skill. As Wu Jiankong brandished the Skyfrost Sword, Gu Yue's fireballs unexpectedly altered their trajectory. To her astonishment, Zizi also appeared perplexed, his bewildered expression questioning what had just transpired. In the blink of an eye, Zizi let out a protest as the fireballs converged upon him midair, lighting him up like fireworks on New Year's Eve. While the Cold God remained momentarily distracted, Tang Wulin suddenly lunged at him from his blind spot, wielding his golden dragon claw with fierce determination. In response, Wu Jiankong acknowledged that the young boy had finally decided to take action. Earlier on the sports ground, Xu Xiaoyan showcased her extraordinary nocturnal ability. Intricate and mesmerizing patterns materialized at her feet, indicating the activation of a spirit skill. Zizi couldn't contain his excitement and pondered whether it was the power of the star wheel in action. A faint pentagram emerged on Xu Xiaoyan's expressionless face, foreshadowing the imminent release of her formidable technique, the Star Wheel Ice Chain Lock. In an unexpected turn of events, ethereal chains sprouted from the ground, ensnaring Zizi and catching him off guard. In that moment, he realized his body was rendered immobile, and his spirit power circulation had become sluggish. Gu Yue marveled at the skill's ability to restrict mobility, while Tang Wulin recognized the potential tactical advantages it offered in combat. Xu Xiaoyan explained that she could only tap into the Star Wheel's power during the night, as her spirit essence was the Star Wheel Ice Staff, a unique inheritance within her family. With her current strength, she could momentarily immobilize an opponent. She emphasized that regardless of her opponent's cultivation level, she could guarantee at least a 1-second halt. Upon hearing this revelation, Gu Yue sought Tang Wulin's opinion. In response, Tang Wulin astutely noted that a single second provided ample opportunity to execute multiple strategic maneuvers. Meanwhile, Zizi, still struggling against his confinement, pleaded for assistance. When Zizi was finally released, he expressed a deep sense of relief. Sensing this, Tang Wulin inquired about the experience of being ensnared by the spirit skill. In response, Zizi explained his complete inability to move, as if his spirit power had been frozen, rendering it impossible to circulate. On the other hand, Xu Xiaoyan struggled to her knees, comically mimicking the posture of an elderly woman, relying on an imaginary cane for support. She too revealed her inability to move while activating her spirit skill. Despite these limitations, Tang Wulin remained undeterred and pointed out that Xu Xiaoyan's move could play a crucial role in controlling their opponents, especially with the support of her teammates. Recognizing the potential, Tang Wulin proposed the idea of convincing the Cold God to facilitate their combat test during the night, as Xu Xiaoyan's skill could only be utilized then. Naturally, Wu Jiankong hesitated at the suggestion. However, Gu Yue managed to provoke him by suggesting that they could always take the combat exam the following day, if the Cold God was afraid. This provocation struck a chord with Wu Jiankong, and he quickly took the bait. Returning to the present in the critical moment of the attack, Tang Wulin realized that his timing was less than ideal. He understood that if his teacher retaliated, he could face severe consequences. However, the entire purpose of their strategy was to provoke their teacher into action, allowing Xu Xiaoyan to employ her Star Ice Chain to restrain him. Unfortunately, everything seemed to go awry in an instant. As a result, Zizi immediately warned Tang Wulin to be cautious, as their teacher had initiated a defensive maneuver. At that very moment, the Cold God erected a protective barrier, swiftly obstructing Tang Wulin's golden dragon claw. Although Wu Jiankong had fallen into the trap, his foresight enabled him to anticipate it. Once he had successfully blocked Tang Wulin's attack, his aura surged with intensity, causing Xu Xiaoyan to realize that she could no longer restrain him. In a matter of seconds, the Cold God effortlessly broke free from the Star Wheel Ice Chain, leaving Xu Xiaoyan astonished, and Wu Jiankong with a grave expression. Wu Jiankong held Tang Wulin at the mercy of an enormous sword, suspended menacingly above the young boy's head. With a tone of disdain, he reprimanded Tang Wulin for his reckless pursuit of personal gain, disregarding the immense danger involved. It was clear that Tang Wulin's plan had failed, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, the boy's mischievous smile cast doubt on his teacher's certainty. In that instant, a chilling sensation ran down the Cold God's spine, making him realize that he was still in danger. Amidst the ongoing battle, Gu Yue skillfully controlled a swirling mass of fire and ice elements, preparing for a final attack. It was then that the cold god realized he had fallen into a trap within a trap. Before he could react, Gu Yue successfully executed her ice and fire twin elemental explosion, connecting her move and causing CC to become excited. Nevertheless, Captain Tang Wulin reminded his team not to underestimate their opponent and urged them to take cover in anticipation of his counterattack. Wu Zhengkong, standing motionless in his scorched pajamas with a burnt hole courtesy of Gu Yue, emitted a violent aura and his expression turned menacing. His fury stemmed from the damage to his beloved duckling pajamas. The boys exclaimed in shock as their teacher unleashed his 7 spirit rings. In response, Gu Yue panicked and swiftly fled the scene. In the next moment, Wu Zhengkong released a powerful blast of ice and frost, sending Shixi, Tang Wulin, Xu Xiaoyan, and Gu Yue flying. Once the icy mist had dissipated, Wu Zhengkong stood alone amidst the frozen surroundings. In a moment of realization, he awkwardly admitted defeat, acknowledging that he had failed to control his power to the level of his 2 spirit rings. After everyone had recovered, Wu Zhengkong inquired about the battle and who had come up with the idea. Cixi and Gu Yue casually pointed at their captain, who awkwardly took credit. The esteemed cold god praised their tactics, analyzing that even though Cixi didn't play the role of the main attacker, Gu Yue's elemental blast posed a significant challenge even for him. Cixi humbly accepted the compliment, attributing his success to the man's teachings. Wu Zhengkong then proceeded to commend Tang Wulin for his excellent strategizing, particularly in selecting the ideal time for the combat training. He further analyzed that Xu Xiaoyan's Star Wheel ice chain was formidable, capable of momentarily restraining someone of his cultivation. However, Wu Zhengkong noted that it was still insufficient to bring him down completely. The cold god admitted that he had believed Tang Wulin's Golden Dragon Claw would be the final trump card, never expecting Gu Yue to deliver the decisive blow. Wu Zhengkong confessed that he had assumed Gu Yue would give up after her initial attack failed to reach him. However, she had cleverly concealed herself behind a wall of blue-silver grass, patiently waiting for the opportune moment to strike. When Wu Zhengkong believed he had the upper hand, he naturally let his guard down, only to be caught off guard by Gu Yue's sudden attack that resulted in a burnt hole in his pajamas. Despite his initial reluctance, the esteemed teacher praised Class 0 for their latest strategy, which effectively allowed each member to utilize their strengths to the fullest. In response, the young students were taken aback by their teacher's unexpected praise, feeling a bit flustered. However, Wu Zhengkong was not finished yet. He loomed over them, exuding an intimidating presence, and announced that they were about to embark on the next phase of their training, during which he would elevate his cultivation base to the 3rd ring. This revelation surprised everyone except for Gu Yue. Despite their protests and reservations, Class 0 endured another grueling training session, which lasted until dawn. As they gathered for their morning class, they had swollen bumps on their heads, with the boys in particular sporting swollen faces. Wu Zhengkong informed them that the previous training session had resulted in a slight increase in each student's spirit power. Furthermore, he instructed them to prepare for training that day, and informed them that starting the following day, they would be heading to Sky Sea City. The boys, wearing disgruntled expressions, speculated whether their teacher intended for them to merely observe the matches. However, Wu Zhengkong clarified that they would not be mere spectators, but active participants in the upcoming competition, much to everyone's surprise. The students were filled with uncertainty as they contemplated their teacher's announcement about their participation in the Sky Sea Alliance competition. However, Wu Zhengkong's stoic expression remained unchanged. He confirmed their involvement and instructed them to prepare their belongings. Additionally, he requested Tang Wulin to stay behind for a discussion. Once the others had departed, Tang Wulin found himself alone with his enigmatic instructor. Wu Zhengkong proceeded to reveal that the Blacksmiths Association had informed him of Tang Wulin's intention to compete in the Blacksmiths Tournament. Although Tang Wulin hesitated, he admitted his desire to participate. Surprisingly, Wu Zhengkong not only encouraged him, but also assured him that he would coordinate the schedules for both competitions to avoid any conflicts. Grateful, Tang Wulin expressed his gratitude to his teacher. Wu Zhengkong then delved into the details of the junior team competitions, envisioning Tang Wulin, Shixi, and Gu Yue as participants, with Xu Xiaoyan serving as a substitute. Their ultimate objective would be to secure the championship title. Tang Wulin was taken aback by this ambitious goal, considering their young age. However, Wu Zhengkong's countenance turned serious as he explained that power and age were not necessarily correlated on the battlefield. In this realm, no one cared about another's age. He then asked the boy if he understood his words. Tang Wulin immediately perked up and replied affirmatively. Before leaving, Tang Wulin turned back and posed another question about the prize for winning the competition. At that moment, Wu Zhengkong recalled the director's words about the prize being submitted to East Sea Academy. However, he dismissed the thought and explained to Tang Wulin that Class 0 had to place in the top 16 in the team competitions, or top 13 in the individual competitions, to receive bonuses. Furthermore, the higher their final ranks, the better their prizes would be. Afterward, he asked Tang Wulin if he wanted to register for the individual competition, to which Tang Wulin awkwardly confirmed. In response, Wu Zhengkong agreed to make the necessary arrangements, ensuring that Tang Wulin could compete without getting too tired. Tang Wulin confidently promised to participate and expressed no fear of fatigue. At that moment, Wu Zhengkong was reminded of Tang Wulin's strong desire for financial gain. Later, when Class 0 regrouped, Gu Yue expressed her intention to also participate in the individual matches. When Xia Si questioned her motives, Gu Yue retorted that she wanted to participate because Tang Wulin intended to do so. She then asked Zici to step back if he had no intention of doing the same. Zici felt excluded and expressed a desire to compete. Xu Xiaoyan timidly admitted that she would not participate, even in a nighttime match, as she believed she wouldn't stand a chance at winning. This prompted Zici to ponder whether winning the championship would earn them invitations from Shrek Academy. However, Gu Yue dismissed his thoughts, stating that even if they emerged victorious, Shrek Academy wouldn't pay them any attention. After all, the three-man team competitions held little significance. Gu Yue had heard from fellow students that Shrek Academy boasted a student population of fewer than 100, each possessing exceptional talent. With a serious demeanor, she further explained that the president of the Federation visited Shrek City twice a year to meet the headmaster of Shrek Academy. This revelation surprised Tang Wulin, as he had no inkling of Shrek Academy's immense influence. Gu Yue clarified that Shrek Academy stood apart from ordinary Spirit Master academies, operating on an entirely different level. It was worth noting that Shrek Academy's neutral stance toward the three continents was crucial for maintaining peaceful coexistence. Without this neutrality, harmony would be impossible. Xu Xiaoyan mentioned that Shrek Academy held open student recruitment every 3 years. Despite receiving over 1,000 eligible applicants each time, only 100 or fewer are able to qualify for enrollment. Furthermore, less than 1/10 of those students are deemed suitable to become inner court disciples in the future. Tang Wulin also shared that he had heard Wu Zhengkong, their teacher, was originally from Shrek Academy. He saw the upcoming tournament as an excellent opportunity for practical combat training and encouraged his team to give their best effort. The next day, accompanied by Wu Zhengkong, Class 0 arrived at the Spirit train station. Just as an announcement regarding their designated train's arrival was made over the PA system, Wu Zhengkong urged everyone to prepare for boarding. Tang Wulin noticed that senior students from East Sea Academy had also joined them, intending to participate in the Sky Sea Alliance tournament. He also spotted Xu Xiaoyan's older brother, Xu Xiaoyu, who naturally assumed the role of a protective elder brother. However, disappointed when Xu Xiaoyan assured him that she was capable of taking care of herself. Xu Xiaoyu was scheduled to compete in the 7-man team matches. From his conversation with his younger sister, Tang Wulin gathered that East Sea Academy had not performed well in the previous tournament. Just as he was lost in thought, Mu Shi interrupted him by playfully pinching his ear and exclaiming that she had finally found little Wulin. Suddenly, Mu Xi's hand was forcefully pushed away by another hand. This hand belonged to Gu Yue, who confidently confronted Mu Shi with her arms crossed, demanding an explanation for her actions. In response, Mu Shi defiantly released her spirit rings and claimed that she was merely greeting her little brother, before questioning whether Gu Yue had any objections to that. A moment later, Mu Shi glanced at Tang Wulin and acknowledged his impressive forging skills, but dismissed his chances in a contest between spirit masters. She also questioned whether Tang Wulin and Class 0 could make it past the first round, considering the numerous teams participating. Furthermore, she declared that the goal for the senior students that year was to secure a spot in the top 8. In that moment, Tang Wulin stood in awe of Mu Shi's power, which had surpassed rank 30. Additionally, she had obtained her 3rd spirit ring. Mu Shi scolded Tang Wulin for aspiring to claim first place in the competition, reminding him that he was only 10 years old and still in the early stages of development. Gu Yue retorted, emphasizing that their sole focus was on their goal and nothing else. The group from East Sea Academy boarded the spirit train, and Tang Wulin took a seat by the window next to Zici. However, before Zici could fully relax, Gu Yue approached him and demanded that he vacate the seat, as she wanted to sit next to Tang Wulin. Zici attempted to protest, stating that he had claimed the seat first and criticizing Gu Yue's harsh tone. However, moments later, he reluctantly rose from his seat, nursing a fresh bump on his head and wearing a somber expression. Meanwhile, Gu Yue casually settled down beside Tang Wulin. Zici attempted to sit next to Xu Xiaoyan, but once again, before he could get comfortable, Xu Xiaoyu appeared and insisted that Zici vacate the seat so he could sit with his sister. Naturally, Zici protested once more. However, in no time, he departed with a new bump on his head, feeling deeply aggrieved. Eventually, Zici found a seat next to the cold god. However, he couldn't relax and began perspiring profusely, finding it incredibly stressful to sit beside his teacher. He attempted to excuse himself and find another seat, but the cold god remained indifferent. Shortly after, Zici returned and settled down with yet another fresh bump on his head, acquired from elsewhere. As the train departed from East Sea City, Tang Wulin's heart swelled with determination. He realized that the time had come to prove himself after dedicating so much effort to his cultivation and training. Throughout the journey, Gu Yue and Tang Wulin sat silently beside each other. As the sun ascended over the eastern horizon, Tang Wulin's mind wandered, transporting him to a time when he and Nair frolicked along the beach, hand in hand. Nair's image became so vivid in his mind that he called out to her, experiencing a familiar sensation as if she were right beside him. To his surprise, Gu Yue responded, jolting Tang Wulin back to reality, causing his eyes to well up slightly. He quickly explained that it was nothing, and confessed that he missed his sister. He admitted that he had no knowledge of her whereabouts or activities, but he was certain that Nair would be delighted to learn that he had become a spirit master. Gu Yue kindly reassured him not to worry before graciously handing him a refreshing drink. Tang Wulin gratefully accepted the water bottle and took a sip, while Gu Yue observed him attentively. Afterwards, he returned the bottle to her, only to realize that he had unintentionally drunk from her personal water bottle. However, what unfolded next left him utterly speechless. Gu Yue nonchalantly took a sip from the bottle, innocently glancing at Tang Wulin. A faint blush crept onto the boy's cheeks, mingled with a hint of confusion. In that moment, Gu Yue inquired if something was amiss. In response, Tang Wulin assured her that everything was fine. As time passed, Gu Yue began to feel a slight drowsiness and requested to lean on Tang Wulin's shoulder. Caught off guard, he blushed instantly, yet he did not resist. Tang Wulin watched as Gu Yue nestled against his shoulder, gradually finding her comfort. He remained flustered, pondering why she had even bothered to seek his permission in the first place. Eventually, he too succumbed to drowsiness and drifted into a deep slumber. Before long, he found himself immersed in a vivid dream, where Nair awakened him, as she did every morning. On this particular morning, Nair brimmed with excitement, as Tang Wulin had promised to accompany her to the beach to witness the sunrise. Despite her enthusiasm, Tang Wulin requested a few more moments of sleep. Nair agreed wholeheartedly and even nestled beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. Suddenly, Tang Wulin was abruptly awakened, his voice calling out to Nair echoing through the train. Startled, Gu Yue awoke and inquired if something was amiss. Tang Wulin quickly dismissed her concern. Before long, the train arrived at Sky Sea City, and the entire East Sea Academy party disembarked. Gu Yue stretched contentedly, having enjoyed a lengthy nap, while Tang Wulin reminded her not to forget her luggage. Although he too had slept for an extended period, Tang Wulin felt a slight unease. He glanced at Gu Yue and realized that in her presence, he experienced a comforting warmth, a sensation he had only felt before when he was with Nair. Sky Sea City bore similarities to East Sea City, but its location was superior, boasting the largest dock on the entire continent. It served as the base for the Federal Navy, with the distant waters revealing the faint outlines of warships. In Sky Sea City, ordinary citizens entered military service at the age of 18, remaining within the jurisdiction of the Sky Sea Alliance. Tang Wulin, being young, still had some time before reaching the required age for military service. However, as a spirit master, he possessed the choice of whether to enlist. Furthermore, his status as a level 4 blacksmith granted him a lofty social standing. From his perspective, there was little distinction between Sky Sea City and East Sea City, as both were waterfront cities adorned with towering structures. Unlike East Sea City, Sky Sea City boasted a greater number of mountains in its vicinity, with numerous tall buildings perched upon them, creating an illusion of ascending into the heavens. Tang Wulin suddenly noticed another peculiar occurrence. During his slumber on the train, he had unexpectedly broken through his cultivation bottleneck, reaching the 18th rank. It was astonishing to realize that a mere nap alongside Gu Yue had facilitated this breakthrough. The students of East Sea Academy arrived at their designated hotel, ready to settle in for the night. As they checked in, Gu Yue casually approached Wu Jiangkong with a request to sleep in Tang Wulin's room. The boys and girls then split off in different directions, each heading towards their respective accommodations. Gu Yue, sporting a fresh bump on her head, was reminded by the cold god to gather her belongings and get some rest. Once inside the room, Tang Wulin couldn't help but be impressed by the elegant decor. Meanwhile, Xi wasted no time in leaping onto the bed, reveling in its softness and comfort. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted their moment of relaxation. It was Mu Shi. Tang Wulin opened the door, only to be asked by her to accompany her somewhere. Xi bid them farewell, eager to get some early rest. Mu Shi led Tang Wulin down the corridor, hand in hand, as he questioned their destination. As they turned a corner, Mu Shi took advantage of the moment to playfully pinch Tang Wulin's cheeks. He couldn't help but inquire if that was the sole reason for her visit. However, she denied it, and guided him to a room where a group of people had gathered. With a cheerful tone, she announced that everyone present had been eagerly awaiting Tang Wulin's arrival. Tang Wulin recognized the familiar face of Sen Yue among the group. Sen Yue proceeded to introduce each person in the room to Tang Wulin, explaining that they were all part of the younger generation of East Sea City's Blacksmith Association. Two individuals stood out to Tang Wulin: Zheng Tian, an impressive 18-year-old level 3 blacksmith, and Tang Wenhao, also a level 3 blacksmith. Finally, Sen Yue addressed the group, providing a recap of their previous tournament performance. Afterwards, Tang Wenhao was assigned by Sen Yue to participate in the adult category and strive to win as many awards as possible. In response, the young man silently agreed. Tang Wulin acknowledged him as Sen Yue's chief disciple. Following this, Sen Yue encouraged Zheng Tian to showcase his full potential, to which the latter arrogantly consented. Finally, Sen Yue turned to Mu Shi and Tang Wulin, expressing his confidence in their abilities. Tang Wulin felt a bit flustered, but Tang Wenhao encouraged him to be more self-assured. On the other hand, Zheng Tian boosted Mu Shi's confidence by expressing his belief that she could emerge as the champion. At that moment, the other participants from the Blacksmith Association gathered around her, intrigued by her ambitious goal for the tournament. Each of them voiced their opinions, while Mu Shi awkwardly expressed her uncertainty. Tang Wulin realized that everyone present only saw him as nothing more than Mu Shi's friend. It reminded him of the caution he had received at the Blacksmith Association, warning him against drawing too much attention to himself. Later, Sen Yue briefly discussed the structure of the upcoming contest, addressing both the junior and adult categories. Sometime later, Tang Wulin left the meeting and made his way to the rooftop. As he pondered over Sen Yue's words, he gazed into the distance, contemplating the potential implications of winning first place. Afterwards, he returned to the hotel room he shared with ZC, only to find the latter fast asleep in an unusual position. As he gazed out of the window towards the vast expanse of the sea, a tinge of nervousness washed over him. Tang Wulin pondered the ambitious goal set by Mu Shi, and wondered how far he could truly go. In that moment, the words of Gu Yue echoed in his mind. Their aim was to secure first place. It was then that he truly appreciated Gu Yue's unwavering determination, and resolved to adopt it as his own. With a firm grip on his clenched fists, Tang Wulin focused his energy on quelling his nerves. After a while, he opened his eyes with newfound courage and determination to achieve a commendable outcome in the upcoming competition. Tang Wulin then settled himself down to meditate for the remainder of the evening, to improve mental clarity as well as his spirit power. The following day arrived, and all the teams had gathered for the grand opening ceremony of the tournament. Tang Wulin couldn't help but marvel at the sight of the elevated combat arena. CC remarked that this was the very place where they would face their opponents, including participants from the esteemed Shrek Academy. As Tang Wulin scanned the crowd of participants, his attention was drawn to a plump boy who appeared to be desperately craving food. Approaching the boy, Tang Wulin kindly offered him some fried fish. The boy's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he eagerly devoured the delectable treat. Introducing himself as Shu, the boy expressed his heartfelt thanks to Tang Wulin, addressing him as a big brother. However, Tang Wulin humbly requested him not to do so, as he might actually be the younger one. And so, the plump boy introduced himself fully as Shu Liji, a 10-year-old with an insatiable appetite. In response, Tang Wulin introduced himself and inquired if Shu Liji had come to compete. Soon after, the boys took a seat and bonded over their mutual love for food. Gu Yue observed from the sidelines, curious about their interaction. CC too was puzzled and remarked that it seemed as though the two had come to the arena for a meal. With excitement, Shu Liji eagerly asked Tang Wulin if he would take him somewhere to eat, to which Tang Wulin agreed. However, their plans were interrupted by the sudden appearance of a stern-looking girl standing behind Shu Liji. She questioned his presence at the location, reminding him that the competition was about to begin. Shu Liji promptly apologized for his absence, and the stern girl instructed them to leave while cautioning against accepting food from strangers, as there could be ill-intentioned individuals nearby. Tang Wulin could only awkwardly scratch his head and sigh in response. Shortly after, an announcement was made, welcoming everyone to the tournament, with a special mention of the esteemed Shrek Academy in attendance. Two teams then ascended to the arena, and it was announced that the former youth champions of the Sky Sea tournament would challenge the team from Shrek Academy. As Tang Wulin gazed up at the arena, a sudden realization struck him. The two individuals he had encountered earlier, dressed in green uniforms, were both from Shrek Academy. The three members of Class 0 expressed their astonishment, as the team from Shrek Academy appeared to be not much older than themselves. Xu Xiaoyan, in particular, pondered the differences between them. A moment later, the signal was given to commence the match, and the team consisting of first-year students from Shrek Academy took the initiative to launch their attack. Tang Wulin was captivated by the spectacle unfolding before his eyes. He was astounded to witness Shu Liji even possessing a black spirit ring. Suddenly, the arena was enveloped in a dome of vibrant blue thunderbolts, and a serpent-like dragon silhouette emerged on the stage. As Tang Wulin pondered in speechless wonder, the surprises continued to unfold. The blue light completely obstructed his ability to perceive what was transpiring within the lightning dome, rendering his learned technique, the purple demon eye from the Tang sect, useless. After approximately a minute, the blue lightning dissipated, and the match concluded. All the participants representing the Sky Sea Alliance lay defeated, and a profound silence descended upon the stadium. Meanwhile, CC couldn't help but marvel at how the Shrek Academy team managed to inflict such damage upon the stage. Tang Wulin couldn't help but think that it was only natural for students from Shrek Academy to achieve such feats, but he also found himself questioning their humanity. He was deeply impressed by their remarkable teamwork and explosive power. Xu Xiaoyan offered her analysis, but Gu Yue confidently refuted it, asserting that their Class 0 would become even stronger as they matured, just like the students from Shrek Academy. Suddenly, Wu Zhengkong interjected, emphasizing that surpassing the students of Shrek Academy would hold no significance. Perplexed, Class 0 pondered his cryptic statement. The enigmatic Wu Zhengkong clarified that the team representing Shrek Academy on stage consisted solely of outer court members. Without further elaboration, he redirected their attention to the prodigious young member of Shrek Academy's team, implying that this individual possessed extraordinary talents. Following this revelation, Wu Zhengkong declared that these individuals would become Class 0's most formidable adversaries in the future. Later, in a quaint restaurant, Xu Liji gleefully devoured an entire fried fish with bowls piled high on either side. He expressed gratitude towards Tang Wulin for fulfilling his promise of treating him to a meal. When questioned about his own lack of consumption, Tang Wulin playfully responded that if he were to partake, there would be no food left for anyone else in the establishment. However, Xu Liji insisted that Tang Wulin join him in feasting, and generously offered to treat him as well. Excitedly, Tang Wulin summoned the waiter to place their order. As they savored their meal, Xu Liji complimented Tang Wulin's insatiable appetite. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the displeased girl from earlier, Ye Xinglan, who had caught Xu Liji sneaking away once again. Xu Liji attempted to appease the irate Ye Xinglan, inviting her to join them for a meal. However, she remained silent, directing her rudeness towards Tang Wulin instead. Unfazed, Tang Wulin extended an invitation for her to join their table. At that very moment, two chefs emerged from the kitchen, presenting the restaurant's piece de resistance, a gargantuan salted grilled bluefin tuna. Ye Xinglan was taken aback by the sheer size of the dish, while Xu Liji eagerly anticipated the feast. Tang Wulin, once again, extended an invitation to Ye Xinglan, inquiring if she would like to join them. Despite her cautious nature, Ye Xinglan succumbed to her appetite and decided to join the boys. Xu Liji and Tang Wulin dined without paying much attention to table manners or proper etiquette, while Ye Xinglan astutely observed Tang Wulin's astonishing capacity for food. She couldn't help but notice that he could eat even more than Xu Liji, a sight she had never witnessed before. Nevertheless, Ye Xinglan couldn't deny the delectable taste of the fish. In no time, all that remained on the table were the discarded fish bones. Subsequently, Ye Xinglan demanded to know Tang Wulin's identity and the reason behind his insatiable appetite. In response, Tang Wulin simply stated that he had possessed this voracious appetite since birth. Furthermore, he commended Ye Xinglan for her exceptional performance in the previous match. This unexpected praise put Ye Xinglan on high alert. Sensing the need to depart, she promptly mentioned settling the bill. Xu Liji interjected, generously offering to foot the bill as a treat for Tang Wulin. Ye Xinglan, however, inquired if Xu Liji had brought any money, causing the plump boy to realize that he was, in fact, penniless. Tang Wulin was taken aback by the unreliability of his new acquaintance, regretting his earlier indulgence in a hearty meal. In that moment, Ye Xinglan turned towards him and inquired about the expression on Tang Wulin's face. She proudly declared that it would be an honor for him to treat them to dinner. In response, Tang Wulin rose from his seat and sarcastically agreed with Ye Xinglan's words, accompanied by a mischievous smile. Subsequently, he requested that they wait at the table while he settled the bill. Ye Xinglan scoffed at his request. As Tang Wulin left, Ye Xinglan expressed her reservations about him, suspecting that he had ulterior motives. She found it peculiar that he had taken the initiative to approach them. Xu Liji, however, expressed skepticism and urged her to wait and see. After some time, Ye Xinglan and Xu Liji left the restaurant and ventured onto the street. They wondered why Tang Wulin had not returned yet. Xu Liji, unable to locate Tang Wulin, suspected that he had already departed. Furthermore, he believed that Tang Wulin had left without bidding them farewell due to Ye Xinglan's rudeness. In response, Ye Xinglan snorted and urged Xu Liji to leave with her. Just as they were preparing to depart, they were intercepted by the restaurant manager, who questioned their intention to settle the bill. Ye Xinglan froze in place, gloomily seeking clarification from the manager. Nervously, Xu Liji confirmed that they had indeed been asked to pay for their meal. Meanwhile, at a distance, Tang Wulin mischievously smiled as he walked away. It turned out that he had only paid for a third of the meal before leaving. Early the following morning, Tang Wulin arrived at the designated meeting place for the Blacksmiths Association's forging competition. As he approached, Mu Shi playfully pinched his cheek and reminded him to conceal his true identity as a level 4 blacksmith. This way, he would be eligible to compete in the advanced rounds and strive to secure a top 3 position in the finals. While Mu Shi spoke, Zheng Tian, a fellow participant, approached them. He inquired about Mu Shi's concerns regarding her own placement and questioned why she had brought Tang Wulin along. He assumed that she wanted the young boy to gain worldly experience. Furthermore, he doubted whether Tang Wulin, at his age, possessed the strength to wield a forging hammer. Tang Wulin silently pondered why Zheng Tian felt the need to belittle him in order to elevate himself. However, before he could respond audibly, Mu Shi affectionately patted his head and revealed that Tang Wulin was her father's direct disciple. She also questioned whether Zheng Tian intended to challenge her father's choices. Envy flickered in Zheng Tian's narrowed eyes, as he had believed that Mu Chun, Mu Shi's father, would favor him more. However, he now realized that Tang Wulin, the young boy before him, held the esteemed position of being the chairman's personal disciple. After a moment, Zheng Tian turned away and expressed his anticipation for Tang Wulin's performance in the junior category, despite his age. As the young man walked away, Tang Wulin pondered the reason behind his peculiar behavior, especially since he had never done anything to offend him. In that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of his teacher's overprotectiveness. It was the first time Tang Wulin had encountered the ugly nature of jealousy in the real world. The blacksmith competition took place in a different venue, where all the participants gathered in a grand hall. Soon enough, the organizers addressed the contestants in the junior category. They were informed that the first round would require them to demonstrate their skills in the 100 refinements technique, using blue copperite ore. Those with the highest scores would advance to the next round. As the announcement concluded, Mu Shi gave Tang Wulin a thumbs up, and he responded with a smile. Without wasting any time, Tang Wulin immediately began forging with his 1,000 refined heavy silver hammers. His goal was to complete the competition swiftly so that he could then rush to participate in the Spirit Master contest. His eyes gleamed with unwavering focus as he took the initiative to start forging before anyone else. In that moment, the unique ability of his hammers, known as the stacked hammers effect, manifested. This left all the other participants in a state of shock, unable to find words to express their astonishment. While Tang Wulin continued forging, the blacksmith masters on the stage observed him with furrowed brows, some of them considering his actions to be somewhat reckless. Among the esteemed panel of judges presiding over the forging competition sat a distinguished figure named Duan Lao, his face adorned with a well-groomed beard. Upon laying eyes on Tang Wulin, he dismissed the young boy as a mere child, believing that he had neglected a crucial step in the forging process. It was widely acknowledged within the blacksmith community that one must thoroughly examine the material and gain insight before embarking on the refining of blue copperite. Duan Lao questioned whether Tang Wulin possessed this fundamental understanding and pondered the identity of his mentor. As Tang Wulin commenced his forging, he became completely engrossed in his craft, oblivious to the world around him. A radiant aura enveloped him as he gritted his teeth with unwavering determination and unwavering focus. Even Mu Shi, a participant of the competition, found herself affected by this captivating display. However, she harbored no doubt that Tang Wulin would swiftly complete his task. In the meantime, she assumed a cross-legged position, engaging in meditation to restore her energy while awaiting Tang Wulin's triumphant finish. Unfortunately, the other candidates positioned near Tang Wulin were not as fortunate. Each blacksmith possessed their own unique rhythm, susceptible to disruption from external sources. As anticipated, Tang Wulin's final strike resounded, signaling the completion of his forging. The suddenness of his success left the invigilator astounded. Approaching Tang Wulin's forging station, she inquired if he was absolutely certain of his accomplishment. She reminded him that failure to achieve the 100 refinements would result in immediate elimination. Unfazed, Tang Wulin calmly reaffirmed his earlier statement. In that moment, Duan Lao praised the extraordinary sounds emanating from Tang Wulin's hammer and requested to examine the young boy's meticulously refined blue copperite. He recognized that the boy had the potential to be a genius if he didn't constantly talk nonsense. After a quick examination of the final product, the man was astonished and realized that the piece had achieved an exceptional level of refinement. Without wasting any time, he instructed someone to find out which association the boy belonged to. However, by the time the man made this request, Tang Wulin had already left. He was already on his way to the Sky Sea Stadium to participate in the junior category of the Spirit Master competition. Upon arrival, he discovered that the competition was in full swing, with matches divided into several heats due to the large number of participants. Tang Wulin was assigned to the third heat, and his match was scheduled to begin in an hour. As he reached the check-in area, he suddenly heard a sharp snort behind him. When he turned around, he saw an irritated Ye Xinglan, who angrily declared that she had finally caught up with him and demanded an explanation for his earlier actions. She vividly remembered the humiliation she had experienced alongside Shu Liji. As students of Shrek Academy, they had tried to seek help from their teachers but ended up having to wash dishes at a restaurant for hours because they had no money. Ye Xinglan had never felt such shame in her life, and she held Tang Wulin responsible for all her misfortunes. She questioned why he hadn't paid the entire bill as promised. In response, Tang Wulin cheekily replied that he had paid for his own meal and questioned why he should be expected to pay for hers. Furthermore, he reminded her that Shu Liji had initially offered to cover the cost of the meal. While Ye Xinglan was still taken aback by these words, Tang Wulin's expression turned serious as he bombarded her with questions. He inquired why he was expected to foot the bill when Ye Xinglan had shown no intention of becoming his friend. This question immediately flustered Ye Xinglan, as she recalled Tang Wulin's earlier statement about feeling honored to dine with them. However, Tang Wulin swiftly countered, questioning whether he was obligated to pay simply because he felt honored. Furthermore, he pointed out that he had never promised to treat both Shu Liji and Ye Xinglan to a meal. Tang Wulin didn't stop there. He looked at Ye Xinglan with disdain and firmly stated that he would have had no issue covering the entire bill if they were truly friends. He emphasized that Ye Xinglan had never intended to befriend him in the first place. As he spoke, Ye Xinglan trembled with frustration, realizing she had been thoroughly defeated in this logical argument. Unwilling to concede, Ye Xinglan had a desperate outburst, tears welling up in her eyes, as she argued that Tang Wulin had consumed the largest portion. Nonchalantly, Tang Wulin turned away and asked if anyone had prevented her from eating more. Ye Xinglan attempted to stop him from leaving, but Tang Wulin had already departed, leaving her in a state of extreme agitation. She was infuriated by her inability to win the argument. Beside her, Xu Liji stood timidly, commenting that Tang Wulin's argument made a lot of sense. Despite his feeble attempt to pacify his companion, Ye Xinglan was already fired up. She expressed her determination to compete in the tournament solely to teach Tang Wulin a lesson in the arena. Before long, the time arrived for Tang Wulin's inaugural match. The commentator's voice boomed through the arena, announcing that both fighters had a mere 30 seconds to prepare. It was then that Tang Wulin's keen eyes caught sight of his opponent's 2 spirit rings. A slight frown creased his brow as he pondered how far he would progress in the tournament. Despite the uncertainty, he resolved to give it his all. As soon as the signal was given, Tang Wulin sprang into action, launching a swift and aggressive attack. His opponent, caught off guard by this sudden maneuver, felt an overwhelming aura of dominance loom over him. His eyes widened in terror as the match abruptly came to an end. Tang Wulin stood tall above his defeated adversary, who slumped to the arena floor. In a desperate attempt to continue fighting, the defeated fighter argued with the referee about his formidable spirit skills. However, the referee advised him to gain real combat experience before returning to the arena. Returning to the hotel, Tang Wulin reunited with Gu Yue and Shi Si. Inquiring about their own matches, Shi Si cheerfully reported their victories without any complications. The news brought a radiant smile to Tang Wulin's face. He acknowledged the wisdom of their teacher, Wu Zhangkong, who had emphasized the importance of combat experience. Tang Wulin also observed that many contestants failed due to their lack of practical combat knowledge. Gu Yue chimed in, emphasizing that true strength encompassed a multitude of factors, with spirit power and skills being just a fraction of the equation. In that moment, their discussion was abruptly interrupted by Director Long, who hurriedly approached them and extended his congratulations to the young ones for their triumph. Tang Wulin was pleasantly surprised to see the man, who was fervently enthusiastic about the afternoon team competition, which would serve as a true test for Class 0. Director Long announced that the better their performance, the more resources Class 0 would receive from the esteemed EC Academy. It was at this point that Tang Wulin realized the immense pressure their teacher, known as the Cold God, must be under due to the Academy's arrangements for Class 0. With a resolute expression, he understood that the greatest reward they could offer their teacher was emerging victorious in the tournament. Filled with determination, he rallied his teammates by declaring their unwavering commitment to triumph, regardless of the opponents they would face. Later that day, the contestants were graciously invited into the arena. As Class 0 joined the ranks of other competitors, Tang Wulin remained focused on their objective for the match, which was the successful execution of their tactics. Among them, Gu Yue stood as the strongest member. Therefore, they devised a plan to keep her as their hidden ace, with Xu Xiaoyan taking her place in the first match. Class 0's initial opponents hailed from the Ocean Academy, each of them 14 years of age. The opposing team's captain condescendingly referred to Class 0 as mere brats and inquired if they were from the East Sea Academy. CC was instantly provoked by this remark. However, Tang Wulin discreetly signaled for him to stand down and requested that he be entrusted with handling the opponents himself. Tang Wulin confidently stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and the rival captain. Despite his shorter stature, he exuded an air of self-assurance as he confirmed that they were indeed from East Sea Academy, and furthermore, they were first-year students. With a nod, he politely requested their opponents to enlighten them as seniors. Tang Wulin then turned on his heel and made his way back to his team, while their adversaries reveled in their fortune of facing younger opponents. Moments later, the signal was given, marking the beginning of the match. Without hesitation, Tang Wulin charged towards their opponents, his teammate CC skillfully concealing himself behind him. The opposing team couldn't help but wonder why these youngsters were rushing at them without even releasing their spirit rings. Just as Tang Wulin closed in on the enemy, the fighters from Ocean Academy unleashed their spirit rings. However, they were caught off guard as the boy swiftly unleashed his blue-silver grass, ensnaring them in its grasp. Desperate, they screamed at each other, urging their comrades to sever the vines. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin maintained his hold on the opponents, while CC seized the opportunity to flank them, delivering precise and powerful strikes to the back of their heads, leaving them disoriented and bewildered. In a surprising turn of events, the referee abruptly announced the end of the match. The defeated fighters, now regaining their senses, were left in a state of utter confusion and disbelief. They were rendered helpless, unable to counter or react, as their opponent's speed proved to be insurmountable. As Tang Wulin and his team gracefully exited the stage, a slight smile played on his lips. He couldn't help but acknowledge the significant impact their real combat experience had made, all thanks to the rigorous training provided by their teacher. Once they stepped off the stage, Xu Xiaoyan couldn't contain her amusement and flashed a sweet smile at Tang Wulin, expressing her surprise at his cunning nature. In response, Tang Wulin simply smiled back and explained that it was only logical to utilize any means necessary to conserve their strength. After all, their ultimate goal was to emerge as the champions. However, before he could delve further into his reasoning, a shrill voice abruptly interrupted him, questioning his lack of concern for potential eavesdroppers. Tang Wulin swiftly identified the source of the voice and was met with a scowl from Ye Xinglan. Ye Xinglan declared that she had also enlisted for the team battles and eagerly anticipated witnessing Tang Wulin's prowess in an actual fight. CSC was taken aback by this revelation, pondering whether Shrek students were permitted to participate in the tournament. In response, Ye Xinglan clarified that they would temporarily join forces with another academy's lineup. She then directed a menacing warning towards Class 0, cautioning them to pray for elimination before crossing paths with her in the upcoming rounds. In that moment, Gu Yue stepped forward, asserting that if fate dictated their confrontation, so be it. She confidently declared that they would see who would have the last laugh. With determination in her eyes, she addressed Tang Wulin as captain and requested they depart from the stadium. As they made their way back to the hotel, Tang Wulin recounted the encounter with Ye Xinglan to his teammates. Xu Xiaoyan commended him for standing his ground and refusing to be intimidated by a student from the prestigious Shrek Academy. Shi made a comment about Tang Wulin's aversion to spending money, to which Tang Wulin did not object. Gu Yue calmly agreed, seemingly believing that Tang Wulin could do no wrong. Naturally, ZC protested against her biased opinion. In response, Gu Yue gave him a threatening look and asked if he had a problem. Frustrated, ZC suddenly burst out, asking if Gu Yue wanted to marry Tang Wulin when she grew up. The unexpected question caught Gu Yue off guard, and her expression immediately darkened. She almost said something, but then quickly turned around and left. The boys watched her retreating figure with concern, as it was unlike her usual self to pass up the chance to engage in a bout of bickering with ZC. Later, Tang Wulin scolded ZC for speaking nonsense and questioned what the boy knew about marriage at his age. However, ZC was still preoccupied with Gu Yue's strange behavior and wondered if something was wrong with her. That evening, there was a sudden knock on the door to Tang Wulin's hotel room. Mu Shi had come to see him, appearing agitated about something. She pinched Tang Wulin's cheek and disapprovingly mentioned that he was once again in the spotlight. Confused, Tang Wulin wondered what he had done. Mu Shi then revealed that Tang Wulin had broken a record for the fastest high-grade 100 refinements in the history of the Sky-Sea Alliance tournament. Tang Wulin was filled with disbelief as he stared intently. He quickly explained that he had rushed through the job solely to participate in the Spirit Masters team competitions. In response, Mu Shi recounted what had transpired after Tang Wulin had left the competition hall. The tournament officials had immediately sprung into action, desperately searching for him. At the time, Mu Shi had refrained from revealing anything about Tang Wulin. After Mu Shi finished recounting the commotion caused by Tang Wulin at the blacksmith's competition, she reminded him that he was already in the spotlight. She had come to remind him that many people would be focusing on him in the next round. The following day, Tang Wulin and Mu Shi arrived at the blacksmith's competition venue. Tang Wulin wore a serious expression as he asked Mu Shi if she believed in him. His words struck Mu Shi as peculiar, and she inquired about his intentions. With unwavering seriousness, Tang Wulin requested that she choose heavy silver metal in the next round if she truly believed in him. A while later, both Tang Wulin and Mu Shi settled down for the second stage of the blacksmith's competition. As they prepared to begin, they each grasped their forging hammers. Mu Shi found herself pondering over Tang Wulin's words, questioning whether it was truly acceptable for her to choose heavy silver metal. Lost in thought, she gazed at the array of different metal ores before her. The earlier conversation echoed in her mind where Tang Wulin had promised to make her the champion. Despite her initial skepticism, Tang Wulin proceeded to explain his reasoning. He emphasized that since he had already broken a record, he preferred not to draw any further attention to himself. Tang Wulin reminded Mu Shi of her promise to reward him with the prize money if she were to secure first place. He reasoned that if she became the champion, and he settled for the runner-up position, he could potentially obtain both rewards. After presenting his plan, Tang Wulin sought Mu Shi's opinion, believing it to be a win-win scenario. However, Mu Shi turned away, expressing her disbelief due to their rivalry. Internally, she pondered why Tang Wulin was so willing to relinquish the championship to her, despite knowing his sincerity. Nevertheless, Mu Shi had reservations about accepting what the boy had rightfully earned. She was determined to decline his offer and hoped that Tang Wulin would continue to achieve even greater heights. Returning to the present, when the announcement was made for participants to select their respective metal ores, Mu Shi hesitated until Tang Wulin handed her the heavy silver metal ore. This unexpected gesture surprised Mu Shi, immediately triggering her apprehension. Despite this, Tang Wulin remained resolute and requested her trust, reminding her of their junior-senior relationship. Mu Shi remained hesitant, but Tang Wulin interrupted her thoughts with a gentle embrace. In that moment he felt compelled to hold her, and as soon as he did, Mu Shi's unease dissipated. Ultimately, both of them chose the heavy silver metal before proceeding to their respective forging stations. Unbeknownst to them, Zheng Tian had witnessed their embrace and seethed with anger. He was infuriated by Tang Wulin's audacity to hug Mu Shi. Furthermore, Mu Shi didn't put up any resistance. In that moment, he started questioning the nature of their relationship. Once they settled at their forging stations, Tang Wulin asked Mu Shi to follow his forging rhythm when the competition started, so they could forge together. He assured her that as long as she followed his lead, there wouldn't be any issues. Although Mu Shi didn't quite grasp what Tang Wulin was talking about, she agreed without hesitation. As soon as the signal was given to begin, Tang Wulin and Mu Shi focused on adjusting their breathing and synchronizing it to prepare for the forging. Mu Shi couldn't help but be slightly distracted by the fact that Tang Wulin had already entered a deep mental state for forging. She realized that he truly deserved the praise of her renowned father, as he was undoubtedly extraordinary. Tang Wulin gave Mu Shi one last reassuring nod, and they both nodded in agreement. Even though Mu Shi didn't fully comprehend Tang Wulin's intentions, she still chose to trust him, and was excited to see what surprise he had in store for her. A moment later, they both raised their hammers simultaneously and struck their heavy silver metals. Their hammers fell in perfect sync, creating brilliant sparks that scattered around them. Mu Shi mirrored Tang Wulin's actions, and gradually, the tempo and strength of their hammers became increasingly similar. Before long, Mu Shi noticed something remarkable. They were in perfect rhythm. Although she wasn't as naturally gifted as Tang Wulin, she could still be considered a forging genius because soon enough, she was completely immersed in the forging zone alongside him. The feeling was incredible, like nothing she had ever experienced before. Despite the sweat dripping down her face, she couldn't help but smile. The forging process was going really well. The other contestants nearby were curious about what was happening with Tang Wulin and Mu Shi. They couldn't help but notice that their forging rhythm was exactly the same. After a while, both of them delivered their final hammer strikes. In that moment, two beams of light shot up from their forging stations at the same time. The bearded judge, Duan Lao, couldn't believe his eyes. He immediately jumped up from his table to get a better look. But then, Sen Yue stepped in and blocked the judge's path. He firmly told him that the two were in a state of comprehending blacksmithing. Sen Yue asked Duan Lao not to disturb them for the moment. The judge understood the importance of comprehension to a blacksmith, and agreed to leave them alone. However, he couldn't help but look at Tang Wulin and Mu Shi in confusion. The phenomenon with the beams of light meant that they were almost achieving half-spirit refinement. Tang Wulin stood with his eyes closed, while Mu Shi leaned over her forging station. Both of them had a strange aura around them as they took the time to meditate and understand the experience. In that moment, Duan Lao's gaze shifted towards the finished product, only to realize that both pieces were of second-grade quality. These heavy silver metals had undergone 1,000 refinements, reaching the second grade. The bearded judge was taken aback by this revelation, as he knew that achieving such a result required the skills of blacksmiths ranked 4 and above. Observing the ongoing enlightenment of the duo, Duan Lao could discern that they had both attained the level of rank 3 blacksmiths. He then turned his attention to Sen Yue and commended him for nurturing such talented successors, particularly the young prodigy who appeared to be no older than 10. In response, Sen Yue respectfully acknowledged the judge and explained that Mu Shi possessed innate talent, while the boy named Tang Wulin was the personal disciple of Mu Chen, the president of East Sea City's Blacksmiths Association. Duan Lao was surprised to learn that Mu Chen had taken in such a disciple, and he turned to his colleague to inquire if he had heard the same. With a stern expression, Sen Yue questioned Duan Lao's intentions behind his line of questioning. However, the old man averted his gaze and claimed that his words held no particular meaning. As Sen Yue observed Duan Lao's silhouette, he understood that the judge had set his sights on Tang Wulin. After a short while, Tang Wulin opened his eyes, having absorbed the knowledge gained from the forging experience. He was determined to gain further expertise in forging before advancing his cultivation to rank 30, at which point he would acquire his 3rd spirit ring. He recognized that by doing so, his success rate in forging could be significantly enhanced. Additionally, he could also save some money when the time came. It didn't take long before Mu Shi also opened her eyes and glanced at her final creation. To her surprise, she had reached the level of 1,000 refinements and had even achieved the 2nd grade. Through the earlier process of enlightenment, she had finally gained a profound understanding of the true essence of the 1,000 refinement technique. With a sigh, she acknowledged that from that moment onward, she had officially entered the ranks of level 3 blacksmiths. And all of this was thanks to Tang Wulin, whose guidance had surpassed what her own father could offer. Subsequently, she signaled to Tang Wulin that it was time to depart, and by then, the entire hall had emptied, leaving only the two of them as the sole participants remaining. As they strolled away from the venue, Mu Shi inquired whether Tang Wulin intended to participate in the individual matches of the Spirit Master competition. Tang Wulin responded affirmatively and questioned why Mu Shi had not done the same, considering her strength. In response, She explained that she had taken the time to carefully contemplate her options and had decided to solely pursue her passion for blacksmithing. Therefore, she would focus solely on forging. Tang Wulin commended Mu Shi for her unwavering dedication to her craft. He then explained that his situation was different because his spirit essence was originally weak. It had taken him a lot of hard work to increase his spirit power, and he had barely managed to keep up with his peers in Class 0. Moreover, he required greater spirit power to become a powerful blacksmith. Therefore, he had to work diligently at forging, so that one day he could become a master of battle armor. After their brief conversation, Tang Wulin bid farewell to Mu Shi and swiftly made his way towards the individual matches at the arena. Mu Shi watched his fading silhouette and remembered her father's advice about cultivating a good relationship with Tang Wulin due to his exceptional talent. Sometime later, Tang Wulin arrived at the stadium and met up with Zizi. He inquired about the strength of the contestants on that day. Zizi confirmed that the contestants were particularly formidable, with all of them possessing 3 spirit rings, and they were stronger than the previous day. Tang Wulin remained undeterred and encouraged Zizi to sign up with him. He saw it as an opportunity to sharpen their skills, understanding that losing to a stronger opponent held no significance. Just then, Ye Xinglan appeared on the arena and approached Tang Wulin, asking if he was waiting for his match. Before Tang Wulin could respond, she informed him that his next opponent was unable to participate. Therefore, she would be his new opponent. Shi was taken aback by the news, but Tang Wulin maintained a composed expression. With determination, he replied that it was all right. Ye Xinglan made an attempt to intimidate Tang Wulin, but his expression remained unchanged, much to her frustration. She couldn't understand why he wasn't scared of her, especially considering her affiliation with Shrek Academy. After Ye Xinglan left, Ziyi and Gu Yue looked at their captain with concern. However, Tang Wulin reassured them, explaining that this was actually a great opportunity for him to challenge a stronger opponent and gain more combat experience. In truth, Tang Wulin was delighted to be in this situation, a sentiment shared by Wu Jiangkong. The stoic teacher approached the trio and placed a hand on Tang Wulin's shoulder, encouraging him to give his best and utilize his current abilities to their fullest extent. Wu Jiangkong exuded confidence in Tang Wulin's victory. Tang Wulin agreed wholeheartedly with his teacher, and just as they were about to take the stage, an announcement was made for the contestants to gather. Ye Xinglan glared down at her opponent, determined to teach him a lesson for all the grievances he had caused earlier. Once the signal was given for the match to begin, Tang Wulin sprang into action with remarkable agility. His purple 1,000-year spirit ring and golden dragon claw were unleashed as he charged towards Ye Xinglan. In that moment, Ye Xinglan took immediate notice of his exceptional abilities, recognizing his extraordinary physical and mental strength. It was clear to her that only someone with such immense power could bear the weight of a 1,000-year spirit ring. Having acknowledged Tang Wulin's exceptional talent, Ye Xinglan unleashed her own spirit essence, the Star God Sword, while revealing her cultivation of 200-year spirit rings. The spectators in the crowd were taken aback by her unique spirit essence and marveled at how a young child could achieve such a high level of sword unity. Xie, another observer, noted that although Ye Xinglan possessed 200-year spirit rings, her cultivation base felt distinctly different from others at the same level. As Tang Wulin and Ye Xinglan prepared to clash, Ye Xinglan executed a skillful feint with her sword, aiming swiftly for Tang Wulin's shoulder. However, to her surprise, Tang Wulin reacted with lightning speed and deflected the blow. He locked eyes with his opponent, recognizing her previous attack as a close call. Ye Xinglan, on the other hand, regarded Tang Wulin as a formidable opponent. As Tang Wulin skidded across the arena floor, he swiftly regained his balance. Simultaneously, he sensed a potent force emanating from Ye Xinglan's sword, attempting to infiltrate his body. In that critical moment, he had no choice but to utilize his bloodline power to counter the sword energy. Ye Xinglan, astutely observing the change in her opponent, realized that he had successfully blocked the power of her Star God's sword. She also recognized the immense threat posed by Tang Wulin's golden dragon claw. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin initiated his next attack, unleashing the vines of his blue-silver grass. He reminded himself to remain cautious of the sword's power. Concurrently, Ye Xinglan noticed that Tang Wulin's spirit essence was unrelated to his dragon claw. This led her to ponder whether the boy possessed a twin spirit essence. In response to Tang Wulin's assault, Ye Xinglan raised her sword, causing beams of resplendent starlight to descend upon the arena. She regarded Tang Wulin's spirit skill as insignificant in her eyes. Tang Wulin, suddenly perplexed, questioned his opponent's spirit skill, which had caused him to lose control of his spirit essence. In that moment, he unleashed the purple demon eye, attempting a mental attack. However, he quickly realized that the starlight hindered his vision, leaving him uncertain if it could truly defend against mental attacks. Suddenly, Ye Xinglan shattered the barrier of blue-silver grass and launched a different skill, creating multiple clones that surrounded Tang Wulin, aiming to strike him. Xi shouted a word of caution to the captain, who was still bewildered by his opponent's skill, making it impossible for him to track her movements. Additionally, her spirit essence was suppressing him. In that moment, Tang Wulin realized he had no choice but to unleash his trump card. he activated his mental power perception and unleashed the full power of his golden dragon claw. With his eyes closed, he skillfully deflected each incoming attack with his dragon claw. To Ye Xinglan's surprise, Tang Wulin closed the distance and nearly landed an attack with his dragon claw. However, Ye Xinglan swiftly dodged the attack, inwardly acknowledging his effort. It was clear to her that she had to take the fight seriously and urged Tang Wulin to block her next move. In that moment, Ye Xinglan's Star God's sword burst into thousands of starlight swords, enveloping Tang Wulin instantly. Despite having his eyes shut, Tang Wulin relied solely on his mental power perception. He realized he was in a precarious situation as his blue-silver grass was unable to deflect the incoming attack. Suddenly, Tang Wulin opened his eyes, radiating determination. He was prepared to give it his all and hold nothing back. Therefore, Tang Wulin abruptly charged towards the starlight swords, with his sights set on Ye Xinglan. He braced himself for the imminent impact, enduring severe injuries, yet managing to maintain a defensive stance. Ye Xinglan was taken aback by his audacity, but she knew that her adversary was almost defeated. In that very moment, she thrust her sword forward, intending to deliver the final blow. However, Tang Wulin's unwavering determination finally paid off. Despite his injuries, he clenched his teeth and extended his golden dragon claw. This time, he successfully seized hold of his opponent's sword, much to the latter's astonishment. Judging by Tang Wulin's momentum, it was clear that he intended to strike a blow to his opponent. However, at that very moment, Ye Xinglan panicked and lost control of the Star God's sword energy that had hit Tang Wulin, causing it to unexpectedly explode. As a result, Tang Wulin's golden dragon claw vanished instantly, and he was forcefully thrown through the air. Out of concern for their captain, Zizi shouted while Gu Yue froze, her face filled with dread. Suddenly, Wu Jiangkong appeared in the arena and swiftly carried Tang Wulin in his arms. Xi anxiously inquired about their captain's well-being, and the composed Wu Jiangkong assured him that Tang Wulin's life was not in danger. He then expressed his intention to take the boy away for immediate treatment. Meanwhile, Ye Xinglan had collapsed on the arena floor, her voice trembling as she asked about Tang Wulin's condition. Unbeknownst to her, her actions had ignited a deep anger within Gu Yue.
Mu Shi swiftly arrived and inquired whether Wulin had intentionally injured himself to ensure she became the blacksmith tournament champion. Wulin confessed that his opponent had been significantly stronger than him. Mu Shi was relieved to hear that he was unharmed, but she cautioned him to be more careful in the future. As per their agreement, since she had won the championship, she decided to give the prize money to Tang Wulin. While they were discussing this, Xu Liji joined them, enticed by the aroma of food. Wulin kindly invited him to join them for a meal. Xu Liji then apologized for forgetting to bring the money that day, acknowledging that if he hadn't, none of these events would have occurred. He also advised Wulin not to be angry with big sister Xinglan, as she was generally a kind-hearted person. Xu Liji was also amazed at how quickly Wulin's injuries had healed, recognizing the immense power of Ye Xinglan's Star Lord ability. As they continued their conversation, they decided to indulge in many delicious meals together. Suddenly, Xu Liji remembered the true purpose of his visit and decided to showcase his spirit skill. He presented a meat bun to Wulin, and as soon as he spoke, the meat bun appeared in his hands. After devouring the meat bun gifted by Xu Liji, Wulin's recovery accelerated even further. His body proved to be much stronger than his spirit essence. Sitting in the presence of Teacher Wen Zhao, Wulin eagerly anticipated the unveiling of one of the Tang sect's best-kept secrets, the controlling crane, capturing dragon technique. His face lit up with fascination as he pondered the immense power behind this legendary art. With a flick of his wrist, the master effortlessly levitated a can from the table, showcasing the unique blend of offense and defense that defined this technique. Wulin marveled at the realization that it consisted of two distinct skills, each capable of bestowing incredible spirit power. If mastered, it was said that one could even move mountains. As the master continued to demonstrate, Wulin's amazement grew as he witnessed the master levitating himself, soaring through the air. Suddenly, Wulin felt a powerful force pulling at his body, rendering him helpless. The master clenched his fist, drawing Tang Wulin closer as if preparing to strike. Overwhelmed, Wulin pleaded for mercy, realizing the immense power of this technique. The master, curious about Wulin's experience, inquired about his feelings. Wulin confessed that it felt strange. At that moment, he understood that mastering this technique, along with the golden dragon claw, would make him virtually unbeatable, even against formidable opponents like Ye Xinglan. Impressed by Wulin's determination, Teacher Wen Zhao decided to impart the foundational knowledge of controlling crane technique. Confirming Wulin's commitment, the young disciple assured the master that he would diligently memorize every detail, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the opportunity. After the first two elimination rounds in the Sky Sea Alliance tournament, the remaining 36 teams were set to battle it out in a round-robin format. Divided into 4 groups, each with 9 teams, Wulin's team aimed for the championship in their group. As they entered the arena, Shen Yi, the teacher from Shrek Academy, had a conversation with Wang Zhao. She questioned his decision to allow Ye Xinglan to cause trouble in the competition, suspecting it was due to his disciples' participation. Wang Zhao, with a sly grin, assured her that he was not concerned. Shen Yi, slightly flustered, realized the unwavering confidence Wang Zhao had in his students. She recalled the young boy with a mutant spirit essence from the previous day. Shen Yi suggested taking him to the academy for evaluation, but Wang Zhao declined, believing they should rely on their abilities. When asked if he was still upset with them, Wang Zhao admitted he held no grudges but was struggling with self-loathing.
Know the name of this manga, along with all the manga names of the recaps we did in our channel? How about also the chapter numbers our recaps end? You can simply ask the names in our Discord community for free or become a donor to get them all in one place. You can either be a donor in Patreon or be a member in our YouTube channel. Just scan this QR code or go to the link in the description to become a donor. Moreover, becoming a donor automatically makes you a VIP member of our Discord server with over tens of thousands of members.
Shen Yi pondered how Long Bing's love for Wang Zhao might have been different if he wasn't so stubborn. Wang Zhao then confessed to visiting Tiandu City recently, feeling unworthy of his teacher and too ashamed to return to the academy. Shen Yi disagreed, stating that his teacher was saddened by his absence. Shen Yi disagreed with Wang Zhao's plan of sending the children to Shrek to make amends with their teacher. According to Shen Yi, there were certain things that no one else could do for Wang Zhao, and he had to take responsibility and make amends himself. Meanwhile, Wu Lin was having a conversation with his teammates in the arena. The group competition was about to begin, and their opponents were already determined to be the team from Sky Sea Academy. Ye Xinglan expressed her concern for Wu Lin's previous injury, but he reassured her that there was no need to worry. Suddenly, Duan Xuan, the president of the Sky Sea Blacksmith Association, approached Wu Lin. He was impressed by Wu Lin's talents and regretted that he didn't participate in the last round of the forging competition. Wu Lin respectfully greeted the president and promised to work harder in the future. The president had an important offer to share with Wu Lin. He explained that Sky Sea City had a recommendation program for talented individuals, and he admired Wu Lin's talent for forging. He hoped that Wu Lin would consider coming to Sky Sea City to develop his skills further. However, Wu Lin felt that this was not a possibility for him. The president was taken aback by how quickly Wu Lin turned down his offer. He pleaded with him not to rush into refusal, but to consider his terms first. He went on to explain that Sky Sea City was the largest city on the eastern mainland, with a political and economic status that far surpassed that of the East Sea City. The resources their association could provide were far superior to those of the East Sea Blacksmith Association. Moreover, they guaranteed that all expenses for learning and practice would be covered until Wu Lin became a saint blacksmith, saving him precious time and energy that would otherwise be spent on making money. Additionally, they promised to help him elevate his cultivation to at least the Spirit Emperor level. Wu Lin seemed to be swayed by these arguments. However, he ultimately decided to decline the offer because he already had a mentor and remained loyal to the East Sea Blacksmith Association. The president's conditions were undeniably tempting, but Wu Lin couldn't betray his mentor. Despite the president's desperation, Wu Lin stood firm in his decision. The president left, reminding Wu Lin that if the day ever came when the East Sea Blacksmith Association could no longer accept him, the Sky Sea Blacksmith Association would always welcome him with open arms. Duan Xuan, along with one of his protégés, discussed the incredible talent of Wu Lin. The president couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment as he remembered how Wu Lin had turned down his offer despite having access to more resources. If only Wu Lin's cultivation level had been higher, he could have attempted spiritual refinement in just 2 years with the right materials. Realizing this, Zhuan knew he had to put in more effort to win over Wu Lin. Meanwhile, in the arena, the intense 3 versus 3 team competition was in full swing. Wu Lin's team had already started their match against the formidable opponents from Sky Sea Academy. One of them possessed 3 spirit rings, while the others had 2 each. The opponents cunningly decided to launch a simultaneous attack on Wu Lin, hoping to eliminate him first. One unleashed the Thunderwolf Claw, another used the Iron Shield Wave, and the third released a powerful Thunderbolt. However, Wu Lin, fueled by determination, had no intention of evading their assaults. He bravely confronted them head-on. With a swift motion, he unleashed the mighty Golden Dragon Claw and caught the Thunderbolt, causing his scales to disrupt the electric current. In an instant, the force of his opponent's attack was completely crushed. On the other hand, Wu Lin's blue-silver grass successfully entangled his adversary, leaving them immobilized. With his 1,000 refinement heavy silver hammer, he delivered a devastating blow to the opponent, who had shielded himself with a massive shield. The opponent was left astounded by Wu Lin's extraordinary strength, which far surpassed his own. During the match, the students from Sky Sea Academy soon realized they were no match for Wu Lin's team. Even when they joined forces, they couldn't hold back Wu Lin alone. Just when all seemed lost, ZC and Gu Yue launched a fierce attack, driving their opponents into despair. Wu Lin then delivered the final blow with his powerful Dragon Claw move, enhanced by his third spirit skill, Iron Wall. The opponent's shield crumbled under the force, leaving them feeling overwhelmed and on the brink of defeat. In the end, Wu Lin's team emerged victorious. Shen Yi and Wen Zhao observed from box number 7, with Shen Yi particularly impressed by Wu Lin's leadership skills, mutated bloodline, and remarkable talent. He also admired Wu Lin's purple first spirit ring and overall physique. Wen Zhao, on the other hand, had a keen eye for spotting promising students. He predicted that if Wu Lin acquired 3 rings by the age of 15, his body would undergo another transformation. Wen Zhao then announced his departure, encouraging Shen Yi to stay and watch the remaining matches. Shen Yi, however, seemed disappointed. Meanwhile, in box number 3, the president and his prodigy also watched the match, with the prodigy being equally impressed by Wu Lin's combat prowess. Xuan, however, was unimpressed by Wu Lin's combat skills. He believed that if Wu Lin truly possessed talent as a soul, he wouldn't waste his energy on blacksmithing. Instead, he would strive to become a master of battle armor. During their conversation, Xuan inquired about Wu Lin's aspirations, of which he was already aware. Wu Lin had confided in him long ago, expressing his dream of becoming a battle armor master. The president's prodigy was determined to support Wu Lin in whatever path he chose. Despite Wu Lin's exceptional talent in forging and his innate strength and insight, his current cultivation limited his growth as a blacksmith. For him, blacksmithing was merely a mean to earn money, a secondary occupation that aided him in pursuing his goals. Both Xuan and the president's prodigy understood the immense difficulty of becoming a battle armor master. Their primary objective was to convince Wu Lin first to become a top-notch blacksmith, as it served as the foundation for his future endeavors. They had faith in Wu Lin's intelligence and believed he would make the right choice for himself. The president's prodigy sincerely hoped for Wu Lin to excel as a blacksmith, eagerly anticipating the rise of a divine craftsman in him. In the upcoming 3-team matches, Wu Lin led his team to consecutive victories. Their winning streak caught the attention of other teams who were amazed by Wu Lin's exceptional performance. However, Wu Lin remained unfazed by the spotlight. He poured his heart and soul into every match, steadily honing his skills in the art of the controlling crane technique. During conversations with his teammates, they revealed that their next opponents were rumored to be incredibly strong, possibly the most formidable team in the entire group. These opponents were none other than the primary team of Sealand Academy, boasting 2 3-ringed and 1 2-ringed Spirit Master. Wu Lin rallied his team, reminding them that they were not weak and had to win to uphold the honor of Class 0. Meanwhile, at Sky Sea Stadium's box number 1, reserved for Sky Sea City officials, Long Huantian, the president of Sky Sea Academy, congratulated his counterpart Zheng Peng from Sealand Academy for their outstanding performance. However, Zhang Zhenpeng, the president of Sealand Academy, believed that Long Huantian was being too modest. In his eyes, Sky Sea Academy was the undisputed #1 team in the alliance, and no one could challenge their position. Brother Zhang had a special reason for inviting Brother Tian to the juniors competition. He believed their academy had exceptional students and wanted to discuss securing 3 spots for them. Shrek Academy only recruited students from large alliances and academies every 3 years, selecting the best talents. The Sky Sea Alliance had only secured 20 out of 120 spots for Shrek Academy. Sealand Academy always secured spots, influencing the distribution of places. Zheng sought Brother Tian for a unique request, the inner court quota at Shrek Academy. Training a student from the inner courtyard was a rare opportunity, and Zheng wanted to make it happen for the pride of Sky Sea. Despite their efforts, the Alliance had not secured a spot in the inner courtyard for years. In the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, only 5 spots were available for the entire Sky Sea Alliance. Long Huantian found Zheng Zhenpeng's request to be completely unreasonable, but Zheng was confident in his students. He believed that they were truly exceptional and had a higher chance of being admitted to the inner courtyard. Not only would it be a great honor for the League if they could represent Sky Sea Alliance in Shrek Academy's inner courtyard, but it might also lead to an increase in enrollment from the Academy in the future, as they would witness the talents of these students. Meanwhile, in the arena, the competition was about to commence, and both teams were asked to prepare themselves. The Sealand Academy team was the first to be called upon. Zhang urged Tian to observe the students' performance during the competition closely, and if they stood out in the junior group, he should seriously consider Zhang's offer. Following that, it was the East Sea Academy team's turn to step forward. They had previously achieved 4 consecutive victories. Brother Tian found himself more intrigued by the East Sea Academy team. East Sea Academy had always been known for its strength in the middle and lower ranks, and these 3 students appeared to be exceptionally strong. They had also won all 4 of their previous games. Brother Tian wondered if Zhang had paid any attention to these students. Brother Zheng was truly impressed by the EC Academy team. He couldn't help but admire the young trio for their exceptional strength. If it weren't for the students from Sealand Academy, EC's winning streak would have likely continued. Brother Zheng's visionary nature was something that his brother Tian greatly respected. As they settled in to watch the match, the referee signaled for both teams to prepare. The tension was palpable as the match began. Brother Tian noticed the twin sisters on the opposing team, each with their unique spirit essence. Zhou Tianer possessed a soul wood at level 8, while Zhou Hanyu had an ice spirit. Their talents were truly remarkable, especially Hanyu's rare ice attribute. As Wulin faced off against them, he realized they were elemental spirit masters. Despite the challenges, Wulin remained focused and determined. Just as he prepared to strike, one of their opponents unleashed an ice wall. Wulin crashed through the ice wall with sheer force, leaving the twins in awe. Tianer swiftly ensnared herself and Hanyu with vines, creating distance between them and Wulin. Determined, Wulin charged towards them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, Z made a beeline for Wang Dongqi. Dongqi, impressed by Z's agility, prepared to use her thunderbolt to immobilize him. As she unleashed her silver snake fury, Wulin observed the unfolding situation with a sense of unease. The twins appeared captivated by the spectacle, but Wulin sensed trouble brewing. Dongqi raised her sword, ready to strike Z. Little did she know, she had fallen right into Z's trap. Z swiftly employed the Ghost Shadow Perplexing track, effortlessly dodging all of Wang Dong's attacks. His movements became unpredictable, catching her off guard. She started to question if she had underestimated his abilities. Filled with anger, she decided to unleash her third spirit skill, the Silver Snake Fury and the Light Dragon Storm. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, the twins had ensnared Wulin in an ice cage empowered by the ice spirit. The cold energy seeped into his body, making him realize that the twin sisters were much stronger than he had anticipated. He couldn't let the match drag on any longer, so he unleashed the Golden Dragon Claw. With a shout of Gu Yue's name, he broke free from the ice cage, leaving the twins astonished. It was clear that they needed to regroup quickly and come up with a new plan. One of the twins released her third spirit skill, conjuring a massive wall of ice. Wulin dashed towards it, attempting to shatter it with his Golden Dragon Claw, but to no avail. The twin then launched an attack on the airborne Wulin, causing him to crash to the ground. Dongqi scanned the area, puzzled by the twins' sudden disappearance. Approaching Wulin, she reassured him that she was fine, but expressed concern about the ongoing match. They needed to end it quickly. The menacing stare from one of the twins sent a chill down Wulin's spine as she manipulated the elements around them, revealing her mastery of the heart of the elements. The essence of the element resides within the heart of the element itself.
Don't forget to like and comment for the next part. Join our Discord for the name of the book and subscribe for more videos from us.
To become a formidable powerhouse, an elemental spirit master specializing in elemental control was required to grasp the true nature of the element. Once they understood the elemental heart of a specific element, they could harness not only their spirit power, but also manipulate the corresponding elements in the surrounding air. This mastery greatly enhanced their offensive and defensive capabilities. However, if a spirit master couldn't control the multitude of elements summoned through the elemental heart, they would face a devastating backlash with unimaginable consequences. Therefore, only spirit masters with exceptionally high mental power could truly comprehend and control the heart of the element. The Zhou twins were acutely aware of the catastrophic consequences if they lost control of their elemental hearts. Determined to avoid such a fate, they decided to launch a joint attack. Joining forces, they channeled their energies together. Meanwhile, Brother Tian and Brother Zheng observed from their box, curious about the unfolding events on the stage. The twins then unleashed a rare spirit essence fusion technique, a sight seldom seen in the Duluo continent competitions. It was at this moment that Long Huantian understood why Zhang Zhenpeng had been so confident in requesting the Shrek Academy's inner courtyard quota. Such exceptional talents should never be overlooked or left to waste away. As the standoff continued, the wind and fire elements on the field began to disperse, and the tornado was on the verge of vanishing. Suddenly, a colossal tree radiating a white light materialized in the tornado's place, colliding with the wind and fire vortex. A powerful elemental storm erupted, causing the tornado to dissipate completely. The twins had attempted to use the Spirit Essence fusion skill, but their control over the technique was still lacking. Gu Yue made a quick decision to retreat, but before she could leave the stage, the referee declared the match over. Chaos erupted as giant trees sprouted on the battlefield. Wu Zhengkong burst out of room number 7, while 2 others emerged from room number 1. The twins unleashed their Spirit Essence fusion skill, freezing Gu Yue and Wu Lin in place. Gu Yue struggled to protect Wu Lin, but she realized he had been impaled and was bleeding severely. Wu Lin's fading consciousness caused Gu Yue to cry out. Brother Zheng approached the twins, his expression filled with concern and curiosity. He couldn't help but question them about their decision to use the Spirit Essence fusion skill, despite his explicit request for them not to. Worried about their well-being, he inquired if they had experienced any negative consequences from it, and if their bodies were still intact. The Zhou twins, filled with regret, admitted that they had underestimated the consequences of using the Ice Forest skill. They hadn't gained enough practical combat experience, leaving them with no other option but to instinctively rely on the Spirit Essence fusion skill when faced with formidable opponents. As they witnessed Wulin and Gu Yue being overwhelmed by a colossal ice tree, their regret intensified. As Brother Zheng and the twins made their way out of the arena, a confident figure approached them, questioning Brother Zheng's teaching methods. Anger flashed in Brother Zheng's eyes as he glared back at the man, demanding to know who had given him the audacity to speak. The tension between them escalated, and the man prepared himself for a battle that seemed inevitable. He possessed a black spirit ring, and there were two of them. Long Huantian chose to assist Brother Zheng. Together they initiated their attacks against the man, who fought back with his powerful strikes. The spectators were left in shock. The man wielded terrifying power with 6 rings, displaying the strength of a spirit emperor. Brother Zheng pondered why the man suddenly targeted them, despite appearing no older than 29. He questioned how someone so young could possess such immense strength. Brother Tian pondered the man's origins and audacity to cause chaos in the Sky-Sea Alliance competition. Xinglan's brother expressed concern for Wulin's well-being, but Xinglan remained silent. It was evident that individuals were willing to risk their safety for those they cared about. Wulin was already gravely injured from his battle with Xinglan, leaving her uncertain about his condition. She sensed a connection between the man and Wulin. Suddenly, a team of giant mechs descended upon the arena with blaring sirens. They encircled the man, labeling him as an intruder and ordering him to retreat. Brother Tian's anxiety eased as he praised the team's timely intervention, confident that they had the situation under control. Meanwhile, Shen Yi observed the unfolding chaos from her box, noting that the mech team's actions were pushing the man to his limits. She understood that the quiet ones often held the most power. The man then unleashed a devastating attack of Sky Ice. Wukong finally unleashed the power of the Sky Ice sword, much to the anticipation of the audience. Cheers erupted as they realized it was battle armor. Brother Zheng and Brother Tian speculated if he was a 2-character battle armor master. His strength now rivaled that of an 8-ring spirit master. With a determined expression, Wukong warned that if anything happened to his students, he wouldn't hesitate to seek revenge. A woman in the crowd couldn't help but admire his handsome features. Suddenly, a surge of spirit power caught everyone's attention, leaving them curious about his next move. His sister hurried over, urging him to think before acting impulsively. As Brother Zheng and Brother Tian observed from the sidelines, they were taken aback by the appearance of yet another individual in battle armor. His sister issued a strict command, instructing everyone to remain in their positions. Wukong, after much perseverance, finally achieved a breakthrough in the 7th ring. Overjoyed, his sister extended her congratulations to him. Wukong's attention then shifted toward Wulin and Gu Yue, who were trapped within the radiant golden cocoon. Swiftly descending towards Wulin, who lay helpless on the ground, he was joined by Gu Yue, who lowered beside him, filled with sorrow. Wukong requested that his sister, who possessed great healing abilities, assess their physical condition. It was expected that Wulin's injuries were fatal, and it seemed impossible for him to survive. However, against all odds, he managed to pull through, leaving her perplexed. On the other hand, Gu Yue's actions were truly remarkable, as she utilized her life force to ignite the light of life and heal Wulin with the power of light. Wukong then inquired about the potential long-term effects of the incident on them. His sister explained that it would depend on the extent of their recovery. She kindly offered her assistance in taking care of the 2 children until they fully regained their strength. Wukong expressed his gratitude. Carrying Wulin, they slowly made their way towards the exit of the Sky-Sea Stadium. Filled with fear, no one dared to make a move or attempt to stop them. The entire stadium fell into a peaceful silence. The man who resembled a king of ice and snow, and the boy who wielded a golden dragon claw, became a new legend in the hearts of all those present. 3 years passed, and Wulin and Z found themselves engaged in a lively conversation at the East Sea Science and Technology Park. Their destination was the Tang sect, but their current topic of discussion revolved around their speed. Wulin argued that Z excelled in short bursts of speed, while he was better at long-distance running. Z disagreed, prompting Wulin to propose settling the debate with a race from East Sea City to Sky Sea City. Z then asked if Wulin had accumulated sufficient contribution points for the challenge. Wulin was filled with confidence, knowing that it wouldn't be easy, but he had managed to save up enough. As they arrived at the Tang sect, the bot warmly welcomed them and recognized their hard work as students. Once authenticated, their stats appeared on the screen, displaying their ages, total contribution points, available points, level, spirit essences, spirit powers, and the type of their spirit powers. The Tang sect was divided into inner and outer gates. The outer gate consisted of 9 halls, with each level representing a different discipline. The inner gate, on the other hand, comprised 5 halls: Power Hall, Speed Hall, Defense Hall, Enforcement Hall, and Elder Hall. After completing their tasks, which involved refining 3,000 metal refinement first grade, Wulin earned 600 points. His available contribution points now totaled 8,463. With these points, he had the option to exchange them for spirit treasures. Among the choices were a 1,000-year dragon tendon and a 1,000-year sea dragon marrow. Wulin decided to exchange them, as he only needed a 1,000-year spirit item to break his second seal. He firmly believed that breaking the seal would greatly enhance his spirit essence. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the screen, congratulating Wulin for exchanging a total of 15,000 points. As a result, he had been promoted to 5th rank Outer Disciple. Z was amazed by his friend's progress and couldn't help but request Wulin to share some of his points with him in the future. Moving on to more serious matters, Xu Xiaoyan had been dedicating herself to intense practice lately, neglecting all other tasks. Her spirit power had reached 29, and she was determined to reach level 30 because it held great significance for a spirit master. Reaching this level would not only give her a spirit ring, but also an additional spirit soul. 3 years prior, Wukong rose to fame after his appearance. The students from Class 0 at East Sea Academy, who were once the center of attention, now paled in comparison to his aura. Although Class 0 had always existed, they had faded from the public eye. Meanwhile, at East Sea Academy, Teacher Wu was having a conversation with the dean in his office. The dean had requested him to teach the students, but Wu declined the offer. The dean thought he might be too anxious and tried to persuade him by mentioning that he was also from Shrek Academy and believed he could teach the students. However, Teacher Wu was not convinced. He explained that Shrek Academy only enrolled students once every 3 years, and since the students were already 13 years old, this was their only chance. Moreover, it was time for them to lay a solid foundation for their future, so he couldn't continue teaching them. The dean then asked Teacher Wu about the potential of these children in the future. With confidence, Teacher Wu replied that they would become battle armor masters. This response took aback the dean. Finally, the dean made one last request. He hoped that in the future, after the children became battle armor masters, they would return to East Sea Academy and give lectures to the new generation of students. Teacher Wu agreed to ensure this would happen. The dean then asked if Teacher Wu would continue teaching at the school, to which he firmly declined once again. At the Spirit Pagoda, Teacher Wu addressed his students. He announced that for their final exam, they must endure a full 24 hours on the Ascension platform amidst the chaos of the riots. Exiting early meant giving up on the chance to visit Shrek City. Wulin asked about potential rewards for surpassing the time limit. Teacher Wu confirmed that there was a reward, but it required staying in the core region or slightly beyond. He advised his students to choose their location wisely. Wulin then led his team as they set out on their mission. Encouraging his teammates, Wulin was hailed as their captain. Their confidence soared under his leadership. Over 3 years, everyone's mental power grew. Gu Yue's power broke through to 500, reaching the Spirit Sea Realm. Wulin's power, however, remained at 499, just shy of the Sea Realm. Xiaoyan possessed an extraordinary mental power that surpassed 400. She dedicated herself to reaching the same level as Wulin and Gu Yue. On the other hand, Zi's mental power was slightly weaker than the rest, but still exceeded 200. Suddenly, Wulin felt an eerie silence enveloping their surroundings. A sense of imminent danger washed over him, prompting him to instruct Gu Yue to investigate. Utilizing her mastery over the wind element, Gu Yue revealed to her teammates that 15 flame lions were lurking to their left. The revelation left them all in a state of shock. Wulin believed that playing it safe and going in the opposite direction was the best course of action. However, Z had a different perspective. He argued that if they wanted to improve, they needed to challenge themselves. Finding spirit beasts that could truly test them was difficult, so it was worth giving it a try. Wulin then asked Gu Yue if she shared the same opinion. Gu Yue agreed with Zi's statement. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, said she would follow whatever the captain decided. Reluctantly, Wulin accepted the plan. She assigned Gu Yue the task of surveillance. They would approach slowly and wait until nightfall before launching their attack. Wulin led the team forward, ready to confront the flame lions. As night fell, Wulin asked Gu Yue if she had discovered anything. Gu Yue informed her that another team had been drawn to the flame lions and was preparing to attack. Wulin ordered her team to stay put while she went to investigate. To her surprise, the other team had already killed one of the flame lions, and all their members had reached the 3rd spirit ring. Two of them even had purple third spirit rings, indicating their elite status as members of EC Academy. Wulin decided to observe their fighting style before making any further moves. There were a total of 16 flame lions in the group, one of which was already dead. Out of the 16, 4 had lived for thousands of years, posing a great threat to the Soul Sovereign team. Xiao Yan approached Wulin and asked if they should assist the other team. However, Wulin decided to observe a little longer. He knew that engaging in a direct battle with this group of flame lions would be risky, so it was better to wait for them to weaken before launching an attack. Returning to his teammates, they eagerly asked if he had come up with a plan. Wulin had indeed devised a plan and shared it with them. Z found the plan to be quite ruthless and asked if Gu Yue and Xiao Yan were also clear about it, to which they all confirmed their understanding. Wulin and Gu Yue would initiate the attack, while the rest would wait for an opportunity to strike the flame lions. Out of the 7 members of the other team, only 3 remained, with one of them severely injured. Wulin calculated that the other team wouldn't last much longer. Nonetheless, they displayed remarkable resilience. They continued devising strategies while battling the flame lions. One of the team members engaged in conversation with Brother Kun, feeling the strain of the situation and unsure of how much longer she could hold on. Brother Kun believed their luck was terrible, having encountered such a formidable group of flame lions right from the start. He directed his fellow teammate to flee first, assuring her that he would create a path for her escape. Once the female spirit master departed, only the strong young man and an agile battle spirit master remained. The battle spirit master, although thin, possessed remarkable flexibility. He cautioned Brother Kun to be careful. Suddenly, the flame lion changed its course and targeted the other master. Brother Kun swiftly instructed him to activate the distress signal. The flame lion charged towards him, its mouth gaping wide and its massive jaws poised to strike. He promptly pressed the distress signal. In the midst of the chaotic whirlwind, Brother Kun stood firm, a lone figure amidst the storm. He tightly grasped his staff, prepared to confront any obstacle that crossed his path. However, just as the tension reached its peak, a resounding command pierced through the air. It was time to take action. With great courage, Brother Kun faced the fiery creatures. Yet, amidst the chaos, an unexpected twist of fate caught him off guard. Vines slithered out, trapping one of the fearsome flame lions, causing confusion among their ranks. As the beasts defiantly roared, a new figure emerged, charging forward with unwavering resolve. It was Wulin, his presence commanding the respect and trust of his teammates. With a swift leap, he unleashed his power upon the enemy, striking down one of the mighty lions with a single decisive blow. Brother Kun could only watch in awe as Wulin's prowess unfolded before his eyes. With each strike, he marveled at the strength and skill of this enigmatic newcomer. And then, in a moment that defied belief, Wulin stood triumphant, having defeated the king of the flame lions with his bare fists. Brother Kun watched in awe as the dust settled, pondering the mysterious identity of the hero who emerged from the chaos. Following the death of their king, the flame lions grew even more furious. Suddenly, Gu Yue summoned a snowstorm that left the flame lions helpless on the ground. She then crafted an ice ball with a new technique. As the flame lions charged towards her, she unleashed the ice balls, clashing with a fireball launched by the flame lion. The collision echoed loudly. One of the ice balls hit the flame lion, causing it to roar in pain. As the standoff continued, the ice ball exploded into a flurry of ice cones, perfectly timed to pierce through the flame lions. Xiao Yan unleashed the Star Wheel ice chain, launching relentless attacks at the fiery beasts. Brother Kun couldn't help but be amazed by the unfolding events before him. Meanwhile, Brother Kun's team watched the action unfold through a live feed, but suddenly the picture vanished. Something was clearly wrong with their captain. Concerned, the team members gathered around him, asking how he had been teleported out. He had no clue, only remembering that a spirit master had helped him and warned him to be cautious. Undeterred, he boasted that it didn't matter anymore, as he had already avenged everyone by slaying the flame lions. In the forest, after the dust settled, Wulin and his teammates stood strong. Xiao Yan couldn't help but admire Wulin's cunning, especially when he had instructed Z to launch a surprise attack. She found it quite enjoyable. Z emphasized that the Ascension platform was not the real world, and the opportunity to reach the riot stage was incredibly rare and shouldn't be wasted. Wulin congratulated his team members for their hard work and urged them to take a moment to rest and replenish their spirit powers. Their next task was to absorb the spirit force of the defeated flame lions. Wulin couldn't help but worry about Gu Yue's ability to absorb the spirit force of the 1,000-year flame lions. He decided to inquire about it, wanting to make sure she would be all right. Gu Yue, on the other hand, seemed confident in herself. With 3 spirit rings to her name, she believed that dividing the power among them wouldn't have a significant impact. 3 years ago, Wulin suffered a serious injury, and Gu Yue selflessly sacrificed her life force to save him. Once he had recovered, he noticed a slight change in her attitude towards him. She seemed more distant, no longer as close as they used to be. It was as if joining the spirit pagoda had created a divide between them. Wulin and the others felt a sense of separation from her, as she rarely went out with them anymore. Meanwhile, Z was overjoyed by the restoration of their spirit power. He couldn't contain his excitement as he congratulated Wulin, their captain, on the effectiveness of his blue-silver grass spike formation. Although it may not have had the strongest attack power, its high-frequency shock paralysis effect made it a formidable crowd control technique. Wulin, in turn, praised Xiaoyan's starlight chain, amazed by its capabilities. Suddenly, Wulin's senses tingled, alerting him to an impending danger. Colossal baboons emerged from the trees above, charging towards Gu Yue. In response, Wulin swiftly unleashed his controlling crane, capturing dragon technique to protect her. Wulin swiftly defeated the ape spirit beast by utilizing the controlling crane, capturing dragon technique. They estimated the beast to be around the 100-year rank. 10 hours later, they observed the sunrise from a distance. Wulin advised everyone to take a break to conserve their energy. As the sky brightened, Wulin focused on cultivating the purple demon eye. By afternoon, 24 hours had passed since they entered the ascension platform, marking the end of their final exam. Despite it being an elementary-level platform, they remained vigilant as danger still loomed. Wulin emphasized the importance of caution and rest before they ventured deeper into the forest at top speed. When the time came, Gu Yue warned the team about the dense trees obstructing their view. She asked Wulin if heading deeper could lead them directly to the middle-level ascension platform. Uncertain, Wulin explained that different levels of ascension platforms were interconnected, and crossing into a higher level would bring them face-to-face with a formidable spirit beast. They decided to test if they could access the intermediate platform directly, with Gu Yue insisting on giving it a try. Wulin asked Z if he still recalled the moment they stepped foot into the ascension platform during the riot period. Z's memory served him well, as it was during that time when Wulin experienced his first spirit soul evolution. As they continued their conversation while venturing through the forest, Gu Yue suddenly noticed something peculiar. The thick fog obstructed their view, making it difficult to discern what it was. Curiosity got the better of him, and Wulin encouraged Gu Yue to test it out with a fireball. With a flick of her wrist, the fireball soared through the air, revealing a sight that left them dumbfounded. Before them stood an enormous bear, none other than the dark golden dread claw bear. Known for their formidable attack power, defense, and speed, these spirit beasts were always a force to be reckoned with. They were on par with dragons, instilling fear in the hearts of those who encountered them. The colossal bear loomed before Wulin and his team, its sheer size making them seem like mere insects beneath its feet. Wulin swiftly devised a plan, suggesting that he confront the bear head-on, while his teammates provided support from behind. If things took a turn for the worse, they would retreat immediately. Gu Yue cautioned Wulin, while Z couldn't ignore the fact that Wulin had always been the one to face danger head-on. This time, however, he couldn't stand by and let him do it alone any longer. Determined to stand by his captain, Z joined the fight. Xiaoyan, too, was eager to assist her captain. Class 0 had encountered their most formidable adversary yet. The bear let out a thunderous roar, effortlessly blocking their attacks with its massive body. Wulin felt a surge of shock, but he refused to waver. As the bear launched its onslaught, everyone held their breath, unsure if Wulin could emerge victorious. The air was filled with explosive sounds and heavy thuds, but Wulin remained resolute, determined to conquer the bear. Z's frustration boiled over as he sought to confront the bear. Utilizing the power of the light dragon clone, he leaped towards the bear in an attempt to strike, but the bear swiftly fought back. Caught off guard in midair, Z was defenseless against the bear's counterattack, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Wulin hurried to aid his fallen comrade while Xiaoyan implored her teammates to create a distraction. With a swift move, she unleashed the element fusion technique as Wulin leaped into action against the bear. Seizing the opportunity, Wulin commanded Gu Yue to summon the ice clone to assist in the battle. Wulin skillfully maneuvered onto the bear's back with the help of the ice clone. Despite the bear's tough skull, he attempted to kick it, only to be met with resistance. The bear sensed his presence and swiftly turned around to retaliate. Thinking quickly, Wulin utilized the blue-silver grass to strangle the bear while simultaneously tripping it. Focusing on the bear's neck as its weak spot, he prepared to deliver the final blow with his golden dragon claw. However, an explosion sent Wulin crashing to the ground, coughing up blood and pain. As he gathered himself, he was shocked to find the bear looming over him, ready to strike. Z sprang to his feet, immediately noticing his captain's need for help. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, positioning himself between Wulin and the bear. With a heavy heart, he called out to Wulin for assistance. The bear viciously attacked, causing Z's blood to splatter on Wulin's coat and face. Enraged, Wu Lin sought revenge for Z, quickly instructing Gu Yue to provide cover. Gu Yue swiftly unleashed the elemental lock chain, restraining the bear in place. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Lin leaped into the air once more, striking the bear with his golden dragon claw. To his surprise, the bear remained unscathed. Doubt crept into Wu Lin's mind as he questioned the effectiveness of his golden dragon claw. With a roar, the bear broke free from the chains, injuring Gu Yue in the process. Xiao Yan rushed to Gu Yue's aid, holding her close as Wu Lin anxiously inquired about her well-being. Despite his concern, Gu Yue remained silent, prompting Wu Lin to direct his fury towards the bear. With a powerful leap, Wu Lin soared through the sky, his gleaming golden dragon claws catching the sunlight as he descended upon the colossal bear. With a swift and precise movement, he drove his claws deep into the bear's skull, causing a thunderous roar of pain that echoed through the entire landscape. The ground quivered beneath them as the bear unleashed a seismic attack, sending shockwaves rippling through the earth. However, Wu Lin remained steadfast as he braved the storm of the bear's wrath. As the dust settled and the smoke cleared, it was Wu Lin who emerged victorious, standing triumphantly atop the defeated bear with an aura of dominance. Wu Lin then asked about Gu Yue's well-being. Xiao Yan then informed him that Gu Yue had suffered a serious internal injury after using the element chain and was shattered. However, Gu Yue insisted that she was fine. Xiao Yan then helped Gu Yue stand up, and they decided to return quickly. Suddenly, they spotted a gleaming object hidden in the bushes. Wu Lin instructed everyone to stay still while he went to investigate. They urged him to be cautious. After retrieving the object, he returned, and they eagerly asked what it was. Wu Lin had no clue, so he showed it to them. To their surprise, Gu Yue recognized it as a spirit bone, leaving Wu Lin intrigued. Wu Lin pondered the existence of a spirit bone and the virtual nature of the Ascension platform. Gu Yue chimed in, explaining that the Ascension platform was not entirely virtual, as they could absorb spirit force within it. Each level of the platform had a guardian, whether it was beginner, intermediate, or advanced. The appearance of the spirit bone indicated that the spirit beast they had just defeated was a guardian of the platform. These guardians were formidable creatures, and defeating them rewarded the victor with the spirit bones. However, the spirit bones could not be taken out of the platform. Wu Lin couldn't ignore the fact that he hadn't slain the dark gold Dreadclaw bear alone. There were 3 others with him. Unfortunately, their attributes didn't align with the bear's, and forcibly merging with it would have negative consequences. Only Wu Lin's physical strength was compatible. He wondered if fusing with the spirit bone would be redundant since he already possessed the golden dragon claws. Gu Yue assured him that it would enhance his claws even further. Convinced, Wu Lin initiated the fusion process. Assuming a meditative stance, he held the spirit bone in his hand. Gradually, the bone began to levitate. Wu Lin released the blue-silver grass from his palm, which wrapped around the bone and merged with it. The fusion was now complete. As the fusion came to an end, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation, yet everything around remained the same. When Wu Lin decided to test out his newfound strength with a punch, power surged through his arm. He felt a modest increase of around 20%, which caused him to question the effectiveness of the spirit bone. Determined, Wu Lin unleashed his golden dragon claw, hoping for a more significant result. However, he was met with disappointment as he noticed no visible change, making the spirit bone appear ineffective. Gu Yue suggested that perhaps Wu Lin's powerful bloodline had already absorbed the essence of the spirit bone entirely. Just as frustration began to set in, a glimmer of hope emerged. A faint dark golden aura flickered on the golden dragon claws. Suddenly, Wu Lin had a breakthrough as he understood how to unlock its true potential. Channeling his soul energy into the claws, he felt the primal force of his bloodline flowing towards his right palm. With an exquisite swing, he attempted to harness the amplified power, yet it continued to elude him. A feeling of unearthly weariness enveloped him. Encouraged by Gu Yue and bolstered by Xiao Yuan's spirit skill, Wu Lin seized the chance to test his golden dragon claw once again. Gathering every ounce of his strength, he leaped into the air, his strikes colliding with the dragon in a breathtaking display. Shu was astonished when the golden dragon claw unexpectedly transformed into a 3-foot-long dark golden blade. The increased attack range of the golden dragon brought relief to their worries. Wu Lin proudly named it the Golden Dragon Dreadclaw, earning congratulations from Gu Yue. Despite its strong attack power, it drained a significant amount of spirit power, limiting its use to just 2 or 3 times in battle. Wu Lin remained hopeful that as his cultivation level increased, the Golden Dragon Dreadclaw would grow even more powerful. He dreamed of reaching the attack distance of the dark golden dire claw bear. Afterward, he decided to go home and check on Z. Wu Lin was relieved to discover that he was still in good health. Z, on the other hand, grumbled about why everyone kept saying he was fine when he couldn't stop shivering. He then questioned whether they had defeated the spirit beast. Wulin confirmed that they had, explaining that it was to avenge him. Concerned for his well-being, they decided to return to check on him. Wulin also mentioned that they had obtained a spirit bone from the dark golden dire claw bear. Z was impressed and insisted that Wulin owed him, demanding repayment. Teacher Wu then approached and announced that they had all passed the final exam. Excitement filled the air as he revealed that they were now eligible to attend the prestigious Shrek Academy. In another location, a servant respectfully approached his master, addressing him as Lord, and delivered the news that everything had been fully integrated. He presented a document summarizing the updates from all parties and requested his master to review it. Soon after, a bit of chaos ensued. Meanwhile, Wulin and his companions boarded a train and made their way to the Forging Association in East Sea City. Wulin's teacher extended his best wishes for his future at Shrek Academy, encouraging him to continue practicing forging every day. He also reminded Wulin to inform him once he got accepted into the academy. With Wulin's cultivation base breaking through the third ring, it signified his growth, and his teacher had already made arrangements for his future studies. Before departing, his teacher allowed him to bid farewell to his sister, who was deeply saddened by his departure. Wulin decided to visit her later that night, hoping to mend any hurt feelings. Upon sneaking in through the window, he encountered his sister's friend, who expressed concern over the risky move. Curious about his sister's well-being, he learned that she had been feeling quite down lately. She proceeded to explain that his sister was extremely unhappy because she believed that Wulin would pass the exam. Consequently, she decided to accompany him to his sister. As they strolled along, they continued their conversation. Wulin then expressed his sadness at the thought of not being able to run with her anymore. In response, she admitted that she would miss him too. However, she requested that he remember to visit them frequently. Eventually, they arrived at Mushi's room. Her friend opted not to enter and asked Wulin not to disclose that she had brought him. Wulin then realized that the door was ajar. Without hesitation, he entered and was met with his sister's anger as she questioned his presence. She believed that he should have already been at Shrek Academy by that time. Wulin informed her that he had come to bid his farewells, but his sister refused to see him. Wulin reassured her that even if he passed the exam, he would continue to study diligently and return to visit her during the holidays. He expressed his gratitude for everything she had done for him and declared his intention to depart. Later that day, his sister pleaded with their father to keep him, but their father believed that it was his destiny and they could not impede his path. He was at the Sea of the Stars. As they made their way toward Shrek City, Wulin found himself lost in deep contemplation. Teacher Wu noticed his pensive state and inquired about his thoughts, but the cacophony of voices in Wulin's mind made it difficult for him to focus. Nevertheless, he responded that he wasn't thinking about anything when, in reality, he couldn't bear the idea of leaving East Sea City behind. The words of teacher Meng Tian echoed in his mind, reminding him that his parents might have ventured into larger cities. Shrek City, being one of those big cities, held a glimmer of hope for Wulin. He yearned to find his parents there, and the uncertainty of their whereabouts weighed heavily on his heart, leaving his face etched with sorrow. However, his resolve to locate the Millennium Azure-Veined Vine burned brightly within him. With 3 other spirit items of its kind already discovered, Wulin knew that once he unlocked the second seal, his strength would undoubtedly soar. And when that time came, he would be more confident in his abilities and have a greater chance of being accepted into Shrek Academy. Soon, their arrival at Shrek City was announced. Shrek City was not only home to the renowned Shrek Academy, but it also held great political and economic importance within the Federation. In fact, it was the only city on the mainland that could rival the federal headquarters in terms of its significance. Curious about their destination, the students turned to Teacher Wu for answers. He explained that their first task was to find a motel for accommodation. Once settled, Wulin approached Teacher Wu and expressed his desire to attend the auction. However, Teacher Wu informed him that the auctions were held at night. Nevertheless, he assured Wulin that there were numerous reputable auction houses in Shrek City, and he would assist him in finding whatever he was searching for. Teacher Wu then inquired about Wulin's bloodline power and the 4 spirit items. He wanted to confirm if combining them would initiate the mutation process. Wulin confidently affirmed this, leaving Teacher Wu with little to say. He assured Wulin that they would depart in the evening, ready to embark on their next adventure. When they arrived at the auction, Wulin was immediately struck by the luxury of the place. It exudes luxury from every corner. They were greeted by a gracious lady who led them inside. Curious about their intentions, she asked how she could assist them. Wang Jiao wasted no time and requested the list of available items. The lady, eager to help, inquired about their specific interests. Without hesitation, they expressed their desire to see the spirit items and the azure-veined vine. The lady promptly presented them with the requested items. The quality of the vine was categorized into 3 grades, top, middle, and low. Each grade had a different price tag. Wu Lin was left in awe. He had finally found the missing piece he had been searching for. Its value was immeasurable to him. It held the key to unlocking the second seal. Although uncertain of the consequences, he knew he had to obtain it. Teacher Wu then asked about the auction date for the azure-veined vine. He was informed that it would take place in 3 days. However, if he wanted a top-grade vine, the price would increase by approximately 20%. To determine the final price, they would need to consult with the auctioneer. Teacher Wu turned to Wu Lin for his opinion. Wu Lin felt that the 20% increase was quite steep, considering the estimated price of the vine was 5 million coins. With the increase, it would amount to 6 million coins. He advised Teacher Wu to wait for the auction. Teacher Wu agreed, and they made their way back home. Later that night, Wu Lin found himself wide awake, unable to sleep. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the upcoming Shrek Academy exam, which was just a week away. He devised a strategy. If he could acquire the azure-veined vine within the next 3 days, he would have 4 precious days to prepare before the exam. Not only was his physical condition at its peak, but he also knew that opening the second seal would require some time. Determined, Wu Lin decided to spend the next 3 days practicing at the inn. After 3 days of intense preparation, Wu Lin and his teacher returned to the auction. The moment he had been eagerly waiting for had finally arrived, the auctioning of the azure-veined vine. The bidding started at 3 million Federation coins, with each subsequent bid required to be at least 1,000 Federation coins higher. Wu Lin was filled with anticipation as he made his move, placing a bid of 3.1 million. However, he soon realized that he was not the only one interested in this rare item. The bidding quickly escalated, with others making increasingly higher bids. Wu Lin grew anxious as he noticed the price rising rapidly, fearing that it might exceed 5 million. Seeking guidance, he turned to Teacher Wu for advice. However, Teacher Wu left the decision in Wu Lin's hands, reminding him that ultimately it was his choice. Wu Lin regretted not purchasing it earlier, realizing the gravity of the situation. As the bidding continued, the price soared into the millions. Wu Lin felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, shocked by the escalating bids. He knew that if this continued, he might not be able to afford it. Frustration and determination welled up within him, and he made up his mind. He had to secure the azure-veined vine at any cost. Taking a deep breath, he placed a bid of 7.3 million. To his relief, no one could surpass his bid, and the azure-veined vine was finally sold to him. Wu Lin couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and apprehension. He had indeed spent a significant amount of money, but he knew it was a necessary investment in his future. Teacher Wu, recognizing the weight of the situation, instructed Wu Lin that it was time to leave the auction. Teacher Wu stated that he had 2 options. One could go back and improve the power of the bloodline immediately, but if it took too long, it would delay his exam. The second option was to take the exam directly without improving the power of the bloodline. Wu Lin had difficulties choosing and asked for Teacher Wu's advice. He inquired if he could get into Shrek Academy directly, but Teacher Wu found this hard to tell. According to Teacher Wu, Wu Lin had grown up. The money was his, and it was his business to decide. Wu Lin, upon further consideration, chose to increase his bloodline first. The 4 spirit treasures lay before him, ready for his use. He then began meditating. He began conversing with his guide, who referred to him as Old Tang, and inquired if he had found all the 4 spirit treasures. Wu Lin, with a smile etched upon his face, replied affirmatively. His guide then instructed him to get ready, for the absorption method of these 4 spiritual treasures would be different from the previous ones. The 1,000-year dragon-scale fruit was to be taken directly, while the other 3 were to be combined, crushed, and turned into juice. The juice was to be poured into a cylinder of hot water, and Wu Lin was to soak in the hot water for meditation. After he prepared the water, he was to take the juice simultaneously. Both events were to happen at the same time. His guide then reminded him that he had to adjust his body for the best condition. Wu Lin, with a determined look on his face, replied that he had understood the terms and conditions. He then woke up, and he was ready to start. He informed Teacher Wu that he would take the dragon-scale fruit directly, and as for the 3 spirit treasures, he requested that he help him make the juice and pour it into the hot water. He needed to meditate in that hot water to increase the power of his bloodline. Teacher Wu assisted him in preparing the hot water, and his teacher began the process of fusing the spirit treasures. Wu Lin's attention was drawn to the hot water as it transformed into a vibrant cayenne hue. The original 1,000-year land dragon tendon, which measured at least 5 meters, had undergone compression to achieve its current state. Normally, it would require 3 days and 3 nights of high-temperature steaming to soften it before adding the medicine. However, Wu Lin desired to turn it into juice, prompting Teacher Wu to employ unconventional methods using the Tangsek skill. Wu Lin marveled at his spirit power, observing how the land dragon tendon spun faster and faster, revealing its unexpected versatility. He also noticed the water's temperature rising and its color turning into a deep shade of green. After all the preparations were completed, it was finally time to start. Tuang Wulin kicked things off by grabbing the dragon scale fruit and immersing himself in the scalding hot water. The heat was unbearable. Teacher Wu advised him to return to the tub and use his strength to regulate the temperature. He was instructed to submerge his entire body in the water, while keeping only his head above the surface. However, the water was so hot that it was almost impossible to soak his entire body, making him feel like he was being cooked alive. He grimaced in pain, letting out sorrowful moans. Concerned, Teacher Wu wondered if he was okay and felt guilty about the situation. As his agony increased, Teacher Wu had to step in to assist him. Suddenly, he calmed down and shut his eyes. A golden aura enveloped his body, leaving Teacher Wu in awe of his powerful bloodline. His qi and bloodline were so robust that they emitted energy fluctuations. It was truly remarkable. The next day, Zhang Kong arranged a meeting with Shun Yi. Shun Yi informed him that the exam was scheduled for the following day and asked about his students' readiness. This was precisely why Zhang Kong had called the meeting. One of his students was in deep meditation, and he was unsure when he would awaken. He requested a postponement of the exam for a few days, but unfortunately, this was against the school's regulations. Shun Yi suggested letting the other students take the exam first, but Zhang Kong had no other options. Back at the inn, members of Class Zero's team disagreed with this plan. Z pointed out that Wulin had been eagerly anticipating the exam, and missing it would be a huge disappointment for him. Xiaoyan agreed. Gui Yue then approached Teacher Shen and offered to take Wulin's place in the exam. She was willing to sacrifice her chance to allow Wulin to participate. She believed in his abilities, and was confident that if she could pass the exam, then Wulin could too. Shun Yi gently reminded her that Shrek Academy was her desired destination, but the exam was no laughing matter. With her exceptional qualifications, she had a good chance of being accepted. Shun Yi advised her to make a wise decision, but Gu Yue defiantly declared that if Wulin couldn't take the exam, then she wouldn't participate either. Shun Yi grew concerned and urged Zhang Kong not to hold up the other students because of one person, as they were all outstanding. Zhang Kong reassured everyone, instructing them to remain calm and not worry, as he would handle the situation. He told them to go back and rest. Z then questioned Xiaoyan, asking if Shrek Academy was more important than their captain. According to Z, their captain held greater importance, and if he couldn't take the exam, then he wouldn't either. Teacher Wu stood motionless, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he turned to Shun Yi and requested her assistance in returning to the school. He understood what his students desired, and he couldn't trade his dignity for their future. He knew what he had to do. With Shun Yi by his side, he decided to go back to the school and apologize. Shrek Academy stood as the premier institution across the continent, attracting aspiring individuals from far and wide. With the establishment of the Spirit Pagoda, the visionary Huo Yuhao of the first generation proposed the school's expansion. This led to the rise of Shrek City as the largest city on the mainland with Shrek Academy at its heart. Aspiring spirit masters sought to enter the academy, but only a select few could pass the rigorous entrance exam. Every 3 years, Shrek Academy welcomed 200 new students, yet only 50 were deemed worthy of joining the inner courtyard. The Dean of Sky Sea Academy, Long Huantian, held these students in high regard, recognizing their exceptional talent. Graduates of Shrek Academy were considered the cream of the crop, sought after by prestigious organizations with exclusive agreements. The inner courtyard students were trained to become battle armor masters, with strict requirements for admission. Candidates had to be nominated by major cities, be under 25 years old, and possess a spirit power cultivation base of at least rank 35. The primary requirement was to possess the qualities of a monster. This rule was established 2 millennia ago when Shrek Academy was founded, making it clear that only monsters were welcome, not regular individuals. As Shun Yi and Wu neared the entrance of Shrek Academy, a strong sense of nostalgia filled the air, blending with the fading light of the evening sun. Wu's expression was a mix of emotions, his eyes fixed on the golden gates with a yearning that seemed to surpass time itself. With his hands deep in his pockets, he stood there, lost in thought. Watching his friend's silent contemplation, Shun Yi couldn't help but wonder about the memories flooding Wu's mind. What was going through his head as he stood there, his face illuminated by the warm glow of the setting sun? Interrupting the solemn moment, Shun Yi gently nudged Wu, bringing him back to reality. It was time to enter. As they walked on, Shun Yi shared with him that the teacher had been constantly thinking about him. She expressed her joy that Wu was willing to accompany him back. Along the way, they encountered some guards, and Shun Yi introduced Wu as her friend. She then informed them about the access order she had obtained. Initially, the order was intended for her female disciple, but unexpectedly, Wu was now using it. Shun Yi continually kept a watchful eye on Wu from a distance, clearly concerned about him. Wu, on the other hand, found himself reminiscing about his past life. He used to be an optimistic and cheerful young boy, but now he had grown into a young man. Ever since the girl left, his smile had vanished, and he had secluded himself in a remote place in East Sea City for many years. He had never returned. At times, Shun Yi felt as if Wu Zhangkong's soul had disappeared, and the only reason he was still alive was because of the promise he had made to that girl. It was their names combined that formed the name of the battle armor. Finally, Wu had decided to take on students, and Shun Yi was genuinely happy for him. Besides that girl, there was now something else that held a special place in his heart. Suddenly, Wu halted and inquired about their teacher's whereabouts. Shun Yi informed him that the teacher was in the inner courtyard. The inner courtyard held great significance to Wu, and he had put in countless efforts for it, as well as because of it. Surprisingly, there were no guards stationed at the entrance of the inner courtyard. Shun Yi continued to address Wu as brother, which offended him. He made it clear that he was not her brother, and requested her to refrain from using that term, as their teacher would punish her if he heard. However, Shun Yi persisted in calling him brother and assured him that she would fetch the teacher. In response, Wu stopped in his tracks, lowered, and instructed Shun Yi to go ahead while he waited for her. Wu had returned after 13 long years. Back then, he was impulsive and proud, but now, after all this time, he had gained a deeper understanding. He pondered if there was a way to make amends for the past. Shun Yi appeared, addressing Wu as a senior brother. Curious, Wu asked about the teacher's words, only to be told that he was not welcome. Grateful for the information, Wu accepted it gracefully. The teacher had instructed Shun Yi to ensure Wu remained lowered, not allowing him to stand for even a moment. Yet in a sudden turn of events, the teacher's face lit up with joy, impossible to conceal. Shun Yi was certain that the teacher still cared deeply for Wu. She vowed to go and convince him, knowing he would ultimately forgive Wu. Wu was filled with gratitude. He understood he had no right to seek forgiveness from the teacher, but he had to do it for the sake of his students. They truly needed his guidance. Meanwhile, back at the motel, Z noticed the approaching dawn with no sign of Mr. Wu's return. Gu Yue advised him to wait a bit longer. Feeling hungry, Z asked Gu Yue and Xiaoyan to watch over the captain while he grabbed breakfast. Xiaoyan requested bread, jam, yogurt, and 2 fried eggs, while Gu Yue wanted meat, steamed buns, juice, yogurt, and some snacks. After Z left, someone entered the room, making Xiaoyan think it was Mr. Wu, but it turned out to be Miss Shen. She reassured them that Mr. Wu was safe and assisting with the postponed academy exam. Although the exam would be more challenging due to the delay, it also presented an opportunity for them. Once their captain woke up, the exam would take place. Xiaoyan was thrilled with this plan. Wu Lin continued his meditation in the bathtub, engaging in a conversation with his guide. Old Tang praised him for his progress and asked about his well-being, to which Wu Lin responded positively. The process of lifting the seal this time was not as painful as before, which his guide confirmed. Old Tang explained how Wu Lin's physical strength and spirit power had significantly improved over the years, especially after compressing his spirit power. Wu Lin's cultivation methods focused on strengthening his body and enhancing the endurance of his meridians. Anticipation grew as his guide hinted at a surprise after lifting the second seal. Although there was indeed a surprise, Old Tang advised Wu Lin to focus on the challenges that would come with lifting the third seal. Wu Lin dismissed the idea, confident that he had plenty of time to prepare before reaching 20 years old. He made a mistake because, in reality, the third seal needed to be lifted before Wu Lin reached the age of 16. This meant he had only 3 years to get ready. Wu Lin then inquired if this meant the time between each seal being released would become shorter. His guide confirmed this, explaining that the interval would decrease with each release. Wu Lin then asked how short the interval would be between lifting 2 seals in the future. His guide revealed that it would be reduced by 3 months each time a seal was lifted. Once all 9 seals were lifted, 1 seal would need to be released every year. Old Tang promised to inform him of the spirit treasure requirements for the next seal lifting and advised him to focus on increasing his cultivation and physical strength in the next 3 years to make lifting the seal easier. If he weren't adequately prepared, he would face a challenge. With that, Old Tang departed, leaving Wu Lin with lingering questions. Wu Lin awoke, his mind filled with uncertainty. He examined his body, searching for any signs of abnormality, but found none. However, hunger gnawed at his stomach, reminding him of his physical needs. As he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror, a sense of pride washed over him. He had successfully lifted the second seal, a feat he had been striving for. Yet he knew he had to push himself even harder in the future. The question lingered in his mind. Were his friends and teammates still waiting for him? Opening the door, he was greeted with a heartwarming sight. All his friends and team members had gathered in the living room, patiently awaiting his awakening. The joy in their eyes mirrored his elation. They were genuinely happy that he had finally regained consciousness. However, Wulin's mind was preoccupied with the upcoming exam. He wondered if there was still enough time to take it. Z shattered his hopes with a disheartening revelation. They were already too late. Shock washed over Wulin as he processed the news. Just as despair began to settle in, Shengyi intervened, urging them to hurry. She introduced herself as a friend of Teacher Wu from the prestigious Shrek Academy. With a sense of urgency, they made their way to the exam site, knowing they were already hours behind schedule. Wulin couldn't help but blame himself for their predicament. The weight of his self-doubt burdened him. However, Gu Yue, ever thoughtful, offered him some food to ease his troubled mind. They swiftly piled into the car, with Z taking the front seat. Xiaoyan informed Teacher Shen that they were ready, and with lightning speed, they embarked on their journey. Sitting in the back seat, Wulin found solace in the act of eating. It provided a temporary distraction from the overwhelming emotions that consumed him. Gu Yue handed him a drink, and Wulin expressed his gratitude. Z couldn't help but feel envious, thinking that Gu Yue was trying to get closer to Wulin. Upon their arrival at Shrek Academy, Shen Yi informed them that due to their delay, their exam might be more challenging. Additionally, if they were accepted into the school, they would have to work while studying. This meant that they would have to cover all their expenses. Z remained confident, trusting in their captain's ability to support them financially. However, Shen Yi clarified that it wasn't about money, but about working for the academy to offset tuition fees. They soon reached Spirit Ice Square, named after the legendary Spirit Ice Duoluo, Huo Yuhao, who was a renowned spirit pagoda master and the master of the Sea Lord Pavilion at Shrek Academy. Wulin was captivated by his story. Shun Yi promised they would learn more about him later and led them into the teaching building. Wulin couldn't help but admire the sculpture, aspiring to be as great as Huo Yuhao one day. As they continued their journey, Shun Yi revealed the name of the building, Shrek Towers. The walls were adorned with magnificent murals depicting the significant events that had unfolded over the past 20,000 years since the establishment of Shrek Academy. Wulin couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence as if they were embarking on a sacred pilgrimage. The thought of staying in such a remarkable place filled him with a desire for an unforgettable experience, one that he wished to share with his friends. Curiosity piqued, Xiaoyan inquired about the purpose of the round hall, while Z noticed the murals adorning the dome. Suddenly, Shun Yi vanished from sight. The first test had begun, and it was time for them to showcase their abilities. Wulin observed that the murals held a strange power. In a surprising turn of events, Z collapsed, but Wulin swiftly caught him, offering words of encouragement. Bewildered, Z questioned what had transpired. Realizing that they were in the midst of their examination, Wulin urged everyone to remain vigilant. Teacher Shen Yi was nowhere to be found, further confirming their suspicions. The tension in the air grew. Suddenly, a golden-eyed black dragon king charged towards them, prompting Wulin to confront it head-on bravely. Unleashing his golden dragon claw, he stood resolute, unaffected by the dragon's assault. His gaze locked fiercely with the dragon. However, before the battle could escalate, an older man joined the fray. He sensed the potential of hidden power within Wulin, a power that resembled that of a little monster. Throughout the years, he had never encountered a child who possessed the courage to face a majestic black dragon king, with golden eyes emanating its powerful aura. The initial test had concluded, and Shun Yi requested the older man, Old Li, to assign ratings for their performance. Old Li awarded Wulin a perfect score, while the other three received 8 points each, as he believed luck played a role in one's strength. Wulin couldn't help but feel elated. Old Li found him to be extraordinary, and had faith that he would become a formidable weapon in the future. With that, Old Li took his leave. Shun Yi then revealed that the examination consisted of multiple levels, with a maximum score of 10 points for each level and a minimum requirement of 6 points to pass. The final score would be calculated after completing all the levels. She instructed them to follow her to the next examination room. Z, feeling confident, remarked that the exam seemed easy, prompting Gu Yue to tease him playfully about his recent fainting episode. Suddenly, the lights went out, leaving Z wondering about their current whereabouts. As the second test began, Wulin warned his team to stay alert as he sensed something unusual. Suddenly, a space distortion occurred, transporting them to the arena where a massive rhino appeared. Wulin quickly strategized, directing Gu Yue and Xiaoyan to attack from behind, while Z distracted it from the sides. Despite using his blue and silver spikes, the rhino remained unharmed and charged towards Wulin. With a powerful punch, he managed to strike its nose, but it continued its relentless advance. Z launched an attack with the light dragon storm, striking the rhino. However, the rhino remained unharmed and stared back at him fiercely. Z was taken aback. Concerned about his well-being, Wulin asked Z to be cautious and warned him about the rhino's change in position. Without hesitation, the rhino charged towards them. Wulin bravely declared his readiness to face the beast head-on, unleashing his golden dragon claw. The rhino, with a menacing glare, was met with a powerful strike from Wulin. The resulting explosion sent Wulin flying, realizing the rhino's terrifying strength. However, he managed to withstand the attack thanks to the golden aura fortifying his body. When Wulin's golden aura surged, Z marveled at his captain's incredible abilities. With a burst of speed, Wulin charged at the rhino, with Xiaoyan assisting by immobilizing the beast with her Star Wheel ice staff. Now it was up to Wulin to finish the battle. Wulin leaped, and his golden dragon claw gleamed in the sunlight as he clenched his fists. With incredible speed, he soared towards the charging rhino, delivering a devastating punch that sent it crashing to the ground. Z watched in awe as Wulin effortlessly defeated the beast with just one strike. The rhino lay helpless on the ground, defeated by Wulin's newfound strength. Curiosity filled Z's mind as he wondered what Wulin had been doing in the past few days. It was astonishing how much his strength had improved in such a short period. Wulin revealed that his bloodline had once again mutated, granting him incredible power. Breaking the second seal had brought him numerous benefits, including a mysterious golden spirit ring that amplified his chi and blood. Not only that, but the golden dragon claw now consumed less of his spirit power and possessed even greater strength. As they marveled at Wulin's newfound abilities, a rumbling sound echoed from his belly. Z couldn't help but wonder why, considering they had just finished eating. Xiaoyan chimed in, acknowledging their captain's extraordinary appetite. Suddenly, darkness enveloped them once again, a familiar occurrence in the advanced examination room of Shrek Academy. Here, one could seamlessly transition between the real world and the illusionary world without any equipment. In the second level of the entrance exam, known as the Beast Arena, candidates were tasked with surviving for at least 1 minute under the relentless attacks of a spirit beast. Those who managed to harm the beast would earn extra points. Wulin and his team emerged triumphant from the arena. Shun Yi made the announcement, revealing the results. Wulin and Z received 10 points each. Gu Yue scored 8, and Xiaoyan scored 10 points. Wulin was amazed at how well they had performed. Z then took charge and instructed the group to follow her. She believed that these kids truly embodied Shrek's motto of being little monsters. Wulin felt a sense of pride for his senior brother, knowing that he had provided them with valuable combat experience. Finally, they reached the location for their third trial, which aimed to test their adaptability to new environments. With only 1 minute to prepare, they would have to pass through all the gates once Shen Yi signaled the start of the trial. There were a total of 6 gates, and if someone managed to finish within 30 seconds, they would earn 6 points. Additionally, for every 3 seconds they finished early, they would receive an extra point, but for every 3 seconds they were late, they would lose a point. With the guillotines ready to be raised, she announced that the 1-minute countdown was about to start. Z felt confident in this challenge, as it was his area of expertise, but Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel a little scared. Wulin asked Gu Yue to test the power of the guillotine blades, which were capable of producing around 3,000 kilograms of force with each descent. Gu Yue quickly devised a plan and assured Wulin that she would protect Xiaoyan. Wulin, with his immense physical strength, would carry Xiaoyan on his back, while Z would follow closely behind. Gu Yue was confident that her plan would succeed. However, Z couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the plan. Suddenly, the countdown began, and Wulin realized that time was running out. He urgently instructed Gu Yue to get on his back quickly. The trial commenced, and Wulin encouraged his teammates to move swiftly. Z and Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. Leading the way, Z and Xiaoyan took the front while Wulin and Gu Yue followed closely behind. Suddenly, a guillotine blade dropped on Gu Yue and Wulin. Shen Yi, Z, and Xiaoyan were all concerned. Wulin, using his golden dragon claw, held the blade in place, questioning its weight of 3,000 kilograms. Shen Yi was impressed. With all his strength, he lifted the blade so that he and Gu Yue could pass through. Shen Yi was puzzled by this feat. Catching up with Z and Xiaoyan, Z admired Wulin's incredible physical prowess and wondered if he was human. Wulin had yet to face the full force of the guillotine blades. As they continued forward, Shen Yi marveled at how easily Wulin faced the daunting obstacles. Wulin and his golden dragon claw made light work of the menacing blades. Completing the trial in just 14 seconds, they all earned 10 points. Shen Yi instructed them to follow her to the next challenge. She couldn't understand why Gu Yue was still on Wulin's back after the trial ended. Gu Yue was embarrassed and asked Wulin to continue carrying her because she was scared. Z was baffled and irritated. He couldn't comprehend Gu Yue's fear. They quickly followed Shen Yi. Their next challenge involved testing their strengths, with only one specialty being evaluated. Shen Yi encouraged them to consider what they would showcase carefully. Afterward, she left to fetch the administrators for the trial. Xiao Yan was curious about what their specialty meant, so Wu Lin explained that it referred to their greatest strength as spirit masters, for instance, Zi's agility. Xiao Yan then asked her captain what she should do since her full potential only emerged at night. Wu Lin suggested that she describe it in words, as she had already demonstrated it during the second trial, and could easily provide proof. Wu Lin emphasized the importance of resting as much as possible, as it was a rare opportunity. They all assumed their meditation stances and began meditating. Shortly after, Shen Yi returned with the trial's administrators. One of them, Elder Kai, inquired if the 4 kids were the ones she had heard about. She observed them thoughtfully and found Gu Yue to be exceptional. She then instructed Xiao Yi to tell them to begin. Shen Yi relayed the message to Wu Lin and his team that the trial's administrators had arrived and were ready to begin. It was Zi's turn to showcase his skills. Wu Lin emphasized the importance of leaving a lasting impression. With confidence, Zi greeted the teachers, and Elder Kai, who was growing impatient, urged him to start, knowing that he only had one chance to impress her. Zi proceeded to demonstrate his light dragon clone, followed by his shadow dragon clone. The administrators were astounded to see 6 clones, with half of them being invisible. They found his abilities quite impressive. However, Elder Kai remained silent, her thoughts hidden. After Zi finished his presentation, Elder Kai inquired about the similarity between his twin spirit essences, which Zi confirmed. Elder Kai acknowledged his performance but pointed out his lack of control. She advised him to focus on refining his ghost shadow perplexing trick before considering giving all his clones the same abilities. Additionally, she noted that his mental power was currently weak and suggested prioritizing its strengthening. Elder Kai informed him that if he could reach the Spirit Sea Realm within 3 years, his potential would be limitless. Wu Lin admired Elder Kai's keen observation skills. Zi felt disheartened, believing he had failed. Wu Lin reassured him, reminding him that if Elder Kai didn't see potential in him, she wouldn't have given him so much advice. They were all students at Shrek Academy, after all, with the purpose of learning and growing. Impatiently, Elder Kai called for the next person to step forward. Xiao Yan's turn was up next. After exchanging greetings with the examiners, she proceeded to explain that she couldn't showcase her specialty during the daytime because her spirit essence had a different form at night. Elder Kai's curiosity was piqued, and Xiao Yan elaborated further, revealing that her spirit essence transformed into the Star Wheel Ice Staff, harnessing the power of starlight during the night. This transformation altered her spirit skills. Curious about her background, Xiao Yan asked if the administrator was aware of her family. Elder Kai assured her that there were very few things in the world of spirit masters that Shrek didn't know about. He then instructed her to rejoin her friends. However, Xiao Yan wasn't finished explaining yet. Impatiently, Elder Kai reminded her that since she knew about her origins, she should also be aware of the absolute control she had over her starlight spirit skills. He commanded her to return to her friends and called out impatiently for the next person. Wu Lin congratulated Xiao Yan, commending her for a job well done, and encouraged her to take a moment to relax. Elder Kai couldn't help but notice that Wu Lin stood out as the leader of the team despite his young age. Impressed by his confidence, she called him forward and asked him to demonstrate why his teammates had such unwavering faith in him. Wu Lin, after exchanging greetings with the examiners, began his presentation. He proudly showcased his specialty, which was his immense power. One of the administrators couldn't help but marvel at the sight of Wu Lin's golden spirit ring. Elder Kai, too, noticed something peculiar about his spirit ring. It wasn't made of spirit power, but rather emitted blood essence fluctuations, while his spirit power remained calm and serene. This left her intrigued and wondering about the source of his abilities. Wu Lin himself was clueless, only aware that his bloodline granted him a unique spirit skill resembling a spirit ring. Determined to impress, he demonstrated his abilities once more. To his surprise, Elder Kai immediately recognized it as the Golden Dragon's body, a clear indication that Wu Lin possessed the legendary Golden Dragon bloodline. This revelation left Wu Lin pondering about the existence of others with similar bloodline abilities throughout the history of the Duluo continent. Elder Kai then challenged Wu Lin to hit her. Wu Lin hesitated, but she reassured him that she could handle it. She even promised him entry into the Sea God's Pavilion if he succeeded in defeating her. Wu Lin decided to go all out. With his golden dragon claw, he struck at Elder Kai, only to have his attack effortlessly deflected. Xiao Yan acknowledged the captain's strength, but also praised the teacher's power. Wu Lin understood that he needed to give it his all. He clenched his fists and delivered a powerful blow, but Elder Kai easily blocked it with her hand. She questioned his strength, prompting Wu Lin to push himself further. He unleashed a stronger attack, only to have it blocked once again. Elder Kai commended his efforts, but Wu Lin insisted he was even stronger. She demanded a demonstration, and Wu Lin transformed into his golden dragon form. Elder Kai was taken aback. As he soared through the air towards her, Wu Lin landed a powerful strike. Elder Kai realized his true strength and knew she had to take him seriously. The crowd gasped in disbelief as they witnessed Elder Kai's 9 spirit rings. Wulin's punch was effortlessly caught by Elder Kai, who retaliated with a powerful strike that sent him hurtling into a nearby wall. Grimacing in pain, Wulin couldn't deny the immense strength of his opponent. With a nod, Elder Kai gracefully walked away, signaling the next presenter to take the stage. Xiaoyan and Zi rushed to carry Wulin out of the arena while Gu Yue stepped forward to showcase her abilities. She mesmerized the audience with her mastery over elemental control, effortlessly displaying the strength of her mental power. One by one, she demonstrated her command over the earth, water, and wind elements, leaving the administrators in awe of her triple element control. They marveled at her skillful manipulation and realized the depth of her understanding. Just when they thought her presentation was over, Gu Yue stunned them by revealing her control over the fire element as well. The administrators were left speechless, witnessing a first in the history of the Duluo continent, someone who wielded all 4 elements. Not only that, but her mental power had broken through to the spirit realm. As she concluded her demonstration by creating a mesmerizing ball composed of all the elements, Elder Kai couldn't help but smile, acknowledging Gu Yue's extraordinary talent. Zi couldn't help but wonder how the judges would rate Gu Yue's performance. Elder Kai, on the other hand, was overjoyed. She chuckled gleefully, thoroughly enjoying Gu Yue's display of talent. With a smile, she informed Zhou Shi that Gu Yue wouldn't need to go through any more trials. Instead, she insisted that Gu Yue should directly enter the inner court. Wulin couldn't believe what he was hearing. Zhou Shi tried to reason with Elder Kai, reminding her that it went against the Academy's rules. However, Elder Kai was adamant, simply stating that it was possible because she said so. Approaching Gu Yue, she asked if she would like to become her disciple. Zi and Wulin eagerly encouraged her to accept the offer, seeing it as a great opportunity. To their surprise, Gu Yue declined, stating that she didn't want to. They were taken aback. This angered Elder Kai, who demanded to know the reason behind Gu Yue's decision. In a fit of anger, Gu Yue responded that she didn't have a reason, she just didn't want to. Shun Yi tried to persuade her, highlighting Elder Kai's prestigious position as an elder of Shrek Academy's revered sea gods pavilion and the renowned Duluo, the Silver Moon, standing at the pinnacle of the continent. However, Gu Yue made it clear that it had nothing to do with that. They couldn't understand why she would turn down such a remarkable opportunity to enter the inner court directly. Gu Yue then revealed that she declined because Elder Kai had struck Wulin, and she didn't want to be her disciple because of that. Wulin interjected, assuring her that he was fine and urging her to think it through. Elder Kai defended herself, claiming that she had only used a bit of force to send him flying, and she was certain that she hadn't harmed him. Gu Yue then asked if they would be separated if she entered the inner court, stating that she would only go if they could join her. Elder Kai was fuming. She found Gu Yue to be quite a handful and had completely given up on her. She no longer cared and decided to walk away. Wulin couldn't understand why Gu Yue would pass up such an incredible opportunity. He was shocked that she had rejected Elder Kai's offer. However, Gu Yue's reason for declining was that Elder Kai had hit Wulin, leaving her feeling unhappy. Zi and Xiaoyan praised Gu Yue for her awesomeness and honesty. Shun Yi was also furious. She was angry at Gu Yue for turning down the amazing offer and didn't know what to say to her. Many people dreamed of becoming Elder Kai's disciple. Wulin apologized and asked if they could proceed with their exam. Shun Yi informed a teacher, hoping they could calm down Elder Kai's anger. Zi then asked about the points they received for the 4th trial. Shun Yi responded angrily that they all received 0 points. Zi thought it was too harsh, while Xiaoyan questioned if Shrek Academy was biased or if they had offended Elder Kai. Shun Yi explained that if Elder Kai had said they had 0 points, then that would have been final, and no one could argue. With 0 points, they were unable to enter the inner courts. Impatient, Gu Yue urged Shun Yi to move on and let them take the next test. The 5th trial would focus on their talents, which were considered their second profession. Shun Yi then instructed Wulin and his team to accompany her for their 6th challenge. In this trial, they had to consume 15 buns to pass, with an extra point awarded for every 5 additional buns eaten. The catch was that they couldn't use their spirit power while eating. Wulin realized that this trial was more about willpower than appetite. When he asked if they could assist each other, Shun Yi agreed. Wulin was thrilled at the prospect of eating without restrictions. Zi and Xiaoyan waited patiently as Shun Yi set a 30-minute time limit. Despite their slow start, they were confident in Wulin's abilities. True to their confidence, Wulin finished Xiaoyan's, Zi's, and Gu Yue's portions of buns. The chef was amazed by his voracious appetite as he devoured a total of 148 buns within the time limit, showing no signs of slowing down. Shun Yi made her way to Elder Kai's office to deliver some important news. She informed Elder Kai that the leftover buns had been taken, and it seemed like Wu Lin had devoured the majority of them. Surprisingly, all 4 of them had received full points for their 6th trial. Elder Kai realized that she did not need to give them any bonus points secretly. She couldn't help but wonder if Wu Lin's incredible strength had something to do with his insatiable appetite. Curiosity piqued. Elder Kai also wondered where Zhou Shi had managed to find those little monsters. It seemed like their 7th trial would test their endurance, as it was a marathon split into 3 challenging tests. The first test required them to run 10 kilometers, followed by squatting 50 kilograms 1,000 times, and finally completing 1,000 chin-ups. To receive full marks, they had to finish all 3 tests within an hour. Every additional 10 minutes would cost them 1 point. As long as they completed all the tests, they would pass the 7th trial. Wu Lin realized that he and Z would breeze through this trial as they were physically inclined. However, he knew it would be a struggle for Xiaoyan and Gu Yue, who were not as physically strong. He decided to inquire about the total number of trials and the points needed to pass. It turned out there were 10 trials in total, and they needed 60 points to pass. Putting his quick thinking to use, Wu Lin deduced that even if Gu Yue and Z scored 0 points in this trial, they would still be able to pass if they accumulated enough points in the remaining trials. It was clear that they needed to conserve their energy for the last 3 trials. Wu Lin then asked about the number of points allocated for each of the 3 endurance tests. Shen Ni informed him that there were 2 points for each test. With this information, Wu Lin decided to inform Gu Yue and Z that they only needed to complete the 10-kilometer run, and they could skip the other 2 tests. Z would take care of all 3 tests on his own. With their plan in place, they eagerly began their next challenge. Wu Lin explained that they needed to conserve their energy for the final 3 trials since their bodies weren't strong enough to complete the chin-ups and squats. Shen Yi was impressed by Wu Lin's analytical skills at such a young age. After completing all 3 tests, they had a short break before Wu Lin asked about their points. Wu Lin had 50 points, Gu Yue had 38, Z had 48, and Xiaoyan had 40. The 8th trial involved a battle against a current Shrek Academy student, lasting 10 minutes to pass. Wu Lin, Gu Yue, and Z were confident, but Xiaoyan faced a challenge. Shen Yi clarified that they would take the trial one by one. Wu Lin raised the question of whether they could have a say in the order of their battles, and Shen Yi had no objections. Among the 10 opponents, there were both formidable and weaker ones, making their choice crucial in determining their performance. The only rule of this trial was that they couldn't use their soul devices during the battles. Wu Lin had already devised the order for them. He would go first, followed by Z, then Gu Yue, and finally Xiaoyan. This strategic order was to buy time for Xiaoyan to unleash her Star Wheel Ice Staff with the help of Nightfall. Now, it was time for them to select their opponents. Z impulsively made his choice, but Wu Lin intervened, reminding him that they were in the renowned Shrek Academy, where their opponents might not be as they appeared. Viewing the opponents from a different perspective could provide a more accurate assessment. Shen Yi admired Wu Lin's leadership skills and his ability to consider various conditions and situations deeply. Z decided to take a closer look, realizing he needed to avoid choosing a battle control type Spirit Master opponent to prevent being suppressed. As he observed the opponents, he found the perfect match and selected number 2. Xiaoyan chose number 6 as her opponent, while Gu Yue opted for number 1. Finally, Wu Lin chose number 10 as his opponent. Shen Yi then declared herself as the match supervisor, instructing them to follow her commands. If she signaled them to stop at any moment, they were to comply. They all responded affirmatively. Shen Yi motivated everyone to be mindful of their attacks to avoid causing harm to their opponents. Wu Lin prepared himself for the battle ahead. His adversary possessed 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, indicating she was likely an agility-type spirit master. However, to Wu Lin's surprise, she suddenly unleashed an attack with snowflakes, revealing a different side to her abilities. Despite her speed, she did not exhibit the typical traits of an agility-type spirit master. The diversity of talents at Shrek Academy never ceased to amaze Wu Lin. In order to buy time for Xiaoyan, Wu Lin had to play defensively. His opponent, misinterpreting his strategy as cowardice, summoned a massive leopard to finish the match. Wu Lin attempted to restrain her with his blue-silver grass, but she countered with a powerful second spirit skill, catching him off guard. The ground turned into a frozen sheet beneath their feet. She strongly advised Wu Lin to abandon the fight. Z then exclaimed that the snow leopard claw possessed the power of a 1,000-year level spirit skill ring, warning that anyone struck by it would experience dizziness for 5 whole seconds. Wu Lin fixed his gaze on the leopard and skillfully defended against its relentless attacks using the blue-silver impaling array. Suddenly, the leopard lunged at him with its massive claw, but Wu Lin swiftly shielded himself with his golden dragon claw. The arena was engulfed in a cloud of smoke, and his opponent believed she had emerged victorious. Approaching Shen Yi, she confidently declared the match over. However, to her astonishment, Wu Lin emerged from the smoke, boldly stating that her tricks held no power over him. She stood there dumbfounded, questioning how Wu Lin could still stand and fight after enduring her devastating attack. Wu Lin stood tall, his resolve unshaken, and with a hint of pride and confidence, he inquired if she had any other formidable tricks up her sleeve. As the standoff dragged on, Wu Lin's adversary seethed with anger. Shen Yi, too, was taken aback by Wu Lin's unscathed state. Determined to end the battle swiftly, Wu Lin's opponent decided to launch a single devastating attack. With fierce determination, she unleashed a snowstorm upon him. However, Wu Lin remained steadfast, patiently waiting for the opportune moment to strike. His opponent refused to let him dictate the flow of the battle and pressed on with her assault. Meanwhile, Wu Lin skillfully employed delaying tactics, biding his time. After 25 minutes, Shen Yi remarked that the outcome of the fight was still undecided. Wu Lin's opponent noticed that the blue-silver grass was gradually losing its luster, signaling that the end was near. Seizing the moment, she launched another snowstorm attack, confident that victory was within her grasp. Charging towards Wu Lin, she grabbed his shoulder, only to be astonished by his unyielding resilience. Wu Lin glared at her fiercely, declaring that it was now his turn. Gripping her hand, he struck her with his golden dragon claw. Darkness enveloped his opponent as she fell unconscious. Shen Yi marveled at the terrifying power of the snowstorm and questioned what had transpired. Z, unable to see anything, joined in the confusion. Everyone eagerly awaited the revelation of the victor. Suddenly, Wu Lin emerged from the storm, carrying his defeated opponent. Shen Yi was shocked and demanded that he release her. She chastised him for his recklessness, while his teammates marveled at his cunning tactics, finding them truly remarkable. Shen Yi couldn't help but admire Wu Lin's patience and skill, especially considering his young age. Wu Lin yelled at Z, cautioning him to be careful. Z pondered about the kind of adversary he was facing. With compressed air that could explode, Z understood the danger of getting hit by the airwave. He had to dodge the wave of fury, even if it meant depleting his last ounce of spirit power. Using his Shadow Dragon clones to confuse his opponent, Z managed to anger him. The speed of the Shrek students impressed everyone. Realizing his physical strength was waning, Z knew he had to end the attack swiftly. Employing his Light Dragon Storm, he launched an assault. His opponent, noticing his dwindling spirit power, questioned his ability to continue the fight. The other Shrek students noticed this and encouraged their friend to deliver the final blow. They were certain the victor would soon be determined. Z was confident that his 3 Light Dragon clones and Light Dragon Storm combined would be effective. His opponent had no escape. However, his opponent remained calm. Suddenly, he unleashed the controlling crane capturing dragon technique. Z couldn't believe his eyes. He found himself floating in midair, completely shocked by what was happening. To make matters worse, all of his clones had vanished without a trace. Wu Lin, on the other hand, was equally surprised to see Z's Light Dragon Storm dissipate. He couldn't help but wonder how his opponent knew about the secret art of the Tang sect, the controlling crane capturing dragon technique. Who was this guy? As Wu Lin's spirit ring glowed once again, he took control of the situation. He swiftly placed Z back on the ground and prepared to deliver a punch. However, Z had exhausted all his spirit power and could only rely on his agility to dodge the incoming attacks. It was clear that he was overwhelmed. Shen Yi, witnessing Z's struggle, decided to end the match. Z felt a sense of gratitude towards his opponent. As he made his way back to his team, they immediately asked about his well-being. Z apologized and couldn't hold back his tears. His teammates tried to console him, assuring him that he had done his best. But Gu Yue wasn't as forgiving. She urged everyone to ignore Z, believing that his defeat still haunted him. Despite the passage of 5 minutes, Z couldn't shake off his disappointment. He felt terrible for losing. Wu Lin encouraged him, stating that he had done a good job. Gu Yue, who was still beefing with Z, called him weak, and Xiao Yan urged her to leave him be. Wu Lin, however, informed Z that he made a mistake in his strategy. His clones used up a lot of spirit power. His opponent also used his 1,000 spirit skill. Wu Lin wondered how his rate of consumption could be any lower than Z's. Z had 3 clones, so if he had sent them in different directions, he had twin spirit essences and the mysterious heaven method. And even if the final were to lose, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Wu Lin felt that he should have lasted at least 10 minutes. Z sensed this and wondered why he couldn't fight a guy who had 1,000 spirit skills. He realized that he had a chance to get a perfect score. Wu Lin nevertheless encouraged him, hoping that he was well and he was not hurt. Z defiantly stated that the next time they would fight, he would definitely win. Shen Yi marveled at Wu Lin's analytical abilities, finding them very accurate. The next set of players entered the battle. Gu Yue faced off against student number 1. This match held great significance for Gu Yue, requiring her to maintain focus and avoid any mistakes. The third round commenced with Gu Yue's opponent signaling his readiness with 3 purple spirit rings. Student number 2 possessed 2 yellow spirit rings and 1 purple. Wulin pondered if he was stronger than student number 2 as he initiated his assault. Wulin's strength impressed everyone, revealing he was a formidable adversary. Summoning a lion mastiff, Z was taken aback by the massive creature. As the lion mastiff materialized, Z questioned its nature as a spirit skill or spirit soul, and if it was a summoning-type spirit essence. Despite doubts, the lion mastiff did not resemble a typical soul elder's summon. Urging caution, Z warned Gu Yue. Student number 1 commanded his lion to attack with a roaring skill. Gu Yue remained composed, leaving everyone curious about her strategy. Spectators yelled for her to evade, recognizing the vast power gap. The lion mastiff unleashed flames, signaling the end. Gu Yue's ice ball failed to counter the attack, highlighting the disparity in their abilities. With no chance of victory, Gu Yue turned and departed. Z couldn't believe it. Did Gu Yue really think he was the hero in an action movie? Gu Yue calmly stated that there was no point in sticking around as the winner had already been determined. She advised Z not to overreact like a fool. Z felt irritated. Suddenly, her ice ball started to expand. Wulin was shocked. Student number 1 discovered that Gu Yue's attack had defeated his lion mastiff. She had summoned sharp ice picks that were deadly. The ice picks began to assault student number 1. Shen Yi then understood that the victor had been declared, and there was no need for further competition. She shielded student number 1. Gu Yue's attack was too powerful, capable of causing death or serious injury. Shen Yi realized that Gu Yue's strength should not be underestimated, explaining why she was one of Kai's favorites. The upcoming match was about to begin, and both competitors eagerly jumped into the fray. Xiaoyan was up against Student 6, with Z providing his unwavering support. While Shu excelled in team battles, she struggled in one-on-one situations, unlike her brother. Equipped with an ice spear, Shu found herself in a challenging position. Before stepping into the arena, Wulin offered her words of encouragement and handed her a mysterious device, reminding her to keep her composure. Xiaoyan carefully observed her opponent's movements. Gathering her courage, she made her intentions crystal clear. Suddenly, she revealed a forging hammer, but it proved to be too heavy for her to handle. Despite finding it amusing, her opponent raised concerns about the rules of the match. Shen Yi clarified that the hammer was nothing out of the ordinary. Shu's opponent urged her to take the battle seriously. In a surprising turn of events, she launched a daring attack, a flying ice spear combined with a hammer strike. However, the move was slow and ultimately deemed reckless. Her opponent saw right through her strategy, recognizing the ice spear as the true threat. Confidently, he prepared to retaliate, showcasing his ability to manipulate Shu's weapons. Boasting about his insight into her plan, Shu's opponent believed he had the upper hand. Nevertheless, Shu remained resolute, boldly declaring that she wouldn't be outsmarted. In a sudden twist of events, Xiaoyan found inspiration in the starry sky above. As night fell, Xiaoyan seized the opportunity to wield the Star Wheel ice staff. With a graceful motion, she unleashed its serene radiance, leaving her adversary dumbfounded. Entrapping him with frosty chains, he realized he was caught off guard. It dawned on him that the hammer was nothing more than ordinary, and Shu intended to use it against him. Impressed by her cunning tactics, he acknowledged her flawless strategy. Shu revealed that she had to resort to this plan because she hadn't anticipated his mastery of control. Undeterred, he claimed he could still outsmart her. Intrigued by her true motives, he locked eyes with her, only to be startled by her purple demon eyes. Cheering Shu on, Z emphasized her formidable spiritual strength, momentarily throwing off her opponent. With the hammer poised menacingly, Shen Yi warned him to dodge, but he was unable to. Stepping in, Shen Yi seized the hammer, bringing the duel to an end. Shu's opponent looked crestfallen as Shen Yi examined the hammer, uncovering its true essence. Lifted by her rival, the once weighty hammer turned out to be nothing special. He realized he had been outplayed. Shu remarked that attempting to outsmart her was a serious miscalculation, much too premature. Wulin approached him, addressing him as Big Brother, and requested the hammer. After the 8th round of trials, the scores were calculated. Wulin had a total of 60 points. Gu Yue had 48 points, Z had 41 points, and Shu had 50 points. Shen Yi then gave them instructions to move forward, leading them to their next challenge, survival. Placed in an environment similar to the Spirit Ascension platform, they were confronted with real spirit beasts and had the opportunity to earn a spirit ring by defeating one. Wulin inquired if they would face the trial as a team, to which Shen Yi confirmed, emphasizing that it would test their coordination and survival skills. Wishing them good luck, she prepared to teleport them to the trial site. Elder Kai and another teacher suddenly appeared, checking on the kids' progress. Shen Yi was delighted and commended their performance. Elder Kai paid special attention to Gu Yue. Shen Yi mentioned that they were tackling the highest test level. Encouraged by the teacher, Shen Yi promptly teleported Wulin's team to the 9th trial location, a dense, ancient forest. Despite Z's positive outlook, Wulin reminded them of the dangers ahead, including thousand-year spirit beasts. Shu pondered if she could obtain a spirit ring by reaching rank 30, but Wulin warned her about her physical preparedness. Reflecting on his spirit soul evolution, he explained that spirit masters typically didn't acquire a 10,000-year spirit ring until rank 50. Resting and seeking a vantage point, they settled on a cliff to meditate. After 2 hours, they hadn't come across any spirit beasts, which made Z worried. To ensure Shu's safety with her star ice staff, Wulin decided they would explore at nightfall. As darkness fell, Wulin climbed a tree to get a better view, and realized that the area resembled the Stardew Forest. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed, reminding him of the 10,000-year demon ape. He descended from the tree to find his teammates startled. Another sound followed, relieving the tension caused by the first roar. Intrigued, they prepared to investigate. Wulin sensed that they could only avoid the spirit beasts for a limited time, and chose to take the initiative. Standing on the cliff, they witnessed the clash of the two soul beasts below them. They cautiously descended to get a closer look, mindful of the beast's power. The first creature they encountered was a dusk gold dreadclaw bear, far mightier than any they had faced before. Uncertain if it was a 1,000-year or 10,000-year specimen, they observed its formidable strength. Its opponent was a spirit beast with a third eye on its forehead. Wulin asked Z if he recognized the golden spirit beast, prompting Z to ponder. Aware of the beast's ability to swiftly eliminate them, Wulin suggested waiting for them to weaken each other before intervening. Z questioned if they were part of the test, leading them to observe quietly. Suddenly, Z recalled it was a three-eyed golden lion. Legend had it that it was once the auspicious emperor of the great Stardew Forest, bringing fortune until its death brought misfortune. It was said to have sacrificed itself to save the spirit Ice Duluo, triggering subsequent events. Wulin wondered why he hadn't encountered this tale in his readings. Z boasted of his family's rare collection of biographies, containing stories inaccessible to most. As the ground shook, Z's curiosity piqued. Wulin urged caution as he investigated the situation. Leaving the two beasts to battle, they ventured into the depths of the forest under cover of night. Wulin's eyes were drawn to the marks left behind by their fierce clash, a captivating sight that spoke of their immense power. As they continued their exploration, Zhu's sharp eyes caught sight of a mysterious cave nearby, sparking her curiosity. She couldn't help but wonder if it belonged to one of the beasts and urged her companions to investigate. With cautious steps, they entered the cave, only to be swallowed by darkness. The air grew heavy with anticipation, and suddenly the ground beneath them trembled. Before they could react, a monstrous creature lunged at them without warning. Wulin's voice rang out, filled with urgency, as he commanded everyone to flee. In a swift motion, he unleashed his golden dragon claw, striking the beast with all his might. An explosion followed, pushing Wulin back, but to their amazement he emerged unscathed, having successfully blocked the creature's attack. However, what they discovered next surprised them all. It was not a fully grown beast that stood before them, but a mere baby, a juvenile three-eyed golden lion or perhaps a 10-year spirit beast, speculated Z. The potential of its spirit bones excited him, and he urged his companions to capture it. Wulin attempted to restrain the baby beast with his blue-silver grass, but it proved to be far more agile than they had anticipated, swiftly breaking free from his grasp. Despite its injuries, they knew better than to underestimate the baby beast. Wulin unleashed the power of the blue-silver impaling array, prompting the baby to let out a fierce roar and prepare for a counterattack. With a burst of energy, it soared through the air. Wulin's body froze in fear as the lion unleashed a spiritual attack that seemed impossible to dodge. Just when all hope seemed lost, Z swooped. With a sigh of relief, Wulin quickly commanded Shu to immobilize the baby lion using her Starwheel ice staff. Taking a deep breath, Wulin charged forward and unleashed his mighty golden dragon claw, delivering a devastating blow to the lion. The impact was so powerful that it caused an explosion, and the baby lion crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. As they stood beside the unconscious lion, a sense of curiosity filled the air. Would it awaken soon? Wulin examined the lion closely, realizing that it was only temporarily unconscious. Meanwhile, Z couldn't help but find the baby lion adorable, and raised an important question. How would the four of them share the precious spirit bone that lay before them? With only one spirit bone available, they had to come to a decision. Wulin, who had already absorbed the spirit bone of the formidable dusk gold dreadclaw bear, felt that it wouldn't be fair for him to claim another one. However, Z disagreed, seeing this as a rare opportunity that they shouldn't let slip away. He questioned Wulin's decision to give up so easily. Despite the differing opinions, Wulin remained steadfast and left the final decision to the group. After careful consideration, Z also decided to pass on it, demonstrating his respect for the principle of ladies first. Recognizing that the spirit bone primarily enhanced mental power, which didn't align with his focus, he offered it to Gu Yue. Gu Yue believed that the bone would bring her luck, but she valued strength over luck. Despite Gu Yue being the most compatible candidate, she insisted that Shu should absorb it because she believed Shu needed it more for her growth. With the decision made, Wulin encouraged Shu to absorb the spirit bone. Gratefully, she began the absorption process. Surprisingly, Shu ultimately decided to relinquish the spirit bone as well, leaving Wulin and Zi shocked. They questioned her reasoning, and Shu explained that the spirit bone was too precious, especially since it belonged to a child. She couldn't bear the thought of taking it, and considered the sorrow its mother would feel upon returning to find her child gone. Xiaoyan's explanation struck a chord with them as they considered the position of the three-eyed golden lion and their intrusion into its domain. Zi chimed in, suggesting that they sell the spirit bone since they had all agreed to give it up, but Shu quickly hushed him. Wulin agreed with Xiaoyan's perspective, realizing that they were responsible for encroaching upon the lion's territory. A flood of questions filled his mind about the morality of killing spirit beasts and the consequences of their actions on both spirit beasts and humanity. Ultimately, he decided that they wouldn't harm the lion and asked if anyone had any alternative ideas. Gu Yue, Shu, and Zi, once unfrozen, had no other suggestions. With their decision made, they hastened to leave before the larger lion arrived. As they navigated through the cave, they stumbled upon the exit. Wulin urged them to stay close to avoid getting lost. Suddenly, the larger three-eyed golden lion materialized, startling them and eliciting panicked screams. Wulin cautioned them, sensing the fierce aura emanating from the creature, its fiery presence sending shivers down their spines. As the massive three-eyed golden lion prepared to launch its attack, a sudden teleportation whisked them away from danger and back to Shrek Academy. Observing the unfolding events on a screen, they were captivated by the sight of the larger lion tenderly caring for its cub. Shun Yi inquired if any of them felt any regrets, but Wulin, Zi, Shu, and Gu Yue all expressed contentment with their choices. Shun Yi then revealed that the 9th trial, despite its challenges, was ultimately designed to test their character. She apologized for the earlier deception, explaining that the trial aimed to evaluate their decision-making abilities and moral compass. Zi couldn't help but voice his frustration, questioning why they hadn't been informed earlier. Shun Yi clarified that if they had chosen to kill the lion and divide the spoils, each of them would have received 6 points. However, their collective decision to spare the lion exceeded expectations. She emphasized that Shrek Academy did not condone the mindless slaughter of spirit beasts, as they were living creatures. Impressed by their performance, Shun Yi awarded them all perfect scores, highlighting the importance of moral character. The revelation left them stunned. Shun Yi then announced the results. Zi had 61 points, Xiaoyan and Gu Yue had 60 and 48 points respectively, while Wulin had a remarkable 70 points. 3 of them had successfully passed the exam, and Shun Yi congratulated them before leading them to their final exam room. As the student candidates arrived, Shun Yi informed the elders that the 10th trial, known as the 3-hall review, was in progress. The 3 elders would assess the candidates' performance in previous trials and assign a comprehensive score to be added to their overall totals. Zi couldn't hide his frustration when he saw Elder Kai once again doubting his presence. Wulin was the first to be called up. Despite his impressive performances in most trials, he was denied full marks due to a makeup trial that he still needed to complete. Grateful for the opportunity, Wulin returned to his spot. Next up was Zi, who received praise for his bravery in facing danger despite his average talent and lack of situational awareness. He earned a total of 6 points for his overall performance, to which he expressed his gratitude. Then it was Xiaoyan's turn. She was commended for her resilience, despite having an average talent and a unique spirit essence. The elders were impressed by her potential and awarded her 7 points. Lastly, Gu Yue stepped forward, with Shu encouraging her to stay calm, despite knowing that she would lose 2 points and still pass. However, before the review could begin, Elder Kai abruptly interrupted, announcing Gu Yue's results herself. Tension filled the room as Elder Kai criticized Gu Yue for her arrogance and the negative impact she had on the team. Despite acknowledging her talent, Elder Kai declared that Gu Yue's actions warranted a deduction, leaving her with a total of 59 points, which meant she failed to be accepted into the academy. Elder Kai's command for Gu Yue to leave was met with a sly smile, hinting at a different outcome if Gu Yue had complied earlier. Wulin, unable to accept the decision, stood up defiantly. Shen Yi, puzzled by his defiance, watched as Wulin approached the elders respectfully, questioning the fairness of Shrek Academy. Elder Kai, with a smirk, dismissed the idea of fairness, stating that justice was earned through strength and perseverance. Wulin, filled with gratitude for the valuable lesson he had learned, made a firm decision to forego his admission to Shrek Academy. He vowed to return one day not as a mere student, but as a beacon of justice. Despite the shock it brought, both Gu Yue and Zi stood unwaveringly by Wu Lin's side, supporting his choice. Wu Lin encouraged them to continue their cultivation, and while Zi initially agreed, he too eventually renounced his admission, inspired by Wu Lin's unwavering resolve. Feeling out of place and burdened by the pressures of being a spirit master, Shu also made the difficult decision to leave. Wu Lin, filled with remorse, apologized to teacher Sheng, realizing that they were not yet qualified to be students of Shrek Academy. The shattered dream weighed heavily on Wu Lin's heart, and he couldn't help but wonder about the whereabouts of teacher Wu. However, their departure did not go unnoticed. One of the elders, consumed by fury at their stubbornness, criticized them and demanded that they leave immediately. Little did they know that Shen Yi, who had been silently observing, revealed himself as their grand teacher. This revelation prompted Wu Lin, Gu Yue, and Zi to pay their respects, though the grand teacher remained unaware of their true identities. As the grand teacher scolded them for their stubbornness, Xiao Yan mustered up the courage to ask him a question. Shu excitedly shared a plan with Wu Lin to secure their spots at Shrek Academy. Eager to proceed, Wu Lin approached their grand teacher with a query. Shu, in a playful manner, asked if Elder Kai outshone him, only to receive a response that they were on par. Xiao Yan then brought up teacher Wu's caring nature towards him, hinting at a grandfatherly bond. Curiously, Shu questioned why their grand teacher didn't intervene when Gu Yue faced expulsion, hinting at Elder Kai's influence. Enraged by the injustice, their grand teacher stood up to Elder Kai, demanding answers for her mistreatment of his grand disciple. The man remained resolute, declaring that all 4 kids would enter Shrek Academy. Elder Kai reminded the older man of Wu Lin's trial, which he promptly awarded full points. With that out of the way, Wu Lin only needed to complete the 5th trial. Confident in his skills, Wu Lin accepted the challenge despite not yet reaching the 5th blacksmithing rank. The grand teacher challenged Elder Kai's strict approach. In response, she explained that she intended to toughen the kids up. Recognizing her intentions, the older man pondered if Elder Kai intended to mold the kids' characters. Elder Kai was surprised by Wu Lin's determination to take the makeup trial, especially since he needed to reach the 5th rank as a blacksmith. She couldn't help but question why he was so willing to attempt it, impressed by his bravery. The other elders were equally astonished, unsure if Wu Lin could actually pull it off. As they stepped into the Shrek Academy's blacksmith room, their grand teacher pondered how to handle the situation if Wu Lin didn't achieve full marks. He expressed frustration with Elder Kai, feeling she was pushing them away with such a high requirement. Elder Kai defended her decision, believing it would push Wu Lin to give his best. Remembering Elder Mu Chen's teachings on spirit refinement, Wu Lin grasped the deep connection between spirit power and metal. He understood that spirit refinement involved infusing one's soul force into the metal, giving it vitality. While Elder Kai thought the challenge would help shape Wu Lin's character, their grand teacher dismissed it as nonsense. However, as Wu Lin began forging, they all watched in amazement. Elder Kai wondered if he could truly reach the 5th rank of spirit refinement, realizing he might be capable of more than she had thought. As Wu Lin continued his intense forging, his grand teacher couldn't help but be in awe of his refined technique, recognizing his exceptional foundational skills. Upon hearing about the remarkable young blacksmith Mu Shi from the Blacksmiths Association, he made up his mind to pay a visit and find Wu Lin, a suitable mentor. The grand teacher held high hopes that Wu Lin would achieve the 4th rank before reaching the age of 20. Elder Kai, impressed by Wu Lin's forging prowess, fully supported this plan. However, she couldn't help but notice his hammering style, which was both wild and yet strangely delicate. They were all amazed by his extraordinary hammer and his remarkable control over it, leading them to conclude that he was at the very least a 3rd-rank blacksmith at the tender age of 13. Gu Yue stood there utterly astonished as Wu Lin approached the final stages of the refinement process. His grand teacher couldn't help but wonder if it would shine brilliantly, while Elder Kai confessed that she had never witnessed anything quite like it before. Wu Lin's comrades were equally astounded by his incredible skills. After completing the meticulous process of refining the metal, Wu Lin marveled at its ethereal, pale blue glow. Yet his sudden pause caught everyone off guard. It dawned on them that he was attempting spirit refinement, an incredibly advanced technique for someone of his age. This intricate process demanded the harmonization of spirit power, life force, and metal, and was typically pursued only after obtaining 4 spirit rings. The consequences of failure were nothing short of disastrous, even fatal. Despite the concerns that loomed over them, Wu Lin remained fully engrossed in his work, forging an unbreakable connection between his life force and the metal. In the realm of blacksmithing, a successful spirit refinement could propel a blacksmith to the esteemed 5th rank. However, it was an audacious undertaking. As Wu Lin channeled his life force into the metal, his connection grew stronger, coaxing the metal forward. He stood on the precipice of a breakthrough, one step closer to mastering spirit refinement. As the silver's mass diminished and its radiance intensified, the stakes soared for Wulin's triumph. Premature disconnection during the refining of his spirit would result in the loss of the metal's essence, a setback that countless blacksmiths had encountered without transcending to the next level. With each strike of Wulin's hammer, the heavy silver metal emitted a brilliant silver glow, accompanied by crimson veins, a reaction to the blood sacrifice. Wulin's spirit power dwindled rapidly, risking failure and severing his bond with the metal. Despite the peril, Wulin persisted. The elders recognized his predicament, possessing only 2 spirit rings for support. Failure would mean being devoured by the enraged spirit of the metal. In a moment of desperation, Wulin directly touched the hefty silver with his bare hands, enduring excruciating pain as it seared his palms. Unwilling to release his grip, he endured the scorching heat, his resolve unyielding despite the torment. His comrades watched in astonishment. Despite his rapidly waning strength, Wulin remained steadfast. His dragon claw wavered, struggling to sustain him. With his spirit power running low, he couldn't risk breaking the connection. He dedicated every fiber of his being to the task at hand. His grand teacher and the other elders were puzzled by Wulin's unconventional use of blood essence to maintain the connection. Gu Yue watched in silence, fully aware of the seriousness of the situation. After years of relentless practice, Wulin had mastered his 1,000 refining skills, reaching the peak of the 4th rank. The only obstacle in his path was the insufficient spirit power for spirit refining. Memories of his rigorous training flooded his thoughts as he concentrated. Success wasn't just for himself, but for his comrades' aspirations of joining Shrek Academy. Wulin pushed forward, fully aware that failure was not an option. As Wulin neared the completion of the forging process, a surge of determination arose within him. It was the moment of truth. Success or failure would depend on what would follow. His comrades watched with bated breath, worried for his well-being. Ultimately, Wulin delivered the final blow. A dazzling flash of golden light enveloped the hammers as they fused seamlessly with his hand, marking the end of the forging ritual. The Grand Teacher acknowledged the successful spirit refinement and was impressed by Wulin's mastery of both the 1,000 refinements and spirit refinement. Z couldn't contain his admiration for Wulin's remarkable achievement. However, the intense effort left Wulin drained of energy, causing him to collapse. Z hurried to his side, catching him as he lost consciousness. As Wulin lay there, he had ascended to the rank of a 5th-rank blacksmith, with the potential to become a divine craftsman in the future. Yet, Elder Kai intervened, reminding Wulin that passing the test was just the beginning. He still had to become a battle armor master by the age of 20 to gain entry into the inner courts of Shrek Academy. Z watched anxiously as their Grand Teacher stepped in to tend to Wulin's injuries, using his spirit energy with incredible skill. Gu Yue stood by, amazed at the display of power. However, a sense of unease crept over the Grand Teacher, and he felt a strange sensation as if Wulin was unintentionally sapping his spirit power. As he focused on treating Wulin, he suddenly felt a disturbance in his spirit power, as if it were being restrained. Peering closer, he noticed the golden veins pulsating beneath Wulin's skin, alive with energy. The patterns seemed to move like a dragon, emitting a powerful roar. The Grand Teacher was baffled by this phenomenon, realizing that Wulin's condition was anything but ordinary. Wulin, now awakened and brimming with a newfound sense of pride, stood by his comrades as they trailed behind their Grand Teacher. Despite the perils he had encountered during the spirit-refining ordeal, he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he emerged unharmed. His companions showered him with praise for his achievement, and Gu Yue expressed her worry for his well-being. Reassuring them that he was perfectly fine, Wulin gratefully accepted Z's offer of clothing, realizing they needed to keep pace with their Grand Teacher. As they hastened to catch up with him, Wulin looked back on his success with a sense of accomplishment. He marveled at how his blood essence had played a vital role in the spirit refinement, boosting his spirit power in the process. With the unique energy of the Golden Dragon King flowing through his veins, Wulin not only became the youngest master craftsman in history to complete spirit refining, but also set an extraordinary record in the process. As they neared the entrance to the inner court, Wulin's heart leaped with joy upon spotting Teacher Wu, who was still there. Locking eyes with their Grand Teacher, Wulin could see a mix of emotions in Teacher Wu's gaze. The Grand Teacher, closely observing Teacher Wu, commanded him to rise. Grateful, Teacher Wu attempted to address him as his teacher, but the Grand Teacher playfully brushed it off, stating that he didn't have a disciple as troublesome as him. Wulin was left speechless, and Gu Yue's face turned sorrowful, witnessing the exchange. With a sense of finality, the Grand Teacher declared that he would recognize Wulin and his companions as his grand disciples. Though Teacher Wu's expression remained solemn, he seemed to accept the decision. The Grand Teacher didn't explicitly forgive Teacher Wu, nor did he rule it out. In a show of deep respect, Teacher Wu then lowered deeply, expressing his gratitude as his face touched the ground. Teacher Wu lowered on the cold ground, his mind burdened with thoughts and regrets that seemed to weigh him down. Throughout the long night, he endured the heaviness, refusing to give in to the silence. As the sun rose, the Grand Teacher returned, his voice echoing with authority as he demanded a confession. He offered Teacher Wu a chance to admit his mistake, warning that the lowing would continue if he remained silent. Night fell once again, and Teacher Wu's resolve finally crumbled. He called out to his teacher, begging for forgiveness and confessing his wrongs. The master, unmoving, remained stoic as Shun Yi stepped in, urging him to reconsider. Under the Grand Teacher's orders, Teacher Wu accompanied him with a solemn expression etched on his face. Shun Yi expressed her relief that her teacher and senior brother had finally let go of their burdens, acknowledging the positive turn of events. As they entered the inner courts, they were greeted by the magnificent sculptures of the Academy's founders, their grandeur captivating all who laid eyes upon them. Shun Yi led them to a tranquil lake surrounded by towering trees, creating a scene straight out of a fairy tale. The air was pure, adding to the enchanting ambiance. The Grand Teacher then teleported them to an island, leaving Wulin to wonder if it was the legendary Sea God's Island. Inviting them into his home, the Grand Teacher relaxed with a cup of tea, instructing Shen Ye to accompany Wulin and his comrades for registration the next day. With gratitude, Wulin and his companions thanked the Grand Teacher in unison, while Teacher Wu remained composed, his demeanor reflecting his inner contemplation. The following day, the Grand Teacher approached Wu directly, inquiring about his plans now that he had brought Wulin and his friends. Wulin and Zi understood Wu's predicament, feeling sorry for the elder. Wu, lowering deeply with his head to the floor, earnestly begged his teacher to let him stay and promised to assist part-time. He vowed to take care of his master, admitting his past mistakes and wanting to spend the rest of his days making amends. With tears in his eyes, he pleaded with the Grand Teacher to allow him to remain, stating that he could not flee anymore. Recalling their training sessions, Wu recounted the valuable lessons taught by his master and the challenges they overcame together. Touched by his heartfelt pleas, the Grand Teacher relented and instructed Wu to rise, assigning him the tasks of brewing tea and maintaining the residence. Gratefully, Wu referred to the Grand Teacher as his mentor, expressing his deep gratitude for the chance to stay. Shun Yi, witnessing the reconciliation between the two, shared in their happiness, relieved to see their conflict resolved. Wulin couldn't help but notice the radiant joy on Teacher Wu's face, his eyes shining with newfound happiness. The Grand Teacher, recognizing Wulin's unique physique and the enigma surrounding his golden spirit ring, instructed him to visit weekly for examinations. It was clear that Wulin was grateful for this opportunity, as he eagerly accepted the Grand Teacher's directive for the following week. Acknowledging their delay in taking the exam, the Grand Teacher reminded them of the arduous journey ahead to become a one-word battle armor master within 6 years. This meant acquiring at least 5 spirit rings. Granting them a night's rest, the Grand Teacher entrusted Shen Yi with the task of overseeing their registration the next morning, before retiring for the night. Teacher Wu, eager to lend his support, accompanied the Grand Teacher as they ascended the stairs. The group couldn't help but notice the newfound harmony between them, sensing a deep connection. Intrigued by the reconciliation between Teacher Wu and the Grand Teacher, Shu turned to Shun Yi for clarification. Shun Yi explained that their differences in beliefs had caused the rift, but now that those issues were resolved, harmony had been restored. Shun Yi stressed the importance of being on Sea God's Island, pointing out that even inner court disciples rarely got such a chance. She warned Gu Yue about her behavior, emphasizing the need to show respect to the senior disciples who had witnessed important events. Wulin, holding Gu Yue's hand, echoed Shun Yi's words, acknowledging Gu Yue's impulsiveness during the trial with Elder Kai. He reassured her that Elder Kai's test in the 4th trial was just a show of strength, and that he was not hurt. Gu Yue blushed with embarrassment as Wulin held her gently. Understanding that Gu Yue's actions came from concern for him, Wulin reminded her that they were a team, and her actions affected them all, just like his deep meditation had led to their transition to working students. He comforted Gu Yue, telling her that Elder Kai had recognized her talent and offered her a great opportunity by showing interest in taking her as a disciple. In response, Gu Yue expressed regret for her impulsiveness and a desire to apologize to Elder Kai. Wulin supported her decision, offering his help as they prepared to make amends. Wulin's heart overflowed with joy as he tightly embraced Gu Yue, feeling as if a blooming garden of roses surrounded them. Gu Yue blushed with excitement, sensing the undeniable spark of love between them. However, their blissful moment was abruptly interrupted by Zi, who eagerly expressed his desire for a hug as well. Annoyed by his intrusion, Gu Yue pushed him away, leaving Zi feeling a bit hurt. Curious as to why Wu Lin received a hug while he did not, Gu Yue mischievously declared that Wu Lin was more handsome, much to Zi's dismay. Shun Yi watched their interactions with amusement before reminding them to get some rest for the night in preparation for the upcoming registration. As the others settled down, Wu Lin began meditating, holding the spirit-refined heavy silver hammer in his hand. The bond between him and the hammer forged through blood felt extraordinary. His mind wandered to the power of mechas, acknowledging their strength but recognizing that spirit-refined metals remained the ultimate material for forging. Contemplating the significance of forging in creating battle armor, Wu Lin understood that battle armor had revolutionized humanity's strength, even though it had come at the cost of driving spirit beasts to the brink of extinction due to the relentless pursuit of research by the Spirit Pagoda. As Wu Lin delved deeper into his meditation, the spirit-refined heavy silver hammer glowed with radiant golden lines, as if a magnificent golden dragon had materialized around it. This awe-inspiring sight was accomplished through spirit refining, and through the connection with it, the metal would become an inseparable part of his body. Saint blacksmiths held an esteemed position throughout the continent, and their importance rivaled that of three-word battle armor masters. They played a pivotal role in the creation of battle armor. Although Wu Lin had not yet reached the level of a divine blacksmith, he aspired to attain that pinnacle in his lifetime. With his recent breakthrough in spirit refining, he now possessed the necessary skills to forge his battle armor. Contemplating the possibility of crafting a two-word battle armor, Wu Lin realized that the spirit power requirements might not be as demanding as he initially believed. Filled with determination, he decided to embark on the task of forging his battle armor, starting with simpler components, one piece at a time. Wu Lin was at a loss for what to name his future battle armor, feeling a bit overwhelmed as he thought about Teacher WU's impressive sky ice armor. The next morning he woke up to realize he had overslept and missed his chance to train his purple demon eyes. However, he noticed that his cultivation speed had improved thanks to his extended meditation. Just then, Z approached him, bubbling with excitement about the energy on Sea God's Island and suggesting they ask the Grand Teacher for more time there. Wu Lin, on the other hand, disagreed, knowing that Shrek Academy had strict rules to follow. Instead, he decided to prioritize his growling stomach and focus on eating. As he sat at the dining table, Wu Lin's insatiable appetite caught the attention of the Grand Teacher, who eagerly anticipated witnessing his eating prowess. Wu Lin devoured 20 steamed buns, even though he found them less than appetizing at first. But then, something unexpected happened. He felt a surge of warmth that instantly satisfied his hunger. With a satisfied smile, he declared the buns to be excellent, leaving everyone else astonished. Despite the warnings about overeating, Wu Lin couldn't help but revel in the joy of those steamed buns, completely unaware of the intrigue his bloodline and extraordinary appetite had sparked in the Grand Teacher. Wu Lin felt a wave of contentment wash over him as he finished devouring the 16 buns, his spirit power humming pleasantly within him. The idea of these buns potentially helping him break his seals excited him, and he eagerly inquired if he could have them daily. To his surprise, his Grand Teacher and Shun Yi were taken aback by his request, while Wu Kong seemed disappointed. It was only then that Wu Lin realized his blunder. The buns were actually the teacher's monthly rations, meant to be consumed sparingly. Shun Yi explained that they were a special treat made from nutrient-rich deep-sea fish, reserved for the elders of the Sea God's Pavilion. Feeling sheepish, Wu Lin decided to leave the remaining buns for his Grand Teacher, but Shun Yi insisted that he take them as instructed. After breakfast, Wukong stayed behind in the wooden house as Shun Yi led the students off the island. The working students, unlike the regular ones, had to work harder and pay full tuition, a fact that Shun Yi made sure to emphasize. She explained the resources provided by Shrek Academy justified the high fees. Upon reaching the administration office, they were warned not to bring disgrace upon the working students, leaving Wu Lin puzzled. They were then given their uniforms and tasked with cleaning the Spirit Ice Plaza before nightfall. Shun Yi gathered them at the plaza and gave clear instructions to meticulously mop the floor, emphasizing that even a speck of dust left behind would lead to point deductions. Despite some initial grumbling, Shun Yi encouraged them to stay focused, assuring them that this task was relatively simple. Later, she led them to their dormitory, which was in a sorry state with only 2 metal bunk bed frames and layers of thick dust. Concerns about their living conditions started to surface, but Wu Lin remained optimistic, suggesting that they make the best out of the situation. They decided to begin by cleaning the room and using curtains to create separate spaces. As they prepared to fetch water for cleaning, they were taken aback to see others already doing the same. While fetching water, they unexpectedly ran into another student, student number 2, whom they immediately recognized from a previous trial. Wu Lin warmly greeted him, impressed by his incredible strength and powerful spirit essence, making him the most formidable 3-ring spirit master they had ever encountered. Despite being a working student, they couldn't help but be puzzled by his exceptional abilities, even mistaking him for an inner court student. In the midst of their confusion, Gu Yue had a brilliant idea to expedite the cleaning process using her elemental powers. Confident in her abilities, she unleashed her spirit rings and conjured a powerful whirlpool infused with wind and water elements, efficiently cleaning the entire plaza in no time. Wulin and Zi were left in awe, realizing that Gu Yue could handle the task single-handedly, a feat that would have taken ordinary people at least 2 days to complete. With the plaza sparkling clean, they decided to spruce up their room while Gu Yue continued her cleaning duties. Wulin purchased some wood planks, and with Zi's assistance, they skillfully crafted proper beds and divided the room with cloth, giving it a more organized and cozy feel. As their room started to take shape, they all sat down together and meditated, feeling the weight of the pressure that came with being students at Shrek Academy. The next morning, Wulin woke up with a renewed sense of excitement as they made their way to the dining hall. They were eager to indulge in the abundant and delicious food offered on their first day at the academy. Wulin suggested that Zi treat them another day, appreciating the opportunity to savor the mouth-watering dishes. Wulin couldn't believe the luxury of the dining hall, surpassing even the one at East Sea Academy. The variety of dishes, ranging from noodles to sashimi, tantalized his taste buds. As a working student, he was granted a complimentary meal on the first day, and he was determined to take full advantage of it, already eyeing the portion for the next day. His excitement didn't go unnoticed by Paichin, a member of the discipline committee, who questioned why Wulin had piled up so much food. According to the academy's rules, food wastage bore a hefty penalty. Unfazed, Wulin reassured Paichin that he could finish it all, eliciting a doubtful response from the committee member. Taking a bold stance, Wulin proposed a wager. If he cleared his plates, Paichin would have to bring him another round. If not, he would accept any punishment Paichin deemed fit. With the challenge accepted, Wulin dove in, showcasing an impressive appetite and efficiency in devouring the nutritious spread. As he continued to polish off plate after plate, onlookers marveled at his eating prowess while the chef and Paichin grew increasingly amazed and worried. Wulin's revelation about being a working student shed light on his insatiable hunger, marking the end of his entitlement to complimentary meals after that day. Reflecting on the episode, Wulin realized that being a working student came with its own set of challenges and biases. Zi asked why Wulin couldn't control his appetite even for a moment, but Wulin insisted that his hunger couldn't be satisfied by restraint alone. He reminded Zi that he was supposed to treat him to dinner. Zi wondered why he was still hungry, to which Wulin replied that by the time they reached their destination, everything would have been digested. Wulin could now feel the effects of consuming nutrient-rich food as his blood flowed with renewed vigor and his vitality surged through his veins. Zi then announced that he would treat them all and suggested exploring the outer court, a magnificent city in itself. They stumbled upon a place that seemed to sell drinks, and Zhu's excitement grew as he craved ice cream. They decided to check it out. As they ventured further, they discovered a festival known as Shrek's Sea God's Fated Date Festival. If one was in the inner court and of a certain age, they could participate in this grand celebration. Upon entering the restaurant, Xiaoyan and Gu Yue were captivated by a dazzling display of fruit in a glass. Their attention, however, was quickly diverted by the presence of an arrogant young man who bellowed at a waitress demanding her phone number. Wulin couldn't help but wonder why this young man was causing such a scene and why someone like him would be found in Shrek Academy. His behavior was undeniably rude. On the other hand, Zi found it rather entertaining. The waitress maintained her composure and politely explained that it was beyond her job description to fulfill his request. Enraged, the man insisted that she fetch the manager. With a calm nod, the waitress complied and left. Zi watched her in awe, though he couldn't quite understand why he suddenly felt a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. Soon enough, the manager arrived to address the situation. The man wasted no time in demanding the waitress's contact information, but the manager, apologetically, explained that he couldn't disclose such private details to his staff. Realizing his efforts were in vain, the man furiously ordered the manager to fetch his superior. As the young master anxiously awaited a response from the boss, his heart overflowed with excitement. When his loyal bodyguard, Sanbo, returned with news of a successful negotiation, a triumphant smile spread across the young master's face. With the ownership of the drink shop now in his hands, he felt a surge of authority and dominance. Eager to assert his newfound status, the young master wasted no time in requesting the waitress's contact information. However, his audacity was met with unexpected resistance. Standing tall before him, the waitress made it clear that she would not lower down to his demands. Frustration and disbelief mingled within the young master as he watched her turn and walk away. Meanwhile, Wulin observed the unfolding scene with great interest, his eyes tracing the palpable tension in the air. Outside, a radiant golden aura enveloped the young master. With his 3 vibrant purple spirit rings and majestic white wings, he emitted an aura of strength and righteousness. On the other side, the waitress prepared herself for battle, unfurling her dark wings. Despite being outclassed in spirit rings, her resolve endured. As the clash between light and darkness erupted, Z could only watch in awe as the 2 adversaries faced each other. In the midst of the intense battle, a blinding light engulfed the scene, momentarily blurring Z's vision. When the light faded away, the waitress stood tall and unwavering, exuding a commanding presence. With a swift motion, she dispersed the dark mist that surrounded her, revealing her true strength. In a voice filled with authority, the holy angel declared the waitress's defeat, confident in his superiority. However, undeterred, the waitress stood her ground. As the tension between the young master and the waitress reached its boiling point, his frustration erupted into insults and relentless attacks. To his surprise, the waitress ceased her resistance, leaving him puzzled and the onlookers bewildered. Suddenly, a stronger force intervened, catching everyone off guard. The arrival of the enforcer brought a sense of order to the chaotic scene, his authoritative presence demanding attention. Yue Zhengyu from the Angel Clan wasted no time in addressing the situation at hand. With solemnity, Yue Zhengyu explained his duty to uphold the laws of Shrek City and his mission to apprehend fallen angels who had strayed from the righteous path. However, the waitress vehemently defended herself, presenting evidence of her innocence as a student of Shrek Academy. Upon verification of her identity as a working student, the enforcer swiftly dispelled any doubts about her allegiance. With a stern warning to the young master for his misguided actions, Yue Zhengyu ensured justice prevailed while maintaining the peace. Despite the resolution, the young master remained unconvinced, his suspicion lingering as the waitress departed with disdain. As the commotion settled, Wulin and his companions pondered the profound differences they had witnessed, realizing that Shrek Academy was a place of unique challenges and unexpected revelations. As the night enveloped Shrek Academy, Z couldn't shake the lingering questions in his mind. He pondered aloud to Wulin about the mysteries surrounding working students, noting the aura of secrecy that seemed to surround them. From the red-haired girl to the enigmatic student number 2, Z sensed a pattern that piqued his curiosity. Wulin, ever the pragmatic thinker, acknowledged Z's musings but stressed the importance of focusing on their immediate priorities. Despite their curiosity, they needed to acclimate to life at Shrek Academy and understand its customs before delving into such matters. As the night wore on, Shu, with her no-nonsense demeanor, reminded them of the early start they had the next day. She swiftly drew the curtains, signaling an end to their discussion and urging everyone to retire for the night. In the midst of the calm night, Wulin found himself deep in thought. The concepts of holy angels and fallen angels sparked his curiosity about the world of spirit masters. The next morning, after a satisfying breakfast, the 4 friends headed to the administration building to receive their daily tasks. By chance, they ran into student number 2, now known as Yuanen, who was also there for his assignments. The head teacher praised them for their previous efforts in cleaning the Spirit Ice Plaza and assigned them the same task for the day. However, Wulin, always ambitious, inquired about additional opportunities to earn contribution points. His request caught the head teacher off guard, as it was rare for working students to seek more tasks. Undeterred, Wulin chose a challenging job, the first-grade 1000 refinement task. The head teacher was impressed by Yuanen's efficiency and quickly assigned him another task. With a nod of acknowledgement, Yuanen silently left, leaving Wulin to contemplate his own choices. As Wulin embarked on his chosen task, the head teacher warned him about the risks involved and the monthly tuition fees required for working students. However, Wulin remained steadfast. Drawing upon the values instilled by the Tang sect, he acknowledged the qualities of self-reliance and hard work in earning contribution points. To him, these points were not just a means of survival, but a pathway to unlocking their full potential. Wulin welcomed the challenges of life at Shrek Academy with the knowledge that each obstacle would only make him stronger. As the Spirit Ice Plaza's opening ceremony began, Wulin and his companions were in awe of the vastness of Shrek Academy's outer courts. With 6 grades and around 600 students, each grade was filled with exceptional individuals who possessed impressive cultivation bases. The younger newcomers, including Wulin himself, couldn't help but be amazed by their surroundings, their youthful enthusiasm contrasting with the experienced maturity of the older students. Excitement filled the air, and a collective murmur spread through the crowd, indicating the arrival of esteemed figures. All eyes turned towards the sky as Teacher Wu and Teacher Shen made their grand entrance, causing the students to cheer with excitement. Wulin felt a sense of comfort, knowing that Teacher Wu would be one of their guides in this unfamiliar environment. Amidst the spectacle, Z's attention was caught by the concept of spatial flight. It soon became clear that only spirit masters with a minimum of 7 rings could achieve this incredible feat. To their astonishment, Elder Kai, the Silver Moon Du Luo, emerged as the head teacher of the outer courts, leaving Wu Lin and his comrades speechless. Elder Kai's presence at the academy was proof of the academy's reputation. As she spoke to the assembled students, the importance of the moment was palpable. With the start of a new school year, Shrek Academy opened its doors to a few talented individuals. Elder Kai's words caused Wu Lin and his friends to feel a sudden drive to excel. Elder Kai's voice reverberated through the courtyard, igniting the same feelings in all the other students present. The new students learned that Shrek Academy did not force its students to cultivate, nor were the classes mandatory. There was a minor exam each year, and a major one every 3 years. Failure in the minor exam twice meant expulsion, while failure in the major exam once also yielded the same result. A realization dawned on the students that time was limited, and the graduation requirements were strict. For those in the 6th grade, the pressure was especially high because they only had a few chances left to accomplish their goals before hitting the age limit of 35. Wu Lin was filled with determination, as Elder Kai's words echoed in his mind. He understood that success at Shrek Academy required not only hard work, but also strategic thinking. Elder Kai's stern gaze made the consequences of complacency clear, reminding him that he held his destiny in his hands. As the opening ceremony came to an end, Wu Lin's resolve only grew stronger. He was fueled by the desire to achieve greatness and reach the pinnacle of success. With unwavering resolve, he promised himself that he would persevere, one step at a time, until he stood at the top of the world. Wu Lin and Z eagerly awaited the chance to meet their teachers and begin their academic journey. Their excitement soared as Teacher Wu and Teacher Shen approached, ready to guide them toward greatness. However, their anticipation turned into trepidation when Elder Kai revealed that the esteemed teachers would be serving as her assistants. Elder Kai's decision to take charge of the new class caught Wu Lin and his friends off guard. The realization of her direct involvement in their education left them uneasy. As they were led to their classroom by Teacher Shen Yi and Teacher Wu Kong, Wu Lin couldn't shake the feeling that Elder Kai had been pulling the strings all along. Sitting in the front row, they couldn't ignore the calculated placement that made them uncomfortably close to the teachers. It served as a stark reminder of their vulnerable position and the potential repercussions of their past choices. Teacher Shen Yi had just finished taking attendance for all 101 students when Elder Kai took the opportunity to stress the significance of personal drive and hard work in achieving success at Shrek Academy. However, her sudden shift in focus to the day's agenda left Wu Lin and his friends feeling uneasy, unsure of what awaited them. With a knowing smile, Elder Kai's demeanor only intensified their discomfort. They couldn't shake the feeling that their past mistakes had caught her attention, and they dreaded the potential consequences. As they settled into their new routine, Wu Lin and his friends silently hoped that Elder Kai's presence in their class wouldn't become a regular occurrence. Shen Yi made sure to inform every one of them about the importance of their student identification cards. These cards held their personal information and contribution points, which could be exchanged for various benefits. Whether it was resources for cultivation, spiritual items, access to special facilities, personal guidance from teachers, or even entry to the prestigious Spirit Ascension platform, their contribution points held great value. Not only that, but working students also relied on these points to purchase food. In the outer court, contribution points could be used for almost anything within reason. The possibilities were endless, as they could exchange their points for whatever they desired. Sensing their curiosity, Shen Yi posed a question, knowing they must be wondering how to earn more contribution points. The answer was simple. They had to complete jobs assigned by the academy. There was a wide range of tasks available, from physical labor to metal forging, mecha making, and even design and maintenance. How they chose to spend their contribution points was entirely up to them. However, it was important to note that these points would only remain valid as long as Shrek Academy stood. As for their schedule, classes would only be held in the morning, leaving the afternoon and evening free for the students to pursue their interests. Of course, there were consequences for excessive absences. Unless there were special circumstances and the approval of a teacher, anyone absent 3 times would face expulsion. Additionally, it was worth mentioning that some places on campus did not accept Federation money. Bringing any items purchased with Federation money onto campus was strictly prohibited and would result in fines if caught. In Shrek Academy, students in the bottom 5 of the yearly minor exams faced expulsion. The academy specialized in nurturing monsters, so those who slacked off wouldn't last long. A list of optional courses would be circulated, revealing additional classes and resources available throughout the academic year. Students had to use contribution points to access these resources, with some classes being free for regular students and others requiring payment. Working students had to pay for all optional classes. Transaction information could be shared on the academy's public platform, but the academy would deduct a 15% fee. Shen Yi cautioned students about point deductions, as reaching negative 1,000 points would result in expulsion. She then shifted the focus to the morning's class. The initial subject matter revolved around battle armor masters. The speaker provided a detailed explanation of what it meant to be a battle armor master, and the journey one had to undertake to become one. It was revealed that only a mere 33% of outer court students managed to graduate as one-word battle armor masters before the age of 35. Essentially, this meant that 1/3 of all outer court students possessed the necessary qualities to achieve this prestigious title. Furthermore, if a student had already established a solid foundation in their secondary professions prior to joining, they were in luck, as it would facilitate their progress moving forward. Those who demonstrated exceptional talent and became one-word battle armor masters at the age of 25 or younger were even eligible to join the esteemed inner courts. However, failing the inner court exam would result in graduation as an outer court student, with no option to continue. It was clear that time was of the essence during their stay. The discussion then transitioned to the connection between battle armor masters and spirit masters, highlighting that battle armor masters were indeed a subset of spirit masters. The mecha served as the gear for individuals, while battle armor was the gear for all spirit masters. However, becoming a true battle armor master required more than just a one-word title. It was only when one fused completely with their armor, making it an extension of their body and soul, that they could be considered a true master. This fusion required resonance and attraction between the armor and the spirit essence until they became one. There were 4 levels of battle armor: 1-word, 2-word, 3-word, and 4-word. To achieve mastery, one had to choose a secondary profession related to armor building. The most effective choices were mecha makers and mecha designers. Designers created armor that perfectly matched their spirit essence, while makers incorporated circuits into the armor through the fusion process. While blacksmithing or mecha mechanics were also options, forging was considered the most challenging to begin with. After Shen Yi finished her lecture on battle armor masters, she made sure to drive home the importance of choosing a secondary profession wisely. She emphasized that no one could excel in all 4 professions simultaneously. Shen Yi reminded her students that collaboration and personal relationships were crucial on their journey, as unity with their battle armor could greatly enhance their power. Xiao Yan reflected on the lesson. Meanwhile, Zi's mind wandered, wondering where Wu Lin could be. It was then that they discovered Wu Lin's contribution points were insufficient to cover his meals. Zi and Xiao Yan decided to eat while Wu Lin searched for a solution to his predicament. In the plaza, Wu Lin stood with a note advertising his blacksmithing skills, hoping to exchange a first-grade 1,000 refined metal for a year's worth of meals. Although he initially faced difficulties, his luck changed when Yuanan approached him and expressed interest in his services. Negotiating a deal, Wu Lin agreed to exchange a top-notch 1,000 refining for 1,100 points, with the condition that Yuanan paid him up front to cover the cost of meals. Despite the Academy's transaction fee, Wu Lin found comfort in the idea of a satisfying meal. In the dining hall, Wu Lin ordered generously, taking the opportunity to explain to Yuanan the significance of food in his cultivation journey. He emphasized how consuming nourishing meals played a vital role in his growth as a potential battle armor master, as it enhanced his blood essence. After their meal, Yuanan proceeded to forge, which prompted Wu Lin to inquire about accessing a workshop. Yuanan explained the various options available through the Academy's associations, suggesting that Wu Lin should consider joining the Blacksmith Association. However, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a towering figure who demanded Wu Lin's presence. Wu Lin couldn't help but feel a sense of unease when the man suddenly appeared and demanded his presence. Uncertain of the stranger's intentions, he reluctantly agreed and followed him to his workshop. It was there that the man revealed his interest in Wu Lin's spirit-refining abilities. The boy explained that he had yet reached to gain 3 spirit rings and was unsure of his skills. Despite the man's disappointment, he still asked Wu Lin to perform 1,000 refinements for him. Setting certain conditions, Wu Lin insisted on choosing his metals to forge. Surprisingly, the man agreed and allowed Wu Lin to select the materials he desired. As Wu Lin delved into his work, he carefully observed the unique characteristics of the metals and heeded the man's reminder about their usage. Nevertheless, Wu Lin remained resolute in his decision, stressing the importance of efficiency in his craft. With the looming threat of failure hanging over him, Wu Lin concentrated on his task, employing his newly upgraded spirit-refined hammers for the very first time. The enhanced weight and stacking effect of the hammers left the man in awe, impressed by Wu Lin's expertise and the excellence of his creations. Employing the Tang sect's disorder-splitting wind hammer technique, Wu Lin forged the dense meteoric iron, pushing himself hard. Upon finishing the forging process, the man was taken aback by Wu Lin's speed and the exceptional quality of the final product. Having been spirit-refined, Wu Lin's hammers needed his blood essence to unleash their full power. This provided him with immediate feedback on the impact of each strike. The man watched in astonishment as Wu Lin showcased his exceptional forging abilities. Feng Wuyu, the president of the Shrek Blacksmith Association, wasted no time and made Wu Lin a member. He handed him a badge and insisted that Wu Lin had no other option but to join. Although Wu Lin was initially hesitant, Feng Wuyu asserted his authority as an 8th-level Saint Blacksmith. He demanded that Wu Lin pay his respects and become his disciple. However, Wu Lin stood firm, explaining that he already had a teacher, Mu Chen, the president of the EC Blacksmith Association. Feng Wuyu's disdain for Mu Chen was evident, but Wu Lin remained loyal to his current mentors. Undeterred, Feng Wuyu showcased his impressive skills, boasting about his power and influence as a titled Duluo with 9 spirit rings, including the coveted red one. Despite Feng Wuyu's attempts to persuade him, Wu Lin stayed resolute, refusing to betray his teachers for personal gain. Instead, Wu Lin proposed a compromise, suggesting that Feng Wuyu seek approval from Mu Chen before accepting him as a disciple. Agreeing to Wu Lin's terms, Feng Wuyu entrusted him with the metals he had forged and welcomed him to return. As Wu Lin left the workshop, he couldn't help but be in awe of the president's immense power. He considered Feng Wuyu's status as a titled Duluo and decided to seek clarification from his teachers. Wu Lin had spent half a day searching for Yuanan, but finally he found him. To his surprise, Yuanan had joined the Blacksmith Association. Wu Lin excitedly informed him that he was incredibly lucky to have been personally recruited by Elder Feng. He then mentioned that the Blacksmith Association was located on the 4th floor. Eager to get started, they made their way to the association and were greeted by a receptionist who appeared to be a fellow student. Wu Lin introduced himself and proudly showed the receptionist the badge Elder Feng had given him. He then asked if there were any other tasks he needed to complete. The receptionist was astonished by Wu Lin's connection to Elder Feng and immediately began registering him. He requested access to Wu Lin's personal information, and as if by magic, all the details appeared on the screen. From his name to his membership in the Eastern Blacksmith Association, his 4th rank, and even his 2nd-place victory in the Junior Division Blacksmith Tournament Sky-Sea Alliance Tournament, everything was displayed. After verifying the information, the receptionist returned Wu Lin's badge. Curious about Wu Lin's status, he asked if he was a working student. Wu Lin learned about how the payment system worked, starting with owning a private shop of about 20 square meters. As one's rank advanced, the workshop would expand. Additionally, the association provided forgers with 10 chunks of metal each month, which they could use as they pleased. They also received a 20% discount when purchasing additional metal from the association. Furthermore, there was even the possibility of getting a job with the association. Wu Lin couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as he realized the opportunities that awaited him in the Blacksmith Association. Wu Lin was immediately intrigued by the idea and showed his enthusiasm for taking on some jobs. The receptionist kindly informed him that he could complete up to 3 jobs per month, which would earn him a generous 2,000 points. To make things even better, the receptionist handed him his workshop door card, ensuring that he had easy access whenever he needed to buy metal or accept new jobs. All he had to do was swing by the front desk, and assistance would be provided right away. Yuanen, on the other hand, had a specific request. He needed a complete set of armor for his battle armor project, and turned to Wu Lin for recommendations. Wu Lin hesitated for a moment, knowing that his spirit essence caused his body to grow significantly in size. However, he couldn't let his friend down and asked about Yuanen's spirit essence. To his surprise, Yuanen revealed that he possessed the giant ape spirit essence. Wu Lin understood that spirit-refined metals would be the perfect choice for Yuanen. These metals would allow him to merge his body armor seamlessly with his ever-growing physique, accommodating his transformation no matter how large he became. Despite the difficulty, Wu Lin was confident in his knowledge of battle armor creation and assured Yuanen that he would guide him through the process. Wu Lin pondered whether his battle armor could transform alongside his spirit essence. Uncertain, he turned to Yuanen for guidance. To his surprise, Yuanen confirmed that it was indeed possible, albeit a complex process. Wu Lin then requested Yuanen to refine a highly malleable metal for him. After considering his options, Wu Lin suggested using heavy silver, as it matched the metal of his armor, and he admired its ductility. Wu Lin began the refining process and swiftly completed it. Yuanen was astounded by his speed and efficiency. The metal had achieved the first-grade 1,000 refinement, leaving Wu Lin feeling that a mere 1,000 contribution points were too little for such a remarkable accomplishment. Intrigued, Yuanen proposed a deal. If Wu Lin continued forging refined metals at the same price, he would reveal a secret about Shrek Academy. Wu Lin agreed, promising to provide 1,000 refined products at that price exclusively. Wu Lin was curious about the secret behind working students, and why people reacted strangely when they discovered he was one. Yuanen explained that working students were often seen as outcasts. The academy typically accepted individuals who didn't pass the exams but excelled in a specific area, like work. Those with exceptional abilities were also admitted as working students. For instance, Elder Feng, whom Wulin had recently met, used to be a working student at Shrek Academy. He relied on his blacksmithing skills and graduated from the outer court at the age of 34. That year, he achieved a breakthrough as a 6th-level blacksmith and completed a remarkable forging work. He also succeeded in spirit refining, reaching rank 7, and became a saint blacksmith. Subsequently, he advanced from 6 to 9 rings, becoming a titled Duluo. Yuanin then asked if Wulin had any other questions. Wulin wondered why he hadn't entered the inner court yet, considering his strength. Yuanin revealed that he was only 15 years old. He also mentioned being a 3rd-rank mecha designer and offered Wulin a discount if he ever needed any designs in the future. As he continued his stroll, they eventually reached the area designated for their dormitory. It was there that they spotted the individual with the angel spirit essence, still on the hunt for the elusive red-haired girl. Yuanin, filled with anger, confronted him and made it clear that he did not know such a person, demanding that he step aside. The frustrated angel master, who had already been waiting for half a day, attempted to touch Yuanin's chest, triggering an explosive burst of fury from him. With a swift punch to the face, the holy angel spirit master was sent flying to the ground, where he sat in shock. Upon regaining his composure, he angrily questioned why he had been struck. Yuanin wasted no time in informing him that the area was strictly reserved for working students and ordered him to leave. The holy angel spirit master was convinced that they were harboring the evil spirit master and warned them against covering for her. Yuanin, however, reminded him that their academy had already investigated and found no evidence of such a presence. The holy angel spirit master insisted that he had seen it with his own eyes. This only fueled Yuanin's anger, as he pointed out that only working students were allowed in the dormitory area. By the academy's rules, they had every right to handle the situation as they saw fit if he trespassed. The holy angel spirit master responded by hurling insults at the working students, which Yuanin interpreted as a declaration of war against them all. In a bold move, the holy angel spirit master claimed to have a way to prove his suspicions and promptly left. Wulin, curious about the red-haired student, asked Yuanin if there was any truth to the holy angel spirit master's claims. Yuanin, with absolute certainty, denied the existence of such a person. However, Wulin couldn't help but suspect that Yuanin was hiding something. He pondered over Yuanin's origins and questioned why he had not pursued a place in the inner courts. Wulin reached out to teacher Mu Chen, bursting with excitement as he shared the news of his acceptance into Shrek Academy. Mu Chen couldn't help but feel immensely proud of the boy. However, Wulin had more to discuss. He had made a significant breakthrough in forging, but Mu Chen's hesitation was evident. Concerned for his safety, Mu Chen advised Wulin to hold off on attempting spirit refining until he reached rank 30. Promising to visit him in a few days, Mu Chen wanted to continue their conversation in person. Wulin couldn't contain his joy at the prospect of attending Shrek Academy. Mu Chen, on the other hand, had been there for far too long and felt it was time for a change. Wulin eagerly recounted the events in Shrek City to Mu Chen, but there was something else he needed to share. Feng Yu, a renowned figure, wanted to take him as his disciple. Mu Chen, trying to hide his anger, swiftly ended the call, assuring Wulin that they would meet soon. Determined to secure his position as Wulin's mentor, Mu Chen made a bold decision. He declared his resignation and demanded train tickets to Shrek City. Frustration fueled his words as he expressed his unwillingness to sit idly by while his disciple was taken away. Without hesitation, he dialed a number and demanded to speak to the president. Despite being informed of an ongoing meeting, Mu Chen insisted that he needed to convey his resignation. At Shrek Academy, Senior Yuanin graciously covered the cost of Wulin's meal. Curiosity piqued, Wulin asked about the number of working students at the academy. Yuanin revealed that there were 6 last year, but 2 had graduated. 2 others had moved on to the inner courts, while 1 had withdrawn from the academy. This left Wulin as the sole member of the previous batch. Suddenly, the Angel Master interjected, accusing Yuanin of lying and reminding him about the red-haired girl. The Angel Master emphasized that it was the duty of every holy angel spirit master to eliminate evil, and that responsibility fell squarely on his shoulders. He commanded them to stop hiding the girl from him, warning of dire consequences if he were to catch her. Furthermore, he revealed that his application to become a working student had been approved, granting him access to the dormitory. If the girl was there, he vowed to find her. Wulin couldn't help but feel that the Angel Master was being irrational. After all, the enforcer had already confirmed that the girl wasn't an evil spirit master. Even if he did find her, what did he expect to happen? Nevertheless, the Angel Spirit Master remained convinced that fallen Angel Spirit Masters were inherently evil, and he was determined to prove his point. Wulin's curiosity got the better of him, and he wondered if being rich also meant having a high number of contribution points. The Angel Spirit Master confirmed this, boasting about his Holy Angel clan's thriving business on campus. Lin then asked if the Angel Spirit Master needed any metals forged, proudly displaying his blacksmith badge. The Angel Master couldn't believe his eyes when he discovered that Lin, a mere 13-year-old, was already a 4th-ranked blacksmith. In comparison, the Angel Master himself was 15 and only a rank 2 student. However, he had to spend his entire 1st grade in seclusion with his clan. Impressed by Lin's talent, the Angel Master assured him that he would seek his services in the future and encouraged him to continue working hard to improve his skills. Z then asked Lin about his plans for the night. Gu Yue had to report to the local Spirit Pagoda branch, while Lin mentioned that the rest of them needed to report to the Tang sect. However, before anything else, they had to find Teacher Wu. Z, on the other hand, had a different idea. He suggested that they should have some fun that night. Although they had passed the entrance exam, the competition at Shrek Academy was intense. Additionally, the academy placed great importance on secondary professions, especially for those aspiring to become battle armor masters. They needed to excel in their secondary professions, and any free time they had should be dedicated to practicing and honing their skills. Later, in the dormitory, Lin found solace in meditation. From that point forward, his daily routine consisted of attending morning classes, spending 2 hours forging in the afternoon, and utilizing every spare moment to cultivate his skills. His goal was to reach rank 30 as quickly as possible and obtain his 3rd spirit ring. Once that milestone was achieved, he could attempt spirit refining once again. Lin had already attained the strength of a 5th-rank blacksmith, which meant that he could offer his assistance to others in spirit forging and ask them to provide the necessary metals. The advantage of being in the 5th rank was that he faced no consequences if he failed to forge a metal. Lin began accepting commissions, using them as an opportunity to practice spirit refinement despite its high failure rate. The minimum commission for spirit refinement was 10 times that of a 1,000 refinements job. This made it a lucrative endeavor. Spirit-refined metals served as the foundation for 2-word battle armor, making the entire outer court his potential customer base. As he accumulated enough contribution points, he planned to use them to purchase items that would aid his cultivation and help him break the next Golden Dragon King seal. Lin had a well-thought-out plan, and by following this cycle, he knew he could improve himself at a faster pace. The following day during class, Shen Yi announced that they would be choosing their class representatives. A competition would determine the class president, with other positions going to those who displayed exceptional skills. The class officers included the president, 2 vice presidents, and various committee members. Each representative would receive bonus contribution points, with the president earning 1,000 points per month and the vice presidents and committee officials earning 500 points per month. If the president became a battle armor master by 25, they would be automatically admitted to the inner court upon graduation. However, one had to achieve this by 35 to be considered a member of Shrek. Shen Yi then appointed Lin as the blacksmith representative, as he already had a 4th-rank blacksmith badge. When a student questioned why Lin didn't have to compete, Shen Yi explained that the blacksmith committee didn't require competition. Lin's skills were evident when he revealed his badge, shocking the other student, who was only a 3rd-rank blacksmith. Shen Yi then proceeded to elaborate that the competition for the president and vice president roles was about to commence at the Grand Martial Arts Arena. The ultimate survivor would claim the title of class president, while the next 2 would become vice presidents. The duties of the class president were weighty, requiring patience and a strong sense of responsibility. Many of the Sea Lord Pavilion's elders had previously held these positions. Lin felt motivated and resolved to vie for the presidency. With 15 minutes to prepare, they could team up. Lin understood that it was not just a test of strength, but also a test of intelligence. He assigned Zi and Xiaoyan to form a group, and despite their disappointment, they followed their leader's orders. Their classmates, initially strangers, quickly formed a bond of friendship. Out of the blue, one of their fellow students approached Lin and Gu Yue, asking if Lin was the renowned 4th-rank blacksmith. Lin confirmed this, and the student, Yang Nianxia, expressed his desire to team up with them. Yang Nianxia was a power-type spirit master with a formidable spirit essence known as the Dusk Gold Bear. This particular bear was hailed as the strongest among all bear-type spirit essences. Lin gladly accepted Yang's offer and introduced himself and Gu Yue. He explained that he was a control-type spirit master, while Gu Yue specialized in elemental-type abilities. Yang, admitting his lack of strategic skills, inquired about their plan and their strengths. Lin reassured him that all he needed to do was focus on showcasing his abilities, leaving the rest to Lin and Gu Yue. Gu Yue's role would be to draw enemies towards her, allowing Lin to defeat them, while also providing ranged attacks and support. Shen Yi excitedly led the group, promising an adventure in an illusionary world akin to the Spirit Ascension platform. As they stepped into the forest, she assured them that the boundaries were close, ensuring they would reunite swiftly. Each member could select their egg, with the option to be near their friends. Before entering their cabins, she reminded them to fasten their seatbelts. Wulin pondered if their time at Shrek Academy meant they no longer required visits to the Spirit Ascension platform for combat practice.
Don't forget to like and comment for the next part. Join our Discord for the name of the book and subscribe for more videos from us.
Chun Yi announced that the contest for the president and vice president seats would start in a moment. She would take the students to the great performance martial arts field. She explained that the responsibilities of the class president were heavy, requiring enough patience and a sense of responsibility, but noted that it could also improve one's workability. She added that students could fight there to their heart's content, and that the one who survived until the very end would become the class president, with the two runner-ups becoming vice presidents. Shen Yi highlighted that the class president had a higher chance of making it into the inner court, and that nearly all the elders of the Sea Deity's pavilion were past class presidents or vice presidents. Tang Wulin realized that he had to fight for this position and recognized that wisdom was even more important than strength, understanding that this was not merely a test of individual strength. Shen Yi said that they had 15 minutes to prepare, and that they could also form groups. Wulin told Jixi and Xiaoyan to go make another group. They both agreed. The classmates were strangers at first, but soon became friendly. Wulin thought that there must be much attention if the four of them acted together, making it easy to be targeted by others. If they wanted to take full advantage of the ensuing chaos, first they had to take the heat off themselves. Xu Xiaoyan asked them if she could join their group because she didn't want to be class president. She was just afraid of getting hurt. Tang, with a blush on his face, said yes. A boy approached Wulin and asked if he was really a fourth-rank blacksmith. Wulin confirmed that he was. The boy then suggested they team up, introducing himself as Yang Nianxia, a power-type soul master whose martial soul was the Dustgold Bear. Wulin considered that the Dustgold Bear was a variant of the Dustgold Dreadclaw Bear, renowned as the most powerful bear-type martial soul, and thought Yang would be an excellent comrade. Wulin welcomed him to the team, introducing himself as a control-type soul master, and his companion Gu Yue as an elemental-type soul master. Yang asked if there were any ideas about what they should do later, admitting that he wasn't very good at strategizing and inquiring about their specialties. Wulin responded that it was quite simple. He explained that all Yang needed to do was focus on displaying his abilities, assuring him that the rest would be handled by himself and Gu Yue. Wulin stated that he would pull people to Yang, who would then bear them up, while Gu Yue would be in charge of ranged attacks and supporting them. Shen Yi instructed everyone to follow her. She explained that in just a moment, they would all enter an illusory world similar to the Spirit Ascension platform. Each person could choose whichever world they wanted to enter. After entering, they would find themselves in a forest with small boundaries, so they would quickly encounter each other. Shen Yi advised that if anyone wanted to be near companions, they should enter eggs that were near each other. He reminded them not to forget to buckle their seatbelts once inside their cabins. Wulin thought that studying at Shrek Academy might mean they no longer needed to visit the Spirit Ascension platform, and could instead come here for actual combat training. They all arrived in the other world. They were inside a forest. Wulin thought he had to find a place to hide. The boundaries of this forest were not too big, so he would quickly encounter others. He decided to hide first and then monitor the situation. But then, all of a sudden, Yang shouted, asking where Wulin and Gu Yue were. Wulin was startled and frustrated by his stupid move. He decided to watch what would happen. Yang's voice attracted an enemy. He attacked him from behind. He started strangling him. Wulin wondered what Yang would do, but then he started to expand his body. He quickly grew to a height of 250 centimeters. He grabbed the attacker by the foot and smashed him into the ground. Wulin was impressed by Yang's abilities, but then he started shouting again, and Wulin wondered why he kept doing that. His voice attracted another group. The leader of the group asked why he was shouting. He told her that he was looking for his teammates. She said he should just withdraw right then, as the position of class president was already hers. She ordered her teammates Zheng Long and Zheng Hu to attack him. They both started strangling him. Wulin was unsure if Yang could beat them because they likely hailed from a family of position-attributed martial souls. As the two were about to land the finishing blow, Yang smiled, grabbed one boy by his foot and smashed him and his friend into the ground. The girl was shocked by how easily he was able to defeat her teammates. The girl attacked him. She wrapped herself around Yang and constricted him, but then a dark gold light emerged from Yang which blocked the girl's attack. Both of them were not ready to give up. Yang was consuming a lot of soul power because of the state he was in. Wulin wondered how long he could hold on, but then Gu Yue jumped in and froze the girl, saving Yang. He thanked her for helping him. He asked Gu Yue what they should do now. She replied that he was doing well just now and should continue. He mentioned that his soul power would run out. She responded that it was his problem and wished him good luck before saying she would hide first. Wu Lin wondered where Gu Yue was going because she should have found him, but to his surprise, she already knew where he was and she appeared right beside him. Yang was frustrated that she had disappeared so fast. She started shouting her name. Gu Yue asked Wu Lin why he was so calm. He told her that he believed Yang could handle himself, but then the two were attacked from behind by two boys. Wu Lin already knew that they were there, and he made quick work of them. He said that Gu Yue was still Gu Yue. The shot was clean and neat. Gu Yue replied not to praise her, saying it was obviously his plan. She noted that two of them were agility-type soul masters who could hide so well and asked how he could notice. He responded that it was because they had reliable partners, and looking back quietly, that person was behind. Hiding in the bushes, ZC was spying on them. Yang then finally managed to find the two. He told them to keep watch for him because he needed to recover his soul power. While he was recovering, Wu Lin decided to explore the surrounding situation. From the control room, Shen Yi and Wu Jiankong were watching what was happening. Shen Yi asked Wu Jiankong who he thought would become the class president. He answered that it would be Wu Lin. Shen Yi was surprised and questioned this, pointing out that several other new students were stronger than him. She wondered if Wu Lin really had a chance against those students. Wu Jiankong explained that it wasn't Wu Lin's strength would allow him to win, but his character. He believed that Wu Lin had the temperament of a leader that he had never seen before. Shen Yi was skeptical and asked if he wasn't exaggerating. Wu Jiankong admitted that it had taken him 3 years to uncover Wu Lin's qualities and advantages. He noted that while Wu Lin might seem heartless, he never hesitated to help when his comrades were in danger. His situational awareness was above that of his peers, and his charisma united those around him, making them willingly accept his commands. Shen Yi decided to sit back and observe, awaiting an excellent performance from Wu Lin. In the forest, Wu Lin told everyone to be careful because he sensed that someone was coming. A boy who was a tiger-type martial soul was badly injured and was running from someone. Wu Lin thought who could have done such a thing, as the tiger-type martial soul was very powerful. The boy was attacked from behind by a boy with a very menacing dark purple aura. The boy tried to fight back, but he didn't even scratch him. The other boy came closer and stepped on his wing. The boy desperately pleaded that they join hands, but the other boy didn't listen. He finished him off with one move and left with his teammates. The three witnessed everything. Yang Nianxia recognized him. He was from Bright City, and his name was Shu Yucheng. Shu Yucheng was super famous in Bright City and was from the Imperial Sun Moon Soul Engineer Academy. Yang had heard he was nicknamed Immortal Shu Yucheng. Although Shu Yucheng had 4 rings, none of them had reached the 1,000-year spirit soul level. This was because the demon scythe was so powerful it began devouring the soul master's body. As a result, his body was so frail he didn't dare fuse with a 1,000-year spirit soul yet. In fact, having that many 100-year soul rings was impressive for his situation. He wasn't just the strongest student under 15 at the Imperial Sun Moon Soul Engineering Academy, which had over 10,000 years of history. Yang had even heard that back then they stood toe-to-toe with Shrek Academy. Wu Lin thought that from the situation just now, it wasn't an easy task to defeat immortal Shu Yucheng. Wu Lin asked Yang if he thought he could withstand Shu Yucheng's attack. Yang responded that he could probably endure for a short while. He added that if they faced Shu Yucheng, he would be the vanguard to keep him occupied while Gu Yue attacked from a distance. Wu Lin suggested that Yang should be the captain of their team because he was strong and experienced. He proposed that if they lasted until the end, Yang should be class president, and they would be his vice presidents. Yang agreed, assuring them that he would definitely protect them both. Wu Lin then asked Yang what they should do next. Yang replied that the class president should be the strongest in the class, emphasizing that strength was paramount. He urged them to get going. Wu Lin instructed Gu Yue to follow Yang. Yang ordered them to stop because there was a team of 7 there. Yang was nervous when he saw the leader of the team. He told the two that they should avoid them and let the other teams weaken them first. Judging by Yang's face, Wu Lin thought that the opponent in front of them would be difficult to deal with. They then spotted Xu Xiaoyan with the other team. At the same time, CC had been following Wu Lin's team from a distance. Wu Lin mentioned that he knew the girl, Xu Xiaoyan, from the Sky Sea Alliance. She had an Ice Staff Martial Soul and was an Ice Attribute Controller. He did not recognize any of the others. Yang then explained that he only knew about the center guy, who was very annoying to deal with, maybe even more so than immortal Shu Yucheng. Though not as powerful as Shu Yucheng, this person was a control-type soul master and always had a group of teammates around him. He was from Heaven Dew City, named Luo Guixing, and had 3 soul rings. His most noteworthy quality was his spiritual power, having already reached the Spirit Sea realm. In addition, he was a space element-type soul master, and considering his ability, he shouldn't have any problems entering the inner court. Wu Lin noted that he shared the same element type as Gu Yue. Yang added that Luo Guixing also had a nickname, Shackler. Both Shackler Luo Guixing and immortal Shu Yucheng were top geniuses of their generation. The girl that Gu Yue helped Yang defeat a while back was also quite famous. Her name was Zheng Yiran, a poison-type soul master with the martial soul of the Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor, also known as Jade Snake Zheng Yiran. Yang asked if they had heard of the Continental Rankings. They had no idea. He explained that the Continental Rankings were a series of rankings specially curated by the Spirit Pagoda for Soul Masters. The Continental Rankings were divided into several smaller lists. The main one was the Duluo Continent Ranking, which listed the top 100 battle armor masters in order. There were many other rankings as well, such as those for blacksmiths, mecha designers, makers, and mechanics. Additionally, there was the Genius Youths ranking. The requirements to enter the Genius Youths ranking were that only those 18 and under could have their names listed there, with their talent, strength, secondary profession, and soul power all assessed. There were 30 spots on that list altogether. Of these 30 slots, the majority were held by students of Shrek Academy, and of those Shrek students, 7 were under 15 years old. At rank 17 was Luo Guiqing, at rank 19 was Shu Yu Cheng, and at rank 30 was Jade Snake Zheng Yiran. Wu Lin asked Yang if he was part of that 7, noting his strength. Yang responded that he had just made it onto the list, ranked 27, and that everyone called him Yang Nianxia Dark Bear. Wu Lin thought the nickname suited him, noting that Yang was cunning and could hide it well. Yang then mentioned that among those under the age of 15 on the Genius Youths ranking, one person even made the top 10. This person ranked 9 and seemed to be in their class. Her name was Wu Siduo, the highest-ranked person among the new students. He wasn't sure how they compared in strength, but he knew she was from Star Luo City and had 4,000-year-old soul rings. She was so powerful that she was praised as a once-in-a-century genius in Star Luo City and was likely to reach the top of the Genius Youths ranking by the time she turned 18. Additionally, she was a 4th-rank mecha designer, which Yang found truly amazing. Wu Lin then asked if Wu Siduo had a nickname too, and Yang replied that her nickname was Hell Wu Siduo. Wu Lin thought that if Gu Yue revealed her full might, she would make it far on that prestigious list. Then all of a sudden an announcement was made stating that only 48 students remained, and that the combat zone would be reduced by 50%. This announcement shocked everyone. Wu Lin told Gu Yue to hold his hand. Many people started appearing. Wu Lin asked Yang what they should do next. Yang had a plan. He started telling other people that they should team up to beat Luo. A girl agreed to join their team. Luo's team members asked him what they should do as the other teams were joining forces. He told him that they had nothing to fear. A boy attacked the two, but he was quickly dealt with by Luo's teammate. The girl decided to fight Luo's team alone. The team was amazed upon seeing her 4 purple soul rings. Yang realized that she was Wu Siduo. She was about to land a hit on Luo but had to pull back because his teammate shot at her. One of his teammates attacked her with a 1,000-year soul skill pull. His attack did no damage to her. She passed right through it. With a menacing blue light in her eyes, she attacked and knocked on 2 people. Luo raised his hand and made a shield. He wondered what Siduo would do now, but then she raised her hand and a dark aura formed a sword around it. She charged a powerful attack and cut through the shield. This move shocked everyone. Luo and Siduo were now face to face. Xu Xiaoyan used her ice powers and froze Siduo in place. She didn't know what martial soul that was. She was getting pulled towards a boy who was ready to finish her, but then Wu Lin stepped in and stopped her by using a rope. Luo ordered his teammates to continue attacking. Siduo was about to get hit, but then Yang and Gu Yue came to help her. Gu Yue stopped the fireballs using her powers. Wu Lin pulled Siduo back and caught her. This made Gu Yue a little jealous. Wu Lin told her that he would support her, so she just had to concentrate on fighting. Wu Lin attacked the boy with a shield with a blue-silver impaling array. He managed to block his attack, but then he was attacked from behind by Yang. He was about to finish him, but he disappeared. It turned out that Luo had teleported him away. Wu Lin noticed that 2 people were missing. They were about to attack Gu Yue. Wu Lin told Gu Yue to watch her back. She managed to save herself by forming a barrier around herself. Wu Lin remarked that Luo Guixing's ability was really amazing and that he was also very good at tactical deployment. Gu Yue asked what they should do next. Wu Lin suggested that they watch for changes first. One of Luo's team members wondered why they hadn't come out and asked if they had run away. Luo responded that they were definitely waiting for their next move and decided to get rid of their barrier. One of his team members made a giant fiery bird, but before she could attack, Siduo jumped in and saved them. Siduo started attacking them. Their barriers were barely stopping her. She was meeting force with force. She was about to land a finishing blow to Luo, but Xu Xiaoyan managed to save him by throwing an ice spear towards her using her ice powers. Luo acknowledged her help. Siduo smiled which confused Luo. She used some kind of tiger claw powers to attack them. Luo noted that she had twin martial souls. She grabbed one team member by the head, but he was saved by Luo. She then charged at the Firebird. Luo realized that the Firebird had no way to bar her path, so he saved his teammate by teleporting her, but then Yang attacked them from behind. He was stopped by a boy with red hair, but Wulin saved him. He thanked Wulin and punched the boy to the ground. Luo was in denial, seeing that his team had lost half its members, and the opponent's team had not lost a single person. If the fight continued like this, they would soon lose. He decided to retreat. He ordered his teammates to enter the space portal, but then, as a team member was about to enter, he noticed that something was wrong with the portal. He told her to stop. His teammates wondered what was wrong with his portal. Luo wondered how his soul skill could be cracked, but then his portal turned black and started sucking his teammate in. He was also sucked in by the portal, and then the portal disappeared. The entire team was gone, but Xu Xiaoyan managed to survive. She surrendered to them. She decided to follow whoever won. Wulin knew she wouldn't be involved. Gu Yue was just disappointed. Shi noted that Xu Xiaoyan was treated like a queen. Yang thought that the situation was now 3-1. Wu Siduo had exhausted a lot of her strength. If they attacked with all their strength at that time, their chance to win would have been really high. If he could win against her, then the position of class president would be his. So he attacked her. She used her powers and turned into a white tiger. Everyone was surprised. She eliminated Yang with one strike. Wulin wondered if she was using a self-soul fusion skill. He acknowledged that she was too powerful. The two decided to run. She attacked them, but Wulin grabbed Gu Yue and jumped onto a tree. She then decided to leave. She came across Xu Xiaoyan, who surrendered immediately. She asked if she was okay. Siduo responded that she was very weak and had overdrafted her soul power. If she had planned on attacking, then that would have been the time. Xu said she could not take advantage of her in her current state, as she was not that kind of a person, and since she had surrendered, she was now on her team. Siduo asked to be protected, as she was going to meditate. Xu did as she was asked. Wulin and his team were watching this from a tree. ZC asked Wulin what they were going to do now. Wulin mentioned that such a large battle had definitely attracted the attention of others and suggested they should wait there for others to come to deal with her. Gu Yue agreed to wait, but expressed her desire not to have anyone disturb her while she was meditating. Wulin asked why, to which Gu Yue responded that she wanted to duel her at her best condition. Wulin, acknowledging Gu Yue's stubbornness, agreed that they would protect her while she meditated. ZC wasn't so sure about their decision. Wulin stated that Gu Yue was right, questioning if defeating her immediately would lead to genuine acceptance of their victory. He emphasized that if any of them wanted to become the class president at Shrek Academy, they would need to demonstrate their strength, making Wu Siduo a challenge they had to overcome fairly. Wulin then requested Gu Yue to promise that they would fight together, acknowledging that Wu Siduo was stronger and defeating her would be difficult, noting that their opponent wasn't just her. Gu Yue asked him if becoming class president was really important to him. Wulin understood what she was actually trying to say and told her that they would do this together. ZC didn't seem to understand. An announcement was then made stating that 12 people remained and the arena would be reduced for the final battle. They were told to engage in random battles. Everyone was now present at the same location. Wulin understood why no one had come to eliminate Wu Siduo. It was because there were only a dozen of them left, and 4 of them were in a dire state. Xu Yucheng's team looked unbeatable. Wulin told Gu Yue to save her soul power because he was going to fight Xu Yucheng. Xu Yucheng's team and Wulin's team were now face to face. Xu Yucheng's team attacked. One of the team members decided to go for ZC. He used a silver gray chains attack to restrain him. He thought that no one could escape his grip, but ZC proved him wrong. He easily managed to escape. He told him that his soul control skills were too weak. He attacked him, showing him real speed. Wulin thought that ZC unleashed his ghost shadow perplexing track and separated himself into 2 clones. It seemed that ZC had engraved Elder Chia's criticisms that day into his heart. Wulin then confronted Xu Yucheng. He attacked with an entangled attack, but Xu Yucheng's black mist avoided his blue dilver grass. He then ran towards him. He was surrendered by black mist. Xu Yucheng thought that he had no way of escaping, but Wulin managed to dispel the black mist with a single slap. Xu Yucheng was surprised. Wulin dashed towards him, attacking him with the blue silver grass. Xu Yucheng took out his scythe, which made Wulin a little worried. Xu Yucheng started spinning his scythe, which cut through the blue silver grass with ease. A black aura started coming out from him. He attacked Wulin with that black aura, trapping him inside it. He thought that no one could escape his attack, but then a golden light started coming out of it. This shocked Xu Yucheng. Wulin managed to escape the dark mist, his eyes glowing a dark purple color. Xu Yucheng received a mental shock from him and was almost controlled by him. Wulin attacked him. He had no choice but to block his attack. A huge explosion happened. The fight was now neck and neck. Shu Yucheng thought that his opponent probably believed he specialized in long weapons. Unfortunately, Wu Lin, Shu Yucheng's demon scythe, was just as effective in close-quarters fights. Wu Lin was going to pay the price for his misjudgment. Wu Lin attacked him, and he stopped him with his scythe. He was shocked by how strong he was because of his punch. Some cracks appeared on his demon scythe. Wu Lin's power started proving too much for him as even more cracks started to appear. Shu Yucheng's mouth started bleeding, and he was worried about what was about to happen to him. Then, with a final attack, Wu Lin broke his scythe and finished him. His attack left a huge crater in the ground. Their fight even grabbed the attention of Siduo. Wu Lin thought that this guy had been hiding too deep, and the power he had just shown was definitely not inferior to young Nianxia's. It seemed that he had judged the wrong person. Shu Yucheng's teammates were shocked by what had just happened to him. Gu Yue told them to worry about their own fight. She used Purple Demon Eyes, and ZC used Light Dragon Storm to eliminate both their enemies. After their fight, Shu Xiaoyan rejoined them. It turned out that she was with them all along. She asked Wu Lin what they should do next. Wu Lin decided that they would just observe, and the one who would fight Siduo would be Gu Yue. CC and Shu Xiaoyan cheered for Gu Yue. Siduo was surprised that only one person had come to face her. Siduo thought that Gu Yue was just a support type, and questioned if she really wanted to duel her one-on-one. She reminded herself not to overthink and to handle the situation first. Siduo attacked, but Gu Yue easily escaped. Siduo noticed that Gu Yue had no difficulties escaping her attack, and instead crazily absorbed the surrounding elemental energy. It seemed that Gu Yue was not going to be easy to deal with. Gu Yue used the fire element to accelerate the speed of her icicle missiles. Siduo was shocked. She barely managed to block her attack. Gu Yue's spatial power was hindering Siduo's speed. The number of icicles was too much to block, so she had to dodge them. Gu Yue started to form a tornado. Due to the strong winds, Siduo couldn't see anything. But then Gu Yue appeared. Siduo, seeing that this was her chance, decided to strike. She attacked, but Gu Yue disappeared again. The stones that were flying in the blizzard tornado were damaging Siduo. Wu Lin noted that Gu Yue's element control ability had improved. She was even taking advantage of her opponent's power to strengthen her attack. Siduo knew she couldn't take much more of her attacks, so she decided to use Hell Rush to escape the tornado. She managed to escape, but that was short-lived. Gu Yue used her powers and formed another tornado. They both looked at each other with an intense gaze. Siduo stood up to face her. A blue aura started surrounding Siduo. She was powering up, but even that was proving to be ineffective. The storm's power was too strong. She couldn't hold for much longer. Gu Yue was impressed that Siduo had lasted for so long. She decided to add more material to her. Siduo was now running out of options, but then the tornado had gone out of control. Gu Yue wasn't able to control it, so she told her teammates to run. Siduo was shocked. She was now trapped in a tornado with no way to escape. Gu Yue told her teammates to not get involved. The tornado started destroying everything. The team ran and barely made it back to the cabin. They were welcomed with angry stares. Everyone was frustrated because of them. Since the difference in strength between the four of them was clear, there was no need for the competition to continue any longer. And because Wu Lin and Gu Yue were on the same team, the class president and vice presidents would be chosen between them. Gu Yue decided to let Wu Lin be the class president. Wu Lin thanked her for her kindness. Shen Yi told Xie and Shu Xiaoyan to choose which one of them would be vice president. Shu Xiaoyan happily gave up the position. Xie also gave up the position. He told her that when he is sure that he would be able to be a president or vice president, he'll have no hesitation for a challenge. Shen Yi addressed the group, stating that since the two individuals lasted until the end and chose to give up on being the vice president, they would be rewarded with 2,000 contribution points to distribute between them. She then asked Wu Siduo if she would like to take the remaining vice president seat, to which Siduo agreed. Shen Yi confirmed the arrangement, announcing that the class president was Wu Lin, and the two vice presidents were Gu Yue and Wu Siduo. She mentioned that since the forging committee had selected Wu Lin as a blacksmith representative, competitions would be held for the remaining 3 representative positions: Mecha Design Committee, Mecha Manufacturing Committee, and Mecha Maintenance Committee. She then instructed all designers, makers, and mechanics ranked 2 and above to sign up to compete. Wu Lin noted that Gu Yue went to sign up. He thought that she was trying to be the designer representative. Yang was still upset that he didn't become president. He looked at Wu Lin and it seemed like he was about to kill him. But then he shook his hand with a crushing grip and told him to take care of him. Wu Lin agreed. He thought that crushing his hand was his way of revenge. Wu Lin then went towards Wu. He called his name, but he simply ignored him, and Wu Lin didn't understand. He was wondering why Wu hadn't given them any pointers since they came to the academy. ZC told Wu Lin that he would leave first. He was proud because he sensed that ZC had learned a lot. Xu Xiaoyan told Wu Lin that they should go back. She asked him if he thought she could thrive at Shrek Academy because everyone there had amazing talent. He told her not to underestimate herself, assuring her that her martial soul was an amazing variant and expressing confidence that once her soul rank was higher, she would be able to show off its true power. With a simple smile on her face, she agreed, saying that he was right. He responded that it was good to see she didn't lose confidence in herself that easily. She affirmed, stating that she had to do her best and become stronger. After a morning of elections, all the cadres of the freshman class had been determined. Some people even held more than one class officer position. It was not uncommon for one person to hold 2 class officer positions at Shrek Academy. There had even been instances where one student had held 4 positions. Of course, that outstanding student ended up in the inner court. After the class officer positions were decided, the new student's study life at Shrek Academy officially began. As Wu Lin's forging level had far exceeded his own cultivation level, it was most important for Wu Lin to raise his cultivation level. However, there was no shortcut to raising his cultivation level. Only constant cultivation and accumulation would allow him to build up his strength. At the same time, an uninvited guest appeared at a different corner of the working student dormitory. Yue Zhengyu was assigned the same room as Yuanen Yehui. Yuanen wasn't happy about this, so she ordered him to get out of her room. He refused, stating that he was assigned that room by the academy, and because Yue wasn't budging, Yuanen decided to leave. Yue asked her why he was leaving. She told him that she was going to request a room change because she felt sick at the thought of sharing a room with him. He was enraged by this and requested that they spar, but she simply ignored him and left. Ever since Yue moved to the working students' dormitory area, he had always had a desire to battle with Yuanen. He even provoked Yuanen in front of everyone in the class. However, Yuanen refused his sparring requests every single time. This made Yue even more enraged. In another room, Zhenhua was enraged at Mu Chen because he wanted to resign. Zhen banged his table and expressed his anger, stating that when Mu Chen had wanted to move to that remote city, he had let him do so. He pointed out that the Sky Sea Alliance's economy was thriving under Mu Chen's guidance, and now Mu Chen wanted to resign. Zhen questioned if Mu Chen had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Mu Chen responded that it was because the Sky Sea Alliance was on the right track that they no longer needed him. He emphasized that as a saint blacksmith, he aspired to become a divine blacksmith one day. Zhen didn't believe him and demanded that he tell him the real reason for his resignation, or else he wouldn't allow it. Mu Chen replied that he didn't care if Zhen approved or not anymore, and that he was leaving. Zhen called after him, telling him to come back and promising to allow it if he gave a legitimate reason first, as he still needed to give an explanation to the other high-ranking members of the association. As one of the association's pillars, Zhen argued, Mu Chen couldn't just leave like this. He tried to play the guilt game by asking with tears in his eyes how could he abandon him like that, but Mu Chen saw right through what Zhen was doing, and he slapped him. Mu Chen agreed to stay, saying he would give him some faith and not completely resign, but he wanted to be transferred to another branch. He mentioned he had been on the outskirts of the continent for too long and now wanted to live in the core of the continent. Zhen asked where, and Mu Chen specified Shrek City, requesting to be made the president of the branch there. Zhan got angry and accused him of wanting to be the president of the Shrek City branch all along. Zhenhua and Mu Chen had known each other since childhood, and they became blacksmiths together, and while they were best friends, they were also rivals. In fact, they had even fallen in love with the same girl. In the end, the two were faced with a difficult choice: chase the dream or chase love. Zhenhua chose to further his career, and Mu Chen chose to marry the girl. Mu Chen asked if he could transfer his post. Zhen responded that he could go to Shrek City then, but reminded him that the president of the Blacksmiths Association of Shrek Academy was an old madman not even 10 of him could match. Zhen advised not to provoke him. Mu Chen replied that if he caused trouble, he would just throw him his way. Zhan asked him if he owed him something, and he replied yes. He agreed and asked how Bao'er was doing. Mu Chen told him that she was doing great. Zhan asked him when he planned on leaving for Shrek City. He told him that he would be leaving immediately, and that Bao'er and she would also be going with him. He asked him if he could pull some strings so that she could get into Shrek Academy. Zhan told him that it wouldn't be an easy task. He asked him if it should be easy. Zhan confronted him, saying that he was just trying to make him suffer. He said yes. This made Zhan even more mad, and he told him to leave. He left, saying goodbye. Outside, Wu Lin met Yuanen. He asked her why she was cleaning because she had already cleaned her room that morning. She told him that she had switched rooms because of Yue, which was why she needed to clean. Wu Lin mentioned that he heard the new student also moved to the dormitory area for working students. She confirmed that it was him and expressed that she did not want anything to do with him. Seeing an opportunity to make money, Wu Lin decided to welcome their new fellow working student. He knocked on Yue's door. Yue asked who he was. He came out and was surprised to see Wu Lin. He mentioned that he had heard Yue had moved in, so he came to welcome him. Yue invited him in, commenting that the accommodation conditions for the working students were too difficult. He clarified that it wasn't just Yue's, but everyone's conditions, then added that there was something he wanted to discuss that might interest Yue. Yue asked what it was. Wu Lin showed him some pieces of meteoric iron and told him that this was first-grade 1,000 refined meteoric iron, and if he was interested, he should make an offer. Yue told him to state his price, but he was not interested in money. Yue mentioned that he didn't have many points and suggested paying with money. He responded that they would only accept contribution points or spirit items. Yue then asked which spirit items were needed. He specified that they wanted 1,000-year Earth Dragon Crystal, Ice Essence, Dragon Spirit Grass, and Longevity Grass, a total of 4 items. Yue thought that he was charging too much and questioned whether the total value of the 4 spirit items was way higher than that of the 2 pieces of meteoric iron. He mentioned that at best, he could get 2 spirit items for the meteoric iron. Wu Lin then expressed understanding of the difficulty of the situation and requested 1,000-year Longevity Grass and 1,000-year Dragon Spirit Grass. Yue asked how the 2 pieces of meteoric iron were obtained. Wu Lin, a level 4 blacksmith, explained that he had forged the 2 pieces of first-grade 1,000 refined meteoric iron himself. Yue was surprised and confirmed whether the blacksmith had indeed first-grade 1,000 refined the 2 pieces simultaneously. Convinced of the blacksmith's genius, Yue agreed to his conditions and informed him that it would take about a week, warning him not to sell the meteoric iron in the meantime. At class, Shen Yi announced that before starting teaching, she wanted to say 2 things first. She instructed the 4 council representatives to count the number of people in their profession after class and have them register for the appropriate association, then report to the corresponding association. She also mentioned that membership was not required. Secondly, she mentioned that Wu Zhengkong would be instructing the class that day. Everyone was excited. Wu Zhengkong looked at everyone with an intense gaze. Everyone felt intimidated. Wu Zhengkong stated that they would cover the basics of mecha making that day. He explained that while mecha served as the foundation of battle armor, high-end mechas possessed power comparable to lower-grade battle arms. He emphasized that a mecha's design determined its effectiveness, its manufacturing determined its feasibility, and its preparation dictated its operational timeframe. After concluding the morning session, Wu Zhengkong addressed the council members, instructing them to coordinate with their respective associations to register all individuals within their professions. He advised the members to divide the class into groups, ensuring each group had a balanced representation of professions and talents. Wu Zhengkong distributed the school registration forms containing information on each student's profession, rank, martial soul, and soul power. He decided to discuss the matter together. No one was speaking, the atmosphere was very tense, but then Wu Lin broke the silence and stated that it was their first time working together, and he proceeded to outline the plan. He mentioned having 7 blacksmiths, thus they would form 7 groups, each with 1 blacksmith. He had already reviewed the papers and identified the distribution. 1 blacksmith at the first rank, 5 at the second, and 1 at the third. To ensure fairness, he requested assistance from 3 individuals to place stronger designer, mechanics, and makers in the first-rank blacksmiths group, aiming for balanced skill levels in each group. Gu Yue expressed no objections and assured that she would ensure the skill levels were balanced. Luo also voiced agreement, adding that the sooner they finished, the sooner they could leave. Siduo also agreed. After that, he told everyone that they could leave, and that he would submit the groups to Teacher Shen. Gu Yue told him that a lot of people still didn't accept him as class president. He remarked that it was to be expected, and they just needed to do their job. He told her that they should leave, and that he would deliver the papers to Teacher Shen and then go back and meditate. Shen Yi remarked with satisfaction that all of them had their books in order. She mentioned hearing about his recent abduction by Elder Feng. She reminded Wu Lin as the class president that he would shoulder many responsibilities in the future and advised him to prepare accordingly. Upon hearing his name, Elder Feng arrived in the room, forcefully opening the door and hitting Wu Lin. He told him that he was just looking for him. He wanted to talk to Shen Yi about something. He expressed to Shen Yi that Wu Lin was a blacksmith genius blessed by the heavens, and he wanted to carefully nurture him, but Wu Lin wouldn't accept him as his teacher. He asked for Shen Yi's opinion on what should be done in this situation. Wu Zhengkong stated to Elder Feng that they only had the authority to make suggestions regarding their students' professions, not to enforce anything upon them, leaving the decision up to the students. Feng asked Wu Lin if he thought the same, to which Wu Lin, who was very nervous, replied yes. Feng didn't care. He grabbed him by his collar and told him that he didn't need to think anymore because from now on he would be his student. He then proceeded to take him forcefully. Wu Lin requested that he walk by himself. Shen Yi asked Shu Zhengkong if they should inform the teacher about this. He said yes. Feng took him to his workshop. Lin explained that he was only at rank 28 at the moment and would love to study spirit refining under Feng, but his soul power was too lacking. Feng found this reasonable and mentioned that he knew some methods to get Lin to rank 30, but it would cost him. Lin was surprised and asked if there were ways. Feng confirmed there were, but the price was a bit high. Lin would have to pay him 10 spirit-refined metals once he became a 5th-rank blacksmith. Lin was taken aback, stating that 10 spirit-refined products were too much and worth an enormous sum of money, so he couldn't agree. Feng responded by saying it was a good chance for him. Lin tried to talk himself out of this matter, but Feng wasn't having it. He was just getting angrier. After their chat, Lin thought that he didn't know what method Elder Feng said was, but 10 spirit-refined products were too expensive. He was troubled by the fact that both he and Wu Siduo had twin martial souls, but he couldn't use self-soul fusion skill. He thought that it was because he was not strong enough. At the student dorms, Shi Tuori went out for a walk. He saw a light coming from a room. He thought that there was a thief because no one was supposed to be living there. He went to check. He peeked through the window and saw Yuanen, who was taking a bath. He tried to leave, but Yuanen had seen him. She kicked him to the ground so hard that it formed a crater in the ground. Zini recognized her as the girl from the dessert shop. She was furious. She pointed a sword at him, ready to end him. ZC tried to explain that he was innocent, but she wasn't ready to listen. She attacked him. He was barely able to block the attack. He was sent flying into a wall. ZC was trying to apologize, but she wasn't ready to let him go. But then, out of nowhere, Yue Zhengyu appeared from the sky with a golden light surrounding him. He was there to fight Yuanen. He had thought that she was the one who was responsible for the fight. Shi was surprised to see him. Yuanen wasn't ready to go down so easily. She used the 3rd purple soul ring and got ready to fight. Lin, Gu Yue, and Xu Xiaoyan came to check up on Shi. Lin asked Xi Suiqie what was going on. Before he could say anything, Yue Zhengyu told him that Yuanen, under the cover of the night, had come to attack the academy's working students. He asked Lin to help him defeat her. Lin asked Zhe Sanye about the reason she attacked him. Before he could say anything, Yuanen charged towards them. Lin got ready to fight. Xu Xiaoyan constricted Yuanen using the Starwheel Ice Staff, and Yue Zhengyu, ready to finish her, attacked her with the Light of Judgment. Shi begged him to stop, but he didn't. Zici went to check up on Yuanen. Lin wondered why he was worrying about Yuanen. Gu Yue also had no clue. From the crater, a dark mist started appearing. Zizi was about to get hit, but Lin managed to pull him back to safety. Lin asked Yuanen who she was and why she attacked Zizi. Seeing that she had attacked his friend, he decided to step in. He wasn't going to be polite anymore. He attacked her with the Golden Dragon Claw. Yuanen didn't know what ability he was using. Lin's attack caused a huge explosion. Yue Zhengyu was amazed by Lin's power. Lin was shocked. His attack had no effect on her. He stepped back and saw that she was using the Titan Giant Ape ability. Everyone was surprised. Lin was even more surprised because the ability the girl was using was Yuanen's ability. Zi Suini, realizing that the girl was Yuanen, fainted on the spot. Lin asked her if she was Yuanen. Then the protectors of the academy came from the sky to stop the fight. Their power was too strong. One guy asked them what was going on and why they were fighting. He told Yue Zhengyu to stand up and tell them. He told them that Yuanen was the reason for the fight. She was an evil soul master. She infiltrated their working student dormitory and attacked Zici at night. She rebelled after being discovered. He requested that they arrest her. The guy asked Yuanen to speak. She was too embarrassed and told them to ask Zici. All of them were taken to Elder Kai's office. Elder Kai asked what had happened. Everyone was too embarrassed to talk. Yuanen was still sour. One of the guys said that the situation had been explained to them and that the battle was just a misunderstanding. Elder Kai asked what the misunderstanding was. He said that from their investigation, ZC wasn't aware Yuanen had changed rooms. He saw the light on and mistakenly believed that a thief had broken into their dormitory and went to investigate. However, Yuanen happened to be taking a bath at the time. In a fury, Yuanen attacked ZC. Later, Yue Zhengyu, Lin, and some others also arrived on the scene and were misunderstood as well, leading to their battle. Elder CIA said the matter was clear already and that all 6 of the working students were a handful. Shi, as the main investigator, would be fined 5,000 contribution points. Additionally, he would have to pay Yuanen 10,000 contribution points as mental trauma compensation, with 1 year to pay her. Elder CIA acknowledged that the root of the problem was ZC, but Yuanen was still wrong to injure him in her rage. He understood her embarrassment as a girl, but stated that ZC's mistake was not worth his life. Moreover, since she was already injured, she shouldn't think about getting revenge on him later on. Yuanen reluctantly agreed. Elder Kai addressed Yue Zhengyu, stating that since he had once again considered Yuanen an evil soul master and chose to act independently against her, his punishment would be to clean Spirit Ice Plaza by himself for an entire month. Additionally, he would have to pay 5,000 contribution points to Yuanin for her mental trauma. Yue Zhengyu agreed. Elder Kai continued, mentioning that except for Gu Yue, who did not act and thus would not be penalized, Xu Xiaoyan, who used her soul ability in the fight, would be fined 1,000 contribution points. Wulin would be fined 10,000 contribution points, with 5,000 of those to be paid to Yuanin as compensation for mental trauma. Wulin tried to question him, but he just raised his fine to 20,000 instead. After that, he told everyone to reflect on their actions and be careful in the future. Then everyone left. Outside, Si Tuoting apologized to Wulin for getting him caught up in his mess. He promised that he would work hard to earn enough points to pay it all off. Wulin reminded him of their brotherhood and told him not to mention anything like that ever again. He told him to be careful in the future. CC asked him if he had acted horribly that day and told him that he was sorry to Yuanin for what he did. Wulin told him that he did do badly and that to make up for it, he should earn enough points to compensate her and do absolutely nothing that would anger her. The next day, the class council had a meeting. Wulin informed the group that Wu had just announced their final exams would be a class-wide mecha competition. The students ranking in the bottom 10 for that competition would be expelled. He emphasized the need for cooperation, as a single member failing this assignment would lead to the elimination of an entire group. Siduo expressed confidence, stating a definite intent to take first place. Luo added that the exam at the end of the semester also included a group competition where each group would select their 4 strongest mecha pilots to compete as a team. Gu Yue suggested that, since they were in a group, they should find a way together. Wulin outlined their tasks. He would forge, Gu Yue would design, Luo Guixing would handle production, and Wu Siduo would take care of maintenance. However, they still needed to decide on the type of mecha that would suit each of them and the materials they would use. Gu Yue proposed making battle armors instead of mechas, stating that as the class council, they needed to outperform their peers. She mentioned being a 4th-ranked designer with a 70% chance of drafting a proper battle armor design. Although a one-word battle armor might not be much stronger than a mecha, achieving it would be significant. Siduo expressed approval of Gu Yue's idea and a desire to try making battle armor. Luo also agreed, and sought Wulin's opinion on the matter. Wulin stated that the plan was quite a gamble but thought they should try. They needed a plan to make the battle armor first and had to keep what they were doing a secret, even from the teachers. He asked everyone to pick out the metals most suitable for their battle armor, suggesting they choose one metal for all of them to minimize possible complications during the process. Everyone agreed. Wulin mentioned he would perform the 1,000 refining for them and expressed confidence in his 1,000 refining skills. He instructed Gu Yue to begin drafting the designs immediately, suggesting they approach the task one piece at a time. For example, Gu Yue would start with a right forearm piece for everyone to design, and then Luo Guixing and Wu Siduo would make them, completing each step gradually and methodically for efficiency. He reminded them to consider the extent of their abilities when choosing the metal, as it might affect the usability of the finished product. Luo commented that Wulin was really insightful and agreed that this approach was the best. He suggested starting the next day. Siduo also agreed to inform them the next day, and so the meeting was concluded. Outside, Gu Yue said to Wulin that Xie and Xu Xiaoyan were weaker in their professions, and suggested asking the teachers to move them to their groups. Wulin responded that sometimes setbacks weren't necessarily a bad thing, as they could serve as pressure to make someone work harder. He thought they could subtly help them, but not do too much. Gu Yue agreed with him. Then Wulin's phone rang. It was Mu. He told him that he was at Shrek City now and asked when he could come to meet him. Wulin asked for his location. He informed Gu Yue that he had to go and left. He arrived at the location where he found Mu Shi. He was happy to see her. She was a little sore because he hadn't called her even once ever since he came to Shrek. He asked for her forgiveness, and after that she took him to meet his dad. In her heart, she was also happy to see him. When Wulin saw Mu, tears of joy came out of his eyes. He was very happy to see him. Mu was also happy to see him. He told him to take a seat and told his daughter to pour him a cup of water. She gave Wulin orange juice instead. He thanked her because he loved orange juice. Teacher Mu congratulated him and asked what level his spirit power was at now. Wulin expressed confidence that he would reach rank 30 within 2 months. Mu reminded him to never become complacent, emphasizing that his #1 priority was to increase his soul power. Mu hoped that Wulin would become a saint for his 20th birthday, noting that if he did, he might become a divine blacksmith by 30. Wulin questioned if that was too quick, but Mu explained that it was not too fast, as everyone's body reached its peak in their 20s and 30s. The faster he increased his rank, the higher his chance of becoming a saint blacksmith. Wulin acknowledged this understanding. Teacher Mu asked Wulin if Feng, who was looking for him, had done anything to him. Wulin replied that Elder Feng wanted to take him as his disciple. Mu responded that this was good news, noting that Elder Feng was a saint blacksmith. Wulin wasn't so sure if he wanted to become his disciple. Mu said it wasn't easy to establish oneself in Shrek City. Having a supporter could be good for Wulin. Elder Feng was very powerful, and the things he could teach would complement Mu's lessons. Mu asked Wulin to show him what happened when his spirit was refined, and to show him the golden soul ring. Wulin agreed and showed him the ring. Mu remarked that it really was different from a normal soul ring, and this particular soul ring definitely supported Wulin in completing spirit refining, which was great. Wulin agreed and told him that he wanted to discuss something with him. He then proceeded to explain his group's plans to make battle armor. Mu commended the group's initiative, emphasizing the importance of Wulin's involvement in all aspects of battle armor creation, despite being a blacksmith. Wulin acknowledged the reminder with gratitude. Teacher Mu announced that Mu Shi would also be joining the others at Shrek. Wulin inquired if Mu Shi would indeed attend Shrek Academy. Mu Shi responded with a question, asking if there was an issue with her decision to join Shrek just because Wulin had joined first. Wulin reassured her, acknowledging her exceptional talent and expressing surprise that she hadn't entered the inner court directly. Mu Shi remarked on Wulin's quick wit, questioning if he used it on other girls as well. Mu Shi expressed concern that Wulin wasn't putting in enough effort, emphasizing the importance of hard work now that they were in Shrek. Mu Shi stressed that studying should be the top priority for any student. Teacher Mu stated that Mu Xiu should be placed directly into the second grade, and that Wulin and Mu Tuan would need to take care of each other in the future. Wulin responded affirmatively. They then said their goodbyes and he went on his way. Outside, Mu Shi announced that she was going to campus to report the next day, and assured Wulin that she would give him a call upon arrival. Wulin replied, saying that she would surely be very popular at Shrek. He proposed that once he reached rank 30, they should attempt spirit refining together. He emphasized that becoming a battle armor master was a requirement for graduating from the outer court, suggesting they work towards achieving that goal together. With a smile on her face, she agreed. He said bye to her and left. She was encouraged to do her best and catch up to him. At the dormitories, ZC was waiting for Yuanen. Yue asked him what he was doing there. He thought that it was Yuanen and turned around but got angry seeing that it was Yue. Yue observed that all of the windows were fixed and commended ZC on the job, questioning if he had fixed them alone and if he was waiting for Yuanen. Yue then asked if ZC was there to admit he was wrong. ZC responded, questioning the importance of admitting it. Yue replied that if he wanted to admit it, he would have to wait patiently, warning him to be careful as Wulin and the others were present and not to anger Yuanen, or he would be in trouble. He then left. After a while, Yuanen arrived. She ignored him and went straight for her room. ZC tried to stop her, but she told him to get lost. ZC said that he came to apologize, but she didn't listen, so he decided to leave. Yuanen was still disturbed by what had happened. In his room, Wang Teng asked him the reason he looked so dazed. ZC mentioned that he went to apologize to Yuanen, but she completely ignored him. Wulin advised him that he couldn't be so impatient. He had to wait for her to calm down before attempting to apologize. Wulin warned him to be careful and to try not to anger her further. He pointed out that ZC's thinking had been wrong in the past few days, and that if he didn't try to improve himself first, he could be expelled. ZC acknowledged that Wulin was right, and he declared that he would go to practice. Wulin was worried about his friend. In his room, Wulin was meditating when suddenly Elder Feng came looking for him. He grabbed him by his hand and told him that he was going to help him get rank 30. He said that he didn't have any money. Feng told him that he didn't need to complain because he would lower the price for him to 5 spirit refinings, and if that was not enough, the association would also provide him with the metal forge. Wulin asked if he could cover all his meals, stating that if he did, he would listen to anything he said. Feng agreed on the condition that he accept him as his teacher. Wulin accepted without any hesitation. Feng took him to perform a ritual on him so that he could go to rank 30. He told him that no matter how painful it would be, he had to endure it. At first, the feeling was warm as if he was soaked in hot water. Feng told him to circulate the energy the same way he would when he cultivated. Feng was amazed because Wulin didn't have any adverse reactions. He gave him something to drink. After he drank it, he was surrounded by a light blue energy. Feng was amazed because he had digested the spirit item by relying only on his bloodline power. His blood essence was so potent and powerful that not even an adult power-type soul master could match him. At class, his classmates wondered where he was. A man came to inform Teacher Wu that Wulin was currently at a crucial point in his cultivation and shouldn't be disturbed, so he wouldn't be attending class. Gu Yue wondered what Wulin was breaking through. In the second grade classroom, the teacher introduced everyone to Mu Shi, an outstanding blacksmith of the 4th rank who would be joining their class. The teacher asked Mu Shi to introduce herself. Mu Shun told everyone her name and that she was from East Sea City, which was part of the Sky Sea Alliance. Her goal was to become a divine blacksmith. She told everyone to take care of her. She sat next to Yue Zhengyu. He tried to start small talk so that he could become friends with her, but she wasn't interested. Meanwhile, Wu Lin's soul power had successfully reached rank 30. Gold Light suddenly slithered out and stretched itself along Wu Lin's shoulder. Gold Light's body grew larger. Its golden scales expanded and its eyes shone brighter. Along with Gold Light's growth, it offered a third soul ring to Wu Lin. It advised Wu Lin to take the opportunity to break a seal, explaining that what he had ingested earlier was a 10,000-year spirit item. This item was more than enough to substitute for the spirit items needed to break the third seal. Furthermore, with 3 rings, Wu Lin was now strong enough to break the third seal, and it urged him not to waste this opportunity. Wu Lin did so. The process started. A red light started surrounding him. The blood essence in his body began to boil, and his body was about to explode. He shouted in agony. Feng was amazed looking at him. Feng wondered if this was the power of blood essence condensing into an unheard-of blood essence ring. Was it still a soul ring? The golden scales evenly spread on his shoulder. There were so many peculiarities about Wu Lin. Feng had found a treasure. Wu Lin was about to fall to the ground, but Feng caught him. Feng remarked that Wu Lin had overdrafted his energy and might have injured his core. People are usually as lively as dragons when they break through, but he was different. Feng decided to inject some soul power into him. Wu Lin told him that he was hungry and asked for food. He took him to the dining hall. He was surprised by his incredibly large appetite. After he finished eating, Feng asked if Wu Lin always ate that much. Wu Lin replied that he usually only ate about half as much. Feng then inquired if Wu Lin could really digest all that food. Wu Lin explained that for him, eating food was another way to cultivate. He suggested that Feng should be able to sense it, pointing out that his blood essence was far stronger than other people's. Wu Lin added that his blood essence could offer him a lot of strength and power, similar to a soul ring's, and eating could enhance the power of his blood essence. Judging from the color of the sky, Wu Lin thought that he had missed a day of class. Feng replied that he had actually missed 3 days of school. He was shocked. Feng told him not to worry because he had requested a leave of absence for him. He told him to find him tomorrow afternoon so that he could teach him forging. Wu Lin was still worried about the 3 days he had missed. He needed to find Wu to catch up on what he had missed. He went running looking for him. He found him at the inner court's gate. Wu told him to follow him. He got on top of a boat and lent him a hand. He was surprised to see that he had 3 rings. Wu asked what he had done. Wu Lin explained that Elder Feng had fed him some treasured spirit items and then helped warm his meridians. After that, he made a breakthrough. Wu inquired why Elder Feng had done that. Wu Lin responded that Elder Feng wanted him to learn blacksmithing from him and then start practicing spirit refining, but he needed to reach rank 30 first, so Elder Feng helped him. He asked what spirit item he had eaten, but Wu Lin had no clue. He had forgotten. Beautiful lights started appearing around them. Wu Lin thought that they were very beautiful. He said he definitely needed to make it to the inner court, and that he would be able to come here if he did. After a breakthrough, his bloodline's power had improved again. Wu asked if his bloodline had improved again. Wu Lin demonstrated his power, and Wu was amazed by it. Wu Lin noted that his strength had increased by about 50%. Wu asked what price he had to pay Feng. Wu Lin replied that he owed him 5 spirit refinings. Wu remarked that it was definitely worth it. Just refining his meridians was worth way more. Elder Feng's martial soul was the blazing fire dragon, so his control over fire was extremely precise. With his current cultivation level, he could purify meridians with his flames, and it would be like having muscles and bones completely cleansed. He rarely offered to do this for anyone. Wu asked if Wu Lin had any idea what it cost to get Elder Feng to do this for someone, and mentioned it cost 10 million contribution points. Wu Lin was surprised. Wu explained that the price was set high by Elder Feng because he didn't want to help just anyone refine their meridians. The fact that Elder Feng offered to do it showed just how much he valued him. He understood. He asked if they were going to Grand Teacher's place. Wu told him that his Grand Teacher said to come back after a week. He asked if he had already forgotten, which he actually had. They arrived at Grand Teacher Zhuo's place. He was shocked that Wu Lin's blood essence had improved so much in just a week. He asked him what had happened. Wu Lin told him the entire story. After hearing it, he noted that Wu Lin had broken through very quickly. He suggested that Wu Lin could now try spirit refining and truly become a 5th-rank blacksmith. He encouraged Wu Lin to keep up the good work before mentioning that he was leaving to rest. Wu took Wu Lin with him so that he could catch up on what he had missed. In his room, Zhou called Feng. He was mad that he had made Wu Lin his disciple without his permission. He told him that he didn't need his permission. This infuriated him even more. He reminded him that his disciple Wu Jiangkong was Wu Lin's teacher. This made him his grand teacher. The two went back and forth. In the end, Zhuo challenged Feng to a fight. Feng refused and hung up. This made him even more mad. The entire night Wu Lin spent with Wu Jiangkong catching up on the content he had missed. Minutes before the break of dawn the next morning, the teacher and student practiced the purple demon eyes together. Wu Ling asked Teacher Wu where the Tang sect branch in Shrek City was, and if he should go with ZC and Xu Xiaoyan to report. Wu replied that it was in Shrek Inner City, very close to the campus, and that he would bring them there later. They then went to find Zhuo so they could eat breakfast with him. After that, all of them came outside. Zhuo told Wu Lin to watch him carefully. He channeled his energy and showed him an ability that he had never seen before. Wu Lin was amazed while at the same time, his body and the space felt like it was about to be ripped apart. Zhuo asked if he felt that. He told him that he could use the power in his bloodline like him too, and that the move was called Dragon Shocks the Heavens, because his martial soul was the Scarlet Armored Dragon. When he used the move, it would be called Scarlet Dragon Shocks the Heavens. Wu questioned whether Wu Lin could learn the ability in his current state, because that was the first part of the most powerful soul skill Zhuo had created. He explained that his self-created soul skill was only accessible to individuals who possessed dragon-type martial souls. Additionally, it demanded an exceedingly potent blood essence from the learner. He reassured that he was only teaching it to Wu Lin because his bloodline resembled his martial sword. And with his recent bloodline development, he could initiate learning the self-created soul skill. Wu assured that even if Wu Lin couldn't comprehend it fully, his bloodline would ensure no harm came to him. Another reason he was teaching him was to get the upper hand on Feng. He wanted to provide to Wu Lin more than Feng ever could. Wu Lin tried to use the ability, but it didn't work. He tried again, but it still didn't work. Wu Lin was starving, so he decided to do that another time. At the dining hall, Feng was waiting for Wu Lin. He gave him a dining hall card. Whatever he bought with the card would be charged directly to his account. Wu Lin thanked him. Feng questioned if Zhuo was his grandteacher. He asked how he knew. He replied how could he not and told him to go eat. Feng wasn't about to let Zhuo take away his disciple from him. After eating, Wu Lin met Gu Yue, Shi Xie, and Siduo. Siduo was a little angry at him. He apologized for troubling everyone and stated that he would forge everyone's metals to be used in the manufacture of the first mecha part that day. Gu Yue asked if he had broken through. He told her that he had, and now he had 3 rings. Xu Xiaoyan was amazed. She told him that she had broken through rank 32 days before. On the next day, Gu Yue promised to take her to get a new spirit soul. She asked if he wanted to come with them. He politely declined, stating that he had too much to do. Class began, and Shun Yi announced that they would have combat class that day. She informed them that they would be fighting in their mecha-making groups, not sparing with each other, but with either her or Teacher Wu. She instructed the group leaders to get their groups ready. Wu Lin thought to himself it was the perfect opportunity to gauge his current strength. Outside, Shun Yi emphasized that the focus of the day was teamwork. She repeated that the groups would be fighting her or Teacher Wu, and both of them would be using their full power. She declared that any group that defeated them would receive full marks. Otherwise, their score would depend on their performance. After 5 minutes of discussion, the battle would commence with the class council group. Siduo asked, who should they choose? Wu Lin suggested to Teacher Wu because they had a better understanding of Teacher Wu's abilities compared to Teacher Shen's. Luo agreed, proposing they organize accordingly. Wu Lin would lead the vanguard, while Wu Siduo would execute a flank attack. He would position himself at the center to manage the battle's dynamics, and Gu Yue would offer cover fire from the rear. Wu Lin accepted. They told the teacher that they would fight Teacher Wu. The battle started. Wu Lin charged toward Wu. He used 3 purple soul rings, which surprised Wu. He went on the offensive and used his golden dragon claw to attack, but Wu charged his energy and easily stopped him using his first soul skill, Frost Scar. Wu noted that the tenacity of Wu Lin's blue-silver grass had improved a lot. Luo started forming ice chains around Wu, and Siduo went in to attack, but Wu easily broke through the chains and attacked Siduo. Luo saved Siduo by teleporting her away. Wu Lin got ready to strike. Siduo used her spirit fusion and transformed into the Hell-White Tiger. Gu Yue also started charging an attack. Wu raised his hand and formed a sword. His eyes shined a golden color. His attack sent both Wu Lin and Siduo flying. ZC noted that Wu's swords had become 9. Before Wu Lin and Siduo could be hit, Luo managed to teleport them. Luo asked Gu Yue if she could control space. She told him that if he could do it, then so could she. Siduo attacked Wu. Wu Lin also attacked. He told Gu Yue to attack because his blue-silver grass couldn't last any longer. Gu Yue did so and formed a giant tornado. Luo almost got caught in it, but Wu Lin managed to save him. Luo thanked him. Gu Yue told Wu Lin that he was too kind-hearted because he couldn't see that Luo was targeting him. Gu Yue closed her eyes and channeled her energy. Luo was amazed by her and wondered why she was willing to submit to Wu Lin. Wu raised his hand and formed a giant sword with it. He easily defeated them. The next group was told to go up to fight. Wu Lin acknowledged that it was all his fault, admitting that he had underestimated Teacher Wu, resulting in Wu becoming at least 2 times stronger than before. He also confessed to not properly coordinating with everyone. Gu Yue questioned Wu Lin's assumption of responsibility, asking why he, as he was not even the team leader, was taking all the blame, pointing out that Luo, who made the team's plan, had remained silent on the matter. This made Luo angry. Wu Lin pondered that as the class president, there was still considerable doubt among his peers. Nevertheless, he recognized the necessity for collective effort if they aimed to become battle armor masters. Addressing Luo, he acknowledged his strength and leadership skills, but emphasized his current role as the class president. Luo responded with a nonchalant, "So what?" In reply, Wu Lin asserted that internal conflict would impede their progress, urging Luo to prioritize cooperation over personal ambitions. He assured his dedication to meeting everyone's expectations as a blacksmith, particularly in crafting one-word battle armor. He challenged Luo to strive, grow, and improve if he intended to contest the class president position in the following semester. Wu Lin admitted to Siduo that he was responsible for the loss in the battle. He acknowledged his failure to coordinate effectively and underestimated teacher Wu's strength. Despite not being friends, he emphasized the importance of being comrades. Furthermore, he confessed that he was not a 4th-rank blacksmith, but actually a 5th-rank one. Siduo was shocked by this revelation. Wu Lin then suggested that becoming friends with him, a potential divine blacksmith in the future, was a wise decision, considering their shared goal of achieving 4-word battle armor in the future. Luo told Wu Lin that what he said was right, acknowledging him as the class president and their group's leader, but emphasized that if he ever made a mistake, he would have to take responsibility. Wu Lin thanked Luo for the encouragement, to which Luo responded that it was too soon for Wu Lin to thank him, as he would always be waiting for Wu Lin to make a mistake. Shun Yi understood that Wu was correct in his assessment of Wu Lin, that he was indeed a born leader. After combat class, everyone had various gains and losses from the battle, but neither Shun Yi nor Wu Zhengkong stepped forward to comment. This was Shrek Academy's teaching style. Students were left to ponder and comprehend on their own without excessive pointers from others. At the dining hall, the group went to eat. Because of Wu Lin's abnormally large appetite, Luo mocked him, but Gu Yue defended him, saying that it was none of his business. After they were done eating, they decided to go and rent a room. There were a lot of workshops at the Blacksmiths Association, so they decided to rent one there and use it as their base. They went to Elder Feng. He agreed to give them a room at the cost of 1,000 contribution points every month. They were leaving, but Wu Lin was stopped by Feng, who told him to stay there. He would give him 2 hours, and then he would teach him how to forge. Wu Lin agreed and asked to be unhanded. In their room, they were discussing their progress. Gu Yue was asked if she had drawn up any rough designs of battle armor. She mentioned that she had already been getting feedback from the other two these past few days for the first piece of their battle armor. She decided on armor for their right hands, stating that she chose this piece because it was the easiest to use in combat. She addressed Wu Lin, explaining that after considering what would best suit him, she concluded that since his hand could transform into the golden dragon claw, it would be essential for his hand armor to expand alongside it. To accommodate that, she added their transformation circuit core in the palm that would allow the armor to transform along with his. Additionally, she integrated circuit cores into the back of the hand armor to amplify his blood essence and soul power, creating a dual-loop circuit core. Wu Lin responded, acknowledging the importance of seeing her design first, as it provided him with a clear focus on improving the metal. He planned to shape and refine the metal according to the designs, ensuring a second refinement during the shaping process. Luo asked if he could actually refine a metal twice. He replied that he could. Luo stated that if he was telling the truth, then making their battle armor would be easier than he had thought. Wu Lin decided to start. An hour later, he had forged 4 pieces. Luo and Siduo were amazed. Wu Lin then left to find Elder Feng, stating that if they needed him, they could call him. Luo asked Gu Yue if Wu Lin had always been that good at blacksmithing. She told him that some people were just blessed by the heavens. At the working students' dormitories, Yuanen was surprised to see her room clean. She wondered who helped her to clean the room and also took a bucket of clean water for her. She knew that it couldn't be Wu Lin or Yue Zhengyu. When she realized that it was Zici, she grabbed the bucket and threw it out. Zici realized that she had not yet calmed down. In her room, she was changing when she suddenly dropped to the ground. Her head started hurting. She was having a nightmare about something that had happened to her in the past. She screamed. Because of this, Zici came to check up on her. He saw that she was crying. He nervously asked if she was okay. She threw a pillow at him and told him to get out. So he left. Wu Lin arrived at Feng's location. Feng explained to Wu Lin the greatest difference between 4th and 5th rank blacksmiths. From that point on, in addition to single homogeneous metals, Wu Lin would be forging alloys. When spirit refining, the most difficult procedure that blacksmiths call fledgling lifeguard, not all blacksmiths are capable of this, and even Saint Blacksmiths only succeed 30% of the time. After countless experiments, they came up with another method to increase the success rate of spirit refining. The basis of that method is the improvement of the metal's strength and its ability to absorb life energy. To achieve that, they forge alloys, which are a combination of multiple metals in the correct ratios. Alloys can strengthen the metal and bring out the best of its properties. They then finish off the alloy by spirit refining and at higher levels soul refining it. The moment a metal is spirit refined, the future of its growth is decided. From that day onward, Feng would be teaching Wulin how to forge alloys. Wulin promised that he would do his best. After 4 hours, Wulin was hungry, so he asked if he could take a break. Feng got angry at him because he couldn't properly forge an alloy. Wulin again asked if he could go to eat dinner. This time, he allowed him. After he left, Feng thought that he had picked up a treasure because Wulin was able to forge an alloy of a good level on his first try. From that day onwards, Wulin attended classes in the morning and learned from Feng in the afternoon. His hardships were only beginning. Wulin told Mu that he was being taught how to forge alloys by Feng. Mu didn't like that because alloy forging was the area of 6th-rank blacksmiths. Teaching him about alloys when he hadn't even solidified his spirit refining foundation was just irresponsible. He told him to follow him and show him what he had learned. Wulin told him that he had brought 1 heavy silver and 1 magic silver, and that if he used heavy silver and magic silver, he could create an alloy called jade silver. He demonstrated his abilities. Mu was amazed by his outstanding talent. 2 minutes later, he demonstrated the use of squeeze fusion using 100 refined heavy silver and 100 refined magic silver. Mu noted that squeeze fusion required the forger's hands to drop the hammer in perfect unison, without the slightest deviation, which was very difficult. On the other hand, the process required a constant infusion of soul power to bridge the gap between the metals until they reached a balance. The 2 metals completely merged into one. After that, Wulin demonstrated his spin forging skills. Mu didn't think he was capable of doing that. He was even more impressed when he saw that he was alternating between using soul power and raw strength. This move could save soul power. In the previous years, Mu asked Wulin to spend 3 years polishing his 1,000 refining skills. Obviously, it had helped him build an exceptional foundation, and now he had an understanding of metals far beyond his same-ranked peers. At that time, Mu stared in shock. Wulin struck his hammer at the metal while saying, "Rise!" He was trying to refine his spirits. Mu was surprised that blue-silver grass actually appeared. That could be regarded as a success of metal fusion, but it didn't stop there. The process was still continuing. After the process was complete, Wulin had successfully done alloy forging. He made jade silver. The harmony rate of the jade silver was 91%. Wulin wasn't so happy that it was only 91%, but Mu reassured him, telling him that only a 60% harmony rate was enough to be considered a success. Wulin asked if he could keep the piece of jade silver. Mu allowed him. He also gave him a notebook containing everything he knew about spirit refining and alloy forging. He told him that he had written some secret alloy formulas in there, and that he couldn't let anyone else read it. Wulin agreed. Mu told him to change his blacksmith's badge. He gave him a 5-star badge. He told him that all 5-star badges were forged by Saint Blacksmiths, and he personally forged his badge. He also added a soul circuit, more specifically a focus circuit that cleared and invigorated his mind. Wearing the badge would help his spiritual power to grow and increase his concentration when he forged. He soul refined the 5 stars on the badge, that way he could inspect them and have a glimpse of what soul-refined metal feels like. Mu was sure that it would help in his development. Wulin then thanked him and left. After that, he went to the working students' dormitory. He went to meet Yue Zhengyu. He knocked on his door. Yue told him that he was not welcome there. He wasn't allowing him to come in. He questioned why he was behaving that way even though he had lowered the terms for him. It was originally 2 spirit items, but now it was 1. Yue called him out, saying that originally he requested 2 1,000-year items, and now he wanted something that was 2,000 years, and still he was saying that he would be taking a loss. Wulin agreed, and decided to give him 1 piece of meteoric iron for free so that they could call it even. Yue asked if he was telling the truth. Wulin gave him the meteoric iron. He was surprised he didn't expect him to be so generous and decided to call it even. Wulin was feeling hot while he was wiping his sweat. Yue saw his 5-starred badge. He was surprised. He grabbed him to get a closer look. He asked him if he was a 5th-rank blacksmith. He said yes. While this was happening, ZC happened to pass by. He saw Wulin in Yue's room very close to him. He thought that he was feeling dizzy, so rubbed his eyes and took a second look. He immediately jumped to the wrong conclusion. He questioned, what was happening? What was their relationship? What were they doing? What should he do? Wulin was about to leave, but his jade silver fell out of his pocket. He told Yue that he had forged that piece of jade silver that day. Yue was surprised. Yue asked if he had forged that. Wulin, while explaining his struggles, said yes. Yue asked if he could have it because his family could check its harmony rate. Wulin agreed and gave it to him. Wulin thought that he needed to form a good relationship with Yue, no matter what it cost him, because in the future he would be relied upon when it came to finding the spiritual objects needed to lift the seal. ZC saw him leave the room with a smile on his face. He decided to tell Gu Yue what he saw. He went to Gu Yue and called her outside to talk. ZC said that he felt Wulin and Yue had an improper relationship with each other. Gu Yue asked what he meant by an improper relationship. ZC explained that he saw Wulin in Yue's room today, and the two were whispering and whispering. Gu Yue thought it was obvious that they were Wulin's best friends, and would share everything with each other. She wondered why he suddenly had a secret in common with someone else, and considered whether she should approach him and ask him about it. She decided to go and confront Wulin. Wulin was practicing when Gu Yue arrived. She asked why he was doing this. Wulin didn't know what she was saying. She asked him why he only told his secret to Yue, questioning their friendship. Wulin still didn't have any clue what she was talking about. Gu Yue told him everything ZC had told her. Wulin got furious. He went to ZC. He asked him to come out so that they could talk. ZC, still clueless, decided to go with him, not knowing what was about to happen to him. Wulin beat him viciously. After that, they all sat together. Gu Yue told Wulin that she had made a few inquiries at the Spirit Pagoda for Xiaoyan. For the students at Shrek Academy, besides purchasing spirit souls, there was another method to obtain them at the Spirit Pagoda, but it was much more difficult. Wulin asked what method that was. Gu Yue explained that it was the tower attack. The Spirit Pagoda had built a Spirit Soul Tower with 108 floors and different defense mechanisms on each one. If they conquered a floor, they would get the opportunity to purchase the Spirit Soul found on the floor at a 50% discount, and prodigies that the Spirit Pagoda had bestowed its approval on would receive further benefits. However, the Spirit Pagoda allowed the tower attack to be done in teams of up to 7 people. Gu Yue suggested gathering some people to help Xiaoyan clear the tower and asked for Wulin's opinion. Wulin agreed without hesitation. Gu Yue told Wulin that to participate in the tower attack, the ages of everyone on the team had to fall within a range of 3 years. They would need a full team of 7 to get as far up the tower as possible, so they still needed to prepare and find 3 more people. ZC suggested Yuan and Yehue. Wulin mentioned that if they were looking for someone from their class, then Wu Siduo, Luo Giqing, Shu Yucheng, and Yang Nianxia each fit the bill. However, if they wanted someone from the 2nd grade, their choices were limited to only Yuan and Yehue and Yue Zhengyu. Shu Xiaoyan expressed reluctance to ask for help from people in their class, explaining that everyone in their class was competing against each other, and she didn't want to reveal the spirit soul so early. Wulin acknowledged her point and noted that they were still missing one person, but he had someone in mind. He went to Yue. He welcomed him. He was being a bit too close, so Wulin told him to keep his distance. Yue informed Wulin that he had his jade silver appraised, revealing its harmony rate to be 91%. He expressed his desire to order a large batch of jade silver from him, stipulating that they must have at least a 91% harmony rate. He offered to supply the raw material and allowed him to set the opening contribution points or spirit items in exchange. Wulin responded that things were a bit more complicated, suggesting they could discuss the price for future jade silver later on. He mentioned that it was as valuable as the meteoric iron he had sold him in the past, definitely worth a 2,000-year spirit item. Yue agreed, stating that the heavy silver and magic silver would be delivered to him within 3 days. Wulin then asked Yue for help with something else, offering a piece of meteoric iron in return. Yue inquired about what he needed. Wulin asked if he was familiar with the Spirit Pagoda's Spirit Soul Tower, and explained that it wasn't for him but for his friend, Shu Xiaoyan, who was ready to get her 3rd ring but needed another spirit soul to do so. He asked if he would lend a hand. Yue agreed, saying he had been waiting to exercise his body. Wulin gave him a piece of meteoric iron and told him to make sure that he got him his spirit item, and as for the jade silver matter, he would try it out first. Yue agreed. After that, Wulin went to find Yuanen, but she wasn't in her room, so he decided to find her later. Everyone spent the next several days consolidating their knowledge, cultivating, refining their bodies, studying, or practicing their professions. Shu Xiaoyan was the one who had to work the hardest. Her training time was even longer than Wulin's. After some time, Wulin went to see Yuanen. He asked if she was there. She asked what he wanted and questioned if he was there to pay the contribution points he owed her. He told her that he didn't have enough contributions, so she slammed the door on him. He told her to wait and showed her a spirit alloy that he had forged. Yuanen questioned if he could forge spirit alloys. He told her that he could prove it by showing her his 5th rank blacksmith badge. Yuanen was intrigued. She asked what he came to her for. Wulin told Yuanen that she was his first client and that he remembered his promise to sell her 1st grade 1,000 refined metals at a low price. He assured her that he would come to forge for her whenever needed, without charging her, considering it as part of the 10,000 points he owed her. He also mentioned another matter. His friend Xu Xiaoyan was ready to get her third ring, but needed a new spirit soul. They were planning to bring her to the Spirit Pagoda to climb the Spirit Soul Tower and help her get a strong spirit soul. They still needed one more person to complete their team and asked Yuanin to join them. Xu Xiaoyan was weak, and they didn't want to see their comrade get expelled at the end of the year, so they requested her help. Yuanin agreed to go with them but stated that she had a condition for her help, which was approval for the tower attack. Wu Lin told his team about Yuanin's condition. Gu Yue had no problem with her condition because she was worth it. Zici also agreed. Xu Xiaoyan reminded Cici that he was treating Yuanin like he was her dog. Then suddenly someone knocked on the door. It was Xu Liji. Wu Lin invited him in. Xu Liji mentioned that he had never expected them to join Shrek and even become working students, congratulating them. Xu Xiaoyan then asked Xu Liji about the differences between the inner court and the outer court. Xu Liji responded that it wasn't really that different, though the teachers were stricter. He added that he had heard the inner court was going to be reformed soon, and expressed concern that, due to his low cultivation base, there was a good chance he would be kicked into the outer court. Wu Lin was happy about this because it meant they could see him more often. Xu Liji mentioned that if they were going to the tower attack, they should just give him a call and he would come running. Xu Xiaoyan thanked him for wanting to help her. Wu Lin invited Xu Liji to eat, stating that it was his treat. Gu Yue and Xu Xiaoyan were disturbed by the amount of food the two consumed, and they still weren't full. Xu Liji decided to take them to an amazing noodle place in the city. The food there was heavenly. They both loved it, but when the bill arrived, Wu Lin was shocked he had lost 4,000 contribution points. Wu Lin decided to head back to exercise a bit because the meal was a bit too heavy for him. He felt that the power of his blood essence was getting stronger and stronger. He couldn't hold it anymore. He released the power. Goldlight told him to take advantage of the strong power of the blood essence to practice the dragon shocks the heavens. He listened and decided to do so. He gave it his all, but then his energy started deviating. Goldlight told him that reversing the flow of his blood essence was indeed a way to refine both his viscera and meridians, but he was too hasty. He was nowhere near ready to break through. It told him to quickly divert some of the energy to his spirit soul. After Goldlight sucked away the excess power of blood essence, his whole body became warm. When he opened his eyes, he saw Gu Yue sleeping next to a tree. He asked her why she was sleeping there. She told him that he hadn't come back to the dorm, so she came to check up on him, and when she saw that he was deep in meditation, she didn't want to disturb him. After hearing this, Wu Lin smiled and told her that they should go. The Spirit Pagoda had granted them a second quota. The tower attack team decided when they would start. Everyone had arrived. They were all ready to go. All of them got in a car. Since Zici and Yuanin were sitting next to each other, there was a tense atmosphere. He was thinking about what he had seen. Yuanin read him like a book, and told him that if he had any lewd thoughts, she would kill him. So he lied. The situation in the car was a little awkward for Wu Lin and Gu Yue too. They all then finally arrived. They went inside. Gu Yue admired the murals. One of them was the Spirit Ice Duluo's wife, Dragon Butterfly Tang Wutong. Legend said that together with the Spirit Ice Duluo, they had a grand total of 4 amazing soul fusion skills. The team was greeted by Gu Yue's teacher, Lang Yaoju. She told them that they could go, warning them that what they were about to face wasn't the same as the Spirit Ascension platform because everything they would encounter would be real. She would be monitoring them from outside, so the moment they were in danger, she would bring them out. She then opened the Spirit Soul Tower. A bright golden gate appeared. Everyone entered it. This moment reminded Yaoju of her past with Gu Yue. Inside the tower, Wu Lin told everyone to get into formation. Liji gave everyone a pork bun. After eating it, Gu Yue felt warmth in her body. Xu Xiaoyan noted that Liji's pork buns restored their stamina and soul power. At that moment, a low rumble resounded throughout the hall as all 8 doors slowly slid open. Wolf-type soul beasts appeared. They excelled at attacking in packs. They were wind wolves. Those types of wolves were terrifying in packs. Once their number was enough, they would be very strong. They also didn't fear death. They would attack until either they or their prey were wiped out. Wu Lin told everyone to stay back, and that he and Gu Yue would take care of the wolves. Wu Lin told Gu Yue that he would be in charge of the main attack, and she would assist from the side. Gu Yue agreed. Wu Lin used blue-silver grass to entangle a wolf and attacked it using his golden dragon claw. The other wolves charged forward, but they were stopped by Gu Yue, who surrounded the team with walls. Wu Lin noted that the wolves' claws were surprisingly sharp. Gu Yue shot ice cones at the wolves. The ice cones hit the wolves' eyes. Wu Lin noted that Gu Yue's spiritual power had improved again because each of the ice cones she released hit the Wind Wolf's vital points directly. Everyone else was also amazed by Gu Yue's power. They easily managed to clear the first trial. The system gave them a choice to absorb a 1,000-year Windwolf spirit soul. They had 10 seconds to decide. After that, they went to the next trial. There, they encountered blazing demon lions. ZC asked Yuanin for permission to fight them alone. She didn't respond. ZC faced them. He used his Shadow Dragon clone ability to swiftly defeat all of the lions. Wulin noted that during the recent period, ZC had practiced hard on the interplay between his body and his clones, and he had really made a lot of gains. When he trained all of his clones to this extent, his power was truly terrifying. ZC was trying to show off, but Yuanin told him to get out of her way. Next, the tower attack team passed 6 floors in a row and entered the 9th floor. Gu Yue told everyone to be careful because the 9th floor of the Spirit Soul Tower was a major milestone. This trial would be far harder than the ones they had faced until then. Xu Xiaoyan wondered if she could meet the right soul at that trial. Wulin noted that that level of soul beast soul power was very powerful. It seemed more of them were required to finish that level. There were 4 soul beasts. Their bodies were very burly. The beasts were ice bears. They were powerful soul beasts found in the far northern lands. Gu Yue asked Xu Xiaoyan what she thought of them. Xu Xiaoyan was blinded by their cuteness. She jumped towards them to cuddle them, but she was stopped by ZC before she got hurt. Even the bear was confused. Wulin told everyone to stay vigilant because the ice bears were far more intelligent than the other soul beasts they had faced up to that point. The ice bears used their powers to form a blizzard. Gu Yue tried to stop it with fire, but she was unsuccessful. Wulin spotted one bear. He tried to entangle it, but he was unsuccessful. He used his golden dragon claw to attack the bear. The bear also attacked. They both exchanged fists. Wulin noted that the ice bear was very powerful. He went back. He decided to use the Dragon Shocks the Heavens move. He went for the attack and hit the bear head-on. The bear dropped to its knees. It still tried to attack. Wulin used his purple demon eyes on the bear and then entangled it. A while later, after a groan from the ice bear, the blizzard grew weaker. On the other hand, under the cover of Xu Xiaoyan, Yuanen Yehui, and Yue Zhangyu, the remaining bears were defeated. Yue was trying to brag to Yuanen that he beat more bears than her. Yuanen asked Wulin why he wanted to keep a bear. Wulin said that they would just restrain it for now to buy some time to rest and recover. Xu Xiaoyan went closer to the bear and patted its head. She decided to choose the ice bear as her second spirit soul. She asked the bear if it would like to be her spirit soul. The bear was confused. She told it that if it didn't become her spirit soul, she would have to send it away. The bear nodded violently. She told it that the Spirit Soul Tower would reward her with an ice bear soul after she passed it either way, so sending it away would be okay. She again asked the bear, while pointing a spear in its eye, if it would be her spirit soul. The bear, having no other choice, decided to become her spirit soul. She asked if it was sure. It nodded desperately. She was very happy. After clearing the 9th trial, they were given the choice to absorb a 3,000-year ice bear spirit soul or continue ascending. Xu Xiaoyan wanted to absorb the ice bear spirit soul. Wulin asked Gu Yue what she thought they should do. She told him that Yuanen also wanted to attack the tower, so they needed to continue. Xu Xiaoyan would be fine if they left her there because she would be sent out once she finished fusing with her new spirit soul. Wulin agreed and decided to continue. The hall was completely different. There was only one big door left. Wulin pointed out that they would probably be facing one beast at a time. From the door, a lizard dragon emerged. Wulin told everyone that he would handle the beast. Yuanen was unsure if he could do so. Gu Yue told her to let him handle it. Wulin went in for an attack. He used his golden dragon claw and defeated the lizard dragon easily. After defeating the lizard dragon, he felt a warm energy flow into his body, causing his blood essence to flare up. Yuanen was impressed because in front of Wulin, the lizard dragon looked like a piece of paper. On the 11th floor, there was only one single door, similar to the 10th. Wulin didn't feel any oppressive might there. Suddenly, golden lightning came from the door, but everyone was safe because they got into the defense barrier. A thunder beast then emerged. The thunder beast attacked. Yuanen decided to use her fallen angel martial soul. She and Gu Yue attacked the beast, but the beast broke their attack. ZC was using Windblade against the beast. The beast charged its energy and formed a giant ball of golden lightning. ZC was caught in its attack, but then he disappeared, revealing that it was a clone. Wulin wondered where his real body was. He was right beside him on the ground in pretty rough shape. He told them that the thunder beast was much more powerful than them, so they had to be careful. Wulin knew that they must find a way. He told them that they must all work together and wait for an opportunity. The beast was releasing more and more energy. Wulin took Gold Light and attacked the beast using the blue-silver-golden array. The star beast shot a huge amount of lightning towards Gold Light. It hit it in the head, but it wasn't damaged. The thunder beast was getting angry, and Gold Light was too. The thunder beast charged its energy and attacked. Gold Light got hit, so it started hissing. ZC told Wulin that the name Gold Light wasn't suitable for his spirit soul. He suggested that he call it Chatterbox, because it hissed a lot. Gu Yue didn't like that and suggested the name Gold Song. Goldlight also liked the name, so Wulin decided to name it Gold Song. In the meantime, the Thunder Beast was charging a huge attack. The color of its lightning changed from golden to purple. Gold Song started surrounding it with blue silvergrass. The beast was using elemental stripping. Wulin told Yuanin to use Diamond Titan. This attack sent the Thunder Beast flying into a wall. Gu Yue used Light Judgment, and ZC used Light Dragon Blade to defeat the Thunder Beast. After a lot of effort, they were able to clear the 11th trial. Yuanin asked Wulin if he was able to continue. Wulin assured her that he was. Li Ji gave everyone pork buns so that they could recover their soul power. Wulin acknowledged that bringing a food-type soul master was a great idea, because if it wasn't for Li Ji, they wouldn't have been able to recover their soul power, and couldn't have been able to pass that floor. Li Ji then gave everyone red bean buns. He told everyone that the red bean bun could boost their physical strength and soul power by up to 20 to 50%, but it could only last for about 3 minutes. He also warned them that after the effect expired, their bodies would be in a weakened state. The length of time would differ between people. Wulin loved his red bean buns. He hugged Li Ji and told him that he was lucky to know him. The others also encouraged him, reminding him of his value. Then the 12th trial appeared, which was a diamond baboon. Yuanin told everyone that she wanted it. Wulin told her that they would try their best. Yuanin, with high hopes, went in for an attack. She told everyone that she would keep it occupied. ZC was disappointed by the fact that Yuanin was becoming less and less womanly. Wulin also attacked it, but he was sent flying. He did manage to put a hole through the beast's hand. This made it even angrier. Yuanin warned everyone because the beast was entering an enraged state. In that state, its strength increased up to 50%. But on the bright side, the beast was not at the 10,000-year level, so its enraged state couldn't last more than 10 minutes. They just needed to survive for that long. After hearing that, Wulin decided to change their battle plan. He told Gu Yue not to eat her red bean bun and conserve her soul power. He told Yuanin to change into her fallen angel state and fly into the air. He told Gu Yue to use the wind element to lighten them. He would use blue silvergrass to support them. He told Gu Yue to prepare to take them up. The beast was about to catch Yuanin, but she was saved by Gu Yue, who threw ice spears at the beast. Wulin gave Yuanin a piece of the blue silvergrass and told her and Gu Yue to bring them to the top and leave the rest to him. They did so, and now everyone was safe. The beast tried to catch them, but it couldn't. The beast's body started to shrink. Seeing this, Gu Yue decided to attack. He attacked with his full might. Yuanin also attacked, but the beast had disappeared. Then from the smoke it emerged, and was about to land a finishing blow to Yuanin, but ZC jumped in to save her. He pushed her back and got hit by the beast's attack. Yuanin was shocked. Gu Yue and Gu Yue attacked the beast. Wulin went to check up on ZC. He cleared the rubble and found ZC heavily injured. He was devastated. But then ZC disappeared. It turned out that it was a clone. ZC was okay. He only had minor injuries. Wulin, concerned, told him that if it hadn't been a clone, he would have been dead. ZC told him not to worry. Yuanin was also worried. Even though he was injured, he tried to act as if nothing had happened. Because of him saving her, she told him that he didn't owe her anymore and left. The team had cleared the 12th trial, and Yuanin started absorbing the diamond baboon spirit soul. Wulin started to heal ZC. He asked him if risking his own life to save Yuanin had been worth it. He answered by asking if he hadn't also taken a hit for Gu Yue. This left him speechless. After that, the team left the tower. Shu Xiaoyan was waiting for them outside. Leng asked them if they were interested in joining the Spirit Pagoda. They politely declined. After that, she gave them their bill. Shu Xiaoyan's was 10 million federal coins, and Yuan Yan's was 30 million after the discount. They had 1 month to pay the bill. Yue asked Gu Yue if Leng had been the Spirit Pagoda's Heavenly Phoenix Doluo. Hearing that she was, he went to get her autograph. Yuanin then approached Wulin. He thought that she was there to thank him, so he told her she didn't need to thank him. But then she told him that she wasn't thanking him. She just wanted to tell him to pay her 20,000 contribution points as soon as possible because she needed to raise money to pay for her spirit soul. As soon as they arrived back on campus, Wulin made a beeline for his blacksmithing workshop. Being in debt gave him an unbearably unpleasant itch. He wanted to work it off as soon as possible. Later, Yue Zhengyu also came over, and he gave Wulin 2 million federal coins as an advance payment for jade silver, and he made up the rest with metals. On that day, Wulin forged a whole afternoon without stopping. When he finished, Gu Yue told him that he shouldn't push himself too hard. Wulin told her that she was just in time because he had to tell her something. Luo, who didn't want to be there, asked why he and Siduo were called there. Wulin told him that he had recently come up with an idea. He wanted to present that idea to them. Wulin mentioned to them that he had recently been forging metal for a second-grade student, who was also preparing to make battle armor. He felt that this student was going about it in a completely different way compared to their group. and he thought they could adopt this method. He believed it would really help them once they forged two-word battle armor in the future. Luo questioned if that was even possible, asking how many resources it would take to create a set of one-word battle armor made of spirit alloy. Siduo pointed out that Wulin's alloy forging rate was low, and he couldn't forge enough alloy metal. Even their one-word battle armor couldn't be forged completely, so Siduo was skeptical about gambling on Wulin's forging success rate. Wulin, with a disappointed face, admitted that he had been too eager and hadn't thought things through. Gu Yue supported Wulin's idea, stating that although it would be challenging to create their armor with alloy, the reward would be great if they succeeded. She believed it would be far easier for them to upgrade their armor in the future, and while it would be tough, it was worth the risk. Siduo then asked how they should resolve the split in opinions and how their group should proceed. Gu Yue responded that it was up to Siduo. Siduo asked if she was suggesting they should disband. Gu Yue said that if Siduo wanted to disband, then they would disband. Siduo warned that they should remember this decision and not regret it later, expressing doubt about how Wulin and Gu Yue would make their battle armor with just the two of them. The two then left. Wulin explained that they were underestimated, so they needed to prove themselves. He suggested that Gu Yue should continue using magic silver in her armor and then add essence gold. He described how magic silver and essence gold could be forged together into spirit gold, an alloy with excellent elemental amplification properties. Wulin offered his assistance with this process. Gu Yue agreed to follow his advice and then asked him about his own plans. Wulin responded that he would continue to use heavy silver as the base metal because of its density, making it ideal as a foundational metal. He planned to add star iron to form star silver, which was known for its strength and good soul power amplification properties. He noted that star silver had many possibilities when additional metals were added in the future. Gu Yue confirmed their plan and decided to acquire star iron and essence gold for him since he already had heavy silver and magic silver. When Wulin expressed concern about the cost of star iron and essence gold, Gu Yue reassured him, telling him not to worry about it and to focus on forging. She then left. Wulin still wondered where she was going to get the money from. Outside, Gu Yue was picked up by a driver in a luxury car. She got in the car. She ordered the driver to prepare 10 tons of essence gold and star silver. The driver agreed. Gu Yue arrived at her teacher's. Leng mentioned that Gu Yue's mom had just called and asked about her well-being, expressing concern. Gu Yue questioned what there was to be worried about, suggesting that with Leng around there was no harm. Leng revealed that she had discovered her little secret. Gu Yue, puzzled, asked what secret. Leng elaborated, stating that there was something different about her eyes when she looked at Wulin, implying that she had feelings for him. Blushing, Gu Yue denied it. Leng then shared that she had investigated Wulin's background, noting that despite obtaining a defective spirit soul from them in the past, Wulin still managed to get into Shrek Academy, which was unbelievable. Shocked, Gu Yue exclaimed about the investigation. Leng confirmed it, reminding her of her young age and the importance of focusing on her studies. Gu Yue dismissed her comments, insisting they were just classmates. Leng speculated that Wulin had a draconic bloodline, likely inclined towards pure strength, though it was unfortunate about his martial soul. She questioned if Wulin might have twin martial souls. Gu Yue admitted she was not sure. Leng suggested they observe for now, acknowledging that while Wulin might not be as talented as Gu Yue, he was still a genius. Gu Yue then prompted them to begin their work. Leng offered to help start a one-word battle armor, but Gu Yue declined, preferring to handle her own battle armor herself. At class, Shun Yi addressed the students, noting that it had been a month since the beginning of the school year, and expressing confidence that they had all grown quite a bit. She announced a competition between the first and second grades and explained that, to decide on the participants fairly and select the best combatants, the students would need to form their teams. Each team would then sign up for a competition where the winners would represent their class in the competition against the second grade. Wulin saw this as a good chance to earn contribution points. Shun Yi instructed Wulin to record all the teams and submit a report to her once the class was over. After class, Gu Yue told Wulin that it didn't look like Siduo, Luo, and the others planned on grouping with them. Wulin assured her that everything would be okay and that they would make their own group. Then in class, Shun Yi introduced 2 new students who would be joining their class. The first was Ye Xinglan, an assault-type soulmaster, and the second was Shu Liji, a food-type soulmaster. Wulin was happy to see his old friends. Some students didn't like the fact that they were accepted into their academy. Luo went to Great Xinglan, but she ignored him, showing her arrogance. Wulin went to Liji and told him that he should join his team. Liji asked if he could invite Xinglan too, because with her personality she would just end up all alone. He couldn't bear to see her like that. Wulin agreed and invited her, but she was angry because he had taken Liji to the tower attack. Wulin noted that Xinglan hadn't changed, and that she was still arrogant. He asked her the reason she was cultivating. She answered that she wanted to become strong. He told her that their opponents would be second-grade students who had a lot of powerful people in their class and asked if she didn't want to spar with them. This sparked her curiosity. Yuran told Wulin that he was sure confident and challenged him to defeat everyone in their class and battle the second grade's representatives. She then introduced her team, comprising herself, Wu Siduo, Luo Guixing, Shu Yucheng, and Yang Nizhenxia. She was confident that her team would win. Wulin noted that those 5 were joining hands. Xinglan asked who they were. Wulin explained that they were all rankers on the Genius Youth's ranking. Xinglan inquired about the Genius Youth's ranking. Yuran responded, pointing out that it was surprising she didn't know what it was. Yuran elaborated that it was one of the minor rankings under the Continental ranking, listing the top 30 young soul masters, and that the 5 of them were on it. Luo wished him good luck, but questioned the significance of him being the class president, which made Wulin angry. Xinglan asked Wulin if he was being shunned. Luo then told Wulin that since he and Wu Siduo couldn't help him as a maker or mechanic, it wasn't right for him to forge for them. Luo mentioned that he had spoken to the teacher and received approval to split up their group, apologizing for any inconvenience. Shici noted that they were just taking advantage of the competition to single him out. After hearing everything, Xinglan decided to join Wulin's team. The other team didn't like that. Wulin addressed them, stating that he was sure everyone was aware of the situation by then. He mentioned that he had earned his position with his strength, and suggested that those who doubted him should use the competition to verify it for themselves. He warned that if his team won, they should not provoke him. After class, Wulin told the team captains to report their groups to him. Luo came up first and gave him the sheet containing his team. Wulin snatched it from his hands and called the next team. The others thought that Wulin was being arrogant. After that team left, Luo mentioned that in terms of strength, Wulin should fall a bit short of them. He added that Gu Yue was the one they should be concerned about, but he didn't think she could support the whole team. Yuran pointed out that it wasn't merely coincidence or luck that Wulin became the class president. Strength also played a role, and she didn't think that Ye Xinglan was any ordinary person. Siduo dismissed their concerns, stating that just he alone was enough to deal with their entire team. Yu Cheng concluded that they just had to come up with the best method to knock them down in the class tournament. Everyone arrived at the workshop. Wulin apologized to his team, expressing regret for dragging them into his troubles. He acknowledged neglecting his responsibilities as class president, which had led to the current situation, noting that they were clearly being targeted as a group. Gu Yue questioned how he could be blamed for that. Wulin explained that he had brought them together to discuss future plans that he and Gu Yue had devised. He had gone to the teacher's office and applied to form a new mecha-making group with the 6 of them, but instead of making mechas, they were going to make battle armor. Xinglan expressed surprise at such ideas coming from the outer court and eagerly joined in, followed by Liji. Shici admitted to Wulin that despite his hard work, he couldn't advance in his profession in just 1 or 2 days, and felt he couldn't contribute to the plan. Wulin reassured him, telling him not to worry and to take it easy, as they still had 6 years to make the battle armor. Xinglan then questioned Wulin's ability to forge alloys. Wulin, understanding the skepticism, invited Xinglan to see for herself. Wulin mentioned that the metals he was currently able to forge were jade silver, spirit gold, and star silver. He added that he would need the group to decide on an alloy soon. Xinglan expressed her preference for jade silver, while Liji opted for star silver. Wulin then started forging. He was using all the negativity he had received from his classmates as fuel, and because of this, he was able to make a jade silver with a harmony rate of 95%. Xinglan told him that a 95% alloy was called the foundation of divine alloy. She then claimed the piece of jade silver for herself. Wulin reluctantly agreed. At the teacher's office, Shunyi asked Wu what he thought of the situation. Wu replied that the tournament was well organized, but he had one concern. The match didn't give Wulin enough pressure. Shunyi was shocked. Wu suggested holding back Ye Xinglan from the coming match. Shunyi questioned if that was too mean. Wu explained that Shunyi didn't understand Wulin. He described Wulin as resolute and patient, noting that even after teaching him for 3 years, he still couldn't see his limits. Wulin was like a spring. The more pressure on him, the harder he would push back. Wu believed it was suitable to have a 5-1-5 battle and expressed confidence in them. Back at the workshop, Xinglan told everyone that she was actually a 5th-rank maker, and Liji was a 4th-rank mechanic. Everyone was amazed. Wulin was happy to hear that. He said that Gu Yue was in charge of the battle armor designs, and that he would work hard to forge the spirit alloys to make battle armor. Xinglan was given responsibility for making the battle armor, and Liji was in charge of the battle armor maintenance. After the tasked vision, everyone became excited. From day to midnight, Wulin had succeeded in forging 8 pieces of spirit. Among them, one was a spirit gold with a 93% harmony rate. That spirit alloy would be used in Gu Yue's battle armor design. A little while later, Shen Yi informed Wu Lin that Ye Xinglan couldn't participate in the class representative selection tournament. Wu Lin wasn't happy about it and asked about the reason for that decision. Shen Yi didn't tell him the reason and told him to go back. He then left. Gu Yue asked him what Shen Yi had said. Wu Lin explained that she said Ye Xinglan couldn't participate in the class representative selection tournament. Gu Yue inquired about the reason, but then Luo's team showed up. Luo wished Wu Lin good luck in the tournament and mentioned that even if he resigned from being the class president, he could still be the blacksmith representative, as he was the most suitable person for the role. Yang advised Wu Lin not to force himself. Yu Cheng also looked down upon him, giving him a thumbs down. Gu Yue told Yu Cheng to get lost. Wu Lin told him that they would settle this on the stage. Wang Tang and his team then went back to discuss their battle plan. Li Ji remarked to Xinglan, "Just what is the academy thinking?" Xinglan replied, "You still don't get it? The administration thinks very highly of Wu Lin." Li Ji questioned, "And this is how they are showing it?" Xinglan affirmed, "Yes, they view him as very important." At the dormitories, Xia Si arrived at Yuanen's room. She asked why he was there. He asked her to help him. She told him to explain the situation first. He asked her to spar with him because he wanted to improve himself. She asked what had gotten him so worked up. He begged her to help him, so she agreed. At the workshop, Xinglan asked Wu Lin if he felt discouraged. Wu Lin recounted how his martial soul, Blue Silvergrass, had awakened with only an innate soul power of rank 3. He explained his family's financial struggles and his determination to earn money through blacksmithing since the age of 6. Despite facing skepticism from others, including his own parents, who preferred he stick to blacksmithing rather than becoming a soul master, Wu Lin had persevered. Xinglan assured Wu Lin that she would help him, mentioning that Gu Yue had already completed the design for his hand armor and that she needed a piece of star silver to make it. Wu Lin expressed concern about the time remaining until the representative selection tournament and whether they could succeed in making a battle armor part in time. Xinglan reassured him, mentioning she had taken his divine foundation medal and needed to return the favor. Wu Lin agreed to begin forging star silver. He was suddenly called by Feng, so he left to see him. Wu Lin arrived, and Feng mentioned he had heard about what had happened in Wu Lin's class, remarking that being the class president didn't seem so great. Wu Lin agreed, stating he wasn't qualified for the position. Feng then inquired if Wu Lin was confident about the tournament, to which Wu Lin responded affirmatively. Feng was happy, and told him that he had to face hardship head-on because he would grow a lot from that ordeal. Wu Lin then handed him the piece of star silver he had given him. Feng said it had a 99% harmony rate, calling it a masterpiece from his early years, and insisted that Wu Lin accept it, saying not to let it go to waste. Wu Lin refused, explaining that he couldn't accept the masterpiece because he was a blacksmith, not out of embarrassment. Feng praised his resilience, saying he was confident now. Wu Lin then asked when Feng would teach him how to forge 3 metal alloys. Feng replied that he would wait until Wu Lin could forge a divine foundation metal, master 2 metal alloys, consistently spirit refine, and meet the 3 requirements of spirit forging. Wu Lin claimed he had just completed one of them. Feng asked which one. He told him that he had forged a divine foundation metal. Feng doubted him, saying it was impossible. Wu Lin proposed a bet. If he managed to forge a divine foundation metal, Feng would pay him 20,000 contribution points. If Feng won, he would get everything Wu Lin forged in the next 3 months. Wu Lin then took Feng to his workshop, asking Xinglan to show Elder Feng the jade silver. Xinglan initially refused, but Wu Lin promised to return it later, so she agreed. Wu Lin showed the jade silver piece to Feng and he was shocked. He kept his word and told him that he would send him the points. Xinglan asked what was going on. He told her that he had made a bet with Feng. 3 days later, Shen Yi announced to the class that to fully examine their combat abilities, Wu and she had decided for their selection tournament to be decided via real combat. They then departed. At the Shrek Academy competition arena, everyone was instructed to pay respect to the esteemed Holy Spirit Du Luo. The Spirit Du Luo stated that there was no need to stand on etiquette. She mentioned that the purpose of being at the arena was to compare notes, but also to display strength and stimulate potential. Afterward, she announced that matches would commence and left the attendees to their competitions. Wu mentioned that there were 17 teams, so matchups would be decided through lots. She further stated that whoever emerged victorious would represent their class against the 2nd grade in 4 days. There were 17 teams, 1 team would pass. The 8 matches of the first round took about an hour to finish. Luo Guixing, Wu Siduo, and their 5-member team easily won the competition. What truly left everyone amazed was the Holy Light Du Luo's healing ability. By the time the next match started, the participants of the previous match would be in perfect condition. In the second drawing, Luo Gixing's team drew the empty lot. The second round finished twice as fast as the first. Wu Lin's team was achieving victories without much effort. Before any of the matches of the third round even began, the other three teams forfeited. Because of this, Wu decided to immediately begin the final match. Finally, Wu Lin's team was now face-to-face with Luo's team. Wu noticed that Wu Lin seemed confident. In the arena, Luo told them that they would give it their best shot. Wu Lin smiled confidently. This freaked Yang. He told them to do what they wanted. The battle began. Luo told Yang that he would be responsible for blocking Wu Lin, and he told Wu Siduo and Shu Yucheng to join forces to deal with Gu Yue, but Siduo wanted to face Gu Yue alone. They then attacked. Wu Lin told Gu Yue to get ready. Gu Yue used the space element to momentarily blind Siduo, which allowed Wu Lin to land a punch on her. She was sent flying back. Luo realized that Wu Lin had a plan, but he thought that they had underestimated Wu Siduo's strength. Shi called out Yu Cheng to fight him. Yu Cheng didn't know who he was. Everyone thought that he was crazy. Yu Cheng surrounded himself with black mist and attacked him. He told him that he was not worthy of being his opponent. He attacked him with his scythe. ZC also attacked using the Light Dragon Storm. The situation wasn't looking too good for ZC. He was sent flying back and was injured. Yu Cheng told him to get out of his way, but he stood up ready to face him again. Yu Cheng called him foolish. ZC attacked him, but he easily blocked his attack while also sending him flying back. ZC was even more injured, but he wasn't ready to give up. He remembered his training with Yuanen. She had asked him why he was doing this. He replied that he wanted to help his friends win the tournament and that he had to go all out. She told him he was too weak and asked him to give up, but he didn't. He stood up. After remembering that he was even more encouraged, he stood up and attacked Yu Cheng using his clones. Yu Cheng impaled him with his scythe. Blood was spilling from almost every part of his body. Yu Cheng told him that he was no longer able to fight, so he should give up because the winner had already been decided. Shi, with a smile, told him that he had been trapped. He caught his scythe and attacked, injuring his arm. Yu Cheng was now made a menacing aura engulfed him. He charged a horrifying attack. If the attack hit him, it could be over for him. Everyone was telling him to run. But ZC wasn't ready to back down because behind him were his important companions. He wasn't going to budge. He was ready to do anything to protect his friends. Yu Cheng was ready to kill him. They both attacked, but before they could hit each other, they were stopped by the spirit Duluo. She told them that the two of them didn't have to compete anymore. At that time, the other side of the playing field was also in the midst of a fierce battle. Siduo was surrounded by Wu Lin and Gu Yue. Siduo was trapped by blue-silver grass. Wu Lin was about to land the finishing blow, but then she broke free and transformed into the Hell-White Tiger. Gu Yue told Xu Xiaoyan to hold her hand. Siduo wondered what she was trying to do. Wu Lin told them to leave Siduo's Hell-White Tiger for him. Li Ji passed him a bun to recover his soul power. He was back to full strength. A golden aura surrounded his arm, and to Siduo's surprise, a battle armor formed around it. She didn't want to believe it. She wondered how he succeeded because to make the battle armor, he would need at least a 5th rank maker to craft it. Unbeknownst to her, Xinglan had helped him. In a flashback, it was shown that one day before the competition, Xinglan was trying to craft the battle armor piece. Li Ji questioned if she was able to do it, but she had complete faith in herself. She swung the Star God sword at the star silver metal. Making battle armor must be done in one go. There could be no half pause or half fault in manufacturing. Li Ji told them that during the process of making battle armor, Star Silver's spirituality and life force would be stimulated by the maker. 7 hours later, the core array on the Star Silver was halfway complete, and the speed at which Xinglan was swinging the Star God's sword had slowed down. Li Ji wondered if Xinglan's power could last long enough. Xinglan ordered Li Ji to give her a pork bun. He did so, and her soul energy recovered, but one after the other, Xinglan ate 20 pork buns. Everyone was worried about her. She asked for a bean bun. Li Ji warned her that it would have a lot of side effects, but she still wanted it, so he reluctantly gave it. Wu Lin mused whether, despite the improvement in physical power and soul power, once the effect of the bean bun had elapsed, the Soul Master's body would rapidly weaken to the point where she couldn't endure. Could she complete the battle armor within a few minutes? The process was almost complete. Xinglan was struggling. Li Ji asked her if he was okay. She demanded another bean bun. Li Ji didn't want to give it to her because if he ate 2 bloodthirst bean buns, her body would not be able to bear it. But she didn't care, so he reluctantly gave it to her. Xinglan called Wu Lin and told him to give her his hand. A golden light started surrounding it. It was hurting him, but he bore the pain and finally the battle armor was a success. Back on the battlefield, Siduo was still confident that she would win, and so was Luo. She attacked him and he dodged. Wu Lin kept dodging her attacks. Luo thought that he was scared of her, but then he stood still. Siduo attacked. He had no intention of dodging it. He closed his eyes and caught her claw. Everyone was surprised. He then punched her in the face, sending her flying. This made her angry. She was surprised by the power of the blood essence. She attacked him, and he also attacked using the Dragon Shock's The Heavens ability. Gu Yue told everyone to get behind her. Wu Lin was sent flying back. The entire ring was affected by the shockwave, and Siduo was eliminated. The entire arena was a mess. Shi Yi mused that Wu Lin's team was indeed not ordinary. Wu really understood his disciples best. Without Ye Xinglian, the battle still held some suspense. Now no one absolutely thought Luo Guixing's team would get the victory anymore. Yang told his teammates that no one in Wu Lin's team was skilled at close-quarter combat, and as long as they could get close to them, they would definitely win. He then attacked. Gu Yue told Xu Xiaoyan to combine her power with him to bring their soul rings out. They formed a huge snowstorm. It wasn't looking good for Luo's team. Yang wasn't going to let a snowstorm stop him. He thought that he just had to get close to them and he would win. Yuran told him to open the way and that she would support him. Gu Yue raised her hand and made the storm even more violent. Yang noted that the longer he delayed, the stronger Gu Yue's soul skill would become, so he needed to be quick. Yuran helped him escape, but she was left helpless against a barrage of attacks. Luo teleported her, but it was too late. She was badly wounded and collapsed. They both were restrained by ice chains. Luo wasn't able to move and they were finished off by the team. At that time, Yang step by step went through the snowstorm to reach Gu Yue and Xu Xiaoyan. Xu Xiaoyan attacked him using her ice spear, but it didn't work. She stopped him from moving any further. She was ready to sacrifice herself to save Gu Yue because she believed in her. Yang attacked her, ready to finish her, but then his attack was blocked by Li Ji. Yang was surprised because Li Ji was a food-type soul master. He was ashamed that his attack was blocked by a food-type soul master. He tried to attack, but before he could, Gu Yue attacked him with fireballs, forcing him into a defensive position. At that time, Xu Xiaoyan casually walked over while condensing an ice spear in her hand. There was no suspense left in the battle. Anyone with half a brain could see that it was Wu Lin's team's victory, and so the match was over. Wu announced that Wu Lin's team had won. The team was filled with joy because their efforts had paid off. Xinglan was standing in the crowd. Gu Yue walked towards her and hugged her, thanking her because if it wasn't for her, they would not have won. Wu told the team they were the victors of the selection tournament and would represent the first grade in the match against the second grade. Wu added that if they wished, they could select up to 2 more people from the class to join their team to increase the number of members joining the competition. The team decided that they didn't want anyone else. Gu Yue walked past Luo and Siduo without saying a word, completely ignoring them. Wu Lin remained the class president in the first class. He proved his strength. Until then, the students of the first class realized that Jixi could take Xu Yucheng down with him. Xu Xiaoyan wasn't just a pretty face, but really strong in combat. A food-type soul master could fight in close combat. The captain's power was very strong. Wu Lin's position in his class was unshakable now. Time after time, he revealed new depths to his strength. At the working students' dormitories, Yue came to visit Wu Lin. He mentioned hearing about their victory in the class tournament and congratulated Wu Lin. Wu Lin responded asking if Yue was there to probe them. Yue said he had heard about Wu Lin equipping a piece of battle armor in the battle. Wu Lin confirmed this, giving credit to Xinglan. Yue inquired about Xinglan, but Wu Lin refused to provide any information, citing their upcoming competition as opponents. Yue explained that as a mecha maker, he was about to start making his battle armor, and wasn't trying to take advantage of Wu Lin. Wu Lin mentioned their own secret weapons, which increased their success rate for making battle armor to 30%. Amazing, Yue. Yue then proposed borrowing the weapon in exchange for contribution points, but Wu Lin insisted that Yue would have to wait until after their match. Then someone knocked on the door. It was Yuanen. Yue asked why she came there. Hearing Yuanen's voice, Zizi woke up. Yuanen asked Wu Lin for help in making her battle armor and inquired about what he wanted in exchange. Wu Lin responded that he needed to know her profession first. Yue mentioned being a 3rd-rank mecha maker. Yuanen stated that she was a 4th-rank mechanic. Wu Lin then said that Yue could make his own, and they would lend him their secret weapon for a fee. For Yuanen, Wu Lin offered to help design and make her battle armor, covering the alloys and providing a maker for her. Yuanen agreed, and said she would start saving contribution points. She then proceeded to leave. Before she left, she thanked Wu Lin. Then suddenly, Zizi shouted that he was there. Yuanen, a little annoyed, told him that no one had called for him. Before class, Wu Lin was walking with Li Ji when 2 students from his class greeted Wu Lin. Li Ji noticed that everyone had accepted Wu Lin as class president. Wu Lin wasn't so sure, but then Luo, who was waiting outside of class, greeted him. Both he and Li Ji were surprised by his sudden change in behavior. Yang said that Luo took the initiative to greet Wu Lin. Yuran added that Luo was also walking behind Wu Lin, noting that Luo's skin was just too thick and that she would never be able to submit like that. Yang remarked that a man of character knew when to submit and suggested that Yuan could learn a thing or two from him. However, he also observed that compared to Wulin, Luo lacked a certain charm, a kind of charisma. Now that he was looking at him properly, Yang thought Wulin really was fit to be the class president. After hearing Yang, Yuan looked back at Wulin. She didn't know it yet, but she now saw Wulin in a different light. 3 days later, the day of the match, everyone was excited. Even Elder CIA showed up. That day, the arena was bustling. Students from the first and second grades came to the arena very early. Wulin spotted Yuanan. Behind her, 2 boys were talking about the high chance that their second grade would lose. She glared at them and they stopped talking. She then saw Wulin and Zizi. She was a little annoyed to see Zizi. The spirit Duluo also came. Elder Kai was walking behind her, so most likely the status of the spirit Duluo was higher than Elder Kai. There were a lot of important people there. Wulin's team had to do their best. Wulin spotted his teacher Feng and his grandteacher Zhuo. The 2 weren't happy to see each other and the argument kept getting more and more heated. But then the 2 were told to calm down by the spirit Duluo, and they happily complied. They called her by the name Yali. Wulin wondered why his teacher and grandteacher were there. Yali asked them why they were there and told them that if they wanted to watch the match, they must do so quietly. Zhuo stated that it was normal for him, an elder of the Sea Deity Pavilion, to come to watch matches in the outer court, and that he was not a blacksmith just coming for entertainment. This statement enraged Feng, who responded by questioning what Zhuo meant about blacksmiths and asserting that without them, there would be no battle armor. They both started threatening each other, but then Yali stopped them again. Wulin wondered why both his teachers were behaving so strangely. Shun Yi greeted the students of the first and second grades, introducing herself as the teacher for the first grade. She explained that after speaking with the second grade teacher, they had decided that in the interest of saving time, each profession's match would consist of 1 challenge. She then requested that the representative blacksmiths from both grades come up to the stage. Zhou and Feng started arguing yet again. This time they really pissed off Yali. She told them to either behave or get out, and they finally shut their mouths. At that moment, Wulin and his opponent arrived on stage. Wulin introduced himself to his seniors. His name was He Xiaopeng. Shun Yi announced that the first match of the day was the blacksmith's exchange, focusing on metal purification. Both participants would have 30 minutes to purify a piece of titanium crystal. The one who could purify it the most would be declared the winner. Forging titanium crystal was extremely hard because it is not only exceedingly tough but also brittle. It was announced that the winner could keep both of the forged products. This made Wulin even more excited to win. Several minutes later, Wulin had calcined the titanium crystal. Everyone was surprised, and some people started doubting him. Wulin started forging with his hammer. He seemed pretty confident. Xiaopeng also noticed that. Zhou stated that only blacksmiths ranked 5th and above were capable of doing what Wulin was doing. Feng displaced confidence in his disciple and told him to watch. She also started her forging process. Yuan asked Yang if he would do the same thing as Wulin, stating that she would do what Xiaopeng was doing. Yang responded that he couldn't make sense of what Wulin was doing, but acknowledged that he was a 5th-rank blacksmith and very talented. He noted that Wulin swung his hammer superficially, whereas Xiaopeng hit his with brute power, highlighting the differences between the 2. The winner or loser was still unknown. Xiaopeng struck the metal with great speed, amazing everyone. He had made 1,000 refined products. Time was almost up, so Shun Yi began the countdown. Zhuo wondered if Wulin would succeed or not. The speed of his hammer swings was getting faster. All eyes were on him. A golden light came from the metal. Its spirit had been formed. Wulin was happy with the outcome. Feng went down on the stage and hit Wulin on the head. He demanded to know why Wulin was dilly-dallying and urged him to hurry up and finish the task. Feng reminded him that its spirit had formed, so he would definitely succeed if he refined it. He questioned if Wulin still needed instruction and threatened that if he wasted the piece of titanium crystal, he would ensure Wulin didn't get any sleep that night. Wulin thought that its spirit had formed and realized that it really had. 1,000 refining with spirit referred to bringing the spirit out of a metal by 1,000 refinings, but spirit refining would grant life to the metal. Xiaopeng greeted Feng. Feng told him that his performance wasn't too bad, but he still had a long way to go. He advised him to keep working hard. Shun Yi told Elder Kai that Elder Feng going on stage was clearly against the rules. Elder Kai responded that even at the end of this match, Wulin had won and should be allowed to continue forging to complete his spirit refining. Shun Yi expressed concern that if Wulin continued forging, he would be exhausted afterward. Yale reassured her, saying not to worry about it, as she would take care of Wulin. The titanium crystal had turned into a golden ball. When the titanium crystal was refined into pure titanium, the spirit refining was complete. From that moment on, the piece of metal was granted life. Titanium crystals were rare, but finding titanium gold was like spotting a unicorn. Even with Feng's cultivation level and status as a 3-word battle armor master, only 3 pieces of his battle armor had titanium gold infused in them. He knew that Wu Lin had to succeed. Wu Lin kept forging. Xinglan was also amazed, but then cracks started appearing on the ball. A golden light shone from the cracks. Wu Lin had done it. He had made titanium gold. Everyone was amazed. The titanium crystal that he was holding was granted life at the same time. It was on the verge of gaining awareness. Feng tried to seize the opportunity and claim the titanium gold, but Wu Lin wasn't falling for it. Wu Lin told Shen Yi that he needed to go down to rest and that he would visit her in the evening. The match was over. Wu Lin of the 1st grade had won. After a while, the second match of mecha designing was about to start. The 2 contestants, Gu Yue and Bai Hanying, were called on stage. Hanying introduced herself to Gu Yue. From a distance, Yuanen nodded at her. Their team was plotting something. ZC was a little jealous that Yuanen was close friends with other people too. Shen Yi announced that the design match would test their reasoning and the quality of their design. They would have 30 minutes to design the right gauntlet for a set of battle armor. They were allowed to use their old designs. Elder Cade would personally select the winner. The match then began. They both started designing. They were almost equal in strength. 30 minutes later, the match had ended. Elder Kai stated that the match was a draw. He acknowledged Gu Yue's design for a 1-word gauntlet, noting that it incorporated spirit alloys and was very comprehensive. He remarked that it was a practical and effective design, though not perfect enough. Elder Kai also addressed Bade Hang Ying, asking if her design was meant for someone with twin martial souls. Gu Yue knew that her design was most likely for Yuanen. Gu Yue was capable of creating a design for a piece of 1-word battle armor, which was made of alloy metal, and was designed to be very comprehensive, practical, and effective. However, the 1st grade suffered a crushing defeat in the 3rd match. Wu Lin didn't recognize a 4th-rank mecha maker the 2nd grade sent out. However, the 1st grade only had the 3rd-rank Luo Guiqing. The difference between the 2 was clear, and defeat came swiftly. Shen Yi announced that for the final match of the competition, 6 people from the 1st grade would fight 6 from the 2nd. Both teams were asked to come to the stage. They were now face-to-face. The match began, and without wasting any time, Wu Lin and Yuanen clashed. They both took out their battle armor. The battle had just begun, and they were already going all out. At the other end of the stage, the students all summoned their martial souls. Xu Xiaoyan held Gu Yue's hand as she stepped forward and conjured up a blizzard. Xiaopeng, Yue, Xingmo, Heng Xiao, and Han Ying attacked using their martial souls. Wu Lin knew that Heng Xiao's soul tuning would be a problem for them. He used his purple demon eyes to stop him for a moment. At the other end of the stage, Xinglan was facing Yue, Xingomo, and Xiaopeng. Xingomo attacked her. Their swords clashed, but she easily stopped him. Shinogomo thought that she was using martial soul suppression. He decided to withdraw using the aura of Starlight Gathering. Xinglan was then attacked by Yue and Xiaopeng. She used her sword and easily stopped them. She mocked them by calling their attacks childish. Yue was sent back. Everyone was amazed by Xinglan's strength. Xinglan attacked Xingomo, but her attack was blocked. Shinopeng rushed in using his soul skill. Turmor burst to attack her. She raised her sword and attacked them using the Starlight Net. Everyone thought that Xinglan's strength was terrifying because she had managed to hold off 3 opponents alone. At the center of the stage, Wu Lin and Yuanen clashed once more. They were still evenly matched. Yuanen wondered how strong Gai's blood essence was. She attacked him using the air cannon ability. Wu Lin countered using the golden dragon claw. Their fists clashed, which caused an explosion. People thought that Wu Lin wouldn't be able to endure, but they were surprised to see that the 2 were still evenly matched. The match was becoming fiercer and fiercer. Ye Xinglan faced 2 other opponents. Ye Xinglan faced off against He Xiaopeng and Yue Jingyu in an inconclusive engagement. On the other side, 2 clones sneakily appeared behind the 2nd grade team. One of those clones approached Bai Hanying. The other appeared behind Duan Hengxiao like lightning. The first clone missed Bai Hanying. The second was easily stopped by Duan Hengxiao. Xisi knew that dealing with them wasn't going to be easy, so he decided to fight them using his clones. At the center of the arena, Wu Lin and Yuanen were still fighting. Wu Lin was getting tired. His teachers were also worried. Wu Lin attacked her using the Golden Dragon Shocks, the Heaven's ability. Zhuo was amazed. Yuanen stood still and attacked back using the Berserk State ability. She knew that even though the Berserk State could only be maintained for 3 minutes, it would be enough to defeat Wu Lin. Yali mentioned that young people today were really amazing. Even with a cultivation vase of 4 soul rings, they could fight with such terrifying power. It's really amazing. Wu Lin was sent flying back by Yuanen. He was tired. Li Ji threw a bloodthirst bean bun toward him so that he could recover his soul power and physical strength. Yuanin knew what would happen if he ate the bun, so she used her air cannon and destroyed it. Li Ji was terrified. Yuanin stomped the ground and a boulder came out. She threw the boulder towards Wu Lin. Wu Lin blocked it, but then Yuanin appeared right behind him. He was wide open. She hit him and sent him flying back. Everyone thought that Wu Lin was done. He was seriously injured on the other side. Yes, Shingomo was attacking Gu Yue and Shu Xiaoyani. He thought that it was a pity that he was suppressed by the Star God's sword. He knew he had to deal with the two first. But then he was trapped by Star Wheel shackles. He had no way to move. He was then frozen on the spot. Their plan had succeeded. Gu Yue told Shu Xiaoyan to help Xing Lan. She went to help Wu Lin. The combination of Gu Yue and Shu Xiaoyan was just a trap. They pretended to be first-class team members who were easy to deal with to lure the opponent in, and then they attacked. As long as one opponent could be eliminated, the next plan could be carried out. The time Wu Lin had described had come. Gu Yue and Wu Lin against Yuanin. Gu Yue shot ice spears at her. She was breaking right through them and was about to land a blow, but Wu Lin pulled Gu Yue back. Yuanin noticed that Gu Yue was passing a bean bun to Wu Lin. She wasn't going to let that happen. She attacked. They were both sent back, but Wu Lin managed to eat the bean bun. Yuanin now had no choice but to defeat him before the effects of the bean bun kicked in. She charged towards him. He was now in big trouble, but then he disappeared. Yuanin was confused. Gu Yue had teleported him. Yuanin decided to go after Gu Yue. Gu Yue used elemental chaos. When both their abilities clashed, it caused an explosion. Gu Yue was sent flying back, but was caught by Wu Lin. Yuanin was stuck in Gu Yue's attack. Wu Lin asked if she was okay. She was more worried about him because he was already injured. He told her that he would be fine because the bloodthirst effects were kicking in. Gu Yue told Wu Lin to go and help Xing Lan. She was confident that she could handle Yuanin all by herself. Wu Lin agreed. Yuanin was free. But before she had time to react, Gu Yue was already on the offensive. Yuanin was surprised because Gu Yue was a support-type soul master. She used the Tree Lament Palm to attack. Yuanin was now in trouble. Luo and Siduo were amazed by her strength. On the other side of the arena, Ye Xinglan used the Sword God Net to eliminate He Xiaoping. She was attacked by Yue. Yue was relieved that she was eliminated, but he had an even bigger problem to face. Wu Lin had arrived. The first grade now had the upper hand because it was 5 against 4. Yue used the Light of Judgment and attacked. Under his powerful attack, Shu Xiaoyan and Shu Liji were both eliminated, but then he noticed that Wu Lin's Dark Golden Soul Ring was absorbing his soul power. Before he had time to react, Wu Lin, with one move, eliminated Yue, but his body was so exhausted he could barely stand. At that time, the showdown between Gu Yue and Yuanin reached its climax. Yuanin was in trouble because her soul power was nearly depleted. She couldn't sustain her Titan giant ape form for much longer either. Behind her, Duan Huxiao used the Death Song ability to eliminate ZC. He was still frustrated because he was occupied for a very long time by ZC. On the other side of the battlefield, Bade Hanying used her martial soul to help Yuanin because of that. Yuanin's soul power increased. A fiery aura surrounded her. Gu Yue was now in trouble. Wu Lin saw that and rushed towards her to aid her. She was okay. Yuanin told Wu Lin that only he and Gu Yue were left and asked if they admitted defeat. Wu Lin wasn't ready to give up. He stepped up, ready to face her again. Even Gu Yue was surprised because Wu Lin had no power left to fight, but still, he stood his ground. Yuanin smiled, impressed by his determination. Wu Lin smiled back, and now both were ready to face each other again. To Wu Lin, defeat was acceptable, but surrendering was not an option. Their fight was about to start when suddenly Gu Yue hugged Wu Lin from behind. Everyone was confused. But then a 7-colored light surrounded Wu Lin. Golden scales started covering his entire body. Zhuo could feel his martial soul being suppressed. Wu Lin charged with a powerful attack. Things weren't looking good for Yuanin. She went into a defensive position. Huxiao started playing his flute, but the shockwaves from Wu Lin's attack broke his flute. Yuanin and Wu Lin were about to collide. Yuanin's strength seemed to be getting gradually drained. A 7-colored light surrounded the entire arena. Nobody could see anything. Then everyone saw that Yuanin, Bai Hanying, and Duan Huxiao were retrieved from the stage by Yali. Everyone was confused. Wu Lin and Gu Yue had lost consciousness, but since they were the last ones standing, the victory was given to the first grade. Yuanin noted that both Wu Lin and Gu Yue were leaning into each other, not allowing the other to fall. She was confused. Elder Kai told everyone that the move Gu Yue used was a soul fusion skill. Zhuo said that their punch created a vacuum. Feng agreed, explaining that all 7 elements were stripped away, leaving only a space that needed to be filled. Feng expressed surprise that they were able to use a soul fusion skill like that with 2 unrelated martial souls and decided to call the move the Dragon King Vacuum Punch. Zhuo asked Yali if their bodies were okay. Yali replied that there was no real problem with their bodies, but they would need time to recover, estimating a full month of rest. Yali added that the more compatible two people are, the more powerful their soul fusion skill is. Even if all of history were searched, it would be hard to find more than a handful of people whose fusion rate exceeded 80%. The highest fusion rate ever recorded was that of Spirit Ice Duluo Huo Yuhao and his wife, Dragon Butterfly Duluo Tang Wutong, which approached 100% compatibility. Any soul fusion skill capable of reaching a 100% fusion rate would be considered a given fusion. Their bodies couldn't be separated, so they were taken to the dorm. Yali thought that although she only had an inkling of suspicion, the soul fusion skill of these two children might be on par with a divine fusion soul skill. If her suspicion turned out to be correct, then Shrek Academy would have picked up a pair of real treasures. Inside his mind, Wulin felt his blood essence bubbling, surging forth like a raging river. He wondered where he was, and noted that the place looked like a sea of stars, with countless specks of gold floating suspended in space. Then he saw an enormous golden dragon. He observed that there were 18 rings of light around the dragon's body, 3 glowing a soft blue while the rest blazed red. He questioned if this was the golden dragon king sealed within his body, and concluded that those rings of light must be the seals. He wondered how he had come to this place, recalling only the warmth of a body hugging him, his blood essence surging with power, and himself subconsciously unleashing a punch. Everything after that was blank. He called out for old Tang. Then the dragon started moving upwards and he woke up. He saw that he was in the working student dormitory and wrapped in Gu Yue's arms. Then Gu Yue also woke up. She felt embarrassed. She told Wulin not to move and pushed him aside. She questioned why he hugged her. He told her that she was the one who hugged him. This made her even more embarrassed and she hit him. Then Wulin fell asleep. Xu Xiaoyan asked Gu Yue how she was doing and urged her to take it easy and rest some more. Gu Yue inquired about how long they had been unconscious. Xu Xiaoyan informed her that it had been 3 days and mentioned that Gu Yue had been holding on to Wulin so tightly that none of them could separate her. She then suggested that they return to their dorms, so they left. Li Ji asked Wulin if he was hungry. Wulin replied that Li Ji had scared him. Li Ji explained that he was just waiting to see when Wulin would wake up. Wulin then asked if they had won. Li Ji confirmed that they had won, both in their individual match and in the overall competition, and expressed amazement at how well Wulin and Gu Yue had hidden their abilities, especially their soul fusion skill. Wulin asked if Li Ji would believe it was their first time using the skill. Li Ji responded in disbelief, saying it couldn't be their first time. Then Yuanen and Zi Sautin arrived. Yuanen also didn't believe that it was their first time. Wulin reassured her. He told her that he didn't know what happened and asked if they were hurt. She told him that the spirit Duluo saved them. She commented that the soul fusion skill had a terrifying power and asked him again if they had really come up with it in the heat of battle. Wulin got a little frustrated and asked if he needed to make some sort of pledge for them to believe him. Yuanen told him that the next time they fight, she would definitely win. She then proceeded to leave and told him once he had recovered, he should get back to forging. Wulin called her out as being selfish. He felt that Yuanen acted distant from others. Zizi told him not to mind her, saying that cultivating was the only thing on her mind. Wulin asked whose side he was on. Zizi replied that he was on his side, of course. Li Ji asked why he was speaking up for her then. Frustrated, Zizi said he was just stating the facts and questioned what Li Ji would know, then asked for a bun and some help saving money. Li Ji refused, stating that buns cost soul power. Wulin told him to be quiet because he was about to start cultivating. Wulin thought that his body's condition was even worse than he had imagined. Only a few drops of soul power remained in it. What was scarier was that his blood essence had no vigor. If it hadn't been for Li Ji's pork buns, he wouldn't have had even the energy to sit with his legs crossed. Everything seemed to return to its monotonous routine. Attend class, forge, cultivate, study. But there was one difference. The students of the first grade were far more united than they had been at the beginning of the school year. All of Wulin's classmates now greeted him with a sincere smile when they saw him. Everyone was in a frenzy to grow stronger. Gu Yue didn't retell the competition that day. She also distanced herself from everyone else a bit more than usual. Ye Xinglan held off from making any more pieces of battle armor. At that point in time, she needed to increase her soul power rank. Wulin's schedule was the most rigid of them all. He focused on forging and cultivating on the side, and gorged himself to improve his blood essence. The days passed just like that. In the blink of an eye, the end of the semester was upon them. In class, Shi Yi announced that the semester was coming to an end. The first semester's final exam that everyone had been looking forward to was almost there. She stated that 5 people would be expelled according to the results of the exam, and encouraged the students to work hard if they did not want to be among those 5. Wulin asked if there was any way to avoid having anyone expelled. Shi Yi responded that the results of the final exam would be based on how many points each student scored. If everyone met the minimum score, then everyone might be able to pass. However, the bar for next semester's exam would then be raised by 5%. The only leeway allowed would be the option to share points with other students, but she reminded them that these points would also determine whether they got into the inner court. She cautioned them to be careful about how many points they gave away, as it could be the difference between making it into the inner court or not. Shi Yi then detailed the exam. It would span 15 days, during which the students would go to Bright City. They were required to visit at least 10 cities, including Bright City, and in every city, they had to defeat a soul master at least 5 soul power ranks above them. They were not allowed to receive any help with finding their opponents, defeating them, or traveling to Bright City, and they had to figure out how to do this on their own. They only had 15 days to complete the assigned tasks and return. The number of points earned would depend on the strength of the opponents they defeated. She assured them not to worry about how their points were being counted during the exam, as the academy would be dispatching teachers to shadow all of them. She advised them to act with caution during the exam, to avoid picking fights with someone they couldn't handle, and clarified that the teachers would not help under any circumstances. Finally, Shi Yi informed them that before departing, their soul storage devices, communicators, and any other resources, including money, would be confiscated. Bright City was located on the western part of the continent, while Shrek Academy sat right in the continent's heart. Traveling via high-speed train would take at least 3 straight days from Shrek City to Bright City, meaning at least 5 days of traveling. She stated that they might not form groups and that everyone had to take the exam alone. If any cooperation was discovered, everyone involved would fail. Wulin thought that the academy actually wanted to test out fusion energy and resolved that he was not afraid. At Elder Kai's office, the matter was being discussed. Elder Kai inquired if the arrangements for the exam were complete. Shun Yi confirmed that everything was in order, noting that there had always been a few surprises during the first final exam for new students. Elder Kai emphasized the importance of being thorough with the body search, mentioning that the students were clever and might try to gain an advantage. Shun Yi reassured Elder Kai, stating that she had gone through this once before and knew what the students were thinking. She added that Wu and the other proctors had already set out. Elder Kai expressed that this would be a good learning experience for them. Suddenly, Gu Yue's teacher Leng contacted Elder Kai telepathically, insisting that Elder Kai stop meddling in Gu Yue's business as Gu Yue was her disciple. Elder Kai questioned how he had been meddling. Teacher Leng asserted that she understood Elder Kai's thoughts and reminded him that Gu Yue had already joined the Spirit Pagoda and become her disciple. She was certain that Gu Yue would do better under her tutelage and stated her intention to take Gu Yue once she graduated from the outer court. Teacher Leng concluded by challenging Elder Kai to find her if he still couldn't accept this. Elder Kai resolved to find her immediately. At the working student dormitories, Wulin, Gu Yue, Zizi, Xu Xiaoyan, Xinglan, and Li Ji were strategizing about the exam. Wulin suggested the best route, emphasizing its efficiency with 9 cities en route to Bright City. He noted the necessity of individual efforts due to the prohibition on collaboration. Money was a primary concern, as without it, they couldn't use the Soul Train. Li Ji proposed selling buns, while Xu Xiaoyan planned to seek financial assistance from seniors, leaving the others to find alternative solutions. CSC mentioned the possibility of street performances if needed. Wulin confirmed his intention to pursue forging assignments and inquired about Gu Yue and Xinglan's plans. They both planned on using power. At the Spirit Ice Plaza, Wulin was upset because he hadn't been allowed to bring his forging hammer with him. This had ruined his plan to make money. Wu took the hammer from his hands. Before departure, most of the students had nothing to hide, but a few tried their luck at smuggling things out. However, one teacher's martial soul was his eyes, and with his soul skills, he could see through every kind of deception the students tried. Everyone started implementing their plans. Li Ji set up a stall and started selling buns. A senior asked him why he was selling buns there. Li Ji replied that he had no other choice and needed to make some money for the semester's final exam. He offered the senior to buy some buns, mentioning they were cheap and delicious. The senior declined, stating he hadn't any use for the buns as they only lasted a day. He then wished Li Ji good luck and left for class. But Gu Yue and Xinglan were blocking the way. They claimed that the territory was theirs and told everyone that if anyone wanted to pass, they must pay a toll of 100,000 federal credits. They promised to pay them back twice as much after the exam. A senior asked what they would do if they didn't lend them money. They told him that they didn't have to pay if they could beat them. The senior told them that he wouldn't fall into their trap. Xinglan told him not to be mad because there were many people there, so it was fine if he was afraid of losing. This statement infuriated him, and he accepted their challenge. Li Ji, seeing the opportunity, stopped him and mentioned that his buns could boost his strength. He explained that his bloodthirst bean bun was very potent and could boost his strength in a short time, while his agility soup bun could help him lose weight and fly. He asked if he wanted to try them. He agreed, saying he would give it a try, and asked for a bean bun and a soup bun, inquiring about their prices. Li Ji informed him that the bean bun cost 30,000 and the soup bun cost 10,000. He became enraged at the price and questioned why it was so expensive. Li Ji defended the price, stating that he would get what he paid for. He reluctantly agreed, saying he believed in him. After a while, the senior lost miserably and gave them the 100,000. Xinglan asked him for his name and class so that she could pay him back. He told her that his name was Xia Yuekong and he was in the 2nd grade, then ran off. Xinglan told Li Ji that because he had managed to sell his buns because of them, he would be responsible for 1/3 of the debt. He agreed. At the Blacksmiths Association of Shrek City, Wu Lin was talking to Shi about how harsh the rules for the exam were. She explained that there was no other way, as the academy had already contacted them and every other association in the city, forbidding them all from earning money at the association. She mentioned that they would have to think of another way to make money. Wu Lin pondered what else he could do, realizing he had no money to take the Soul Train, and without that, he couldn't pass the exam. Suddenly, he had an idea, and then left running. Wu Lin arrived at the Soul Train station. The tickets were about to be checked. He got in line. The ticket checker asked for his ticket. He shouted "Snake and Gold Song." Security gathered around it. Everyone was focused on the snake. This gave Wu Lin the chance, and he sneaked onto the train. The Soul Train rapidly picked up speed until it reached a high-speed cruise. The train, heading for Heaven Dao City, filled up. Wu Lin found himself in the dining car along with around a dozen other people. He soon realized that he had made a mistake because he was getting hungry. He thought about the injustices the academy was doing, but there was nothing he could do. Then a ticket checker arrived. Wu Lin panicked and said he didn't have a ticket. The ticket checker told him to buy one immediately. He explained that he didn't have any money either. The ticket checker admonished him for not buying a ticket on the train and called it bad behavior. He apologized and asked to wait until he arrived in Heaven Dao City, where he could get money to pay. The ticket checker then told him to come along. In the conductor's room, the ticket checker reported to the conductor that he was a stowaway without money for a ticket, and asked what should be done with him. The conductor asked him about his situation. He revealed that he was a student from Shrek Academy. Both were surprised. He explained that he was in the middle of an exam and all his possessions had been confiscated by the academy before he was sent out. He didn't have money to buy a ticket and had to sneak on the train as part of his exam requirement to reach Bright City. He admitted his wrongdoing and requested that some attendants escort him to get money to pay once they arrived in Heaven Dao City. The ticket checker accused him of lying, but he insisted that he wasn't lying and that he really was a Shrek Academy student, offering to prove it immediately. He showed them that he was a 3-ringed soul master, and they finally believed him. Wu Lin explained that Shrek Academy was very strict, requiring everyone in his grade to visit 10 cities within 15 days. They also had to defeat a soul master and challenge those ranked above them. After all that, they still needed to return to Shrek Academy within the exam period to pass. The conductor, surprised by this, asked how old he was and expressed disbelief that they would send a boy out alone. She found it terrible and asked how they could help him, offering to excuse him from paying for a ticket using her authority. He thanked her and mentioned that he needed to visit more cities and challenge some people. He asked if there were any places in Heaven Dao City where lots of soul masters gathered, and if he could borrow some money because he was hungry, promising to pay her back once he returned to Shrek Academy. The conductor reassured him that she would help. While she couldn't find opponents for him, she knew that the security captains at train stations were all soul masters with mechas. Wu Lin asked her to help him connect with the security captain at Heaven Dao City's train station so he could fight them. The conductor told the ticket checker to get some food for Wu Lin. She told him that she would find a way to help him. He thanked her. The conductor told Wu Lin that arrangements had already been made. The security captain at Heaven Dao City's train station would be waiting for him. After he finished his battle, the conductor would help him get a monthly train pass, which would allow him to ride any train on the continent. The conductor also gave him some money to use for food during his journey. Wu Lin thought about how kind she was. Then suddenly a call was made to the conductor. She was told to come to the 5th carriage immediately because terrorists had hijacked it. A few months prior, another hijacking occurred in the western part of the continent. That incident resulted in the train exploding. Over 500 casualties had been recorded. It was a tragedy that rocked the entire continent. The conductor informed all the train attendants that there was an emergency. She told them if they had a weapon, they should head to the 5th carriage without alarming the passengers. She told Wu Lin not to go to the 5th carriage, but Wu Lin insisted on going with her. She didn't want him coming with her because he was a child, and she thought he could get hurt. Wulin reminded her that he was a Shrek Academy student and a 3-ringed soul elder. She didn't want to put him in danger, so she told him to stay there and left. She was almost there when she asked about the situation. She was informed that there were a total of 9 terrorists who somehow managed to smuggle beam guns onto the train. All of them were armed with beam assault rifles and one had a soul cannon. They had already planted soul bombs all over the carriage. It could blow up at any moment. The conductor was angry because the safety screenings failed to stop them. She told the informer to tell the operators after she entered the 5th carriage they should immediately cut off the 6th to 16th carriages. She was nervous. She said sorry to her mother while taking a look at a photo of her baby. She was ready to sacrifice herself. Moving ahead, she saw 2 security guards and asked about the situation. One of the guards informed her that it wasn't good. The terrorists had taken passengers as hostages, installed bombs all over the train, and started a countdown. She thought that the carriages in the front were probably under the complete control of the terrorists. Despite the terrifying situation, she knew she had to remain calm. She told the hostages not to act impulsively and address the terrorists, asking if they had any demands and suggesting they negotiate, promising to do her best to fulfill them without harming the hostages. From behind the door, one terrorist recognized her as the conductor and stated their simple demand: to tell the federal government to safely release the people arrested 20 days ago in exchange for the hostages. He warned that the first 5 carriages were rigged with bombs set to detonate in 30 minutes and threatened that if the demands weren't met, everyone would be buried together. She asked the security captain if headquarters had been informed of the demands. The security captain replied that a message had been sent, but headquarters needed to consult the higher-ups, making it impossible to fulfill the demands in half an hour. She instructed the security captain to have the crew withdraw to the 6th carriage and pleaded with the terrorists not to act impulsively, explaining that they were working on fulfilling the demands but needed more time. She begged for an extension on the bomb timer, promising to mediate and secure their demands while ensuring the hostages' safety. A terrorist questioned her sincerity, suspecting she might be stalling for time. She identified herself as Mo Lan, the train's conductor, an ordinary person without any soul power, and revealed that her father was the administrator of Heaven Du City, Mo Wu. She argued that she was a more valuable hostage than the ordinary people, and requested the release of all the elderly, women, and children, offering herself in their place. A terrorist confirmed her identity and agreed to release all the elderly, women, and children. The terrorists came out to take her as a hostage, but then Wulin appeared. She was surprised to see him. The terrorists thought that he was her nephew, but she told them that he was her cousin. Then suddenly, the terrorist heard a noise. The 6th carriage had detached from the 5th. Mo told the terrorist to calm down, stating that she was their hostage now and asked what they had to be afraid of. She explained that protocol dictated that they disconnect the carriages to minimize the losses, questioning if they did not understand this. One of the terrorists agreed with his teammates, laughing and acknowledging that Mo Lan was right. He asserted that they had a lot of leverage and nothing to be afraid of. However, he declared that from that moment on, he would execute 10 hostages every 5 minutes. A terrorist took Wulin with him to the front of the carriage. Wulin winked at Mo, signaling to her that he had a plan. He thought that from what he had seen so far, only the leader of the terrorists was a soul master. The leader had the detonator for the bombs in his possession. Besides that, there was a terrorist armed with a soul cannon standing in the corner of the 5th carriage. Wulin needed to figure out the specific situations in the other carriages. The terrorist kicked Wulin because he wasn't going fast enough. Wulin was shocked because he spotted blood on the floor. A man came out of the carriage and confronted the terrorist, questioning what he was doing to Wulin, pointing out that he was just a kid. Wulin informed the man that he saw a lot of blood over there. The man explained that apart from the elderly women and children who were released, the rest were in this carriage and up ahead. He mentioned that some people suffered injuries while trying to fight, but it was not too serious. Wulin realized that 6 of the terrorists were gathered in the 5th carriage, and 3 in the 4th carriage, making a total of 9. The first 3 carriages were now empty, and all the terrorists and hostages were in the 4th and 5th carriages. There were still 40 minutes left on the clock before all of the bombs detonated. All of the terrorists were armed with soul weapons, including a soul cannon. One of them was a soul master, possibly a soul elder. He had completely grasped the situation. It was time for him to put his plan into action. He used the blue, silver, and playing Sturkis to attack 3 terrorists, and he used his golden dragon claw to deactivate one of the bombs. Another terrorist arrived and was shocked to see 3 of his teammates on the ground. Before he could inform anyone, Wulin knocked him out. Wulin needed to detach the 5th carriage from the 4th to make sure the hostages were safe. He was spotted by a terrorist with a gun. He shot at him, but he stopped his bullets using his golden dragon claw. He threw the terrorist out of the train. There were only 2 terrorists left and one had Mo with him. He charged towards them. The leader told the other terrorists to use the cannon on him. Wu Lin used Goldsong, wrapped him around the cannon, and defeated the terrorist. The leader warned him not to move or else he would kill Mo. Mo told him not to worry about her and save the others. The carriage had begun decelerating, which meant that it had been detached from the rest of the train. The terrorist was out of options, so he decided to detonate the bombs and take the two with him. Wu Lin used his purple demon eyes and stopped him. Mo took the controller from his hands, and Wu Lin grabbed him by his neck, but then Mo spotted a terrorist in a group of hostages. He was about to shoot Wu Lin. She jumped in to save him, but she got hit. Wu Lin was devastated. After all of that was over, they were taken by mechas. Wu Lin didn't expect there to be a 10th terrorist. The 10th terrorist had been hiding among the hostages. Fortunately for Mo, she had only been wounded in her shoulder. 12 yellow-grade mechas participated in the rescue operation. However, they had never expected the situation to be already resolved when they arrived. After that hijacking, tales of Mo's fearless acts spread like wildfire throughout Heavendao City. As for Wu Lin, his actions to save everyone instantly elevated him to hero status. When Wu Lin overheard that the city officials wanted to award him with a Medal of Honor, he quietly slipped away from the train station. Wu Lin couldn't afford to waste his time. Who knew how long and tedious the award ceremony would be? Mo was now in serious condition. He couldn't let her help him find an opponent in Heavendao City either. He really couldn't count on anything going according to plan. He should better go to the local Blacksmiths Association branch first. 20,000 credits received from Mo were enough to sustain him for a day or two. There should be no problem with transportation costs. But it did not include the cost of the meal, and Wu Lin was hungry. After careful consideration, he decided to spend his money on food. At the Heavendao Seoul train station, Mo's father was angry at the people in charge of Wu Lin because they had let him escape. Mo's father couldn't believe that the person who had saved his daughter was a young teen. He learned that this teen was from Shrek Academy. He rushed there after hearing the news, wanting to thank his daughter's savior, but the teen had already run off. He entered a building where Wu was waiting for him. He asked him if Tang Wu Lin had left. Mo's father asked if he was from Shrek Academy. He told him that he too was looking for Tang Wu Lin, and that he had been restrained earlier, but then he disappeared. Mo's father was intimidated by Wu's sternness. Wu told him that he was Tang Wu Lin's teacher. Wu had specifically chosen to tail Tang Wu Lin. He wanted to personally watch just how Tang Wu Lin would tackle each problem. Because of what happened on the train, he lost track of him. He then decided to leave, but sensed that someone was spying on them. He told the stranger to come out. A masked man appeared. He told them that he was looking for the kid who had foiled their plans, but he never expected to run into an administrator. He added that he might as well kill them while he was there and take the administrator with him. That way, it would be easier for him to achieve his goal. Wu realized that he was an evil soul master, so he attacked him, but it was of no use. The evil soul master started to surround them with a cloud of dark green smoke. He thought they had no way of escaping his attack, but Wu proved him wrong by using his frost scar and escaping to the roof. The evil soul master dug a tunnel and ran away. Wu and Mo's father were spotted by mechas. Mo's father stopped them from attacking Wu. At the Blacksmiths Association, Tang Wu Lin was having problems getting missions. He asked the guy at the counter to look him up in the database, expressing certainty that he would be found there as a 5th-rank blacksmith. He insisted that he was absolutely certain he was in the database. Upon hearing that he was a 5th-rank blacksmith, everyone there laughed. A guy asked him how old he was. He told him that he was 14. Now the people were even more convinced that he was lying. Then suddenly, an announcement was made that the president would be holding a half-hour lecture in the hall on the 1st floor in 5 minutes. Everyone got excited and ran towards the hall. Tang Wu Lin also decided to check it out. He caught up to the receptionist and asked if the president gave lectures often. The receptionist explained that the president lectured at random times, so it was very rare to meet him. Attending a single one of the president's lectures was worth a year of blacksmithing by oneself. Tang Wu Lin was intrigued. The receptionist continued, expressing that since Tang Wu Lin loved blacksmithing, this was an amazing opportunity. The president was not just the president of this branch, but of the Blacksmiths Association as a whole. He was also the continent's only divine blacksmith, and a very busy person. If he took the time out of his schedule to give a lecture, it was incredibly valuable. Tang Wu Lin was really lucky. He was amazed to hear that the president was a divine blacksmith. A lot of people were present in the hall, and they were all chanting president. The president then arrived. Everyone got even more excited. The president's name was Zhen Hua. He was the continent's only divine blacksmith. 8 years ago, he advanced step by step until he completed 1,000 refinings and became the continent's only divine blacksmith. He succeeded in forging true forward battle armor and held an exceptionally influential position. Tang Wu Lin would have been fortunate to learn even the tiniest thing from him. Zhen mentioned that this was a little trick for alloy forging discovered not too long ago. That technique could lower the difficulty of forging alloys. He asked them what they thought after hearing that. Tang Wulin called him amazing and clapped for him. He asked if he understood his lecture. Tang Wulin said yes and asked if he could try. Zhen agreed. Tang Wulin asked for some heavy silver star iron, a universal catalyst, and the sky moon powder. He was provided with all of that. He then asked for one more thing, his hammers. The people present there didn't seem to like that idea, but he agreed. Tang Wulin was amazed by his hammers because they were spirit refined. He told him that he had forged those hammers 15 years prior and had been using them ever since. He added that if he managed to forge an alloy, he would give him the hammer as a gift. This made him happy. He thanked him. Then Tang Wulin started forging. He struck the metal. Everyone was amazed. Zhen thought Tang Wulin might be a promising successor. After the first hammer fell, he knew to observe the state of heavy silver and converse with the metal. Moreover, he was listening to the voice of the hammer. The pair of hammers had a shock effect which could remove impurities in the metal. Everyone in the hall couldn't believe their eyes. To them, this all seemed impossible. Then the two pieces of metal fused. A projection of a golden dragon came out of the metal. Tang Wulin had succeeded in forging the alloy. Zhen was impressed. He asked him who his teacher was and how old he was. Tang Wulin had accidentally revealed himself. Seeing no other option, he told him that his teacher was Mu Chen and that he was 14. When Zhen heard that he was, in fact, Mu Chen's disciple, he was beyond enraged. He called Mu. Mu wondered why he was calling him all of a sudden. Zhen just started shouting at him. Mu was confused. Zhen accused him of deliberately sending his disciple to him to stir up some trouble. Mu already knew what he was about to say, so he refused in advance. Zhen wasn't ready to give up. Mu told him that he already knew all about his tricks. Zhen brought up that they used to be fellow apprentices. Mu told him that had nothing to do with their current matter. Zhen brought up their past and how Mu got married to Yuan Bao. He told him that he didn't want a disciple, but a son who would look after him as he aged. Slowly, Mu's heart started to melt. But before he could fall for Zhen's trick, his wife interfered. She asked Zhen if he was crying. Zhen was happy to hear her voice. She asked him if she should kick Mu Chen to the curb and come to him. Zhen told her he couldn't do something like that because he and Mu Chen were like brothers. So she shouted at him and told him not to call if he had nothing to say. Mu asked her if she was feeling all right because she was acting unusually. She told him that she was fine. She explained that she was just warning Zhen not to use what happened back then to threaten him. She had kept it a secret for many years for Zhen's sake, but it seemed he didn't care about saving his face. Mu asked what she meant and what secret she was referring to. She revealed that Zhen had not fearlessly chosen to devote himself to blacksmithing back then. Instead, Zhen was cunning and had asked her to marry him at that time. She told him she liked Mu, and after that, Zhen went into seclusion. She hadn't mentioned any of this before to spare Zhen the embarrassment. Mu asked how she refused his proposal. She told him that she called him brother. At the association, Tang Wulin was heading towards the dining hall. He really appreciated all the things Zhen did for him. In his heart, he was sorry to Mu because he revealed his identity. He arrived at the dining hall and was amazed by the food. He thought that this kind of rice was grown in the north of the continent and could only be harvested once every 3 years. The yield was really low, making it very valuable. The moonlight rice was sweet in the mouth, and when it was combined with the land dragon tendon, there was no word to describe its taste. He felt really lucky. He asked the chef for more food. The chef was surprised by his abnormally large appetite. He told him that there was no food left, but Tang Wulin was still hungry. The chef appreciated his liking of the food, so he told him to wait while he got him something else to eat. Tang Wulin was excited. While this was happening, Zhen arrived at the dining hall. He asked him if he was done eating. He lied and told him that he had called his teacher to tell him that he had come there and that he had told him to take care of him. He asked if he was interested in getting some pointers the next time he visited. Tang Wulin was interested. Then the chef arrived with a tray of ruby shrimp. Zhen asked why he had brought out the ruby shrimp because it was usually for special occasions. He told him that he had done this because Tang Wulin truly appreciated his food. Tang Wulin noted that the relationship between Zhen and the chef was unusual. He didn't feel any soul power from the chef's body. The chef offered Tang Wulin the ruby shrimp. He was sure that he would be able to handle eating 3 of them. Tang Wulin thanked him. He had never heard of the dish before. He removed the shell, and after just 1 bite, he was transported to another world. The flavor was beyond amazing. He immediately digested the food. A golden light came out of his belly. Zhen and the chef were amazed. Zhen asked the chef if Tang Wulin had really digested the ruby shrimp, because it usually took a whole year to digest it. The chef also didn't seem to understand. He thought that he was amazing. Zhen agreed. He told him that he was from Shrek Academy. When the chef heard the words Shrek Academy, his mood quickly changed. He told Zhen that if he had known earlier that Tang Wulin was from Shrek Academy, he would have never offered him the shrimp. Tang Wulin thanked the chef and complimented his food. The chef told him that if he wanted to take him as his master, he would get to eat food like that every day, but he would have to leave Shrek Academy. Tang Wulin knew that if he ate such quality food every day, his cultivation would progress by leaps and bounds, but leaving Shrek Academy was too unrealistic for him, so he declined the offer. The chef expected this response, so he left. Tang Wulin asked Jen if the chef was angry. Jen said the chef was not angry, just aware he had no hope. People from Shrek weren't fools. They wouldn't let a talent like Tang Wulin graduate from the outer court. Tang Wulin was definitely bound for the inner court. The chef knew he didn't stand a chance, so there was no point in staying. Tang Wulin asked who the chef was. Jen explained that he was just an eccentric guy and that he was his only friend. Jen wasn't sure if Tang Wulin would ever meet him again, but mentioned that the chef didn't have a good relationship with Shrek Academy. It was better not to meet him again. Jen took Tang Wulin to a spatial door. He told him that he had arranged an opponent for him who was waiting for him behind the door. Tang Wulin thanked him. They entered the door, and on the other side, the association's guardian, Ji Yinling, was standing. Tang Wulin introduced himself, and in a few seconds he managed to defeat him. Zi was confused. He tried to make excuses for why he lost by saying he was holding back, but Jen knew that Tang Wulin was the one who was actually holding back. Jen mentioned to him that he never would have thought he would be so strong. Since this was the case, he didn't recommend Tang Wulin take him up on his offer. He suggested waiting until he was 20, and if he still didn't have 5 rings, then he would suggest the route he had presented. Jen explained that his soul power was very strong, but it was impossible to heavenly refine without becoming a titled Duluo. Tang Wulin understood. Jen gave him a card and a ring, explaining that the card contained 1 million federal credits, which was enough for the rest of his trip. The ring stored 18 different types of valuable metals and over a dozen bottles of the alloy forging catalyst that Jen had refined. He thanked him. Jen told him that he wouldn't see him out, so he could use the back door to leave. Tang Wulin agreed and said goodbye. Outside, Tang Wulin saw Wu. He tried to hide the ring because he thought Wu was there to take it. Wu informed him that he would be following him closely until the end of the exam and advised him to proceed without minding his presence. Tang Wulin questioned if Wu was supposed to be watching from the shadows. Wu explained that an evil soul master had appeared and that the terrorist attack Tang Wulin had foiled was arranged by the same person. The academy had dispatched more teachers to protect the examinees, and Wu expressed hope that they would successfully complete the final exam. He stated that he would be watching over them personally, and due to the limited number of teachers, they would need to act as a group. Then he pointed Tang Wulin to his team. They were all happy to see him. Li Ji could smell that Tang Wulin had eaten something good, so he asked him. Tang Wulin told him that he had eaten ruby shrimp. Li Ji asked if it was the ruby shrimp from the blood trench. He explained that all soul devices malfunction near the blood trench because of its bizarre magnetic field. The trench was also several kilometers deep and teeming with soul beasts. It was known as one of the world's forbidden areas. To catch ruby shrimp, soul masters needed to dive into the trench and catch them with their bare hands. Even forward battle armor masters had trouble retrieving them. Li Ji asked who had given him the shrimp because he also wanted to try it. He told him that Jen's friend had given him the shrimp and that there were none left. Tang Wulin asked them if they had thought of somewhere they should go to find opponents. Gu Yue suggested they go to the Spirit Pagoda. Tang Wulin agreed, noting that there were many soul masters at the Spirit Pagoda, making it a perfect place to find opponents. At the Spirit Pagoda, a man informed Gu Yue that he had passed on her request to the rest of the staff, but it would break too many rules. He explained that as an organization serving soul masters, they couldn't just ask visitors to have a match. Gu Yue inquired if there was any other way. The man replied that he had asked the higher-ups, but it was impossible. The Heavenly Phoenix Duluo had called and said she had to handle this herself, and they were not to lend her any help. Gu Yue understood. Outside, Tang Wulin reassured her that it was fine and they would just find another way. He suggested that if they couldn't, they could go to the Blacksmiths Association, where he was sure his uncle master would help them. Gu Yue responded that it would be too inconvenient and take too much time, and mentioned that she had a plan. Xinglan knew exactly what she was thinking. Tang Wulin thought that was creepy. Outside of the city's Spirit Pagoda, a man was walking by. He was really happy because he had gotten the spirit soul that was suitable for him, and after the fusion it seemed he was much stronger. He thought he was very lucky because now he was a true 5-ring soul king and would have a chance to promote himself. Suddenly he was stopped by the team. They told him that if he wanted to pass, he would have to defeat them. The man was confused. They claimed that the road was theirs, and if he wanted to cross safely, he would have to pay. The man was still confused. He told them not to mess with him, but then the team attacked. Xinglan attacked him from behind. He put up a shield and easily stopped her attack. Gu Yue attacked him with ice spikes. The man was amazed by them, but he was still confident in his abilities. Gu Yue continued attacking. His water curtain shield sank. The water element he had released was sucked away. He was now trapped in ice chains. Gu Yue got mad at Tang Wulin because he interfered in the fight. The man was really frustrated. Tang Wulin apologized to him and explained the reason they had attacked. After that, the man took a sigh of relief and left. Tang Wulin wasn't happy with what they were doing, but Gu Yue thought that it was okay because, in the end, they had beaten him quickly. Tang Wulin remarked that since Teacher Wu hadn't told them to stop, it was still not enough. Gu Yue, with a smirk on her face, suggested proceeding. She pointed out that if they made a fuss like that, the Spirit Transmission Tower's judicial squad would be on their way shortly. She added that ordinary judicial squad members had power in the 4 rings and were outfitted with mecha armor, with patrols usually consisting of 3 people per group. Tang Wulin was surprised by how thoroughly she had planned everything. He was nervous. Then, as Gu Yue said, the tower's judicial squad arrived. One of them even had a purple mecha. They asked who was responsible for all the ruckus. Xinglan blamed everything on Tang Wulin. Seeing no other option, Tang Wulin decided to beg them not to arrest him. The guy in the purple mecha stated that the Spirit Transmission Tower's majesty could not be insulted and the rules were unyielding, so Tang Wulin had to follow him. He reassured Tang Wulin that if he was truthful, he would be forgiven, and that when his parents came to pick him up, they wouldn't hold it against him too much. Tang Wulin asked what he meant by not too much. The guy in the purple mecha replied that Tang Wulin would be just a little fined. Tang Wulin wasn't ready to give even a single penny. He told him that he would rather die than give him money, and he ran. The judicial squad was now frustrated. The guy in the purple mecha went after Tang Wulin. The others saw the opportunity, so they decided to attack the 2 remaining. Xinglan attacked one from behind. Gu Yue used her powers to attack the others. Xinglan managed to land a good hit. Gu Yue, with the help of Xie Si, managed to land a few hits on the other mecha. Tang Wulin sneaked up on the purple mecha and attacked it with his Shaking the Heaven Golden Dragon move. This managed to give him enough time to entangle it with blue-silver grass. He went for another attack, and with the help of ZC, he defeated the mecha. The guy in the mecha asked who they were. Tang Wulin told him if he wanted to know who they were, he would have to apologize first. The guy was confused. Tang Wulin told him that they came from the Spirit Transmission Tower headquarters to test their abilities to improvise. He added that they let them down. He asked Gu Yue to show them their passport. Gu Yue did so. After seeing the insignia, the enforcers had no doubt. Tang Wulin continued scolding them. From a distance, he saw more enforcers arriving, so he and his team decided to leave. In a room, they discussed the matter. Shisi thought that Tang Wulin was amazing. Gu Yue asked why he thought so. He told her it was because of his ability to lie. He asked her if the Spirit Transmission Tower had a judicial squad. She told him that they did, but they didn't have to keep an eye on each other. She told him to call them the judicial squad next time. Cici was amazed. Tang Wulin was against doing that anymore. He asked Gu Yue how she obtained the insignia. She told him that she made it herself. She also added that their way was the quickest. Tang Wulin asked where they could flee if the Spirit Transmission Tower alerted other authorities to blockade the city and capture them. Gu Yue assured him that they wouldn't because they might respect her teacher. Then, out of nowhere, Wu arrived. They all greeted him and asked if they passed. They looked at him with a sincere face. Wu told them that they did pass. This made everyone happy. Tang Wulin noted that Wu was smiling. He was unaware that Wu was unsure whether to laugh or cry at that time. All of them were very dear to him, especially Tang Wulin. He knew if he didn't grow up to be intelligent and fearless, he would become a big villain, so he decided to be tougher on him. Tang Wulin was happy because everything was going smoothly. At the Spirit Transmission Tower headquarters, the footage from the interaction between Tang Wulin's team and the enforcers was being reviewed. One man asked if the HQ Judicial Squad could supervise their Judicial Squad president, stating that it was their matter. The president responded, asking if the man was correct, and questioned why their Judicial Squad failed to realize this simple fact. He mentioned that, according to credible reports, the evil Soul Masters came to the train station, and he had dispatched someone to investigate. Due to the Judicial Squad's incompetence, they should return home soon. The Judicial Squad had gone on orange alert as of that day. Everyone was instructed to write reviews and consider their own flaws, and the training time was to be doubled. After that, the president asked him if Tianfeng Duluo had said anything. He replied that she hadn't, and assured the president that they would handle the situation themselves without her interference. He then inquired if they should look for the kids. The president responded that it was enough humiliation and insisted that the information had to be suppressed, instructing not to distribute or report it. He agreed. The president asked if they were going to 10 cities for their exam, to which he affirmed. The president then emphasized keeping this information safe, expressing confidence that they weren't the only ones feeling humiliated, and noting that a period of peace had made them complacent, thus requiring some outside stimulus. The president concluded by urging increased vigilance. In the city, Tang Wulin's team was stuck in a small car. Tang Wulin explained that there was no other way since the Soltul railway station was closed, and he only had enough money to buy such a car. He encouraged everyone to hang on until they reached the Heavenly Spirit City, reassuring them that they would be all right. He suggested they chat about something. Xinglan asked what they should chat about, and proposed discussing battle armor. She mentioned that she should be able to break past level 40 and fuse a soul spirit upon their return, and after leaving, she would explore additional possibilities. Tang Wulin found it difficult to get out, and suggested they talk about something else, asking everyone to share their desires. He asked Xinglan about her dream. Xinglan expressed her wish to stay at the academy, enter the inner court, and not leave. She intended to study hard to become a great battle armor master capable of protecting the academy. ZC bluntly stated that she just wanted to be a non-competitive female. Although a little frustrated by his statement, Xinglan agreed. Tang Wulin then asked Xiaoyan about her dreams. Xiaoyan said she had no specific plans and just wanted to marry the guy she loved when she got older. She mentioned that she was like Xinglan and didn't want to take on any family responsibilities, believing it was best to think her martial soul didn't have the starlight. ZC criticized her lack of drive and stated that his objectives were far larger. He aspired to be part of this generation's Shrek 7 Devils, explaining that every 50 years, the Shrek 7 Devils are reselected. The previous generation would step down once the new generation emerged. It was a huge honor for any Soul Master to be chosen. The selection would take place over the next 4 years, and any inner court disciple under the age of 25 could apply. He was determined to be picked until that day. Tang Wulin thought that indeed they would just be 18 years old when the selection began, not overaged. Only 18 years old, yet having to deal with seniors who were stronger than him would be a lot of strain. ZC stated that he was aiming higher than Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan questioned the point if he couldn't accomplish it. ZC responded by asking how she knew he couldn't do it, and affirmed that he would do his best. That was the target he had set for himself. Tang Wulin asked where he had heard about that from. He told him that Yuanen told him. After hearing that, everyone started teasing him. Tang Wulin asked Liji what his dream was. Liji responded that he was so lazy that remaining at the academy suited him well, and he had no desire to be one of the Shrek 7 Devils. Tang Wulin mentioned that there was a food system soul master in the first generation of Shrek 7 Devils who eventually became a deity, and even had the capacity to resurrect himself, questioning why Liji couldn't do the same. Liji thanked him for believing in him and gave him a bean bun. Tang Wulin asked Gu Yue about her plans. Before she could say anything, ZC stated that she wanted to marry him. This embarrassed Gu Yue, and she warned ZC. ZC, seeing the situation he was in, quickly apologized. Gu Yue told them that she couldn't tell them what her goals were. Tang Wulin understood her situation. Gu Yue asked him what his goal was. He told her that he wanted to join the army. She asked the reason, but he told her that it was a secret. In his mind, he thought about the reason, which was to get stronger so he could save his parents. The next morning, at the Spirit Transmission Tower in Heavenly Spirit City, Tang Wulin stopped a woman and challenged her. She thought he was joking. She told him not to mess with her and to get out of her way. Tang Wulin told her he wasn't joking and attacked her. She was surprised to see that he had 3 rings. She used her fire abilities to stop his attack, but her fire couldn't stop his blue-silver grass. She threw a fireball at him, but it was stopped by Gu Yue. Tang Wulin knew he had to finish this quickly. Gu Yue restrained her using ice chains, and ZC managed to sneak up behind her, but it was no use. She threw massive fireballs towards them. They were now in big trouble. Wu told them that they would pass the exam in that city as long as they defeated her. Tang Wulin didn't see any way they could beat her, but they had to because they irritated her. He decided to use his battle armor. The woman was surprised. Liji gave him some brisk Xiao Long Bao and Bloodlust bean paste buns. Tang Wulin, with his abilities recovered and enhanced, attacked her. He managed to suffocate her flame using his skill, but it was no use. She threw more fireballs toward him, and he barely managed to evade her attack. The power of her one-word battle armor was proving too much for them. The situation was in her control. Not even Gu Yue's elemental storm could get past her defenses. Tang Wulin tried to stop her, but before she could attack, the law enforcers arrived. The woman was certain that Tang Wulin's team would be in trouble, but to her surprise, Tang Wulin played the victim card and blamed everything on her. Xiaoyan also joined in. One of the law enforcers asked the woman why she had picked a fight with those kids. She retorted, telling them not to accuse her and claimed they had clearly chosen to fight her first. Tang Wulin questioned what she said and pointed out that he was just 14 years old and his comrades were only 13, making it unlikely they would dare to provoke a one-word battle armor master. She argued that they had clearly initiated the fight and hadn't known she was a one-word battle armor master, stating they had never met before. Tang Wulin countered, asking why they would initiate a fight with her first if she was a one-word battle armor master. He added that she had just become a one-word battle armor master and wanted to test it out. He claimed she made the first move, forcing them to defend themselves, and accused her of bullying the weak because they were children. The woman grew increasingly frustrated. The law enforcer told them to stop accusing each other and follow him to the spirit transmission tower to review the camera footage and determine the truth. The woman questioned his judgment and asked what would happen if she refused. Tang Wulin pointed out to the law enforcer that she was being conceited and domineering. The woman then lost her temper and attacked the law enforcer. Seeing an opportunity, Tang Wulin fled with his teammates. After a while, they managed to escape. Cece remarked that Tang Wulin was getting better at acting cool, even in tough situations. Tang Wulin told him that if they were apprehended, it would take a long time to escape, so they could only flee first and apologize to her later. At headquarters, the woman remained frustrated. A man arrived and addressed her as Miss Yan Feng, apologized to her, and admitted that the kids were at fault. She ordered him to apprehend them. He explained that they couldn't because they were not a union law enforcement agency, and any overt action could easily cross the federal government's red line. He also noted that since she wasn't injured, there was no basis for punishment. Faced with no option to punish them, she instructed him to disregard it and left. Outside, she spotted Wu. She found him attractive. She knew he was more powerful than her, but couldn't gauge his cultivation base. Wu greeted her, surprising her. He introduced himself and apologized for what she had endured because of his students. She was taken aback that they were his students. She asked if he had taught them to attack her suddenly. Wu stated he had not, but since they were his students, he would take responsibility. He apologized again and was about to leave when she stopped him, saying an apology wouldn't suffice. Wu asked what she desired instead. She suggested he treat her to a meal. Wu agreed and took her to a restaurant. She asked him about his age and where he was from. He told her he was from Shrek and was 33 years old, 6 years her senior. Wu's quiet demeanor made her uncomfortable. She inquired about what had happened with her students. She recounted how the leader had attacked her and shifted blame. Wu explained that he was talented. She advised him to be more careful in choosing students. He assured her that Tang Wulin was a good boy. She urged him to ignore Tang Wulin and share more about himself. She asked where he taught and he replied, Shrek. She queried if his battle armor was 1 word or 2 word. He answered that his armor was 2 word. She was amazed. She revealed she had recently become a 1-word battle armor master and named her armor Phoenix. She asked about his armor's name. He replied it was Sky Ice. She asked why he named it so. He explained Sky was part of his martial soul's name and Ice was his wife's name. Shocked by the revelation of his wife, she fell silent, visibly disappointed. Tang Wulin and his comrades set off on their journey leisurely and soon completed their exams in several cities. Half of the mission was completed on the 4th day. Tang Wulin instructed them to speed up, emphasizing that they should have finished 4 missions that day and the next to arrive in Bright Capital City the following day. He mentioned that there were numerous soul masters in Bright Capital City, so visiting the spirit transmission tower would be unnecessary. He advised them to be humble upon arrival. Xinglan knew exactly where they should go, stating that Bright Capital City housed an academy that had been a major rival to their Shrek Academy 10,000 years ago and remained one of the top academies on the continent to this day. Gu Yue identified it as the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy, noting its traditional heritage spanning 10,000 years. Xinglan added that completing the final exam round would earn them the most gold. Tang Wulin agreed and urged them to proceed, but they faced another problem. They were surrounded by mechas. They halted the car. Gu Yue conjured a blizzard, buying them time to flee into the woods. Tang Wulin knew the mechas wouldn't kill them, leaving them a chance to escape. He engaged the mechas, successfully distracting them. Due to the blizzard, the mechas couldn't detect them. Gu Yue devised a plan to ensure their safety by leading everyone into an underground cave. She believed the soil would shield them from detection. Tang Wulin cautioned everyone to control their breathing due to the thin air. Gu Yue reassured them she could create oxygen by separating the water element, allowing everyone to breathe comfortably. Gu Yue suggested they wait before leaving, unsure how the city's spirit transmission towers had detected them, rendering their previous route ineffective. She insisted they find an alternative path. Tang Wulin replied they still needed to visit major cities with Soul Master academies. An hour later, they emerged from the cave to find their car broken. Tang Wulin checked the map and saw the next city was 200 kilometers away, leaving them no choice but to run. Li Ji disagreed with the plan. They arrived at the Sky Order Star Ocean Soul Master Academy and hung a banner stating they were students from Shrek Academy, challenging their best team of students under 20. A student demanded proof of their identity. Tang Wulin showed his golden ring. The students were surprised. A man approached Tang Wulin, asking if he was from the outer or inner court. Tang Wulin introduced himself as the class monitor of the 1st grade outer court. The man instructed them to take down their banner and follow him. He introduced himself as Li Zhilong, headmaster of Sky Order Star Ocean Academy. He mentioned their academy was Sky Order City's premier Soul Master Academy, with a millennium-long heritage, specializing in flying-type Soul Masters, Soul Engineers, and Mecha Masters. He asked if they were there on behalf of Shrek Academy. Tang Wulin clarified they were representing themselves, not their academy. For their final test, they had to face stronger opponents in the 10 cities they had visited. The academy had confiscated their IDs and equipment, leaving them no choice but to act boldly. They chose his academy due to its status as the top academy in Ski Order City and the Northwest region. Li praised their courage, as expected from Shrek Academy. Tang Wulin asked if he had attended Shrek Academy. Li explained he had graduated from the outer court 15 years prior, but hadn't returned in many years, reminiscing about the sacred ice square. His greatest aspiration back then was to study by the sea deity's lake and enter the inner court, though it never came to pass. In the restroom, Li asked if they wanted to do a regular battle with skills or if they wanted to use mechas. They wanted to do a regular battle because the academy had banned them from bringing mechas. Li left to make arrangements for the battle. ZC questioned Tang Wulin why he had been so honest. Gu Yue told him that Tang Wulin might have picked up on the fact that Headmaster Li had a connection to their academy, so he had chosen the truth. Tang Wulin told them that they should get ready first because the competition wouldn't be easy since the Soul Masters were flying types. Li came back and said to Tang Wulin that he had found someone to be his opponent and asked if he needed more rest. Tang Wulin replied that he did not, and since they were traveling to the next city soon, they should make it quick. Li remarked on the rush and asked if he was terrified of getting eliminated as the class monitor. Tang Wulin responded that he was not, and only wanted to achieve higher grades and share them with his mates, hoping that all their classmates would pass. Li told him that he was a good class monitor and to follow him. He took them to the Academy's astronomy observatory. He said that this was their most essential area for fighting training because they specialized in flying-type Soul Masters, and this place had no height restrictions. Tang Wulin found it absolutely magnificent and thought that looking up at the sky there at night must be wonderful. Li mentioned that they could enjoy the starry sky later if they liked. He explained that the observatory, day or night, could shrink the gap between them and space and offer a perfect view of the starry sky. The observatory's enormous soul tool formation collected Stella's energy to fall into the platform and offered the freshest energy to assist students in cultivating. This Stella energy could be utilized to improve the bodies and battle armor of the students. Tang Wulin hadn't anticipated the Sky Order Star Ocean Academy to have such a unique structure, and realized that today's match appeared to be difficult. He noted that the observatory contained a lot of potential energy. He reflected on how humans had never stopped developing the soul tool formation for thousands of years, and considered the soul tool formation in front of him to be the most intricate and massive he had ever seen. The other team then arrived. Everyone introduced themselves to each other. On their team were Xiao Tian, an attack-type Soul Master who was also the leader, Ye Jishu, a speed attack-type Soul Master, Gu Tianming, a speed attack-type Soul Master, Zhang Xining, a control attack-type Soul Master, Li Yao, a power attack-type Soul Master, and Han Yu Chang, a control attack-type Soul Master. Half of their team were control-type Soul Masters. Li reminded everyone that it was a friendly match, so they had to stop before things went too far. The observatory was then turned on, and as soon as that happened, a golden mist surrounded Xiaoyan. She felt wonderful. Li noted that the golden light mist over her body was about to materialize. The match then began. Tang Wulin attacked using his blue-silver grass. Tang Wulin wondered what Xiao Tiantian's martial soul was and why he hadn't been aware of it. Zhang Xining had little wings and was hiding behind Gu Tianming. Gu Tianming's martial soul was the sky-soaring hawk. Li Yao's martial soul was also unusual. A powerful flame was emanating from her body, her skin darkened, and her arms sank into the rocks. Han Yuacheng's martial soul was the butterfly. The academy was as expected. Tang Wulin told his team they needed to intercept the other team before they flew to an unattainable height. Tang Wulin flung 3 members up at once, and they flew in 3 directions. He was clearly powerful and in control. While that was happening, Gu Tianming attacked Li Ji. He took his feathers into his hands and attacked him with his own feathers. While Gu Tianming was distracted, Li Ji went for Zhang Xining, who was his real target. Li noted that Zhang Xining was a control-type Soul Master. Still, his control skill was sound. This was too much for his melee abilities. He had to save him. Zhang Xining was eliminated. The match had just begun, and one of the opposite team members was eliminated. Li Ji fell from the sky, but Tang Wulin managed to catch him. They both saw Ji chasing Han Yucheng. He was in a strange situation. Tang Wulin noted that Han Yucheng had simply flown there, but Ji couldn't strike her. He thought she was using the mind control type soul. Li Yaoyao threw a meteorite at CC. Tang Wulin saved him by using his blue-silver grass to pull him back out of harm's way. He used his golden dragon claw and destroyed the meteorite. He also managed to entangle Li Yaoyao. She was a little frustrated because Tang Wulin had managed to block her full-power attack with just one hand. Li was amazed because Li Yaoyao's full-power attack had an impact force of over 3 tons. But Tang Wulin had easily caught and injured Li Yaoyao, and he had also eliminated 2 people in the blink of an eye. On the other side of the arena, Xinglan attacked Xiao Tiantian. He caught her in a black smoke cloud. They both disappeared under the black smoke cloud, but when it was gone, only Xiao Tiantian came out. His appearance had changed. He now had red horns and eyes. He attacked Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin managed to evade it. Li noted that Tang Wulin's skin was covered with golden scales. On the other side of the arena, ZC used his lightning-fast assault speed to attack Gu Qianming. Han Yuchang noted this and was about to help him, but before she could, ZC appeared behind her and held his blade to her neck. He threatened to scar her neck or face if she didn't descend slowly, so she complied and was eliminated. Ye Jishu was now frustrated. She attacked Gu Yue and Xiaoyan with the 7-star bamboo attack. Gu Yue noted that there were 7 golden leaves among the many bamboo leaves, and each of them could identify their target on their own, so she had to keep the bamboo leaves at a distance. She created a tornado to do so. Xiao Tiantian appeared. A golden light surrounded Xiaoyan. She used her starlight burst. Under the starlight burst's illumination, the bamboo leaves vanished in an instant. The flying ones, as well as the bamboo leaves, were suppressed and fell. People on the ground were unable to move. Tang Wulin noted that Xiaoyan's breath was changing, and so was her body. He thought it was martial soul evolution. While this was happening, Xinglan appeared, and she was shining as well. Tang Wulin, for the first time, saw Xinglan meditating and absorbing the Stella energy. Li asked Tang Wulin if his classmate's martial soul was related to Stella energy. Tang Wulin confirmed that it was. Li remarked that he had never seen a soul master connected to Stella energy before, and found it truly magnificent. Tang Wulin then requested that Li refrain from turning off the observatory because Xiaoyan was absorbing the Stella energy. Li agreed, acknowledging that although Xiaoyan was not their student, it was an extraordinary event. He stated that they would record and keep this information, which would be extremely useful in the application of Stella energy. He assured Tang Wulin that the Stella energy was unlimited and that Xiaoyan could continue to absorb it. Li then instructed his students to pay close attention to fluctuations in the Stella energy to see if they could comprehend anything. Tang Wulin noted that it took Xiaoyan an hour to absorb the Stella energy. Her ice staff had totally become golden. She appeared to be under the effect of stars, and her entire being became translucent and weird. Tang Wulin asked Xiaoyan how she felt. She told him that she felt fantastic. Tang Wulin knew that she didn't want to speak there, so he decided to ask her again when they got out. Tang Wulin apologized to Li for bothering them and told him that they were leaving because Xiaoyan was fine. Li agreed, but because of that day's unique situation, he asked if Tang Wulin would be willing to leave his contact information and speak with him in the future. They then left. Outside, Tang Wulin told them that their method was a good way to meet other academies for a friendly match, but in the next city, they should be more subtle. Gu Yue wondered if their good fortune would last. Tang Wulin explained that their academy's graduates might be found all over the world. Li had given him a list before saying farewell, which included the academies and contact information for Shrek Academy seniors who were teaching in various cities. They could just phone ahead to organize a friendly match in this way. Xiaoyan, smiling, remarked that they should have done this sooner. Tang Wulin asked Xiaoyan if her martial soul had evolved and how she was feeling. Xiaoyan confirmed that it had. She was surprised to encounter such a large amount of Stella energy, which melded with her martial spirit swiftly, causing her martial soul to awaken. Her original martial soul had been immature, differing between day and night. This flaw would have had a greater effect on her in the future. However, after absorbing the Stella energy, she was able to bridge these flaws, cleanse the impurities in her martial soul, and allow it to become purer. Tang Wulin then questioned why she had absorbed so much Stella energy, but her soul power had not improved much. Xiaoyan replied that her martial soul had been rebuilt, yet something had been lost. Her Star Wheel Ice Staff should now be renamed Star Staff, as the Stella energy had cleansed away her ice attributes, leaving only the pure star attribute. Tang Wulin asked how it could be, and if her initial ice attribute soul skills were gone. Gu Yue wondered if Xiaoyan's soul skills changed as her Star Staff changed. Xiaoyan confirmed, explaining that otherwise it would have done more harm than good. She mentioned that her 3 soul skills had evolved significantly, and that she would show them in the next match. She stated that, like Tang Wulin, she was a control attack type soul master. Tang Wulin then asked Xinglan about her situation. Xinglan explained that her martial soul and Stella energy had been in close proximity, but were steady in their own right, so only her soul power increased by absorbing the stellar energy. She happily announced that she had reached rank 40. Li Ji congratulated her. Tang Wulin noted that she was the first among them to achieve rank 40. He added that as long as she fused a new soul spirit and had the fourth soul ring, she would officially enter the soul ancestor realm. He told everyone not to rush because they needed to buy communicators so that they could contact the seniors on the list. They smoothly accomplished the 9th mission in a few days. With just one more mission, they would be able to pass this final exam and return to the academy. In the car, Xiaoyan noted that none of their seniors taught at the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy, questioning why, considering it was among the best academies on the continent. Tang Wulin explained that the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy had been previously destroyed and that the disaster was directly connected to their academy, which had led to ongoing hostility. It was also the only academy that didn't recruit Shrek alumni as professors, so naturally their seniors wouldn't want to work there. ZC expressed determination to still choose that place, citing that its elites were extremely challenging and that the academy had produced many of the Federation's top leaders. He then asked if they would prefer to choose another place. Tang Wulin reminded them of the primary goal of this exam. The academy had taken all of their belongings, leaving them empty-handed, as this final exam was an opportunity for them to gain experience. They not only needed to complete the exam, but also understand the experiences of this trip, encouraging them to believe in themselves. Wu told them that they would receive the bonus points if they won. Everyone was surprised to hear his voice. He was hovering over the car. Tang Wulin asked Wu if he had heard all they had just discussed. Wu responded that they weren't permitted to fail if they picked the Sun Moon Academy because they were standing up for Shrek's honor. He would accompany them as a lead teacher. Tang Wulin then asked how many bonus points they could get. Wu said the maximum points were 6 for each of them, plus 10 bonus points, meaning each of them could give the others a bonus of 50 points. Tang Wulin agreed. Wu warned that if they lost, all of their earlier efforts would have been for nothing, and they would all fail. Tang Wulin was shocked to hear that. Wu continued, explaining that the grudges between the two academies were far more serious than they might have imagined. If they lost, he would take the blame and resign from Shrek Academy as well. Tang Wulin was now feeling a lot of strain and began to have regrets about choosing the Sun Moon Academy. The pressure was extremely high. They then arrived at Bright Capital City. There were objects flying in the sky. Xiaoyan asked if they were high-altitude flying cars. ZC told her that it could be. The high-altitude flying car was still in the testing phase, and Bright Capital City was the Federal's most important research and technology hub. The test appeared to be a huge success. ZC saw that some mechas were doing identification checks. Tang Wulin explained that the Academy had requested they make Bright Capital City their final stop, likely for this reason, as challenges were everywhere. He noted it was no surprise they wanted to take their ID cards and instructed ZC to pull over as far as possible. ZC then asked if Teacher Wu could kindly aid them in showing their identification. What he failed to notice was that Wu was already gone. When Tang Wulin reminded him, he decided to pull over. Tang Wulin requested Gu Yue to shoot off fireballs to draw the attention of the people around. Then they dropped their car and fled into the woods on the side of the road to avoid detection. They managed to get to the station. There they found Wu. Tang Wulin asked if they could go straight to the Sun Moon Academy and told him to take them with him. Wu called him stingy because he had lost 2 cars, and he still wasn't upset. He tried to not show it, but in his heart he was upset. Because Bright Capital City was so large and crowded, Wu had Tang Wulin's team change buses 3 times. The children felt they were in a steel jungle with no way out. Zhao Yan disliked the city because, according to her, it was too hasty and depressing. They finally arrived at the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. Wu took a microphone and announced to the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy students that 6 of them were Shrek Academy students averaging 14 years old, and they would like to challenge their strongest team of under 20-year-olds. He added that this time, they had come to highlight the difference between them and the continent's strongest academy. The team was nervous. Tang Wulin questioned Wu's cruelty. Wu told him that getting the highest score wasn't supposed to be easy. Tang Wulin took the microphone and reiterated the challenge to the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy students. Shi commented that Wu had vanished again, questioning their mutual trust, and sarcastically suggesting that Wu deserved the label Trap King. They were then surrounded by students. A teacher of the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy came and asked if they really did challenge them. He told them to follow him. They were taken to the conference room. The teacher said they would pick their opponents and set up the arena in a matter of seconds, assuring them they would not abuse their age, and asked them to report it. Tang Wulin responded that, on average, they were 14 years old. The teacher acknowledged this and said they would send students up to the age of 15, which was around their age. The teacher also mentioned two things ahead of time. First, the entire academy would be watching the match, and second, the match would be live-streamed on all large screens in bright capital city. Tang Wulin remarked that it was simply a private match, so there was no need to make such a big deal. The teacher insisted that it was necessary, explaining that if they won, it would inspire the entire academy's students, and if they lost, they could damage Shrek's reputation significantly. Tang Wulin thought about how strong the hate must be to be so ruthless. He realized why Wu would put them through such a challenge. The conflict between the two academies appeared to be far more serious than he had imagined. He understood there was no going back anymore, and that this was a match they couldn't afford to lose. Tang Wulin then told his team to prepare their mood and get ready for the match. However, Tang Wulin was unaware that the match's news had gone across bright capital city, and even the whole federal. Somewhere in the city, Wu was standing when he was approached by Shun Yi. She asked what had happened, and Wu explained the situation. Shun Yi remarked that it was a big deal, and questioned why he hadn't announced it in advance, pointing out that the academy would be passive. She noted that Sun Moon Imperial Academy had tremendous media power, and that the information had reached not just bright capital city and its surrounding cities, but also the whole Federation. She emphasized that if they lost the match, it would be a huge hit to the academy's prestige, and asked if he had given it any thought. Wu replied that he made the decision because he understood his students. He believed that the more pressure they faced, the better they would achieve. He said that if they lost, he would apologize and resign, but if they won, he believed they would be qualified to become this generation's Shrek's 7 Devils. He was convinced that they would do all they could to protect the academy's reputation, and expressed his faith in his students. Shun Yi then said she would first inquire about the academy's attitude and respond later. Wu told her to go ahead, mentioning that Elder Kai said it didn't matter if they won or lost, but they must return safely as they represented the future's hope. Shun Yi commented that Elder Kai wanted to see Tang Wulin's team lose the match, suggesting that sometimes losing isn't such a horrible thing. Wu agreed, noting that failure is the mother of success, but emphasized that only by consistently earning triumphs and building momentum could they genuinely reach the summit of success. He expressed his confidence that they would win. Shun Yi said the academy would make some preparations as well, and advised Wu to simply pay attention to his students. At the Great Spirit Arena, the fight was about to take place. Tang Wulin noted that the mural on the dome depicted a youth sitting in the square with individuals surrounding her dressed in Sun Moon Imperial Academy uniforms. The youngster in the center was dressed in Shrek Academy's uniform. That Shrek Academy student seemed vaguely familiar to him. The teacher told them that this was the Great Spirit Arena's waiting room, and they were to wait there until they were contacted to enter the match. Tang Wulin was surprised because the room was so huge that he thought it was the battlefield. It was very noisy outdoors. Outside, the Sun Moon Imperial Academy students were preparing to cheer for their team. Gu Yue thought that they were bragging. Tang Wulin told her that they were trying to put them under strain so they should just relax. The rest of the team was excited. The battle was about to begin, and both sides were welcome to the arena. Tang Wulin decided to fight not for themselves, but for the glory of their academy. The momentum that had been restrained surged anew under the protection of Tang Wulin's bloodline energy fluctuations. The head of the academy noted that Tang Wulin had a golden soul ring. The teacher remarked that it was really rare and wondered if it was 1,000,000 years old. The teacher then concluded that it was impossible, noting that even the Spirit Transmission Tower hadn't seen any 1,000,000-year soul beasts, and that only 1 or 2 historical records exist. The head noted that all of those records were related to Shrek Academy, and told the teacher to keep an eye out for them. The teacher agreed. A 3-word battle armor master was there to announce the rules. Tang Wulin wondered if he was the referee, or if he was just there to put them under stress. The 3-word battle armor master was about to state the rules, but Tang Wulin pretended that he couldn't hear him. He also called the audience flies, and told them to spray insecticide on them. He was really getting on their nerves. He even removed earplugs from his ears just to mock them. The audience was enraged. Shen Yi, who was watching this on TV, was surprised. The 3-word battle armor master announced that the match was mostly a friendly competition, but in order for both sides to play to their full potential, it would only be canceled when massive destruction, disability, or death threats were present. The victorious team would be the one that could sustain fighting power, while the opposing team was fully beaten. Tang Wulin asked if they were free to do anything as long as they didn't kill their opponents. The 3-word battle armor master confirmed this. Tang Wulin then requested to say something before the match started. He explained that they had come to challenge them because they had long admired the Sun Moon Imperial Academy. However, having only been at Shrek Academy for 1 semester, they were unable to represent Shrek in any way. He suggested they talk about how they were competing on their behalf. The announcer was enraged because earlier Tang Wulin had mentioned that they would represent Shrek Academy in the competition. Tang Wulin clarified that he had simply mentioned they were from Shrek Academy and that they were all 14, but he had never said they were representatives of the academy. He stated that they represented themselves. The teacher was enraged because they had been outsmarted by a 14-year-old. Tang Wulin added that it was fine not to fight if they threw in the towel. The announcer asked if they were ready to begin. Tang Wulin introduced himself to his opponent and told him that they were the worst their academy could offer. His opponent told him that his name was Long Chen. Tang Wulin asked him if he was the right age because he was a lot taller than him. He hoped that his strength matched his mouth. Tang Wulin's other team members introduced themselves. The other team also introduced themselves. Their names were Shui Liu Shuang, Yu Dingqi, Jian Mo Chen, Quang Zhantian, and Wang Daimin. Everyone got ready to fight. Tang Wulin noted that his opponent had 4 purple soul rings. He deemed his cultivation to be equivalent to Wu Siduo's. His opponent appeared to be on the genius student's ranking. His position was a little lower than Wu Siduo's, but he only possessed 1 martial soul, yet he was equivalent to Wu Siduo in terms of strength. The teacher told the head that he had looked into Tang Wulin's team, and none of them were on the genius student's ranking, so they had the upper hand. Long thought that this was a great chance to become renowned. Shrek students would be the catapult to success. It was natural that this live battle would solidify his standing in the Soul Master Society. He was the Sun Moon Imperial Academy's king of aces. When he looked at Tang Wulin, he thought he had the upper hand, but then he noticed that he was smiling. His eyes were showing mercy. This made him angry. He tried to attack him, but he jumped back. A golden aura surrounded him. Long didn't know why, but he felt terrified. His entire bloodline was trembling, and the power of the dragon's claw had severely dropped. Something seemed to have grasped his heart. With one attack, he was defeated. The audience was shocked. Long was ranked 10th on the genius student's ranking, but still he was easily defeated. Yu, John, and Quang, seeing their captain's defeat, teamed up and attacked Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin easily deflected Yu's meteor hammer. He also stopped John's shield. He noticed that it had a soul spirit. He used the Shaking Heaven Golden Dragon ability and managed to crack his shield. John was shocked. At the same time, Quang was about to hit Tang Wulin's head with her axe, but she was sent flying back. Xinglan had stopped her attack with her sword. Shui told her teammates that she would be acting as sub-captain to exercise command. Zizi mocked them. Tang Wulin thought that when their captain was defeated, they didn't panic but managed to remain cool. This team was extremely conscious and tough to deal with. Jian Moken's shield was distinctive. It was a unique attack and defensive soul weapon. He told Xinglan that he would destroy the formation and the rest was up to her. He charged towards Shui. Tang Wulin noted that her martial soul was similar to Teacher Wu's Skyforce sword. Shui attacked him. He managed to block her attack. Her figure flashed, and the glacial sword in her hands had already turned into 3 light streaks. Xinglan decided to face her. Xinglan had a Star God sword, and she had a spectral sword. Xinglan attacked her. Both their swords collided. The teacher noted that both their sword techniques were extremely rare, and when they met, it was determined by whose cultivation was more thorough and whose understanding of sword techniques was stronger. Tang Wulin seemed to be quite a formidable opponent. Tang Wulin used the blue-silver impaling formation ability and managed to get close to John. He grabbed his shield, but he was pushed back by the tiger soul spirits with fire and light elements. He acknowledged Jian Moken and Quang Zhantian's incredible teamwork. Quang attacked Tang Wulin. He had no time to dodge, so he grabbed her axe. Before he could get hurt, Li Ji grabbed him with some blue-silver grass and got him out of harm's way. Quang wondered how her axe got out of her hand and flew straight to Jian Moken. Wang's ice lance was thrown at her. This was all because of Xiao Yan's Starlight Chaos. The more she utilized that refined Starlight Shackle's soul technique, the more different she felt. She didn't appear to have completely utilized the power of that soul technique. Tang Wulin smashed John to the ground. Gu Yue used her blue blazing fireball ability to attack them. The teacher acknowledged the strength of all the individuals from Shrek Academy. Long cheered his team. John managed to get up. He threw his shield and Quang threw her axe. The 2 weapons collided, and a Sky Tiger appeared, but it got hit by the blue blazing fireball. Even though the Sky Tiger was extremely powerful, when it got hit by the blue blazing fireball, it became translucent. The teacher noted that Tang Wulin's arm was changing as he summoned his battle armor. The announcer saw this and expressed disbelief, stating that a 2-word battle armor was not feasible for someone so young. The announcer clarified that this was clearly a 1-word battle armor forged from spirit alloy. The 1-word battle armor, composed of spirit alloy, was the prototype for the future 2-word battle armor, which could not be replaced since it was integrated into the user's body. In other words, Tang Wulin must have engaged in one of the battle armor's productions. The other components must have been finished by his peers. Their secondary occupation was likewise far too powerful. Tang Wulin's attack destroyed the Sky Tiger. Tang Wulin's team was proving to be too much for them. On the other side of the arena, Wang heard a voice from behind her. She turned around. but no one was there. Then GC appeared behind her, ready to eliminate her, but she managed to save herself. Then the unthinkable happened. Wang and Shui performed a martial soul fusion technique. Tang Wulin was shocked. Xiao Yan used her powers to hold Wang in place while Xinglan charged towards her, but it was no use. Xinglan felt that she was slicing an iceberg. She deemed her strength to be equal to Yan Feng, the one-word battle armor master who had destroyed them previously. Zizi was struck. The strike was intercepted by Zizi's doppelganger, yet the blow also severely injured him. Tang Wulin attacked the fusion using his Shaking Heaven Golden Dragon ability, but the fusion easily deflected it. Tang Wulin's team was now being overwhelmed, but then Gu Yue decided to step up. She and Tang Wulin were also able to use the martial soul fusion technique. The arena started trembling. The audience wondered what was causing it. Gu Yue used the fusion technique with Tang Wulin. A multicolored light surrounded them. The two fused successfully. The other fusion attacked them. They evaded the first attack and caught their sword. They broke the sword and attacked them with a devastating punch. The announcer had to step in to stop their attack. Otherwise, the other fusion could have been killed. Tang Wulin asked if they had won. The announcer asked what their martial soul fusion technique was called. Gu Yue told him that it was called the Dragon Deity Transformation. The announcer was amazed and announced that they had won. In reality, Gu Yue had made up the name on the fly. Gu Yue then passed out. People had gathered outside the arena to watch them. Tang Wulin wondered how they would leave because they didn't have a car. Just then, a flying car approached them. It was Wu. He told them to get in. Tang Wulin regretted not getting a flying car sooner because of how conventional it was. He finally fell asleep in the car after attempting to stay awake for a long period. At the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Academy, a meeting was being held regarding that day's battle. The brown-haired teacher said they should have won, regardless of martial soul or personal strength, but they didn't. The balance of victory and defeat shifted because Tang Wulin easily defeated Long Chen. However, the brown-haired teacher was not sure how Long Chen lost so rapidly. The silver-haired teacher explained that Long Chen stated when he faced Tang Wulin, a sudden fear forced him to step back, preventing him from unleashing his true ability. This fear was particularly intense in the last seven-colored martial soul fusion technique, appearing to be a coercive capacity. The head clarified it should be martial soul repression, not coercion, the suppression of the superior to the inferior with the same attribute of martial soul. Everyone was in disbelief. The silver-haired teacher mentioned Long Chen's martial soul was the Light Holy Dragon, a top-tier evolved martial soul, questioning how a stronger dragon-type martial soul could exist. The head stated the facts were undeniable, suggesting Tang Wulin's martial soul and Light Holy Dragon bloodlines might be related, with Tang Wulin's being significantly more powerful. Dragon-type martial spirits vary widely, such as the Beast Deity who once resided in the Great Star Do Forest, whose rank was above the Light Holy Dragon. The brown-haired teacher inquired if the Beast Deity in the Great Star Dao Forest was the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Di Tian. The head confirmed this, noting Di Tian's cultivation spanned over 80,000 years, making him a true king of soul beasts with the ability to transform into a human. It took several four-word battle armor masters to defeat him. For now, the core circle of the Great Star Dao Forest has been declared a no-go zone due to Di Tian's presence. Tang Wulin's martial soul possessed a bright aura, but differed from the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, suggesting it was another peak dragon-type martial soul excavated by Shrek Academy. Tang Wulin's prospects were unlimited, and the head instructed them to find a way to examine his information. The head also noted Gu Yue was not simple, as her 3 fireballs consumed the majority of their martial soul fusion technique. Ye Xinglan's strength surpassed Liu Shuang's, with her Star God sword art reaching its pinnacle. Xu Xiaoyan's control abilities were potent, even controlling the ice and snow deity instantly. Even in a one-on-one comparison, their 6 students outperformed the academies. The head instructed the research department to thoroughly investigate the match and provide the most specific statistical information. While in his sleep, Tang Wulin was awakened by Tang. Tang expressed concern, noting that Tang Wulin truly made him worry. Tang Wulin asked what had happened. Tang explained that the 4th seal had a maximum lifespan of 3 months, and that to ensure a successful breakthrough, Tang Wulin needed to collect all 4 heaven and earth treasures within that time frame. Tang Wulin was surprised, remarking that it was a race against time, and that he thought it was still early. Tang clarified that initially there was no issue, but something Tang Wulin did caused the seal to weaken. The 4th seal had already begun to shatter, and the golden Dragon King essence it had sealed was stirring. Even without Tang Wulin's influence, it wouldn't be long until it broke, and its energy would strike his body, which could be quite harmful. Tang inquired what Tang Wulin had been up to which Tang Wulin mentioned a martial soul fusion technique. Tang was incredulous, stating it wasn't possible for someone to execute a martial soul fusion technique with Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin insisted, explaining that Gu Yue said their fusion technique was called Dragon Deity Transformation and mentioned something about Dragon Deity's 9 transformations. Tang appeared astonished as Tang Wulin detailed the process of the martial soul fusion technique used with Gu Yue. Tang reasoned that no one should be able to conduct a martial soul fusion technique with Tang Wulin, but noted that Gu Yue's martial soul must complement his, although her martial soul being elemental control seemed incorrect. Tang Wulin suggested asking his teacher, but Tang decided to think about it carefully and look for any hints himself. Tang instructed Tang Wulin to prioritize 2 tasks, collecting the 4 heaven and earth treasures within 3 months and avoiding the use of the martial soul fusion technique unless necessary, as it evidently excited the Golden Dragon King essence and affected the seal. Overusing it would be disastrous if the 2 seals opened simultaneously. Tang warned that the early release of the 4th seal would alter the timing of the seal's support behind it, making it uncertain how long the seals would last. Tang Wulin needed to prepare further. Tang Wulin resolved to earn more money to acquire more mystical artifacts. Tang affirmed this plan, noting that with Tang Wulin's current base, the next 3 seals should pose no trouble, provided his physique continued to improve. The full power of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline would not be realized until Tang Wulin's cultivation base expanded beyond 4 rings. Tang Wulin thought about visiting the Tang sect upon his return to complete various duties and finish contributions, which would make the spiritual objects cheaper. He wondered what abilities the 2nd golden ring would provide him, feeling excited. Li Ji, who was watching him, wondered what he was dreaming about because he seemed happy. He decided to wake him up. Tang Wulin was surprised to see him. Tang Wulin asked where he was. Li Ji told him that he was at their dorm. Tang Wulin was shocked because the way from Bright City to Shrek was long, and he was in a coma the entire time. Li Ji told him that the flying car made it possible for them to get to Shrek in just 5 hours. He asked him if he would like to eat something. He soon regretted making that offer, because Tang Wulin's belly was like an empty pit. After a while, he was finally done. Tang Wulin needed to get better fast since there were a lot of things he needed to find out. He had a lot of plans for the holidays following the final exams. Wu came over as soon as he heard Tang Wulin had awoken. Tang Wulin was happy to see him. He asked what their final exam result was. Wu told him that they got full marks and extra points. Tang Wulin was happy to hear that. He said that all of his extra points should go to his classmates, suggesting checking who didn't have enough scores. Wu mentioned that Tang Wulin's score accumulation would be beneficial in the future when applying to the inner court. He explained that if Tang Wulin gave his extra points to them now, his overall score would decline when it was time for evaluation. Tang Wulin replied that he was self-assured and believed that scores were only one factor, with strength also playing a role. He, with passionate eyes, asked that they get a prize because they had brought honor to the academy. Wu told him that privately fighting with hostile forces in the name of the academy, almost destroying the academy's reputation, would be punished with a 1-year bonus. Upon hearing that, Tang Wulin quickly rejected the prize. Wu asked him again. Tang Wulin told him that he didn't want it himself. Wu decided to help him decline as it was his responsibility as a teacher. In return, he wanted each one of Tang Wulin's teammates to take part in the next Shrek 7 Devils tournament. Only then would he notify Elder Kai that he would be giving up his reward. Tang Wulin knew what he would be getting into, so he asked if he was trying to fool him. Wu didn't even deny it. He knew Tang Wulin couldn't do anything about it. Wu told him that his triumph allowed the school to award them a special incentive for his grade. Each of his classmates received 10 extra points in the final exam. Tang Wulin was happy to hear that. Wu patted his head and told him that he was a certified class monitor that semester. This made him even happier. Wu told him that the academy would be on holiday in a few days and asked if he was staying at the academy or traveling somewhere else. Tang Wulin told him that he had no choice but to remain at the academy. The reason for this was that he didn't know where his parents were, so he had no home. Furthermore, finding all 4 spiritual objects as quickly as possible was critical to his safety. Wu told him that his master asked him to come and live with him for a bit so that he could help in his cultivation. Tang Wulin, seeing the benefits of his offer, quickly agreed. Wu told him to write a final report and go on vacation after 5 days. Tang Wulin agreed. The dragon deity transformation had far-reaching consequences. Tang Wulin had to cultivate for 5 days before his body healed halfway. The day before the final summary, Tang Wulin brought Shi Si and Shu Liji to the Tang sect. They completed the most recent tasks and re-registered their strength. Tang Wulin then proceeded to the location where he got the mission and reserved 2 of the spiritual artifacts he needed. Tang Wulin was approached by a man named Guo Xiaoshu. He introduced himself as the general manager of Shrek City's Tang sect branch. Tang Wulin was surprised because he couldn't feel him when he drew close. His cultivation base exceeded that of Wu. He was sure that he was telling the truth, so he greeted him. Guo mentioned that he had already seen the match and praised Tang Wulin's performance as excellent. He explained that Tang Wulin represented not just Shrek, but also the Tang sect. As a reward, Duluo Hall had specifically permitted every one of them to study a Tang sect unique method for free. Another bonus was 10,000 dedication points, to be spent but not factored into the total score. This made Tang Wulin very happy. Guo reminded him to tell his friends to take the course as well. Tang Wulin thanked him. After that, he asked Yue and Yuanen what they were going to learn. They both wanted to learn the Purple Demon Eye ability. In the conference room, Guo met Xiao. Xiao mentioned that Tang Wulin was very unique and that after achieving 4 rings, he might focus on training in soul dueling. Xu Liji was an excellent rare food soul master, and although Xie Shi was significantly weaker, his twin martial souls had an edge. Xiao believed they could all move into soul dueling once they got 4 rings and asked if there were any other thoughts. Guo suggested going straight to the inner hall, bypassing the outside hall, but felt it was a touch too quick and wondered if it would be better for them to initially train in the defense hall. Xiao countered that running errands at the defense hall was unnecessary and that it would be better to let them go to the power hall. Then Long Xiaoyao arrived and decided that there should be no more bickering and that they should let them go to soul dueling, with Xiao being responsible for them. He mentioned that Wu was likely set to get the 3-word battle armor and should be allowed to enter the Holy Hall with the silver ribbon once he achieved it. Xiao agreed, and Long Xiaoyao concluded the meeting, stating that he was returning to the academy. He also noted that because evil soul masters had recently begun to manifest, the Tang sect across the continent should alert everyone to pay attention to them, and soul dueling would take responsibility after knowing their whereabouts. Everyone agreed. Back at the dormitory, Tang Wulin, Yue, and Yuanen began to practice Tang sect's distinctive courses, and after that, Tang Wulin went to meet Gu Yue. He asked if she was feeling better. She told him that she was okay. However, recovery would take time. He asked if he could come to her room because he wanted to say something. Gu Yue was surprised. She agreed. They both arrived in her room. Gu Yue asked what he wanted to talk about. Tang Wulin told her to confess. She got nervous and asked what he wanted her to confess. She didn't know what he was talking about. Tang Wulin asked what was going on with the dragon deity transformation. Gu Yue was disappointed when she heard that was what he wanted to talk about. Tang Wulin asked if there was anything else to say. This made her mad and she hit him. She told him not to play mind games and to say what he wanted to say quickly. Tang Wulin asked what was going on. She told him that she had made up the dragon deity transformation. Tang Wulin didn't believe her and told her to tell the truth. When she didn't, he grabbed her, but she still didn't tell him, so he let her go and proceeded to leave. Gu Yue stopped him. Tang Wulin assured her that he would keep their conversation a complete secret. Gu Yue told him that her martial soul was also a dragon, but it was different from his. Tang Wulin was puzzled. He asked if she wasn't an elemental controller. She told him that elemental control was merely one expression of the martial soul. Tang Wulin was shocked. Gu Yue asked if he had heard about the 7-colored dragon. He hadn't. He questioned her about her dragon breath. She told him that the 7-colored dragon was different. It was one of the most powerful dragons. He asked if the 7-colored dragon had been the emissary of the elements. Gu Yue showed him some darkness. He was surprised. Gu Yue told him that her martial soul controlled the 7 elements. Tang Wulin questioned why she had hidden her abilities, even though having a dark element was acceptable. She told him that she hadn't deliberately hidden it. She did so to prevent people from believing she was an evil soul master. The elements of light and darkness were incompatible. Therefore, they should not be used together. Tang Wulin asked what all of that had to do with him. She told him that the 7-colored dragon ruled over the elements, while the golden dragon ruled over the body. The legendary dragon deity had originally split into the golden dragon and the 7-colored dragon, which was the origin of their martial soul fusion. Her dragon features would not show since her cultivation base was insufficient, but she sensed the golden dragon bloodline aura in him, so she had a connection to him. That was why they could perform the martial soul fusion technique. The first dragon deity transformation combined elements and bloodline, making it extremely powerful. However, due to their inadequate cultivation base, they couldn't unleash its true power. This also caused their exhaustion. He told her that the dragon god transformation had seriously harmed his body, so they should refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Gu Yue grew worried and asked if by harmed he meant weakness or something else. Tang Wulin considered telling her his secret but stopped himself. He told her that his meridians were somewhat injured. Gu Yue knew he wanted to say more but stopped him. He went to his room to talk to Tang. He asked what was wrong. Tang explained that he had never heard of a 7-colored dragon and that she was mistaken. The dragon god had been separated into the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. The dragon sealed within his flesh was the Golden Dragon King. The Golden Dragon was an extension of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. Tang stressed that nobody should know about the Golden Dragon King's seal in his body. He agreed. After that, the team gathered to discuss the holidays. Xinglan mentioned that she wouldn't go back home or stay at the academy. Instead, she would search for her true soul spirit and wait for Gu Yue's return, as Gu Yue had agreed to help her. Gu Yue, Xu Xiaoyan, and Xie Xie planned to go home. Tang Wulin asked Yuanin about her plans. She replied that she didn't have a place to live, so she would simply practice at the academy. Tang Wulin added that he also had no place to return to and would stay at the academy throughout the holidays, though he planned to go out midway. He suggested they could practice together and stressed the need to continue striving towards their goals. They would officially begin creating battle armor next semester and should work together. The team agreed. Tang Wulin headed straight to the Soul Tool train station after bidding goodbye to his friends. He was informed that the 2 spiritual objects he needed had been delivered. He had to return to the Tang sect to obtain the other 2 to accomplish that day's goal. He hoped to completely break through the 4th seal during those holidays. The train conductor instructed everyone to remain seated and not block the aisle. Tang Wulin thought her voice sounded familiar. He turned to check and it was Mo. Mo saw him and hugged him. Tears started flowing from her eyes. She thanked him for what he had done. She asked why he had hurried off that day because she hadn't gotten the chance to thank him. Tang Wulin told her to stop crying and asked how she was doing. She wiped away her tears and told him that she was perfectly fine and her life was saved thanks to him. Tang Wulin said he was just doing his duty. He asked if the evil soul masters had been captured. She told him they hadn't been caught, but because of that incident, the Alliance had dispatched many powerful soul masters, so those people would be apprehended sooner or later. She gave him an entire Alliance Soul Tool Train card. The card allowed him to have a private room whenever he traveled by the Soul Tool Train. He didn't want to accept it because it was too precious, but she insisted he deserved it. Then she escorted him to his room. He was amazed by the room. She then went to work. Tang Wulin decided to take a nap and then begin cultivating. While he was in bed, he felt tremors. He wondered if it was another attack. Mo was called to the 9th carriage, otherwise the train was threatened to be blown. Tang Wulin rushed there. When he got there, he was devastated. The evil soul master had killed all the people on the carriage and was holding Mo in the air with a blade stabbed into her chest. She was in agony. The evil soul master told Mo to tell him the kid who saved her last time, but Mo didn't say a single word, so the evil soul master tried to attack her, but Tang Wulin stepped in, and he attacked the evil soul master. The evil soul master easily stopped him. He wanted to give them a painful death. He used his phosphoric fire soul refinement on Mo. She screamed in pain. Tang Wulin felt helpless. He couldn't do anything to save her, but he still decided to risk his life. He attacked the evil soul master. This time he actually managed to hurt him. The evil soul master was shocked. He attacked Tang Wulin. This time he impaled him with his claws. He used his phosphoric fire soul refinement on him. Tang Wulin sensed terrible suffering in his burning spiritual sea. His entire body hurt as though it were being ripped apart. But then a trident mark appeared on his forehead. He began absorbing the phosphoric fire. His bleeding also ceased. The evil soul master was getting frustrated and tried to attack him, but when he saw the trident on his forehead, he stopped. Tang Wulin summoned a trident and attacked the evil soul master. The golden light coming from Tang Wulin was rapidly draining his vital energy. Soon the man turned to smoke. Tang Wulin's trident disappeared and he fell to the ground unconscious. When he woke up, he saw Jen. Jen brought him out of the carriage. Outside, he was greeted by Lin An, captain of the mecha team in Heavendew City. He wanted to confirm his identity. Jen told him who he was and that he was there because Tang Wulin had summoned him for assistance. There were no signs of the attacker. Lin greeted him once more and showed respect towards him. Jen told him that he would take Tang Wulin to therapy while they searched for the attacker. He agreed. After a while, Tang Wulin woke up in a hospital. He got out of bed and saw Jen. Jen was worried about him. Tang Wulin told him that he was fine. He thanked him for saving his life. Jen told him that when he arrived, the attack was no longer present, so he couldn't say he saved him. According to the healing-type soul master who healed him, his bloodlines were sealed and he didn't lose much blood. He also stated that instead of allowing him to cure him, he may recover better and faster on his own. Tang Wulin asked about the conductor Mo. Jen told him that she was sent for treatment, but he had heard her brain and spirit were severely damaged, so she was still in a coma. Tang Wulin how someone could hurt someone as kind as Mo. He asked Jen if he could take him to visit her. Jen told him that he must follow him to a location and explain what occurred, and only then will he take him to see her. He agreed. He took him to Lin. Lin told him that Governor Mo Wu had been alerted, so he would be arriving shortly. Jen told Tang Wulin to tell the man everything. Lin asked him his name, age, and academy. He told him he was Tang Wulin, 14 years old. a student of Shrek Academy, first year class 1. Tang Wulin detailed what transpired that day. The governor then arrived. He greeted Jen. Jen told him he had brought Tang Wulin with him to assist with his inquiry. Lin told the governor that Tang Wulin was the one who saved the entire train previously. He gave him the report. The governor was shocked when he saw the words phosphoric fire soul refinement. Tang Wulin asked him about Mo's condition. The governor thanked him for caring. He told him that Mo was his daughter and that he was the reason she was still alive. Tang Wulin asked about her recent condition. He told him that she had barely survived, but her brain had been gravely injured and she was in a coma. It was very difficult to recover from her condition. For the time being, all they could do was keep her alive. Tang Wulin asked Jen if he could help. Jen told him that he would invite a healing-type soul master to cure her. Tang Wulin thanked him. After that, they went to check up on Mo. Tang Wulin was devastated to see her in such a miserable condition. He blamed everything on himself. Tang Wulin asked Jen why there were so many wicked people in the world. Jen responded that in this world where the light shone, there was darkness. What they could do was protect the light and drive out the darkness. Only by getting stronger would Tang Wulin be able to defend those he wished to protect. Tang Wulin lamented that he had been still too weak. Jen reassured him that he had done his best at his age and reminded him that punishing evil and advancing good necessitated first defending oneself. Jen expressed pride in Tang Wulin and mentioned that his teacher had a fantastic student, and he felt envious of him. Then the Holy Spirit Duluo arrived. When Tang Wulin saw her, he knew Mo was saved. Yali told Tang Wulin that she had heard about what he had done and the academy was proud of him. The governor greeted Yali and requested she save her child. Yali went in to check on her. She put her hands on her head. Then she started using her healing powers. Tang Wulin and the governor were amazed. Tang Wulin thought that she possessed 610,000 year and 3100,000 year soul rings, which was a fantastic cultivation base. He noted that the Grand Master's soul ring couldn't be compared to hers. The governor asked Jen if she was the sea deity Pavilion Holy Spirit, the Holy Spirit Duluo, remarking that with the Holy Spirit Daoluo personally assisting, Mo would not die no matter what. Jen explained that the Holy Spirit Duluo's martial soul was a praying angel, an extremely special healing type of martial soul. The right cultivation method for praying angels was to absorb foreign religious powers, which came from the individual being treated every time she healed them. According to legend, the Holy Spirit Duluo could rescue a life even when on the verge of death. Her ability seemed to have made Mo a lot better. The governor couldn't see what was going on because the light in the room was too bright. Tang Wulin told him that Mo's head appeared to be less swollen and her hair was sprouting out. All of the dark green, turbid energy was drawn away. The governor, with tears in his eyes, thanked Yali. Yali advised him not to be too quick to thank her. She explained that Mo wasn't quite fine, as her situation was dreadful. The phosphoric fire soul refinement had gravely destroyed her brain and soul. Yali assisted in repairing her brain and reuniting her fractured soul. However, the human brain and soul are extremely complicated, and Yali was not sure Mo would totally recover. The most crucial thing was whether Mo could wake up. If she could wake up, she would be fine. However, a portion of her recollection might be gone, so Yali advised speaking to her more and waking her up as quickly as possible. She mentioned that Mo could be moved to a general ward. Tang Wulin expressed relief, stating that it was wonderful to know Mo's life was not in danger. Yali instructed that when Mo woke up, they should call her at a provided number, and she would go through Mo's soul and memories once more. The governor thanked her. After that, Yali decided to go back. She asked Tang Wulin to accompany her. Tang Wulin had declined because he had something to ask Jen for help with. Yali agreed and left Tang Wulin with Jen. Jen told the governor to notify Tang Wulin when Mo got better so he could pay her a visit. Tang Wulin agreed. He also gave Tang Wulin the honorary citizenship of Heaven Dao City and a badge that allowed him to receive an 80% discount on his future purchases in the city. Tang Wulin was very happy. He thanked him. After that, he and Jen went to the Forging Association. Jen suggested they remain at Heaven Dao City for 10 days so he could show him some forging techniques. Tang Wulin agreed. Jen mentioned that Tang Wulin's alloy forging was nearly flawless and his success rate would rise as he improved his techniques. He also prepared the spiritual objects Tang Wulin requested and told him he was not required to repay him. As payment, he would accept the final things Tang Wulin generated there in the next 10 days. Tang Wulin thanked him. He spent the following 10 days studying with Jen every day. His bloodline power improved greatly after consuming the best meal. Jen observed that Tang Wulin's alloy forging currently had a success rate of more than 50%, a level barely a few rank 6 forging masters could acquire. However, his soul power cultivation was still quite low, so he could not keep spiritual forging going, and he was unable to forge a spiritual forging with the strength of spirit alloy. Otherwise, he could become a rank 6 forging master. Jen envied Mu Chen for having such a talented student. On the last day, Jen told Tang Wulin that he had done an excellent job of forging and could begin experimenting with the alloy forging of 3 rare metals while developing his spiritual forging practice. Jen believed that after reaching the 4th ring, Tang Wulin would be able to advance to the position of 6th Forge Master, and that he would personally make a 6th level Forge Master badge for him at that time. Tang Wulin thanked him. Jen said that when Tang Wulin returned, he had to focus more on soul power cultivation. To become a divine artisan, he must first achieve the title of Duluo. Because his martial soul was blue-silver grass, while cultivating, he should seek a strong natural atmosphere, as it would do more with less. Jen gave him the 2 spiritual objects he wanted, advising him to be careful when using them to boost his bloodline, but reassured him that his physical strength should be all right. Tang Wulin thanked him. On the day of his departure, Jen was busy, so he had Captain Liu take Tang Wulin back. Tang Wulin was excited because he had never sat on a black tie or mecha. He asked Liu if mecha masters generally purchased rare metals from the Forging Association. Liu confirmed that they normally posted the work, and then paid and collected the items. The Forging Association's fees were similarly reasonable. However, at the level above spiritual forging, demand outnumbered supply, making the cost expensive. Even with enough money, no one would take on their task. Tang Wulin mentioned that he was a member of Shrek Academy's Forging Association and offered his services for any rare metal desired, promising high quality at an affordable price. Liu dropped him outside Shrek City because he didn't have the authority to go in. Tang Wulin thanked him. Tang Wulin arrived in the city and headed straight to the Tang sect's headquarters. He swapped the 2 spiritual objects he had already ordered and returned to the academy with them. He went to visit Yuanen because he had a favor to ask of her. He mentioned that he got a sensation of breaking through recently and decided to retreat for a few days. He asked if she could aid him by shielding him at this difficult time. Yuanen inquired about the number of days, and Tang Wulin replied that it would be about 3 to 7 days. He promised that when he succeeded, he would give her a piece of spirit alloy. Yuanen insisted that he couldn't go back on his word and requested one with a fusion degree of more than 90%. Tang Wulin managed to negotiate it down to 80%. After that, he went to his room to open the items he got. He was excited at the same time he was also curious about what new silk he would acquire. He opened the first box, and inside was a Millennium Singular Velvet Sky Chrysanthemum. Its purpose was to strengthen the limbs and enhance power and overall body capacity. It was a unique spiritual object. Just inhaling the smell caused his blood to race. The yellow jade box contained a Millennium Pine Sender Garnoderma lucidum. It was also known as red reishi, and it had soft, mellow therapeutic effects that nourished the internal organs. Although it might have appeared unimpressive, any substance that was neutralized would become docile and readily absorbed. In the white jade box was a Millennium Vitalizing Fruit. It was so powerful that it turned the white jade box green. The Millennium Vitalizing Fruit was regarded as the desert's most magnificent treasure. If there had been no water in the desert, one piece of vitalizing fruit would have kept the people going for 10 days. Finally, it was time to open the metal box. Inside it was a Millennium Purple Cloudwood. It had 11 circles in its dark purple pattern. According to legends, that wood was tougher than rare metals. Ordinary people only needed to absorb a small amount to neutralize metal poisoning, but for soul masters it was extremely rare. It increased the flexibility and strength of human skin. Its poisons experienced miraculous transformations after digestion and fusion with soul power, rendering the body more flexible. Because it was just the 4th seal, the grade of spiritual objects required was really high. Tang Wulin realized that without money, one couldn't live. Tang Wulin then started making the drug. Firstly, he placed the pine cedar Ganoderma lucidum in water. Then he let the mixture rest for 10 minutes. Then he added the singular velvet sky chrysanthemum. As the singular velvet sky chrysanthemum was added, the water immediately turned yellowish. Purple cloudwood was very powerful as soon as it came into contact with water. The water immediately became muddy. Tang told Tang Wulin that he had to keep in mind that those 2 ingredients could complement each other. After they were mixed together, the toxicity of purple cloudwood would decrease. It would disintegrate at the same time and become a drug that could be put to use. Because the vitalizing fruit could be eaten raw, Tang Wulin decided to eat it. At first his teeth hurt, then a faint aroma emanated from his body. It felt like he was walking on clouds. A thin layer of jade color appeared on his skin. Next, Tang Wulin had to consume a basin of muddy water. Just the sight of it made him sick, but it cost a lot of money, so he couldn't waste any of it. He drank it. It tasted disgusting. Together with the terrible pain, Tang Wulin gradually entered a meditative state. His body temperature rose, and the drug's effects spread throughout his body. Every pore of Tang Wulin stretched and filled with the scent of drugs. Outside, Yuanen saw that the aroma of the drug was being wasted, so she started absorbing it. Tang Wulin felt the seal fiercely shaking inside him. His body was wrapped in a golden layer from top to bottom and inside out. He gained such powerful healing power thanks to the golden layer. Everywhere the golden current went, vigor filled the air. All places that Tang Wulin couldn't see were covered by numerous golden rays of light. The two golden soul rings emanating from his body moved around him, shining and reconciling with each other. Tang Wulin gradually entered deep meditation, during which soul power resonated with bloodline energy. It was now the morning of the next day. Yuanin felt like her body had undergone detoxification. Removing impurities from the body had a beneficial effect on improving her strength. The impurities sticking to her skin made her uncomfortable, but she had to guard Tang Wulin so she couldn't leave. She guessed that no one would come during the holidays, so she decided to take a bath in the yard. Unbeknownst to her, Zizi arrived there and saw her. She became furious and attacked him. Zizi tried to explain himself, but she didn't want to hear it. She attacked him and he barely dodged it. Soon he couldn't run because his speed was beyond his control. Yuanin was about to hit him, but Tang Wulin intervened and saved him. He asked her how Zizi had offended her. She told him that it was because of him. Tang Wulin didn't understand the reason for her rage. Zizi told him that he was at fault because he had seen something he shouldn't have seen. Tang Wulin apologized to Yuanin for what had happened and told her that Zizi hadn't done it on purpose. He told Zizi to apologize to her. Zizi apologized, stating he had just glanced. Yuanin was still upset because that was the second time he had done that. Tang Wulin offered to forge another spirit alloy for her free of charge with a fusion degree above 85%. Yuanin was still not satisfied. She thought Tang Wulin couldn't understand her feelings because he was a guy who liked men. She then realized the mistake she had made, but it was too late. Tang Wulin was shocked. Yuanin had told him that Zizi had told her. Zizi had admitted that he forgot to tell her it was a misunderstanding. Now Tang Wulin was furious, so he decided to leave Zizi at the mercy of Yuanin. Zizi was not sure he was done for, but then he saw that Yuanin wasn't attacking him. She was crying and left. Zizi didn't know how to express his apologies, so he decided to help her wash her clothes. He went to Yuanin's room and said to her that they were the only two left in the dormitory and asked if he could have a deep talk with her. Yuanin shouted at him to go away. Zizi then told her that he would help her clean up every day from then on. He admitted that he didn't know what else to do to help her, so he would just do what he could. He had gradually realized that he wasn't getting used to cleaning up for her every day. It was more like he was getting used to seeing her every day. He didn't know how disappointed he would be if he couldn't see her one day. He felt a sense of responsibility because he had seen something he shouldn't have seen as a man. Therefore, he decided to take responsibility for her and asked her to marry him and be his wife. Yuanin opened the door, making Zizi happy. She then grasped him and threw him tens of feet in the air. Zizi landed in a faraway tree. A cleaner saw him. Zizi came down and questioned who he was. The man got a little angry when he called him uncle. He commented on how flexible Zizi's moves were and asked if he was a person of the speed system. Zizi acknowledged that the cleaner was worthy of being from Shrek Academy since he knew about the speed system. The man advised not to underestimate others and suggested making a bet. Zizi asked what the bet would be. The man proposed standing still while betting that Zizi could not snatch the broom from him within 10 minutes. Zizi declined, asking what he would gain if the man lost. The man offered 100 Academy contribution points. Zizi thought he could easily win, so he agreed to the bet. He tried to take the broom, but failed. Zizi acknowledged that the cleaner was no ordinary man. No matter how fast he increased his speed, he couldn't catch the broom. He was confused, and before he knew it, 10 minutes had passed. Zizi was visibly frustrated. He attempted to catch his opponent, but his opponent easily dodged and hit him on the head with a broom. Zizi appeared exhausted. The man inquired about who had thrown Zizi out earlier, further frustrating Zizi. The man then stated that it did not matter who had thrown him out. The essential point was that Zizi was not good enough. He pointed out that Zizi had decent speed, but his skill was still lacking, resulting in an insufficient attack and a lower hit rate. As a speed system master, the man questioned why Zizi did not understand that attack power was more important than speed. Zizi responded, believing that speed was obviously more important than attack, and questioned how the opposite could be true. The man explained that attack was the basis of everything, and asked what use speed was if one couldn't finish off their enemy. He then instructed Zizi to raise his dagger. Zizi did so and attacked, but then he was shocked to realize that he had been stabbed by a single hair. The man told him that his attack power was related to both speed and power. He also added that he had a long way to go. Zizi was very impressed by the man and asked him if he could teach him. The man told him to pay the bet money first and then he would consider it. Zizi happily gave him the money. The man told him to meet him tomorrow morning. Zizi agreed. He told him his name and asked for his in return. The man introduced himself as Liang Xiaoyu, but mentioned that he could be called Brother Liang. He explained that people back in his hometown had given him the nickname Shinxi's Little Dawn due to his good looks. ZC responded bluntly, saying that Liang wasn't actually that good looking. Liang, not deterred, insisted that he was at least very close to being extremely handsome. Shi then advised Liang to stop using his hair for attacks, pointing out that he didn't have many hairs left. Because of this, Liang told him that he deserved to get thrown out. While this was happening, Tang Wulin had just finished a meal. After that, he called Wu and asked when he could meet him at the inner court. Wu told him to come right away. Tang Wulin arrived at the inner court, met Wu, and got on the boat. Wu mentioned that he had heard about what had happened on the Soul Tool train and asked if he had encountered an evil Soul Master. Tang Wulin confirmed this. Wu explained that an evil Soul Master's power was extremely devilish in nature and advised him to inform him first if he wanted to travel outside from then on. Tang Wulin promised that he would and assured Wu that he would try his best to become stronger. They then arrived at Sea God Island. Tang Wulin knew the island was full of wonderful life aura because his blue silver grass martial soul had the best sense for those things. Then Tang Wulin noticed a girl in the distance. Wu asked what he was looking at. Tang Wulin asked if the girl there had been an inner courtyard student. Wu confirmed. Tang Wulin asked if she had already been a one-word battle armor master. Wu told him that she was a special case and that she was the only direct disciple of the Pavilion Master. Tang Wulin was surprised. He asked if he was referring to the Sea God Pavilion Master. Wu told him that because of her potential, she was destined for a bright future. That was the reason the Pavilion Master had brought her to the island for training. Tang Wulin thought that the girl looked familiar. He asked what her name was. Wu told him that he was too young to let unrelated things affect his cultivation. Tang Wulin tried to clarify that he meant something else. He told him that the girl seemed familiar to him. Wu countered by saying that every beautiful girl looked familiar in men's eyes. They then arrived at Zhuo's place. Zhuo praised Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin thanked him. He informed him that he had mastered the move he had been taught last time and asked if he was going to teach him another one. Zhuo told him that he would teach him later, but first, he wanted to see Tang Wulin's progress on the move he had taught him. Tang Wulin got ready. A fiery aura started surrounding him. Zhuo was surprised to see Tang Wulin had 2 golden soul rings because previously, he had only had 1. Tang Wulin decided to use the second soul ring. Endless rays of light started coming from him. It was too blinding even for Wu and Zhuo, but after 2 seconds, Tang Wulin returned to normal. He questioned if the transformation was supposed to last only for 2 seconds. He was disappointed by his second soul skill, but fortunately after breaking through the 4th seal, his overall bloodline energy had increased significantly. Zhuo was amazed by his bloodline, because it could even affect his martial soul. His Scarlet Dragon soul was actually tensed up at the moment. Zhuo congratulated him for achieving 30% of the Shaking Heaven Golden Dragon. Zhuo acknowledged Tang Wulin as the best candidate for inheriting his mantle because his bloodline's quality outperformed his Scarlet Dragon martial soul. Zhuo decided to teach him some Shaking Heaven Golden Dragon techniques. Zhuo instructed Tang Wulin for an hour before allowing him to practice on his own. Zhuo then asked about Tang Wulin's forging skills. Tang Wulin explained that his uncle had advised him to wait until his cultivation base reached 4 rings before advancing to rank 6 Forge Master. Zhuo was surprised and asked if Tang Wulin could advance to Forge Master level 6 if his cultivation base reached 4 rings, and whether he could use the Heaven and Earth treasure to reach the 4th ring now. Tang Wulin thought it was possible, but expressed concerns that using the Heaven and Earth treasure potion to level up his soul power might not facilitate his future cultivation. This statement made Zhuo a little angry, and he reminded Tang Wulin that a person must not have any pipe dreams. Tang Wulin, looking disappointed, agreed. Zhuo, curious about Tang Wulin's uncle, advised him not to assume what his uncle said to be true, pointing out that forging is the most difficult skill to master, and there has been only one divine artisan. Zhuo then asked who this uncle was who had spouted such nonsense. Tang Wulin revealed that his uncle was the divine artisan Zhen Hua. Upon hearing this, Zhuo quickly retracted his statement, saying they should pretend he didn't say anything. In the morning, Tang Wulin wandered through Sea Deity Island. Its dense vegetation was very beneficial for his cultivation. Tang Wulin had initially intended to ask Elder Tang about his second soul skill, but since he hadn't heard anything from him, he decided to forget it and figure it out on his own. He resolved to focus on cultivation first. Remembering that his uncle had said the denser the vegetation, the better it was for cultivation, he decided to go deeper into the island. In the distance, he saw the Holy Spirit Duluo sitting on a man's lap. He was confused, but then the man noticed him, so the two decided to leave. Tang Wulin ran from there because he wanted to avoid seeing something he shouldn't have. While he was running, he came across the girl from earlier. The girl turned around. They both made eye contact. She looked familiar to his little sister Na-Er, so he called her name. She, with a smile on her face, called him brother. Tang Wulin was extremely happy. Na-Er jumped on him and hugged him. She still couldn't believe that her brother had been there. She asked why he had been there. He told her that he had been an outer court student at Shrek Academy and asked her the same question. Tang Wulin mentioned that he had heard from Teacher Wu that Na-Er had been a disciple of the Sea Deity Pavilion Master. He also noted that in the past, she had failed to even awaken her martial soul. Na-Er asked him to first explain why he had been absent for all those years. While Tang Wulin was escorting Na-Er, he shared the stories of his experiences. Na-Er finally learned that her parents had left home without any explanation. Then Wu arrived and told him to come back. Tang Wulin told Na-Er that he had to go. He informed her that his master had been Zhuo Shi, the Scarlet Dragon Dao Luo. He told her that they would meet up the next day and left. At night, while he was lying in bed, he thought about how Na-Er had actually become the Sea Deity Pavilion Master's inner disciple. She must have been the first among the Shrek Academy students to achieve that. He remembered the moment Na-Er came to his house when they were little. They ate and played together, having such a good time. Now Na-Er had become a soul master, and he felt really happy for her. He wondered where his mom and dad had been, thinking about how he had found Na-Er. The next day he went to meet Na-Er. Tang Wulin noticed that her eyes had changed and asked why they were different. Na-Er explained that it had happened when she experienced the martial soul awakening and apologized for leaving without saying goodbye at that time, explaining that her family had found her and taken her away. Tang Wulin was surprised that her family had found her. Na-Er continued, explaining that when they found her, they had brought her back to the family and held a ritual, which had led to her martial soul awakening. Tang Wulin asked what had happened next. Na-Er said that when she was 8, her family had sent her there, where she had acknowledged her master as her teacher and had begun training. She expressed that although she would never experience as much as Tang Wulin had, she really missed him. Tang Wulin told her that he was glad she had found her family and that he missed her a lot too. He thought to himself that it seemed like Na-Er still had something to say, but decided that if she didn't want to share it, he wouldn't force her. Na-Er asked Tang Wulin when he would buy her more delicious food. Tang Wulin told her that they could eat it at once. Na-Er was excited. Tang Wulin took her to Shrek Academy's snack street and bought her some amazing food. At the work-study dormitory, Yuanan was going to get something to eat. ZC, without her consent, decided to go with her. Yuanan was furious. The two arrived at Shrek Academy's snack street. Yuanan ordered some food. ZC told the chef that he wanted the same and that he would pay both their bills. In the distance, ZC noticed Tang Wulin and Na-Er eating together, and he was surprised. Yuanan wondered who had been sitting next to Tang Wulin. Shici was further surprised because Na-Er was eating the same portion as Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin explained that Na-Er was his little sister, whom he had often mentioned before. He said they had been separated for many years and had not expected to reunite on Sea Deity Island. Na-Er greeted them, and ZC responded with a greeting, thinking that Na-Er was gorgeous, and wondering how Guyue would have reacted if she had seen Tang Wulin and Na-Er together. ZC then asked Tang Wulin why he hadn't come back the previous night. Tang Wulin replied that he had been training on Sea Deity Island for the past few days. Na-Er asked Tang Wulin for more food. Tang Wulin quickly ordered more food. ZC joked about Tang Wulin's entire family being food grinders. He was surprised because he had never seen anyone who could compete against him in terms of eating. Tang Wulin got a little angry and told him that it was a blessing that they were able to eat. He told Na-Er to ignore him and tell him if she wanted more food. ZC and Tang Wulin then went back and forth. Then 3 men saw Na-Er and started teasing her. Tang Wulin was not happy with this. A stall owner there told them to leave because he thought those guys could trouble them. Tang Wulin questioned if someone would dare cause trouble within the area of the Shrek Academy. The stall owner told him that those guys must have been expelled from Shrek Academy or failed the entrance examination. They bore grudges and weren't willing to leave, so they went astray after staying there for a long time. Tang Wulin asked if he was trying to say they were soul masters. He told him that it was most likely. ZC asked Tang Wulin if he needed him to do something. He told him everything was fine and that they were leaving, but before they could, one of those guys named Feng stopped them. He stepped on their table and invited Tang Wulin to have a drink with them. Tang Wulin was furious. He didn't want to cause a ruckus, so he told them they were underaged. He again teased Na-Er. This time Na-Er told him to clear the way. He realized they were from Shrek Academy, and because of the grudge he held against the academy, he stood in their path and demanded they shout out, "Shrek Academy didn't deserve Feng Ling, otherwise he wouldn't let them pass." Na-Er had enough. She stepped up and drew a spear. She pointed the spear at his neck. Feng was shocked. He started trembling. He had never thought a girl like her could possess 3 purple and 1 black soul ring. Tang Wulin was also surprised by her power. After dealing with Feng, Na-Er decided to leave with Tang Wulin. The other people there were just confused. Tang Wulin told ZC that he would be on Sea Deity Island for training before school started. ZC asked Yuanan what Gu Yue would think if she saw Tang Wulin and Na Er being so close. Yuanan told him that that was their matter to decide. She blamed his meaningless thoughts as the reason for him being so weak. ZC asked if she was implying he didn't deserve her. Yuanan confirmed. ZC got frustrated and told her that if one day he beat her, she must marry him. Yuanan didn't refuse. This gave ZC hope he had a place in Yuanan's heart. At Sea Deity Island, Na Er decided to show Tang Wulin her martial soul, the silver dragon spear. Noticing that Tang Wulin seemed depressed, Na Er asked if something was wrong. Tang Wulin explained that it was about his second golden ring, and that until now, he still hadn't figured out what power it gave him. Na Er suggested that he use it and show her, as she might be able to help. Tang Wulin agreed, demonstrating that it lasted only 2 seconds without any changes or powerful attack skills appearing. He added that to use it again, he had to consume a large amount of bloodline energy. Na Er then asked if his defense had become stronger. Tang Wulin wondered if the golden ring might produce a defensive soul skill, and Na Er suggested trying it out. Tang Wulin agreed, and Na Er drew her spear and attacked his chest. She noted that Tang Wulin had drained a portion of her attack's bloodline energy. Tang Wulin realized that Na Er's strike had immediately inserted a wave of energy into his body. In the blink of an eye, his bloodline energy had fired up, and the stirred-up dragon had roared from inside his body instantly. Tang Wulin was excited. His power of Shaking Heaven Golden Dragon had increased by at least 30 to 40%. Moreover, he hadn't felt a thing from Na Er's strike. Na Er observed that it looked like it wasn't just his defenses. Tang Wulin noted that not only had the power of Shaking Heaven Golden Dragon greatly increased, but the consumption had also been reduced, and the time for the skill casting had decreased. He wondered if it could have been a support-type soul skill. Na Er asked if he could still cast it. Tang Wulin confirmed that he could. Na Er suggested doing it again. Tang Wulin agreed. She drew her spear and struck. Tang Wulin used the Shaking Earth Golden Dragon to block the attack. Afterward, she asked him if it had hurt. He hadn't been hurt at all. Instead, his body had felt full of bloodline energy like a stress response. He realized he could cast the Shaking Earth Golden Dragon in an instant. Na Er noted that she now understood the power this soul skill bestowed upon him. Tang Wulin asked what it was. Na Er explained that half of its effect was similar to 1-second invincibility, allowing him to resist an attack 3 times more powerful than his defense for a short period. The other half absorbed the opponent's attack power and transformed it into his own. When she tried to hit him, she felt part of her soul power and bloodline energy being taken away. Tang Wulin was surprised and impressed. Na Er mentioned that there were numerous soul skills, and if he could use this one well, he would be extremely powerful in actual battle. Tang Wulin then requested Na Er to strike him with more power, wanting to see how high his defense could get. She agreed and told him to be careful. He charged towards her and acknowledged her strength as he blocked her attack. After the attack, he mentioned that he had some unclear thoughts jammed in his head before, but now they suddenly became clear. His soul power had been enhanced, and his bloodline energy had increased, making it feel as if he had reached another level. However, he found it exhausting to consume the bloodline energy so many times in a row. Na Er asked what was wrong, and Tang Wulin explained that he was okay, just that he had used too much energy. Na Er noted that when he cast that skill, she couldn't break his defense even though she used all of her power, and asked how he felt. Tang Wulin explained that the stronger her attack had been, the more power he had absorbed, making his counterattack even more powerful, but he had consumed more energy. He concluded that her attack power must have been 2 or 3 times stronger than his defense power. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to break his defense. Na Er congratulated him on obtaining a deity skill. Tang Wulin expressed his gratitude, saying that if it hadn't been for her, he wouldn't have known when he would have figured it out. Na Er asked if he had named this skill yet, and when he said no, she suggested calling it the Golden Dragon Emperor Body, which he agreed to. After that, Tang Wulin went to Zhuo's place and showed him his skills. Zhuo thought that his disciple was truly gifted, managing to nearly comprehend the Shaking Earth Golden Dragon in such a short time. Zhuo advised Tang Wulin to improve his soul power and elevate to the 4th ring as soon as possible, as that would enable him to do much more. Tang Wulin agreed, and reflected on how many mentors had reminded him to work hard to cultivate his soul power, deciding he must spend more time in the next semester trying to reach level 40. Then Tang Wulin went back to Na Er to meet her one last time before leaving. He told her that he needed to get back to the outer court and urged her to stay in the inner court and work hard. Na Er expressed her reluctance, saying she didn't want him to go. Tang Wulin reassured her that this time was different from the last, because she could now contact him and visit him in the outer court. Na Er hugged him and asked him to overcome any future problems for her sake. Tang Wulin embraced her, and promised to put all his efforts into entering Sea Deity Island. After saying goodbye, he left. Yali then arrived and noticed Naer's distress. She asked if her brother had been leaving and advised Naer not to be sad, reminding her that she was still young and had plenty of time. Yali mentioned that it had been the first time she had seen Naer so emotional when seeing someone off, and admitted she had been a bit jealous. Naer responded that she had also been very emotional when she was with Yali and their master. Yali expressed her adoration for Naer, explaining that she and her husband had had no children and had always treated Naer like their own child. She reassured Naer that her brother was an excellent young man and would definitely make it to the inner court. Naer questioned why they couldn't let him into the inner court now. Yali explained that an uncut jade needed more tempering, and that the training there had not been enough for him. She revealed that after 1 year, her master and she had decided to let Naer go. Naer, with a sad face, expressed that she didn't want to leave Yali and their master. Tang Wulin woke up the next morning and was surprised to see Liji there. He asked Liji when he had come back. Liji responded that Tang Wulin was awake and that he had just returned. Tang Wulin then inquired about where Liji and Xinglan had gone, mentioning that he hadn't seen them in the academy. Liji explained that Xinglan had gone to a more suitable place for her to cultivate, and that he could cultivate his martial soul anywhere, so he had gone with her. Noticing Tang Wulin's expression, Liji remarked that it seemed he had broken through. Tang Wulin confirmed this, though he said it hadn't been something powerful, and that he planned to work hard at cultivating his soul power. Liji admitted he hadn't expected to still feel so much pressure in the outer court, mentioning that a few classmates had reached the 4th ring, which meant they had to work even harder. Tang Wulin asked if everyone had come back. Liji informed him that Xiaoyan and Gu Yue hadn't returned yet. CSC had gone out early in the morning, Yue Zhengyu had returned, and Yuanen seemed to be with him. Tang Wulin decided he would go find Yuanen. When he found him, he informed Yuanen that he was going to forge the spirit alloy for him and asked if his request had changed. Yuanen confirmed that the request remained the same and mentioned that the higher the quality, the better it would be. Tang Wulin then inquired if Yuanen had any idea where Zici had gone. Yuanen responded that he had no idea and remarked that since Tang Wulin was Zici's roommate, he should be the one to know where he was. He then left. Tang Wulin received a message informing him that Molan had awakened and her recovery progress was good. He was happy to hear that. Shortly after, Xiaoyan arrived and asked why he was so happy. Noticing that Xiaoyan seemed more confident, Tang Wulin explained that a friend of his had recovered from being sick, which made him happy. Xiaoyan was pleased to hear that, and mentioned she was heading back to pack her stuff. Tang Wulin agreed, noting to himself that her attitude had improved steadily since the stargazing stage was sublimated, and she was no longer the self-deprecating little girl she used to be. He observed that everyone was making rapid progress. Then Gixing arrived and greeted him. Gixing mentioned that with the new semester about to start and everyone having cultivated for a year, it would be a good idea to have a friendly match as training. Tang Wulin asked if Gixing still didn't admit his loss and wanted to try again. Gixing explained that they needed to test their cultivation results eventually and suggested Tang Wulin as the tester. He proposed having the match in the afternoon after the school ceremony the next morning, with a penalty for the loser. Tang Wulin agreed and they parted ways. Tang Wulin reflected on how his forging had improved, noting that the quality of the spirit alloy had reached 89%, indicating his cultivation was worth it. He wondered why Gu Yue hadn't returned yet with the school year starting the next day, and decided to give her a call. As he dialed, he thought about how much he missed hearing Gu Yue's voice. When she answered, he asked where she was, noting that school started the next day. Gu Yue assured him she would be back soon and mentioned she had brought something nice for him. Tang Wulin offered to pick her up at the gate, and she agreed. Suddenly, Shici jumped from a tree and appeared in front of Tang Wulin, asking who he was talking to and why he was blushing. Startled, Tang Wulin exclaimed that Zici had appeared out of nowhere without making a sound and asked what had happened to him. Shici had told him that it was a secret. He then went to the bathroom and splashed water on his face, remembering the torture he had endured in the past few days. Despite this, he still felt great. Under Liang's supervision, he realized he hadn't been naturally weak. He simply hadn't understood the martial soul thoroughly. He could tell he had made significant progress. Shici had a flashback of when Liang had taken him to the Tang sect's Mintang. Liang had explained that he was the hall master of the Tang sect's minting, responsible for collecting intelligence, public relations, and marketing, with most of the recruits being speed-type soul masters. Liang had watched Zici cultivate every day until he was worn out, yet he never quit. Impressed by his toughness, Liang had decided to recruit him to Mintang. Zici reflected that he wouldn't have been able to hold on if it had been in the past, because it had been too exhausting. However, he had been determined to surpass Yuanen, defeat her, and marry her, and he couldn't back down. Yuanen had been watching him from her room. She had wanted to know why ZC had been behaving so strangely. At Shrek Academy's big gate, Tang Wulin had come to pick up Gu Yue. He had asked why she had come back so late. Gu Yue had explained that she had had to tie up some loose ends and had returned as soon as she had finished. She had then shown him what she had brought. Tang Wulin had opened the box and had been amazed to see some delicious-looking wild sea cucumber. He had asked if she had made it. Gu Yue had confirmed, saying she had learned it for a few days but had thought the taste had probably been just so-so. Tang Wulin had thought about how valuable time had been for a Shrek Academy student, and how Gu Yue had actually spent her time studying cooking just to make this dish for him. His heart had been touched. Gu Yue had encouraged him to try it before they went inside. Tang Wulin had agreed and had thought about how good the dish had been, and how it had all the nutrition. He had realized that Gu Yue had put a lot of effort into making it. He had finished the meal and had decided to go back inside. He had been looking at Gu Yue. Gu Yue had asked what he had been looking at. He had told her that he had been looking at her. Gu Yue had said to him that she had not been beautiful, so he shouldn't have looked at her. Tang Wulin had told her that she had been beautiful. She had gone silent for a second and had told him that they should go because it had been getting late. He had agreed. The next day, Tang Wulin went to Wu Changkong's office. Wu had asked if he had accepted Luo Guiqing's challenge, mentioning that he would be the referee that afternoon. Tang Wulin had been surprised that Wu had already known. Wu had explained that Luo Guiqing and his team had been outstanding and more powerful, having aced the final exam, and had advised Tang Wulin to take no chances. Tang Wulin had acknowledged this, noting that their collaboration must have been greater than ever after such a long time of working together, but he had believed his team had been better. Wu had responded that they would see. Tang Wulin then mentioned that he had wanted to bother Wu one more time. Wu had asked what the matter had been. Tang Wulin had expressed his desire for their class to challenge the third-year first class in half a semester, thinking that the greater the distance between themselves and the seniors, the more motivated they would be to cultivate. Wu had said it had been too soon to discuss this. Tang Wulin, looking disappointed, had agreed. In the afternoon, Tang Wulin's team and Luo Guiqing's team came face to face. As the match started, Tang Wulin, without wasting any time, rushed towards them. Luo used his boundary division move, which allowed him to separate the energy of all elements. Luo believed that Tang Wulin would be transported back instantly if he tried to break the siege, fully isolated within his soul skill. He thought that even Gu Yue wouldn't be able to help Tang Wulin in this situation. Luo demonstrated his 4-ring soul skill. Tang Wulin realized that Luo had 4 rings, and this must have been his new soul skill. Acknowledging that they were well prepared for this challenge, Tang Wulin thought that he could only rely on himself. He used his blue-silver impaling formation. Yang thought Tang Wulin was foolish for thinking his blue-silver grass could stop them and charged towards him. Yu Cheng and Siduo also got ready to attack. Luo used his spatial lockdown on Tang Wulin. He thought it was the perfect time to encircle and defeat Tang Wulin. After beating him, he planned to instantly hide in Zheng Yuran's poisonous mist to make some modifications, confident that they would win the final battle due to their numerical superiority. Tang Wulin smiled and revealed his 2 golden soul rings. Siduo was surprised to see this. Tang Wulin used his Golden Dragon Emperor body move and took their attacks head-on. Everyone was shocked. Their strikes had no effect on him. Yang's bloodline energy seemed to have been sucked. Yu Cheng was so shocked by Tang Wulin's power that he wondered if he was still a human. Tang Wulin then used the Shaking Earth Golden Dragon. This eliminated Yu Cheng. Siduo tried to use her Dark Side White Tiger, but it vanished in an instant due to the Shaking Earth Golden Dragon's damage and Gu Yue's strike with blue fireballs. Siduo was then caught by Zixie, who held his dagger to her neck, eliminating her. Tang Wulin charged towards Yang, who looked nervous, and with one strike, Yang was out. Yuran tried to defend Luo, but before she could, Xinglan eliminated him. Wu now knew that Tang Wulin was ready to challenge the 3rd grade a year later. Luo wondered how Tang Wulin had become so powerful. He knew Yiran had no chance of winning because she was up against 5 people. Yuanan didn't expect them to improve so rapidly after only a short vacation. She recalled that Tang Wulin had requested her to protect him the other day, most likely because he was breaking through his 2nd soul ring. Such a massive gain in defense power in the blink of an eye could be likened to that of a soul king. Luo decided to give up. He expressed his disappointment, saying he had hoped that after a year of hard effort, they might turn the game around, but the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. He questioned if Tang Wulin was still human. Tang Wulin, however, suggested they give it another try and proposed that they compete again after attaining the battle armor master level. Luo agreed to that plan. After the match, Tang Wulin went to the cultivation zone, curious to see if the hype about it was true. At the reception, he informed the receptionist that he wanted to use the cultivation zone. She told him it would cost 100 contribution points per hour. Though disappointed by the price, Tang Wulin decided to proceed. The receptionist then asked about his attribute, and he told her it was plant type. She directed him to the 7th room on the left. Upon entering the room, he was amazed by its size and noted the numerous plants and the thick breath of life he felt on his face. He thought that the heaven and earth elemental forces in this place were comparable to those on Sea God Island, where such resources were free for the benefit of the inner court students. He began cultivating, and after an hour, he realized that his cultivation speed had improved by 20%, which he found to be a great benefit. He considered the 100 contribution points well worth it, and thought that with this 20% boost, he might reach the 40th level before the end of the 2nd grade. He also reflected that this might change his plans to sell all of the spirit alloys in Heaven Dew City, as he might need to save some to sell at the academy for more contribution points. Tang Wulin then went back to the receptionist with a strongly determined look on his face and declared that he wanted to extend his cultivation time until the next morning. The receptionist asked if he was okay. On the first day of the new semester, Tang Wulin went to Feng. He expressed his desire to sell some spirit alloy to the Forging Association and inquired about the best way to sell it to receive the highest price, hoping to exchange it for contribution points. Feng asked how much spirit alloy he had. Tang Wulin replied that he had 10 pieces each of jade silver, star silver, and gold crystal, with fusion rates ranging between 65% and 80%. Feng was astonished, thinking that even 6th-rank forging masters would struggle to forge that much spirit alloy in such a short period. Feng requested to see the 30 pieces, stating that the association would pay for everything. Tang Wulin presented a chest containing all the spirit alloy. Feng reflected that he had made the right decision by taking Tang Wulin as his student, convinced that he would become a divine artisan in the future. Tang Wulin thought to himself that Feng would be surprised if he knew that he still had 50 more pieces to exhibit, but planned to sell them for a better price in Heaven Dew City. Feng, impressed by the quantity, offered an extra 10%, totaling 1,635 contribution points. Tang Wulin was pleased with his earnings and asked if there was any teacher at Shrek who taught driving, as he wanted to learn so he wouldn't have to walk everywhere. Feng questioned the usefulness of learning to drive, pointing out that Mecha could outrun a car. Tang Wulin explained that there was no need to use Mecha all the time and that he wanted to be a battle armor master. Feng smacked him on the head, calling him an idiot, and clarified that Mecha and battle armor did not conflict. Tang Wulin realized that battle armor was always hidden in the body, only appearing when used, and that Mecha protected the exterior, so the two did not conflict. Feng elaborated that Mecha was the initial line of defense on the battlefield, helping to save the Soul Master's soul power. He informed Tang Wulin that he would begin Mecha driving lessons this school year and advised him not to neglect them. Tang Wulin agreed, thinking that he had enough contribution points to purchase a mecha. Tang Wulin asked about the cost of a mecha. Feng handed him a price list. When Tang Wulin saw the prices, he was horrified and told Feng that he would rather buy a car because he couldn't afford a mecha. Feng suggested that the Academy's Mecha Association could assist him in creating one and that he could supply the materials himself. He mentioned that a yellow-level mecha would be sufficient for transportation and encouraged Tang Wulin to consider it, noting that mecha could move freely over the continent. Tang Wulin decided that he should build a mecha for himself, believing he had enough money. He resolved to take a mecha class that semester and practice any time if he had his own mecha. He then went to the Mecha Association, where a senior member was present. The senior asked Tang Wulin if he wanted to join their Mecha Association. Tang Wulin replied that he was there to customize a yellow mecha. The senior questioned if he knew the cost, which was 1 million. Tang Wulin handed over his card, confident that he had enough contribution points. The senior was surprised to find more than 1.6 million contribution points in Tang Wulin's account, and wondered how someone so young could be so wealthy. The senior then asked for Tang Wulin's requirements for the mecha. Tang Wulin specified that he wanted a long-ranged attack-type mecha with light and thin armor to save energy, a stronger energy core, and longer endurance. The senior expressed concern, explaining that such specifications would result in a brittle-skin mecha which wouldn't fare well in close combat due to the light armor. He warned that an enhanced energy core could quickly burst if the mecha were hit, posing extreme danger. Tang Wulin acknowledged the risk and asked how much cheaper the mecha would be if he supplied the rare metals himself. The senior, wondering why Tang Wulin ignored his advice, quoted a price of 480,000, but stipulated that Tang Wulin must ensure the quality of all metals. Tang Wulin assured him that the quality of his rare metals was guaranteed. The senior then instructed Tang Wulin to pay a deposit of 100,000 in advance, noting that the deposit would not be refunded. After that, Tang Wulin went to Zheng Yu and asked him for 10 tons of star iron. Zheng Yu was shocked and asked what he needed so much star iron for. Tang Wulin told him not to worry about it and simply requested an answer. He offered to assist Zheng Yu in forging all the jade silver that his mecha required in exchange. Zheng Yu found the deal enticing, but mentioned that 10 tons was too much and that he would have to provide it in portions within a month. Tang Wulin agreed and left. While heading to the Mecha Association, he encountered Zishi. Zishi noted that Tang Wulin had been busy recently, mentioning that he hadn't seen him all day and that he hadn't even returned to the dorm to sleep. Tang Wulin reflected on his schedule, which included classes in the morning, forging in the afternoon, cultivating in the evening, and practicing the purple demon eyes at dawn, leaving no time to sleep in the dorm. He told ZC that his reasons would be known later, and reminded him to study well for the upcoming mecha operation classes next week, as he would be busy. He then said goodbye and mentioned he would see him in class. Upon arriving at the Mecha Association, Tang Wulin was shocked to hear he would have to pay 300,000 more. The senior there explained that he used too much force just to construct a yellow rank mecha, requiring a lot of sublimation forging metal. The metals used to produce the core magic array were all incredibly high-quality sublimation heavy silver, which needed to be engraved little by little, and were at least 5 times harder than normal metals. The senior stated that asking for 300,000 was already very conscientious, and suggested that such luxurious materials would not be used by an ordinary purple rank mecha, questioning why Tang Wulin didn't just build a purple rank mecha. Tang Wulin replied that he didn't have that much money. The senior then offered a discount, reducing the price to 280,000, which couldn't be lowered further. Tang Wulin thanked the senior and handed over his card. The senior thought to himself that it made sense for Tang Wulin to request to make a brittle skin mecha, since using such materials would prevent brittle skin issues. He informed Tang Wulin that he could pick it up in 2 months. Tang Wulin was happy because he finally had his own mecha. In class, Tang Wulin talked to Gu Yue. Tang Wulin mentioned that the afternoon's lesson had been free, and that he and Li Ji had wanted to attend as well. Gu Yue questioned if he had wanted to learn how to drive a mecha and whether it would be a waste of his time. Tang Wulin responded enthusiastically, saying that his boyhood goal had been to become a mecha master and that the army had been ruled by mechas, so he couldn't pass up the opportunity. Gu Yue replied that he could do whatever he wanted. At the end of class, Na Er arrived. Shun Yi asked her if she had been looking for her. She told her that she had been looking for someone else. Tang Wulin came and greeted her. Na Er called him brother. This surprised Shun Yi. Yang and Luo were also surprised. They both found Na Er attractive. They quickly came down and introduced themselves. Yang even said that he had been Tang Wulin's best friend. Tang Wulin took Na Er with him, telling her she didn't need to care about them. Tang Wulin took her to get some food. Yang hoped Na Er would visit their class more frequently. Gu Yue was a little angry by what was happening. The next day, every boy in class was calling Tang Wulin big brother and treating him like a king. Yang asked him when his sister would come next time. Luo told him that they should have a meal together next time. Tang Wulin asked what he meant by together. Gu Yue's eyes started boiling in rage. Everyone was terrified. Tang Wulin told Gu Yue that it had been a joke. He wondered why she had been enraged. Li Ji told him that it had been because of him. Tang Wulin questioned how it could have been him, as he hadn't been with Gu Yue yesterday. Gu Yue asked Tang Wulin if the girl from yesterday had been his sister. Tang Wulin confirmed that she had indeed been his little sister, emphasizing that there had been no other possibility. He mentioned that she had been only 12 years old and an inner court student who occasionally visited him. Luo and Yang were shocked when they heard she had been from the inner court. Tang Wulin teased Gu Yue by asking her if she had been jealous. Gu Yue, full of embarrassment, told him to get out of her way. After all that, Tang Wulin went to his mecha class. All the students greeted the teacher. The teacher announced that they would continue with the mecha practice class's fundamental control instruction and instructed the students to climb aboard their mechas and activate the communication equipment. Tang Wulin got on his mecha and followed the teacher's instructions. Everyone else did the same. The teacher emphasized that the most critical aspect of mecha control was learning balance, advising the students to think of the mecha as an extension of their own bodies. Tang Wulin struggled to stand. The teacher explained that the mecha assist system was extremely sensitive, and even the slightest movement might affect its actions. Therefore, balance and precision were essential in the process of control. The teacher then commanded them to raise their left foot. Even with Tang Wulin's physical fitness, it took 2 classes for him to find the balance of the mecha. Tang Wulin realized that controlling a mecha required a lot of physical effort, and that every tiny movement of the body had to be precisely regulated to make the mecha obey. He was surprised to be the only student in the first class who had not slipped and fallen. The teacher concluded the lesson and asked who would show the class the relatively complex movements. Tang Wulin volunteered. The teacher thought that this kid was really good, having taught mecha practice courses for years, and noting that Tang Wulin had been the first-class monitor to learn how to drive a mecha. The teacher then called Tang Wulin to demonstrate his skills. Tang Wulin showed his abilities, maintaining good balance. The teacher observed that Tang Wulin managed the mecha with ease in a short period of time, and believed that within a year, he could achieve the level of a yellow-rank mecha division. He thought that Tang Wulin made it appear easy and considered him a genius in mecha control. After class, Tang Wulin was on his way back when he encountered Guo, a senior member of the Tang sect. Tang Wulin greeted him and asked what he wanted to talk about. Guo explained that he was speaking on behalf of the Tang sect, and asked if Tang Wulin had been interested in entering the inner hall of the Tang sect, known as the Soul Dueling Hall. Tang Wulin inquired about the Soul Dueling Hall. Guo described it as the heart of the Tang sect, where top talents for the sect's future were cultivated. He mentioned that joining the Soul Dueling Hall would mean facing difficult opponents in the future, but the Tang sect would have done everything in its power to help him improve his cultivation. Guo added that Tang Wulin had been chosen based on observations and the recommendation of Wu Changkong, and asked for his thoughts. Tang Wulin requested more information about the Soul Dueling Hall. Guo explained that most of its material had been hidden and could not be revealed until he joined. He then elaborated on the mission of the Tang sect, stating that they did not preach justice but defended the vulnerable and destroyed evil. He mentioned that the evil soul master Tang Wulin had encountered had been the Soul Dueling Hall's most formidable foe. Upon hearing about the evil soul master, Tang Wulin immediately decided to join. Guo welcomed him and asked him to come along to fill in on the specifics as they went. Guo explained that the members of the Soul Dueling Hall were called fighters and were divided into 4 ranks: white, yellow, purple, and black. The Soul Dueling Hall had around 200 members. The fighters were required to execute 3 missions every year, with the exception of those still in school, who had to complete 1 mission per year. Guo then took him to a place in the Tang sect that he had never seen before, where the security had been tight. Guo provided him with a cloak and mask, along with a white rank fighter's badge. He explained that the mask and cloak had allowed him to conceal himself while on missions, and that pressing the button on the badge would have summoned help. However, Guo assured him that there had been no need to undertake any tasks yet. Tang Wulin asked if Guo had trusted him so much that he hadn't needed to complete any tests before joining the Soul Dueling Hall. Guo responded that the evaluation had already begun from the day Tang Wulin had joined the Tang sect. He had made sacrifices for others and had never given up despite being hijacked twice, which had pleased the evaluators. Guo then invited him to see the Soul Dueling Hall's unique resources. They went into a high-tech elevator that had allowed users to walk in, select, and enter the room they had required. Guo told Tang Wulin that each door would have been labeled with its own name, and that he could have only entered for 12 hours before being transported. The door to the Soul Dueling Hall had opened, and Tang Wulin had walked in. He had immediately felt the sky spinning as soon as he had entered. There had been many rooms, and he had decided to enter the plant-type cultivation room. Inside, he had noticed a vibrant life aura, and had wondered if it had been the same place as the Spirit Ascension platform, though the life aura there had seemed far more vibrant. Realizing why Guo had ordered him to find a place quickly, Tang Wulin knew he needed to hurry up and start meditating and practicing. He had also wondered about the conditions in the other rooms. He had entered meditation without saying anything, feeling the abundant life aura. Cultivating there had had a multiplier impact on him with half the effort. In a meditative state, time had passed quickly. Tang Wulin had opened his eyes, wondering if 12 hours had passed. He had felt his soul power had increased. He had come outside, and Guo had asked him how he had felt now that he had come out. Tang Wulin, surprised, had asked if Guo had waited for him outdoors for 12 hours. Guo had clarified that he had merely waited outside for an hour. Tang Wulin had been confused, so Guo had explained that the pace of time in the Soul Dueling Hall had differed from that of the outer world. 12 hours spent indoors had equaled 1 hour spent outside. Tang Wulin had excitedly remarked that 12 hours indoors and 1 hour outside would make cultivating indoors for a year similar to cultivating outside for 12 years. Guo had corrected him, explaining that staying in the Soul Dueling Hall for too long would have caused him to be assimilated by the laws of time and space within it, making him age quickly once he had left. Therefore, he could have only entered for 1 hour each week and would have needed to wait a week before entering again. Tang Wulin had been disappointed. Guo had reminded him that he must work on his own without relying too much on external factors. Tang Wulin had agreed, acknowledging Guo's point. Guo had then emphasized the importance of keeping his participation in the Seoul Dueling Hall a secret, and Tang Wulin had promised to do so. In the blink of an eye, the second year was halfway through. Wu called Tang Wulin, and when Tang Wulin arrived, Wu informed him that his mecha had been verified. Wu gave him his identity card and instructed him to put it into his mecha, stating that after doing so, he would be legally ready to fly. Tang Wulin was happy and thanked him. Wu then brought up another matter, reminding Tang Wulin that he had declared at the start of the semester his intention to challenge the third grade class. Wu informed him that Dean Kai had given her approval, so he could begin preparing right away. He explained that both the first and second grades would work together to challenge the third grade. The competition would consist of 3 1-on-1 matches, 1 2-on-2 match, and 1 7-on-7 match. Wu suggested that they talk with Yuanin about the candidates later. Tang Wulin agreed and assured Wu to leave it to him. He thought to himself that he needed to have a proper discussion with Yuanin about the candidates. He went to the work-study dormitory to meet Yuanin. Yuanin immediately guessed that he had come to talk about the challenge and asked who his class had decided to fight. Tang Wulin replied that they hadn't decided yet and explained the entire situation to her. Yuanin informed him that in their academy, there was no cross-grade challenge and that the challenge was meant to be a second-grade task. She suggested that it would be better if his grade didn't participate. Tang Wulin firmly stated that if the academy agreed, they must take part. Yuanin conceded but insisted that the decision had to be theirs. She proposed that they play 2 1-on-1 matches and that her class would also play the 2-on-2 match. For the 7-on-7 match, her class would have 4 participants and his class would have 3. Tang Wulin pointed out that according to her plan, his class would only have 3 candidates. Yuanin argued that they knew more about the third grade than his class did and that having more candidates would be better. Tang Wulin reminded her that her class had been defeated by the first grade, which made Yuanin a little angry. She retorted that his class was inexperienced against the third grade, who had 2 one-word battle armor masters, and asked if there was anything more he wanted to say. Tang Wulin asserted that this made them want to participate even more, claiming that they were far more powerful. Yuanin finally decided to listen to his plan. Tang Wulin proposed that his plan was the most straightforward and likely to win. He suggested that Ye Xinglan and Wu Siduo participate in 3 1-on-1 matches, with Gu Yue and himself taking on the 2-on-2 match. He asked for opinions and mentioned that the final team battle would include him, Gu Yue, Shi Si, Ye Xinglan, Shu Xiaoyan, and Yue Zhengyu, highlighting it as their strongest combat lineup. Yuanin questioned why ZC was fighting in the last battle instead of Wu Siduo, pointing out that ZC's strength was inadequate. Tang Wulin challenged this view. At that moment, the door opened and ZC entered. He questioned if she really believed he couldn't perform and offered to give up his spot before leaving. Yuanin wondered when ZC had appeared and if he was upset by her comment. Tang Wulin followed ZC, stopped him, and asked why he was upset. ZC asked to be left alone. Tang Wulin urged him not to let others' opinions affect him, affirming that everyone saw his efforts and that he believed in ZC's strength as a teammate. ZC expressed his frustration, stating that it didn't matter if Tang Wulin recognized his efforts because Yuanin didn't. He shared how he assisted her daily without her noticing, and that his feelings for her were all that mattered to him, leaving him feeling uneasy and heartbroken. Tang Wulin advised him not to give up easily, emphasizing perseverance. Shi retorted that Tang Wulin couldn't understand his feelings, as he was already surrounded by affection from Gu Ye and his sister. Tang Wulin smacked his head and responded by advising Cici to focus on cultivating instead. He explained that if he liked a girl, he wouldn't change his goal easily and would try to make her change her mind. Cici felt better after hearing Tang Wulin's words. On the second day, Yuanin and Tang Wulin decided to have a selection competition. In the first round, Zici and Shu Xiaoyan competed. Tang Wulin had asked Zici if he was certain, and Zici informed him that he had reached level 40. The 4 participants stepped into the ring. Yuanin felt upset seeing Zici and Shu Xiaoyan on the field together. She thought about how she hadn't known how to apologize for Zizi's unhappiness that day, and noted that she hadn't seen him much lately. Yuanin assumed Zici must have been practicing hard somewhere, but wondered if he could have caught up with her. Yuanin believed she was destined to enter the inner court. She sighed and reminded herself to stop thinking about it and to put those thoughts away. The match then started. Zici rushed in to attack. Siduo was surprised to see that Zici had reached 4 soul rings. Ye tried to attack him, but he easily evaded the attack. Luo was shocked. Xiao knew he had to stop Zici, but then Shu Xiaoyan's starlight shackles disrupted Xiao's skill. Ye tried to attack him, but Zici was so fast that he passed through him. Zici suddenly appeared in front of Xiao and with one attack eliminated him. Yuanin was surprised. Elder Cade noted that ZC had perfected the speed system's abilities. Ye wasn't able to land a single hit on ZZ. He was just too fast for him. Ye decided to go for Shu Xiaoyan. Shu Xiaoyan used her Starlight Chaos attack to temporarily blind Ye. ZC then appeared behind him. Ye couldn't capture his movements. Ye decided to close his eyes and follow his intuition. Because of this, he was able to locate him. Ye managed to block his attack, but it sent him flying back. Ye was shocked because he had never thought a speed system Soulmaster could strike with such power. ZC started gaining momentum again. Shu Xiaoyan captured Ye in her Starlight Shackles. This gave ZC an opportunity and he eliminated Ye. The game was over. ZC and Shu Xiaoyan had won. The second selection was next. It was Tang Wulin and Gu Yue versus Yuanen and Zheng Yu. Yuanen quickly activated her Titan Giant Ape. Tang Wulin activated his Golden Dragon Body. Zheng Yu activated his Holy Light. Yuanen attacked Tang Wulin, but he disappeared. Gu Yue utilized her fourth soul skill right away, Staff of the Elements. With it, she created a huge tornado. Yuanen attacked with her air cannon, but Gu Yue's staff destroyed the air cannon. Yuanen was shocked. Gu Yue used her staff and drained all of Zheng Yu's light power. Tang Wulin was amazed by Gu Yue's staff's abilities. Yuanen attacked Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin countered using his Shaking Heaven Golden Dragon move. He managed to send Yuanen back, and this time he wasn't blown away himself. Yuanen recovered and used her Dark Sky ability. Tang Wulin wondered what Yuanen was planning. Yuanen and Zheng Yu worked together and attacked them using their Light and Dark Holy Sword. Yuanen thought that Soul Fusion was the only way they could stop their attack, but Tang Wulin proved her wrong. He stopped their attack using his Golden Dragon Tyrant Body move. They were shocked. Before they could do anything, Gu Yue attacked them with a 4-element barrage. Everyone was shocked by how ferocious Gu Yue's attack was. In the second match, the first grade had triumphed. After the competitions of the first and second years, the candidates for the final match against the third year were selected. A trio of one-on-one matches would be held between Yuanen, Siduo, and Xinglan. Tang Wulin and Gu Yue would play 2-on-2. Tang Wulin and Yuanen would lead the team combat, along with Gu Yue, Shi Si, Yue Zhenghu, Shu Xiaoyan, and Shu Liji. In the morning, Tang Wulin spotted ZC sweeping the floor. He admired him. ZC asked why he had come so early even though he didn't have practice. Tang Wulin told him that he was going to Heaven Dao City. He asked if ZC wanted him to buy something for him. ZC politely refused. Tang Wulin then went to Gu Yue's place. He complimented her. ZC asked if they were going on a date. Tang Wulin ignored him, but Gu Yue was a little annoyed. Tang Wulin took her to the Tang sect. He told her to wait. Gu Yue agreed. Gu Yue wondered if he was trying to surprise her. Then a mecha appeared. It landed in front of Gu Yue. She was confused. In the mecha was Tang Wulin. He invited her onto his mecha. He used his blue-silver grass and pulled her up. Tang Wulin told Gu Yue that although his mecha had been yellow rank, all the materials in it were purple rank. He informed her that she had been the first passenger. He told her to take a seat, and they flew off. Gu Yue asked him why he hadn't told them he had purchased a mecha. He told her that it had been a secret, so he couldn't tell everyone. She asked why he had told her. He told her that she had not been part of everyone. They then arrived at the Forging Association in Heaven Dao City. Tang Wulin parked his mecha, and they both got down. There were a lot of mechas parked there. Tang Wulin spotted a red mecha. He was surprised because the red mecha had been the most advanced one. He wished to see the interior of the mecha. Tang Wulin suggested that they go, mentioning that Uncle must have known what was going on. He added that once he finished studying with Uncle, he would swap alloy metals and then take her somewhere. Tang Wulin assured her that whatever she wanted to do or wherever she wanted to go that night, he would be there with her. They then met Zhen and his chef friend. Tang Wulin greeted Zhen and was surprised to see the chef. Zhen asked Tang Wulin to introduce his friend, and Tang Wulin told him that her name was Gu Yue, and she had been his classmate. Gu Yue greeted Zhen. Zhen remarked that aside from cultivation and forging, Tang Wulin was also skilled at building relationships, and invited them to take a seat and make themselves at home. Tang Wulin mentioned that he had noticed a red rank mecha on the roof when he arrived, and asked whose it had been, wondering if it belonged to Zhen. Zhen replied that it had not been his, but offered to show it to Tang Wulin on behalf of its owner. They then went to the roof where the mecha had been parked, and Tang Wulin had been super excited. Despite his forging skills, Tang Wulin couldn't tell how the mecha had been constructed, indicating that the alloys used had been much superior to spiritual forging. The chef called the name Ready, activating the mecha, which called him Master and appeared to be a girl. Tang Wulin had been shocked to realize it had been the chef's mecha. The chef ordered the mecha to show Tang Wulin what it was capable of, and the mecha teleported in front of his eyes. Amazing, Tang Wulin. The chef explained that spatial teleportation had been integrated into the mecha's key functions, allowing it to travel freely within a 1,000-meter radius. The chef then ordered the mecha to demonstrate more of its abilities, and it displayed the ability to transform into a car, a plane, and a soul cannon fortress. Tang Wulin was amazed. They explained that once a mecha reached a certain level, it resembled a soul spirit quite a bit, and could even fuse with its master's soul spirit, as Reddy had done. A red rank mecha's abilities had been limitless, requiring a lot of effort to study and develop it. They advised Tang Wulin that if he wanted mecha to become his specialty, he would have to give up everything else, which had not been the road for him. Tang Wulin asked why, and the chef explained that he had been a forging genius and already a 5th rank forge master at a young age. Becoming a senior mecha master would require him to work as a mecha manufacturer, which would distract him from forging. It would be foolish to give up forging to recultivate mecha, as it had taken him 9 years to become a 5th rank forge master, and they had no idea how long it would take to retrain as a mecha master. Tang Wulin realized that the chef had been right and thought he couldn't just give up everything and start over. Learning how to manufacture mecha was the first step towards developing a high-quality mecha. Jen added that life was a trade-off and that Tang Wulin's path selection had to be objective since he had already accomplished much in forging. The continent had never lacked geniuses in its history, but most of them had lost their way. Concentration had been the only way to success. Tang Wulin understood and agreed. The chef then proceeded to make them some food. Tang Wulin asked Jen who the chef had been. Jen replied that Tang Wulin should ask him himself at dinner later. He explained that the chef was easily sidetracked and, while very talented, had never breached Super Duoluo. Despite having the potential to be the best on the continent, his mind had been occupied with many things. He had come all the way there just for Tang Wulin, hoping that he could learn from him. At dinner, the chef had prepared fairy fungus, which was the fungi's king. It had been even rarer than a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Tang Wulin thanked the chef. He drank the soup and all of a sudden his body felt lighter. Then he accidentally farted. He had felt embarrassed. The chef tried to comfort him by telling him that it was his body's way of detoxifying itself. Jen asked Gu Yue if she had eaten the fairy fungus before. He had told her that the fairy fungus wasn't available to everyone. Tang Wulin informed Jen that Gu Yue had been from the Spirit Transmission Tower, and she had been the disciple of Tianfeng Duoluo, the assistant tower master. Jen had been happy to hear that. They had finished their meal. Tang Wulin had thanked the chef for his hospitality. The chef had told him that he didn't need to thank him. He had asked Tang Wulin to come with him alone. Then suddenly the president had been informed about a disturbance in the hall. The informer had explained that there were 2 visitors, one young and one old, whose identities had been unknown. The older visitor had appeared to be a saint forging master and had offered to challenge them in forging, but the actual competitor would be the young girl he had brought with him, who seemed to be about 15 or 16 years old. Jen had decided to check it out himself. Due to this situation, the chef decided to talk to Tang Wulin later. When Jen arrived, the old man had identified himself as Chenkong Yan and had mentioned he was there to challenge the Forging Association's younger generation. Yan had asked if the association had any outstanding talents to compare with his disciple. Jen had agreed to the spar, but had remarked that it wasn't good to disturb others with such a big fanfare. Yan had retorted that he just wanted to see if the Forging Association lived up to its name, and had asked if Jen had been afraid. Jen had inquired about the type of competition Yan had in mind. Yan had proposed a one-on-one match between his disciple, Lin Yuhan, and anyone under the age of 20 in the association. If anyone could defeat her, Yan and his disciple would admit defeat. Jen had then asked what Yan wanted if he won, and what would happen if he lost. Yan had replied that if he won, the association would have to admit defeat, but if he lost, he and his disciple would join the association and follow its orders. Jen had clarified that if Yan lost, there would be no obligation to obey him. They would simply continue learning from each other in the future. Jen had then called for Tang Wulin. Upon seeing Tang Wulin, Yan had thought to himself that while Yuhan had been a peerless genius of 100 years, this youngster seemed even younger, making him wonder if there could be another forging genius. Jen had asked Yan how he wanted to compete. Yan had suggested that purifying metal was the easiest way to compare a forger's strength. They would begin by purifying the metal they selected, and then the association could choose the metal they wanted to purify. They would see who purified the metal better after 2 rounds. Tang Wulin had then asked Lin to select her metal, and Lin had chosen blue copperite. The match began. Tang Wulin had been surprised to see Lin utilizing the blue copperite hammer. He had calmed down and started to forge. Lin's hammer landed silently on the blue copperite. A trickle of electric light could be seen dropping from the blue copperite hammer and injecting it into the blue copperite. The chunk of blue copperite touched by the hammer rippled, and the complicated texture appeared gently refined. Jen noted that it had been the blue copperite hammer's unique effect to proliferate an effective technique for forging blue copperite. He realized they had come prepared and deduced that Lin's martial soul attribute was related to thunder and lightning, indicating her strong spiritual power. Yan, observing Tang Wulin forging, found it strange that he hadn't sensed any soul power fluctuation. He noticed that Tang Wulin's heavy silver hammer had reached the spiritual forging level, with an intimidating weight that appeared as light as a feather in his hand. From the sound, Yan could tell it weighed more than 1,000 pounds and moved at breakneck speed, indicating Tang Wulin's divine powers. Jen observed that both had entered spiritual forging at the same time. He thought Lin had the advantage due to her ability to call upon the blue copperite life aura with her hammer. Yan considered the difference in their cultivation levels, noting that Lin was a 4-ring soul ancestor, whereas Tang Wulin only had 3 rings, which might have hindered his ability to complete the forging process perfectly. The sublimation forging halo of the blue copperite lasted for a short time before dimming, and they began spiritual forging simultaneously. After 30 minutes, Lin achieved her goal. Jen acknowledged her quick completion and noted that her blue copperite contained lightning bolts, a remarkable feat for someone no older than 16. Despite Tang Wulin not finishing yet, Jen thought he might have lost this round. However, Tang Wulin wasn't going to give up easily. 1.5 hours later, he started reversing life's order, achieving the creation of spiritual forging. Yan was shocked, as only the highest level of spiritual forging possessed this property. The first round was complete. Jen picked up Tang Wulin's medal and commended him on his progress. Jen then asked Yan for his opinion. Yan acknowledged that the levels had been different and conceded the round. Jen, however, pointed out that although Tang Wulin's spiritual forging had been higher in quality, Lin's work had contained lightning bolts, similar to an ordinary alloy forged metal. He also noted that Tang Wulin's forging time had been 3 times longer than Lin's. Yan mentioned that Lin had used the copperite hammer, which had made it easier for her to forge the blue copperite. Jen suggested that both should pick the metal for the next round and let Tang Wulin decide what should be used. They agreed to take a break before moving on. Yan thought to himself that Jen's generosity had been truly commendable, as expected of a divine artisan. In the second round, Tang Wulin decided to use heavy silver. As the second round began, Lin wondered if he had chosen heavy silver because it was easy to forget. She thought to herself that she was familiar with it too, and doubted that he could have called for another spiritual forging creation. She was surprised when he immediately started forging without testing the metal first. Tang Wulin then began using the swinging cloak technique of the Tang sect, which shocked both Lin and Yan. Tang Wulin hammered out a dragon using spiritual forging, and Lin was taken aback. She realized that the moment Tang Wulin used spiritual forging, she was completely defeated. Yan admitted their loss. Jen remarked that it had been a very close victory, and acknowledged that without Tang Wulin, he couldn't have found another young talent to compete with her disciple. He invited them to join the Forging Association, but left it optional. Suddenly, a small dagger came from behind Yan and was about to hit Jen, but Gu Yue managed to save him by teleporting him. The chef caught the dagger and went after the person who threw it. Jen activated his battle armor and commanded everyone to freeze. He realized that without Gu Yue's teleportation, he would have been killed in one hit. The students in the forging area started demanding that Jen kill Yan and her disciples. Jen asked Yan if she had been a forge master from another continent. Tang Wulin thought about the fierce war raging between the 3 continents of the Duluo world, and considered that the rulers of the other continents would have most wished for his master's death. Lin insisted they hadn't been responsible, but the students didn't believe her. Jen calmed them and instructed Yan and Lin to follow him to a room. Inside the room, Yan asked if Jen had trusted them. Jen clarified that he hadn't trusted them, but had trusted the other forge masters. He asked why they had come and challenged them. Yan revealed that they were from the Star Luo continent, and she had been the vice president of the Forging Association there. She explained that due to advancements in soul technology, the Duluo continent had invited Star Luo's members for research purposes. Yan admired Jen as a forge master and wanted to see how advanced the forging world had been on the Duluo continent. She insisted they hadn't known who tried to assassinate him and offered to take the blame, asking for Lin to be spared. Jen then asked who had invited them. Yan mentioned meeting a forge master named Ning Fengzhi, who had spoken highly of Jen's skills, but noted that no one could succeed him in the forging world. Jen welcomed them as guests and promised to investigate the matter. Just then, the chef returned, reporting that the assailant had been incredibly fast, possibly a tilted Duluo speed system, making it difficult to engage in a head-on fight. The assailant had escaped by amplifying his soul power with his own blood energy. Tang Wulin speculated if the assailant had been an evil soul master, which shocked everyone. Yan mentioned that Ning Fengzhi emitted an evil aura when forging, unlike normal soul masters. Jen instructed the chef to explain himself to Tang Wulin while he handled the assassin. The chef then asked Tang Wulin to follow him and took him to another place. Tang Wulin inquired about the chef's name. The chef introduced himself as Mu Ye, asking to be called Mr. Ye. He then got straight to the point, expressing his hope that Tang Wulin could learn his skills and succeed him as the body sect leader in the future. He assured Tang Wulin that their techniques and skills measured up to those of the Tang sect. Tang Wulin, surprised, asked about the body sect. Ye added that the condition for this was quitting the Tang sect. Tang Wulin apologized, stating that he couldn't betray the Tang sect because he had learned a lot from it and truly loved it. He explained that since childhood he had heard stories about the Tang sect and had been proud to be a part of it. He thanked Ye for thinking highly of him. Ye, getting a little angry, asked if he had heard stories about the body sect. Tang Wulin honestly replied that he had never heard of it. This response made Ye even angrier, and he told Tang Wulin to leave.